And with that, we're going to start taking care of all of those troublesome links. And let's start by going over to the live dashboard. And once I go there, okay, and then I deal with all of the, let's see, cutting and pasting. Hopefully we will hear.
Okay, I'm back.
We didn't know you were gone.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I was
Who
picking
else
up
is
some.
here?
It's
I see Brandon.
yes,
Hi,
Brendan
Selena.
Hi,
And-
Brandon.
and Derek. Yes.
Hi, Derek. How are
Hey,
you?
Selena. How are you?
Good. What's up?
Not much. How are you doing?
Good. Good. You know, it's much better now. It's evening, so it was very hot day. It's summer, so you know, supposed to
Right.
be hot, but it's good now. Yeah, doing good.
I'm not
Working.
quite sure if we're playing or not, so let's see if anybody hears us. All right. Can anybody
Day.
hear?
It's summer, so you know, supposed to
Right.
be hot, but it's good.
Yeah, I
now.
walked away to get
Doing
some
good. Working.
some fruit.
Sure
It's called the
play.
longan. Have you ever heard of a longan, Selena? It's like related to
What
like a
is it?
lychee and a rambutan.
Oh, I think I think I just recently came to know this fruit from this one of my clients. She's Chinese, so
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
like a
Is
Satan-
it brown? Oh, I
What
think
is the color of the skin? Is
yeah,
It's like
I think
It's like a lychee, but it's
just
smooth and
recently
brown.
Came to
Like
yes,
small
yes,
brown.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
they're really
tastes good.
sweet.
Very watery taste, but it's sweet. Yeah, I like them.
Okay, I think we're playing. We're
It's like a
definitely.
grape.
Yeah. So can anyone check to see if we're actually, streaming
Yep, we are. We're
Okay.
streaming.
and people hear you? Can people hear us? That's important to know.
Yes, looks like we only have 2 people in the chat room.
Uh-huh.
4.
Yeah, it
They're really
tastes good.
sweet.
Very watery taste, but it's
Vicky Emmanuel says hello. So hi, honey. Love you. All right. So I think we're doing all right. And do confirm. I need someone to confirm that we can be heard, aside from what Derek Talley just said, because I'm not quite sure what he said. He saw people in the chat room. That doesn't answer my question as to the.
I found
Say yes.
the-
I hear you.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
yeah, here's the echo.
Good.
It's on.
Good. Okay, good. Now I can start dealing with all of the links. So both of you go back to talking about that smooth, super sweet lychee or whatever you were speaking about. That was
It's called
fine.
longan. LONGAN.
Longan. Yes, longan. Yes. Okay. All right.
You guys know about jackfruit?
Definitely. I love
yeah, I do.
Yeah, because I
It's
seen
Asian.
one, so I looked it up and I noticed that a lot of people use it for meat substitute. It's a big giant fruit, and it's like
that. Yeah, Jack tacos. You should try them.
oh really? You
Good.
made some before?
Yeah, oh yeah. That's like a famous vegan dish now.
Oh, okay. Well, isn't a
What did you
jackfruit
make,
like
Brandon?
$25 a pound?
That's why I don't ever buy it, because it's so big and it's like.
Where do you find them, Brandon?
They have them at my I have like an Indian supermarket. They have them there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is
Also at, like, the
Asian,
Korean
Indian, Chinese. Southeast.
They got them
Asian.
at the Kroger here in Tennessee, but they only have like a limited number of them because I guess a handful of people buy them, and that's it.
Right. You gotta basically like order it or something. Yeah. I saw like a jackfruit at some normal store the other day. I can't remember if it was like a Safeway or what it was, but it was just like a normal like grocery store. So they're getting more popular, I think.
There is this fruit also like lychees, but I don't remember. The skin is like I saw them in Whole Food. It's like porcupine's skin. Like
It's like a little, yeah. It's like a little.
It has a
spiny-
little white meaty stuff in there. It's not so.
That one's called a rambutan. Rambutan.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so yeah, they have many kinds of, I think the same family but different shapes, but inside pretty much all of them are
I
same.
like those because they're kind of like they're more sour like lychees. They're like, I prefer a more tart.
So I'm looking up lychee. Is it spelled Leechee?
I think it's a Y.
Yes, Lychee for the romanization. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a translation error. I feel like lychee's kind of spelled weird.
Yeah.
So the lychee is the red one, which I like those a lot.
Yes.
Well, that's how it's spelled on my looking up of it, and the one spelled Leechee. It looks pretty good, but I'll
the one with Litchi, that's like the scientific name.
Okay.
But like the colloquial is like Ly chi.
Yeah. Yeah, I love lychee nuts. Yes, they're delightful.
It's tropical tree native to Guangdong and Fujian of southeast China. So like cultivated
Yeah,
in
it's
11th
Asian
century.
native fruits. Yep.
Mhm.
I think South America also has lychees. I don't know. I'm just saying.
They have like a type. I forgot what it's called right now. And the other one's like I think rambutan is more Southeast Asian.
Yeah, it's more
from in Jordan. Did you guys read that in Jordan about 800 people got sick from
I saw
rotten meat of
from the
shawarma?
You mean the country? They're talking about the country Jordan?
Yeah.
Yeah, the country Jordan.
Really?
About 800 people got sick from the the shawarma, what they put in the gyro bars where they stack the meat on top of a big giant stick and then cook the outside of the meat and then shave the meat down. I've never heard of anybody getting sick off of that.
Well, they basically they had a bunch of bad meat and they put it on like a buy one get one deal, and so the whole town, like the whole village, went in.
That's so stupid! Oh my fucking god!
Well, that's how it happens sometimes in those countries. That's why you can't like trust eating out, and I mean even here now at this point. Shit.
Yes. Oh my god. Oh. Yes.
Well, that probably makes my mother-in-law say, because my dad, well, not my mother-in-law, but my stepmother, my mom, my dad's wife, he takes her around the world. He takes her all over Europe, and they went to Dubai, and wherever she goes, she wants Pizza Hut. And he's like, well, we're in a different country, so let's try some of the. So when they go to Spain, they want to try the local Spanish restaurants. When they go to Italy, they want to try the local Italian restaurants. They went to Dubai, and they wanted to try some stuff in Dubai. But wherever she goes, she wants to know if they have a Pizza Hut.
Oh my god!
Not a Pizza Hut, but a Domino's.
Oh god! Oh, that's even worse.
Is that just because she's like used to it, or she just doesn't trust?
Yeah, that's her, and that's her type of pizza too. So, like, if they were to ever get pizza, to her, Domino's is the ultimate pizza.
Oh.
No, nothing, is it Domino's? If you bring home pizza, is it Domino's?
Oh.
No, it's not Domino's. It's from a Italian place, and it costs $45 a fucking pie. Well, I like Domino's.
Is it pepperoni pizza? Those are good. I love pepperoni. So.
Honey, there's nothing on Domino's. It's like some kind of shredded cardboard that they colorize and they flavor with various.
Well, people don't know. They're used to it. That taste. That's why they love.
It's oh my god.
Well, I've been
and they
talked
get
to
sick. They don't know that why they get sick. They get headache thereafter. So.
I talked to a lady that gets her daughter Little Caesars, and I asked, "Well, have you ever tried this other pizza place?" And she goes, "No, I don't want to try. I don't want to try any other pizza places because I don't want my daughter to start to like anything else. She likes Little Caesars, and so we'll just stick with that because it's cheap."
Oh my god! Yes. Well.
That's how it works.
Let me see. What did I do here? That okay. So I think we've got.
So how is it work, Brandon?
Oh, he'll bitch about that. He'll bitch about that. He'll take up a good part of the show. I'm hoping he'll dominate as much as possible just by his catharsis. And I
could go there.
Yeah,
but it's like the work part is good, but like there's situations with like the virus and stuff that are happening, and it's
that's what I'm saying.
Not good.
Like, how is the work situation?
Mm-hmm.
Over here in New York.
job because
everybody started, they don't want to wear masks anymore. So I have my 2 gloves on all the time. I have my shoe covers. I have my,
Right.
mask, one in my hand, another one, like, each time I meet people from a distance, I'll still be wearing. I look like a lab worker or something. So.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's the way. That's the way to do it. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. I mean, I see people come in all the time, like, as if nothing's happening. They're, like, drinking their coffee with no mask. Like, it's terrible.
Wow. Yep.
Okay, so.
And like, I don't know if it's just, like, the virus going around, just one virus. I think it's more than one because, like, I haven't seen this many people in summer, like, sneezing and coughing in, like, years. I haven't seen this happen.
Yes, they've clarified
like, just
that.
going around town, like, everywhere I go, someone's sneezing or coughing. So, like, obviously there's all kinds of shit going around now. And it's summertime, which makes it even more kind of...
Yeah, because these are airborne. So when people sneeze, all the germs comes out. So
Right,
they're
seriously.
airborne. So if you're exposed to that, there's every chance that you might be getting in and not knowing it.
Right, I definitely, I have my, like,
You have
my
to be
spray,
very, very
I
careful.
have vitamin D, been hitting really strong on herbs and, like, all kinds of stuff just to protect myself, because, like, multiple people at my job have, like, been basically sick.
They've succumbed. Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
God. Well, wait until we're officially transmitting, and then you can get all that out there. The horror of your miserable existence. Your subhuman existence, or should I say subsistence? Your subsistence.
Yeah.
And,
Fairly subsistence.
Yes. Let me. Okay, we still got a while yet to the top of the hour. Thank God. So everybody just keep talking and burn the bandwidth with the most trivial crap you can imagine, and I'll be a happy man. Then once we're on, of course, I'm counting on the 3 of you to dominate for several hours just so I can go around the internet and identify what to analyze.
Hey,
Like,
have you guys,
Doug,
have
did
you guys
you
heard
hear
this?
about this recent incident? I don't know. I just saw the headlines. It says, I didn't understand what was that mean. Like Jared Kushner is testing COVID-19. What does that mean? Maybe you can a little bit later.
Well, hopefully he
cover this a little bit.
hopefully he caught it, and
that
that hopefully that means he fucking caught it, and that they're trying to see if he'll survive. Maybe they're trying to identify exactly what course it'll run on a trans-sexed human being, and which is exactly what he is. And the individual is just like. How would I say it? With a statement like that, I'd have to look it up. So I'll try looking it up.
Later, just a little bit, because
Yeah.
I had no clue what was that mean. Like COVID-19 test, something went wrong, or when,
Yeah, well,
whatever.
with him, there's nothing that can go right. So, yeah, and or her rather, and it, in his case, I'll gladly use the term "it," though I would insist no one ever use that for trans-sexed or transgendered people. In his case, yes. Aside from that, all of you, go ahead, just keep talking about trivia till we get to the top of the hour, and I'm just going to change into a sweatshirt while the temperature drops precipitously as the evening comes upon us. The eventide rolls in. So I'm going to go mute for just a moment and leave all 3 of you to talk. Thank you.
Jared, go ahead. You were saying something. I, interrupted you. So you were saying something in Tennessee. What happened or something?
Oh no, not in Tennessee, but it was actually a New York bar says their liquor license was suspended over a fuck como menu. It says a bar in Western New York says that the state suspended their liquor license over a satirical menu which spells out fuck como, meant to mock the governor over his executive order requiring customers to purchase food with alcohol, according to the Spectrum News. He doesn't have a right to selectively enforce laws or directives against certain people just because he has a personal beef with them, says Chris Gundella, whose brother owns the bar in the Village. So they put out a satirical menu, like supposedly supposed to be funny, and they dissed the governor. So they said, all right, you want to diss the governor? We're going to pull your liquor license.
Oh my God. I mean, Wow, interesting. But
Yes, you thought Trump was the egomaniac. This guy is trying to be an egomaniac. But see, where he messed up is someone had brought up stop and frisk, and they said, "Isn't it time that New York put an end to stop and frisk?" And he said, "No." And then he goes, "Well, I don't know. No, he doesn't know." Well, since he doesn't know, well, then he's not the one to be president. To see what he was doing, constantly getting on CNN and making all those moves, those press moves, was trying to position himself to be, if not this year, but at least in the next 4 years, be run for president of the United States. But he's proven himself to be no different from anybody else. So.
Right.
interesting. And what is the other news? What about local in your town? How is the situation? Like, is it safe? Because right now I notice over here in New York, I was out 2 days ago. Like, I had to get a signature from one of my clients, and I had to go to this part of New York. It's New York City, I would say. It's next to Jamaica. Have you heard about this city, Jamaica, in Queens, New York? So it was very late at night. So I go get to the house. The owner has to come down and then sign a paper. So as I go closer to the house, it's in a very crowded area. It's kind of like an urban downtown, but residential area and hospitals and all together. Everything's together. So now at the corner, I noticed there's this bar. People are singing, drinking, smoking. So I had to park my car. I couldn't double park, so I just, found a parking right in front of the club. It's a small, tiny bar, and and that's what people are doing. They're happy, dancing, singing, smoking marijuana on the street, like, all happy situation, like. And I was like, but I'm used to it. I wasn't scared, so I was like, say hi and all this. So I did my work. I left in 5 minutes. These are local people. They're not dangerous. They're just normal kids, young kids. So having fun. So which is a good thing. People are so depressed and so frustrated. 5 months of on lockdown, and people are very, very uncertain. They're confused. They don't know what to do. Go back to work. A lot of people are moving from New York City. So, but it's so far I didn't feel anything bad or wrong or scary. People are everywhere enjoying life, which is a good thing.
Yes, I guess. I mean, certainly it's one of those things that, we can only reflect upon it when we see the results. Honestly, I'm not trying to evade any commentary, but it's one of those things where they're having these COVID parties, and what you may have seen might have been kind of like that, kind of like a COVID block party. You make it sound more like it's spontaneous, of course, but I'll let our friend, Derek and Brendan, we'll let the two guys respond to that. I mean, the latest COVID party had 700 attendees and took New Jersey police 5 hours to fucking break up. So,
right, in Berlin, they're having
it depends where, those, things are happening, people open up bars and restaurants and all this. But I would say, since I live here, I had no experience, so I never seen anything, even though a lot of things goes on. People, there are gunshots and all these things, but they're not like everyday thing. So those type of situation, everywhere, there's crime everywhere. But the way they, all the information news go public in newspapers, all, news networks, all that are not 100% true. Like, policeman was shot and killed. A little boy was shot and killed. New York City, like last month or something. But that doesn't mean that people live there. And Manhattan is a city; it's one of the richest city in the world. So these wealthy people, what are they doing? What is happening? So it depends how people respond to it. It's not about being arrogant. Oh, nothing will happen. I have money. I'm rich. I'm wealthy. But the thing is that there is no discrimination when there is a gunshot from somewhere. God knows who will get hit by that. So, but I would still say New York is still safe because I don't know. I have that feeling. But
yes. That's thank you so much. That's I appreciate you sharing that. Well, we are officially starting transmission. It is the top of the hour, and all these wonderful people have brought us here. This is Team Dietrich, and we have with us tonight three of our big and heavy hitters. The lovely Selena Khan, the Grand Madame of Real Estate at Douglas Elliman Agencies, and she is a real estate agent of the Douglas Elliman firm, and very respected firm on Long Island. Respected, I meant to say. And we have with us the executive producer, Derek Talley, and we have
Thank
with
you,
us...
everyone. Nice
Yes.
to be here.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Douglas. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Just wanted to say hello to everyone.
Oh, no worries, honey. Oh, anytime. And we have Derek Talley, of course, and the executive producer. And we have with us our technical consultant, Brendan Zogit, who is going to dominate a great deal of the opening few hours, at least, with everybody kind of interjecting as they see fit. And I want to read from all of our lovely people in the chat room. These people are so wonderful, and we have so many of them with us. Of course, Vicky Emanuel again. She says, hello, Douglas and all. Much love. God bless you, Vicky. Love you dearly. She says, yes, IR. Yes, we can. Okay, not quite sure what that's about, but it sounds positive. Kind of like a cheerleader kind of chant. And Arietis of Rigor Mortis says, greetings, Indy. Yes, hear you. So I think she was responding to that. And so wonderful. Thank you, Arietis of Rigor Mortis. I believe that's a male. So hello, hugs. And Jameson Reese of Staten Island, who I'll be giving a personal shout out to later, who donated $250 United States dollars. God bless him. He says howdy. And Sarah Shields, lovely lady. She says, hi, good people. Have a great transmission. I never give her enough attention. And Maria Gregorich says, hello, everyone. Wonderful lady. Lovely lady. And definitely couldn't do so much without her and Jameson Reese patrolling the chat room as wonderfully as they do, as effectively as they do. And Spirit Force says, blessings, y'all. So blessings to Spirit Force. And Karen O'Connor of Ireland is with us. So wonderful lady. And so aside from that, Mr. I haven't said his name in so fucking long. All I see is Taboo Bros 2 now. It's Daniel Arola. So Daniel Arola, and so Vicky's laughing. She says, yes, I meant to say you are being heard. Yes, thank you, honey. Thank you very much. And Marietta says, yes, he is a male. Thanks for the shout out. He says, yes. So there we are. Hugs again. And he's also addressing the idea of opening the schools, which I'll address briefly again. And so Daniel Arola, I need to bring him on at some point soon. I'm not quite sure if tonight's the night to do it. I'd be happy to have him, but you know, if he wants to come on, if he feels the need to come on, just let us know and let me know in both the you know, both where you're at. I usually don't look in the chat room, so hit me in private messages simultaneous to trying to hit me on the Skype tonight if you want to come on. Otherwise, I'll try and bring you on quite soon, as soon as possible. And by that I mean, like, you know, next transmission or thereafter, because we haven't heard from Daniel Arola in a long time on bandwidth. So aside from that, I'm going to allow, how would I say it? That's not the right word. How should we do this? I guess we'll start with the fact that Brendan Zogit is with us, and he's going to talk about his work conditions. But I think before he gets in on that, because that's going to dominate for a while, and it'll bring us into other topics, I do want to ask Derek, was there, let's have Derek do his personal update, his situational update, and any medical update that he needs to share, and whatever he wants to share about his family. And let's have Derek do that, after which I will bring Selena Khan on for a moment, and I will bring up the fact that she has sent me a package that I did receive, and I made certain to open it just before we got on transmission, and that will lead us directly to Brendan, because the package has something that Brendan can address. So let's start with Derek, and Derek, take it away for as long as you feel you need to, because there's no rush tonight, and just let us know what's going on with yourself.
Okay, well, as some of you may know, my long-term disability got approved, but it only got approved through September. So I had already called my boss and told him that I'm coming back to work October 1st. So October 1st is when I'll be going back to work. And one thing I learned is that long-term disability and short-term disability are two different animals. And when I was getting short-term disability, I was getting paid something, not much, but just something once a week. And now I got my last paycheck on Monday, and now I'm not going to be getting anything until the end of the month. I think they said the 24th. So I got to stretch out my coins for this month of August. So it's gonna be kind of tight. But once I do get that next paycheck, I'm gonna start going back to the pool a good month before it's time for me to go back to work. Because I'm not doing nothing now, but just staying home watching TV. Really can't do too much. But I'm gonna in the meantime start going for walks and making sure I'm staying in shape and getting ready to go back to work.
Thank you. That was very matter of fact. And do you need some help? Are you going to be able to survive financially?
Well, this month is going to be good because I'm not going to be getting anything else this month. So when we come around the middle of the month, I know I have some things to do and it's going to be tight. So I was going to. My dad told me
if you need somebody to send you something, give us a place where people might be able to send you something, some financial assistance. Do you have a PayPal address or something like that? And also finish what you were going to say about your father. Your dad told you something.
Yeah, well, but if push comes to shove, I can ask my dad for something. I hate to ask him for something, but I do have Cash App, and I do have PayPal. You can find my Cash App by actually going to my using my email address, which is dtally@live.com. So that would be my Cash App, and then my PayPal would be paypal.me/Derek Talley, with a capital D and a capital T, DEREKTALLEY. So that's paypal.me/Derek Talley. So, and that's only for this month, because once I get whatever they give me at the end of the month, I'll be able to stretch it out and make it last. And then with long-term disability, you only get paid once a month. So that's a kind of a culture shock to me. But it amounts about to the same thing. So all I got to do is just stretch it out and make it last. But it's just that there's kind of a gap in between the short-term disability ending and the long-term disability starting. So, makes it a little rough. But I've made it through this far, and so and I just want to thank everyone for thinking about me.
Right, that's right. I keep chuckling because I kept thinking that when he brought up his dad, what his dad was going to say, basically I thought he was going to say, my dad said, basically something like, don't show up at my fucking door is what I expected him to follow up with. But fortunately, apparently that's not the case, but I understand your reticence in approaching him. Of course, what you could do is ambush him by inviting him onto the show. And then when you invite him onto the show, then I could bring up the fact that you could do that Wednesday, and this Wednesday I can say, oh my God, it's really pathetic about your son Derek Talley. I never realized how bad off he was. I was going to give him some myself, but I myself have got to hold my hand out for my own bills, etc. And so then your dad would probably feel obligated, perhaps even publicly shamed into helping you out. I don't know if you feel that that's ethical, but I've always been ethically challenged myself. So it's up to you. Do consider it. And aside from
That's a brilliant idea.
Yes,
Derek.
yes.
Take it under consideration.
Yes.
Take notes now.
Yes, let's bring Derek's dad on air, on bandwidth, and then we can embarrass him into giving his son some money, because I'll bring up the fact of how uncomfortable it would be for all of us to have Derek calling in from a car. And it's one of those things where you're just living in your automobile and have your laptop plugged into, well, we used to have cigarette lighters we used to jack the laptop into, but they don't have those in cars anymore. People like Brendan Zogit made it unpopular with all their vegan shit, so nobody smokes tobacco. They're all too busy smoking that psychedelic.
Well, I thought they still had them for people to plug in their items.
That was your father. No.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, I think Brendan's saying, "How is your father?" Is that what Brendan's saying?
Or how is my father? Oh, my dad's doing.
No, I was saying Douglas's father banned smoking first before I was even born.
Oh, there we are. Okay, yes. But by the way, I want to say something. Daniel Arola shared with us something that has just blown my fucking mind. He's not even. What is it? He's. I don't think he's really answering my question. But Taboo Bros 2, which is Daniel Arola, said, me and Brendan share the same birthday from last Friday, and he said some gobbledygook, 31st. I think he's trying to say July 31st, but he's too fucking high to spell it. So congratulations and happy birthday to Daniel, and who must be like, what?
Wait, I should clarify the birthday real quick.
Yeah,
it's like,
I was about to say.
First of all, happy birthday, Daniel.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And I appreciate everyone giving me birthday kudos and stuff and like niceties, because my birthday was actually in May.
What's going on then?
The reason why Facebook has that is because that was like a ghost account.
Okay.
So I think that was like the day I created it or something.
Okay.
So it's just like telling people that that's my birthday, but it's actually was a couple months ago.
Okay.
But either way, I appreciate it because like I know it was sincere and like,
Yes.
If my real birthday was on there, I would have gotten the same thing. So thank you, everybody.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that, and happy birthday to Daniel Arola. God bless you, dear brother. Right. And we owe you. Oh my God. So we couldn't have brought him on then anyway because he was too busy, getting fucked. Spartano Negative, hello brother, and very glad to have you with us. And that was nice. That was a nice cough. Somebody's Derek, you don't even smoke, so where does that come from?
That wasn't me.
Oh, okay. And
sorry, I was like cooking potatoes and the smoke got.
Oh, okay, yes, that's right. And so with all of that in mind, let's bring on Selena Khan for a moment. And honey, I received this incredible package, and before I guess I'll bring this up, and then you can go into whatever you want, honey, whatever you find relevant, and then we'll turn it over to Brendan Zogit, who must know something about this. But so what I got from Mother Earth Alchemy was a 50-50 mix of Golden Dragon and Regal Purple Gold Mana. So this is some kind of, so I mistook this for monotonic gold. This is something more nuanced. This is something actually more relevant, or probably more real, more efficacious. Can be combined with other of their products, of course. And but this is like, it takes I shake it well and take 5 to 10 drops, increase or decrease as desired, depending on how much diarrhea I get, I suppose. If you feel nothing, know that it is still working. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, it's got 24 karat gold leaf. Oh shit! So it does have etheric gold mineral powder and salt from the Dead Sea. as well as organic local honey, so that it doesn't taste like shit, but made with vortex trapped artisan spring water. Holy shit. Red wine. Oh, I like that part. It's that shot of alcohol that'll have me feeling good. So they call this Regal Purple Gold. Okay. Brendan, you must know something about this. This is like...
Yes, yeah. It's like purple mana plus like the Ormus. Yeah.
Yeah, it says Ormus. That's right. You got it. Yeah, it says this Ormus. How do you know this?
Because I take it too. What do you mean?
Oh, holy shit. How do you afford this shit? I mean, God, no wonder you can't afford nothing. All your money goes into this. I mean,
the Ormus, that was given to me.
Brandon is broke, but he can afford everything, so, you know.
Yeah, somehow I managed to get it through, like, universal, just, like, showering of grace and stuff.
This is what happens when you can suck cock really well. Just a little bit of a trick here and there, boys and girls. Now, of course, always...
I mean, I'm not flipping tricks yet, but... Yeah.
I wouldn't hold it against you. Believe me. I mean, you saw what my surrogate son was acting as a... he took my role model, and he kind of modeled himself after me. He's been doing some anonymous consulting. He was consulting on an animation project that I shared with Brendan Zogit, and I'm hoping that Lena Shea and I... 20
million views on the music video. That's pretty good.
Oh, thank you. Yes, he's been very happy about that. And yes, the character that was inspired by myself through his consultation is and
the quality is there. I mean, I like the whole aesthetic and stuff, but for me it's a bit dark, but
yes,
but it's like well put together and like a good story, you know.
Yes,
has a lot of very good elements. Yes.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. Yes, I'll let him know. And he'll be listening, of course, anyway. But in terms of the character that's inspired by myself through my son's consultation is essentially somebody who is turning tricks just to get by. So I'm hardly one to judge. But at any rate, with that, we're going to turn back to Brendan Zogit to explain to us some of the benefits of this.
As my friend said it was a gift from Daddy Trump. When I got that 1200, I just bought hella just like herbs and vitamins.
Oh, there you go. And so the great orange pumpkin. The great
shit against.
Yes, the great orange pumpkin has landed and delivered to Charlie Brown in the Great Pumpkin Patch. And Charlie Brown, by the way, I don't know if most of you kids out there are too fucking young to remember any of this shit. There used to be this thing called Charlie Brown, which senior citizens used to watch. It was like the acme of humor. It was like warehouse brand production humor. It was one of the things, among many others, that helped my mother to learn English. I mean, the three that come most to my mind that are outstanding would be Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes series, the Little Prince by Exupéry of France, and the Le Petit Prince in the original language, but she was reading it in the English. And then there was Charlie Brown. Those three things stand out above all others. And but with that, we're going to turn back to Selena Khan and Brendan Zogit. We'll have them come on simultaneously, and they can discuss this as to what inspired her to send this to me. Honey, was this on recommendation from Brendan Zogit, or was...
Oh, no.
No, she spoke of it last time.
Take gold, monoatomic gold in powder form. So I was going to get the same thing, so I just sent it to you. I don't know, I thought I wanted to see how you feel, because I don't know anyone else that I can ask or they use this product, so I wanted to see. And I was going to send you the other one, the one I take, the larger bottle, but they don't have it available right now, so you might get it in the future. But it really, the energy that I get, I mean, it's amazing. Like, I'm not gonna, it will take forever how I feel, but I'm just saying that it gives you so much energy. I don't know about other people. I'm sure Brandon knows. He told me that
your energy.
Right,
it's like
Brandon?
a battery. It's like a battery.
Amazing energy that I cannot.
Your body is like a battery, and then you're basically giving it more conductivity.
Well, heck, I'll put some of this in my tea right now. Let me get that out there.
Yeah, you can intake any way you like. But what about the other one? Did you start taking the
Colloidal
The
silver, that kind of silver.
Silver.
Oh, I'll do that soon enough. I was like, that's one of those things that I should
The
start doing
colloidal
regularly.
silver is good if you like feel like you've been exposed to like some viruses or something. Then you take that.
Right, that's what I was thinking. Is that
It's like a prophylactic.
These
type.
are all dietary supplements that people don't know, but these are extremely beneficial. So the way you're supposed to take the silver is that you put 2 droppers. So it has the dropper. So you take 2 of them, put it underneath your tongue, empty stomach when you wake up in the morning, and then that's it. And you can put it on your face, on your skin, like multi-purpose, like however way you want to take it in your body. It doesn't matter. You take it through mouth, put it in your skin. So it's really good.
No, what I
So
can't
that's
understand.
the reason. It's nothing that.
Right. No.
help it.
That's wonderful, honey. Yeah. I can't understand how this dispenses, though. There's no dropper in here, and the lid kind of clicks open. This is probably the same kind of bottle that Brendan has, or maybe he's got a dropper. Maybe I'll just
Just use a teaspoon, like pour it into a spoon. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so I'll do that when I grab a
Don't
spoon.
worry about the instructions. That's not important. Doesn't matter. Just take a little bit every day. That's all. You don't
Yes,
have to
ma'am.
make like ceremony over this, like big discussion over how you're gonna take this little thing. But it's simple. It's nothing that there's nothing can go wrong.
Wonderful, honey. And I like yes, and she sent me some other of these like atomic vitamin pills or something, which she was afraid to take, so she sent them to me. I'll take those one of these days when I'm when I have available medical assistance.
But the reason that I thought that I sent it to you just to test that because you might have I don't know, you have this blood transfusion plasma in your body, so
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't want to do anything. You just the next thing you end up in hospital, not because of the reaction side effect. I don't know. So I just sent you the pills, then I sent you the liquid. So
Right.
if you haven't tried, it's okay. You can take it out. Is it a capsule that you can take it out what's inside and put it in water and drink it?
Wow.
You can
Okay.
do that too.
Okay. No. I look forward to that. Really, and it's these are wonderful little things. You are so thoughtful. Honestly, Selena Khan is incredible. She's this human being that deserves so much more than we can give her. The planet Earth does not deserve her, and just so you know. So.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
It's all
So,
right.
honey, start telling us a little bit about what's relevant with you while you're doing that. I'm going to go mute, and I'm going to go look for a teaspoon, and I'll be back in a few minutes and stir this into my tea. And so while I'm doing that, the three of you can talk. Honestly, the show is yours, and I am feeling infinitely better than I was Wednesday, but still a lot.
Yeah, you
further to go.
sound much better.
Oh, Wednesday was awful.
Wednesday, you were really like.
Oh, yeah.
It's not bad, but you were tired.
Oh, I can only hint at it. There was this whole story that I'm going to launch into it with elements of it. I'll launch into elements of it that Brendan and I can both address, because we'll make a joke of some of it, but it's one of those things where right now let's have you talk a little bit and by the way, Derek, was there any, before Selena starts, was there any follow-up from our friend Mr. Burns? And you can talk about that. You sent us all...
Oh, I will go over that too.
Please. Yeah, please. Yeah. So the three of you start.
Let him,
And
let Derek,
I'll be back.
take the stage, and then I will be later after him.
Sounds good.
So go ahead, Derek. I wanted to hear about, what was his name? Burns? Charles?
Yeah, Chuck Burns. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, he enjoyed being on the show, and he sends his thanks and everything. So there's still things happening in Chicago. From one thing, I just realized, for one, Willie Wilson, the man who was running for mayor and who was gonna win before this Lightfoot lady popped up, he just made an announcement that he's giving out 20 million masks. So I don't know how he plans on doing that. But then another thing was that a carjacking suspect had gunned down 3 Chicago police officers, and I guess there was a shootout at a police station. So these are things that are just breaking news, and I don't have the whole story on them yet. But a lot of times when things happen in Chicago, that's who I contact is Chuck Burns. So he's right there on the front line in the city.
So is he your friend, or you just know him enough?
Oh yeah, he's a friend of mine. He's a friend. Oh. He's a neighbor. And back when I used to make music, he was my producer.
Oh wow! So you used to produce music? I didn't.
Yeah, yeah. So that's what. Then when I used to take my son with me whenever I used to go in the booth over there, and my son got so mesmerized with watching him make the beats and make the music and everything that that's what my son ended up doing, for a hobby, doing all through his high school, junior high, just making beats. Because he was a kid. My son was a little kid back when I was doing this. This was back in 2004, back when I was, making music, putting out a little CD. That was way back in 2004. So that's
why did you discontinue then?
Well, it's not that I discontinued. It's just it's a lot of hard work, and I feel like I accomplished something that I wanted to do. It's because I've been rapping, writing lyrics and stuff, since I was 15. Yeah. Never put anything out, and then here was my opportunity, and then he put a lot of responsibility on me, which was good because. We ended up, I ended up learning more about the music business more than just writing and making beats, going out there and selling CDs, and then taking CDs to George's Music Room and getting the CDs rejected and asking them why. And then George's Music Room actually taught me what I had to do in order to get the CDs into their store in any store. So they taught me how to get the barcodes on. They taught me how that, you have, when you buy a CD, it has to have the plastic on it. It has to have a professional picture. It has to have a barcode on it. So I learned even more because George's Music Room actually taught me a lot of that stuff. So they ended up, putting my CD in their store after I followed their instructions. So, it's because George's Music Room is on the west side of Chicago, so every other person that comes in the store is a rapper, or a musician or artist of some sort. So you've got like 100 people a day saying, "Hey, why don't you put my CD in your store?" So they've got the highest standards of what it is that they will accept and won't accept. You can't just walks in there and say, "Hey, can you put my CD on your shelf?" You gotta address yourself professionally. And when I went back to take the CDs back in there after I got the barcodes and after I got the plastic and took the pictures and everything, I actually wore a suit that I had put aside for church and funerals and everything. So I actually went back in a suit, and they put my CDs on their shelf. So that was a nice experience for me. So I was driving. I was working 14 hours a day. So one thing that Chuck got for me, because he had people that were unemployed, just hanging around, people from the neighborhood that were just hanging around and just listening to music and bobbing their head and making up raps all day long. Here I am. I work 14 hours a day. I would come and I would just get one instrumental a week. I would say, hey, I'd listen to the instrumentals and I'd say, hey, give me that. Now I'd take a whole week to write to it. Then that when that week was ended, I would go in the booth, I'd lay down the song, and then I would get me another song. So I did that for 12 weeks, and we put out like 12 songs.
Wow, that's amazing. So you used to write songs. So who were the vocalists, like singers?
Just me.
Just me. Oh.
Yeah, so I would write them, and
then have a singing voice,
Right. But I would rap. I would rap, and it was, my rap way back then was way more hardcore. You know, especially in my younger, I was fresh out the Marines. Well, they're not fresh out the Marines then, because it had still been some years. But you know, people could listen to my lyrics, and especially my dudes that were in the Army. They'd listen to my lyrics, and they'd be like, "We could tell you was in the Marines, because yeah, you know, your lyrics are wild as hell. They're rough as hell. You got some rough ass lyrics." Yeah, I had some rough lyrics, but you know, I like to
Call
have
it like a sailor for nothing.
Huh?
And so they don't call it swearing like a sailor for nothing, right?
Right, yeah. So yeah, but I've been accused of that too. Like, oh, there's nothing but you're saying nothing but fuck every other word. I said, no, I'm not. Listen to what I'm saying.
Right.
You know. But I'll send you a link to my. You know, most of my songs are up on the SoundClick. You know,
Send me links.
I'm down.
I like music. I like good lyrics. A fuck word is not a bad word. Depends how you use it.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's one that I did with a song that I did with Chunk, and it's called "No Turning Back." And the moral of the story is, once you make a decision, you know, you could be in a rage, you could be angry, but once you make a decision, there's a certain point to where you're at a point to where there's no turning back.
Yeah, like point of no return.
Yeah, I think this is how the chorus was. Once you make a man, let me think. I got to think.
So how did you get inspired by, you know, writing is not something, you know, someone has to have something that passion about it. That's how it comes out in many forms. Like, you know, you write songs, you write poetry, you know, you write stories. So what was your inspiration? How did you get inspired to write songs?
What I would do was see, back in the day, like even when I was in the Marines, a lot of us, when we didn't have nothing to do, we would listen to songs, you know, like we would just listen to songs off the radio, and then we would freestyle, and then we would challenge each other, who has the best freestyles, and we would just make stuff up at the top of our head, you know, freestyling. So I kind of picked up on doing that, but then I always wanted my songs to have a message. So I would come up with the title. I would listen to a tune, and then I would just get an inspiration for a title. Then once I come up with the title, then I would come up with I would just start freestyling to myself. And this was the days before the drive cam in the truck. I would just go on my job would just send me on real long trips, and I would take the instrumental that I had and I would put it on repeat, and I would just freestyle to myself all day. And whenever I came up with a lyric that I thought was exceptionally nice, I would then grab my tape recorder and start recording myself. And then when I got home, I would actually take everything that I recorded and write it down, and then kind of rearrange the lines a little bit so that they fit the song. And then bam, that song was done. Then the last day or so of the week, I would actually spend practicing the song as I wrote it. So I spent like the first 3 days like actually writing the song. Then I would spend the 2 more days after that actually practicing the song as I wrote it, and then, you know, probably making minor changes here or there. And then I would go to Chuck's house on the weekend, go in the recording booth, which was nothing but a broom closet. You know what I'm saying? We're straight up ghetto now. We're in the hood. We don't have, you know, we went to, while everybody else is spending millions of dollars at, you know, going, you know, some of these places were charging like $150 an hour just for, you know, studio time, you know. Some of the cheaper ones were like $50 an hour still. God. But, you know.
What would it cover is like $150 an hour, like, what would you cover? You use their equipment, musical instrument, and all this thing, and you do your production.
Right. Yeah. So what Chuck did was he just set him up a studio in his broom closet. He just took all the clothes out the closet, hung the microphone up there from the you know, where they put the hangers at.
It's like a makeshift production.
Yep. And then we took the egg cartons because it was the padded room. Whenever you go into a recording studio, you have the padded room because it actually muffles the sound and makes it to where you don't have sound bouncing off the walls. Because if you're rapping with a microphone, you don't want the sounds bouncing off and coming back to the microphone after you said it. So now it sounds like you're in some kind of a box or something. So he took some eggshells, like the egg cartons where you buy the eggs and buy a dozen eggs or buy 18 eggs and it comes with the cartons. He took those and glued them to the wall all the way around.
Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah. That's is
amazing.
Innovative, truly innovative, and
so creative,
go on. Yes, this is and just when you go into the studios, of course, I'm imagining much of it is for the inspiration that you get from just feeling that you're investing in a surrounding where you've got the glass window, you've got the everything around it. It kind of gives you a feeling that you're committed to doing something important. But this way, there's less of a stress. So there's far less of the stress factor when you're in the situation of the broom closet band, that as we'll call it. So yes, please continue.
Yeah, and that was it. So basically, the broom closet was just made for one person. So like, if a rap group came, they'd go in there one at a time and do their lines, but he only charged $25 an hour while everybody else was charging. Well, it's all about what you wanted to pay. So nowadays he's not doing that. Nowadays he'll take you to a studio. So he dismantled the studio at his crib. It was too stressful, I guess, just dealing with the people that you got to deal with.
Yes.
Especially coming off the street.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. So go on. Yes.
Yeah, it's especially when people think they're entitled to whatever they're entitled to, and you got to let them know, hey, I'm going out of my way to do this for you, and that people are ungrateful. So I can imagine how over the years, this was 2004, we were hitting it hard. So I'm grateful that I had such a producer to help me out when I first got started. He was a part of a lot of the big movements in Chicago. Rubbing elbows with a lot of the big artists that actually made it big out there. So matter of fact, I went to one of my cousin's birthday party, and they were playing my song.
Wow.
And they didn't even know who I was.
Wow.
They played a song that I did called "Change Your Tone." You know what I'm saying? And they were talking about, gangsters get ready, we're doing some hardcore shit. And then the beat came on. I said, hey, that's the beat to my song. And then the rapping came on. I'm like, holy shit, they're playing me. And this was a club that was like, probably I'd say 4 or 5 blocks from Chuck's house, or from his street along Ashland. So I said, you know what? This is probably, some of these CDs that, some people around the way here, like from the gas station, because we used to go across the street to the gas station and sell CDs to whoever drove up. And see, when I first moved to Chicago, I wanted to get with Chicago music and see what it was about. So whenever I went on the red line or the blue line or the green line, whenever I seen people walking up and down the trains, they would be selling their CDs like, hey, man, I'm selling my CDs. I would buy them. Yeah. Some people would be like, no, I ain't buying that CDs. Leave me alone. Get out of here. I ain't heard it. If I ain't heard it, I ain't buying it. But you know what? They be selling their CDs for $5 and stuff. Or, walking up and down the train, I'll be like, hey, give me one. I'll listen to it. And one of the groups that I ended up doing that to ended up becoming popular, Crucial Conflict. I bought their CDs when they were walking up and down the red line selling their CDs. Then they ended up winning a Grammy.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's amazing. So, yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. So, Honey was...
Dude, I didn't know that, Derek. That's hella cool.
Yeah. And...
I
was going to say...
Go ahead.
Oh, no, nothing. I was just going to go on with whatever you were going to say, but
Derek reminded me, like, back in the days when I used to party. I used to party a lot. I had a lot of friends. So what Derek reminded me of, like we used to go to different cities, drive down, and go to these local bars where there are local bands and they sing so good, and those are all hip hop music. So, we used to go there, party, drink, and we all become friends. So every city that I would go with friends, we will make friends, and then they will be like, "Oh, you guys are from New York, and you should, hook up us with local bars over there and all these things." Who remembers? You go places, you drink, you smoke, So it just, I can picture that what Derek was doing. It just, it's, I met those people. They sing so good just because they don't have connections. They don't know how to, these are the people who will never make it to anywhere, but they have so much talent. So they would give CDs. Yeah, they would record these things. So I didn't, we don't ask, like, when you are in, partying and in a situations like, "Oh, this is my CD and all this." "Oh, we'll buy it," like $20 back in, like, 2003, 4. That's the time. So we used to do that. So now you're talking about this. It's reminded me that those are the people that they sing so good. Also, a lot of local bands, they don't want to do anything. They just want to go to local bars and just enjoy music. They sing, and then they get, we're sitting down giving money and all this. So it's fun. I like rap music. Isn't it like hip hop started, not hip hop. I think rap music originated from New York. Is that what it is?
I
Derek?
think hip hop's from the Bronx, I thought. Something.
Bronx, yeah, from the Bronx. So yeah, the music is like my thing, that I work and I enjoy music, especially good lyrics, all kinds. Has melody in it. So yeah, it's interesting that music, like you were in that, music and all this. So
Right, and all of you did so wonderful to hold up your end for me while I was burned out on Wednesday, and I definitely know that our man Brendan heard some of it. So Brendan, what I'd like you to do is kind of bring up now what is going on at work, and I want Selena to kind of interject with that as well. So we might as well get started on the hell that you've been through.
Start with like
anything you want. Anything you want. It's all yours. Take the stage.
But yeah, I just wanted to clarify like what ORMISS was, and it's like and what monoatomic means. So monoatomic means single atom, and it's in reference to monoatomic elements or like noble gases that are chemically inert, meaning that they can exist as like a single atom, and they won't react with the other, electrons or whatever's around them. They're non-reactive, basically. And they have superconductive capabilities as well. So it's used in a lot of like, not necessarily occult in the way we know it, but like more like underground technology that isn't out for the open, So they do use them scientifically, the monoatomic elements like gold and stuff. And it enables greater generation and absorption of oxygen and hydrogen, which are like, hydrocarbons, of course, like what nutrients into the cells, increasing the uptake of nutrients as well as electromagnetic fields, known as Messenger fields, but that's more like, basically the aura. It's like strengthens the aura. And ORMISS, it basically has been used in like, esoteric circles, but it was adopted in the 90s because they like trademarked it, ORME, which is orbitally rearranged monoatomic elements. But that's more of like a sales pitch, in my opinion.
Yes.
But basically, some people in the 70s discovered that monoatomic elements, like, they exist in like soil and sand, and they basically went further on and like researched it further, and they realized like, okay, like many plants actually have monoatomic elements as well. For example, the aloe plant, it's basically, it has monoatomic rhodium, which is basically the reason why it has such you know, high level healing capacity for the skin. And rhodium is like one of those elements that can become monoatomic, essentially. And it basically, they connected it, eventually these same researchers connected it to the Philosopher's Stone and alchemy and, you know, stuff in the past. Obviously through some like occult research. But the Philosopher's Stone, I mean, at this point, some people probably don't know what it is because it's like, you know, it was in Harry Potter and then, you know, like it's become popular culture, but it's a legendary concept that refers to like a substance or the purified human body, or sometimes it's like actually a stone in certain stories, and it represents like the, you know, the seed of creation or like purified humanity. Some people say like the sword and the stone is like an allegorical reference to it or something. The elixir of life. I mean, there's so many different examples, but in the alchemy sense, the Philosopher's Stone is like the ability to get base metals to turn into gold or something like this. So yeah. And then there's other information I wanted to go through here, like one second, I misplaced this. Hold on.
That was wonderful. I really appreciate Brendan, how would I say it, articulating that for us. I'm drinking some of the stuff right now. So
right. There's one
oh, please.
bit that's pretty, I would say the most
So
important.
Brandon, I wanted to ask you this. Douglas is saying that he's taking it with the tea. Now, is it something that it's gonna alter its efficacy, being, you know, mixing with a hot temperature water?
No,
Does it
no,
matter?
no.
It should be fine.
No, not when it's like when it's usually minerals. For the most part, are usually fine with like heat. It's like when you get into like vitamins, like vitamin C, vitamin A, they're more sensitive to temperature. But typically, like minerals and metals, like you won't have as much trouble with the heat. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, so it should be okay. I mean, that's not.
Oh yeah, the tea is lukewarm anyway. But I appreciate your asking for, in case it was not, in case it was actually at a temperature that tea would start off at. So please go on.
Understood. You don't do it Chinese style where it's like boiling, right?
Oh, I do it initially, yeah. And,
Right.
But it cools off as it sits around, and the tea was I was half done with the bowl when I began to administer it. Yeah. So, but definitely appreciate Our Lady asking that, because the Grandma Dame Khan, now I know for the next time that I can apply it just as soon as I, you know, get the tea poured, so to speak. And with that, we're turning it back to Brendan again, and please go on. And of course, both Selena and Derek are encouraged to interject whenever they feel like it.
Yes, thank
Brandon,
you.
I wanted to also, now that that you're talking about and you study all this, so you just mentioned about the Philosopher's Stone. Is it something like kind of like not in a physical sense that you refer to as the alchemy, like, you know, base metal into gold, that the alchemists can do this? Is it something that in a real sense, in a physical sense, or something like in a spiritual sense, kind of like?
In my opinion, it's meant to be metaphorical, or like, you know, yeah, like more spiritual. But in like, if you look into like a textbook or something, like the scientific version is they basically were saying that alchemists were looking for the ability to turn lead into gold, but you know, if you ever see that on the History Channel or something, they never back up that information. Like, why would these people who are already rich, why would they need to create more gold? They don't really need more gold. The reason why they were trying to do that is to prove that the elements were, they weren't just like finite elements. Like, they were able to be transferred, like dimensionally transferred, essentially, or like brought up certain frequencies. Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but.
No. You gave your, you know, opinion on that. That's great, because, you know, the thing is that so do you so what is your opinion about then, like, let's just say spiritual alchemy, like
I give you what like
uh-huh.
these guys say about it, the actual like Masons and stuff. Let me see if I can find the spot here.
Douglas sent me a book. It's amazing that I was trying to buy that book, and one fine morning I woke up last week and I see this book he sent me. So it's amazing. I've been reading, like last night I was reading, my eyes were hurting, so I was like hooked onto it, and it's an amazing book that I didn't know that exists. So these are the things that I was looking for, like how can I get those books or writings or articles, anything. So that's how I got my question, like tell me, share something, what do you know, what is your opinion on if you
I'll tell you, this is like directly from one of the people that like is in like the Masons and stuff. He's saying the return to alchemy, self or spirit, is the universal gold, the king of the metals. So their interpretation is that it's like you're regaining the self, or the the essence. I don't like using the word soul because soul is like
it's so
it's overused and
so overrated. It's like it has no value, depth to it anymore.
Right? Yeah, the word soul is like you can only use that if your power level is on the level of like the sun, and that's the soul.
Exactly.
The soul.
You have to gain that knowledge and
everyone
within yourself to talk about on a subject like that.
To even be on that soul level, but when people say, "Oh, everyone has a soul," like that's actually not entirely true. It's like everyone has spirit. That's true. But basically, this is what else he's saying. He says, gold exists in every element of the universe. Even sunlight and the atmosphere contain minute quantities of the precious metal. The base substances surrounding this universal or spiritual gold are referred to as lesser metals. The purpose of alchemical experimentation was to germinate the seed of universal gold, which when properly nurtured would take unto itself and tincture the base metals, absorbing them all into its own glory. Ultimately, the self, the only enduring state, thus absorbs itself once again. And he's saying, touching them with its transmuting power and causes them to become one with its own effulgence. And then it goes on to say, according to the Greek terminology, the gold is the rational soul and the transmutation process of distilling the golden elixir from the other substances, such as ignorance and perversion. So, like, even the Greeks, that's why, like, even in Greek, it's called, like, the golden ratio. They realized there was, like, an intelligence to this kind of, like, perfection, and it wasn't just...
Right, the Fibonacci, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So even the Greeks have this idea.
Yeah, that must resonate with what you were reading last night, Selena. Tell us about that. Which parts resonate with the formulae you were absorbing?
Oh God, it's so in depth, and I'm more into like understand things the way books like that. So one of the I took a snapshots, and that caught my attention so much that I found myself in that. Let me see, Brandon, can you continue? Let me send Douglas that snapshots, because I'm not able to articulate so much anything. I rather, feel it. I have feelings that I understand, but I'm not able to say in words so much. So
understood.
Probably Douglas can, elaborate a little bit. So let me send him the snapshots, then he will explain maybe. Hold on. Continue talking, whatever you're saying.
And then Dennis Marshall from the comments, he was saying Peter Moon has stated, and it correctly so, that the Philosopher's Stone is breath work in Qigong. So I agree with that. It's like you're getting your body closer to golden ratio. And then he says, alchemists first and foremost mastered themselves, indeed, and then result was to be able to change substance to the purest form. So thank you for that. That was well put there. So it was like, it is in a sense physical, but it's not at the same time. It's like, it's one of those subjects that's just like transcendent kind of subjects. But this is what this other article is saying about the monoatomic gold. It's saying in the center of the periodic table of elements, there are what are known as transition elements, meaning they can transit from metallic to monoatomic or diatomic via chemical treatment or other means, sometimes known as shadow chemistry, arcane chemistry, or even alchemy. Gold, for example, when you have 2 or more gold atoms in a microcluster, it will become metals or have metallic properties. But if you have only 1 atom, it will have ceramic properties, which is that dust, the gold powder, which means it becomes chemically inert, but at the same time it will have superconductive capabilities even at room temperature, which is highly useful for anyone that knows about superconductivity. The weight of these materials can also change by heating, becoming lighter lighter in weight, even to the point of levitation, because it is chemically inert as well. It can be ingested for health and is super energizing at the cellular level. Not only do our cells communicate via chemicals and electricity in our nervous systems and intercellularly through other processes, but also through the exchange of photons and light particles. There is such a thing as biophotons, and I'll get into that in a second. The human body is a marvelous bioelectric machine, which it is, even by conventional science, and all of its processes depend on the clear and ideally unimpeded conduction of electrical messages. Light has proven through fiber optics can carry more and more quote-unquote pure information, and these materials are superconductive and therefore change our bodies at the cellular level. So this person's arguing that it allows your body to increase the flow of biophotons from organs, muscles, tissues to our brain. I would just simply say it increases chi. I mean, it's it increases raw, just the life force. It just increases life force. It's a super simple way to put it. Therefore, an increased flow of photons increases because the materials themselves are liquid or powered by light. Basically, and then he goes back to giving an allegory to modern interpretations, such as how wires are gold tipped. That's what it does to your brain synapses. It increases conductivity in that way. That's why we, if you see computer charging cords, there's always gold on the conductor, but only on the connector, because that's the most important part that needs conduction is when it's transferring. So to put it another way, you could say monoatomics transform the body's wiring from simple copper cables to basically fiber optics, and with the same amount of wiring being able to carry 1,000 times or more of the processing information, et cetera, et cetera. So that was and I would say, when I take it, you definitely don't have to be, but it helps to be in a more calmer kind of meditative state. You can get more out of it. And according to I was listening to some German sources, and he was saying that the reason why it's important is because it's in what's called M state matter, and M state matter is basically it's basically matter that's in a quantum state that is literally almost phased out of this reality. And when you ingest it into the body, what it does is it fills the what's the word, the spirals of the double helix of the DNA. It fills that with single gold, silver, iridium ions, or whatever monoatomic elements you ingest, and that actually increases biophoton release or biophoton production, which is basically your life force, and it gives you more energy in that way, because it's your DNA is literally it releases light. They've done scientific tests. So that's just a bit why it's important, and how it works really. It's
Right.
It goes inside of the DNA to increase your basically the amount it increases the energy you're putting into the physical, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you. And our lovely Selena has just gone out and she's taken a photo shot of the moon. Well, she's captured it via her cell phone, a screenshot of the moon outside, and that's the perfect night for what you're talking about. And she was reading a book on the quantum, shall we say, relevance, the quantum mechanics behind Vajahuduns, or the practice of voodoo, that was gifted to myself in PDF format by Miguel Andahar. And a shout out to him and Pacuan Mireles, both brothers from another mother that I need to bring on as soon as possible, particularly Pacuan in terms of his experience with the Marine Corps that he can share with Derek Talley and myself. But in terms of Miguel Andahar, he was able to find this book that I had Sprackathon, and I hope that Jameson Reese got the link that I sent him to the PDF file via email. So do acknowledge that, Jameson, if you got that. If not, I'll send it to you via the Facebook, the same link that Our Lady Selena Khan is taking advantage of. Now, the quote that she sent me in the message box, which you would be better able to interpret than myself, says simply, "If the harmony in a society rests on a common interpretation of the one, the unitary principle behind the phenomenon, then the language of poetry may be more important here than the language of science."
Deep. And that's what the philosophers have been saying this whole time, is like, and even now I've seen people come out in the physics community and they're saying we need to bring philosophy into physics because it's like the only way to cross into that quantum realm, really. I mean, it's simply like that,
Thank you. And please keep going. There's no need for those.
Douglas.
Oh, no worries, honey. Anytime. And do come on and respond to what Brendan's saying as well.
Yeah, so actually God, so now where does this feelings of I just wanted to hear, I asked this thing to everybody. I want to hear from everyone's opinion, that where does this hate come from? And we live in a planet, it's our rights to live here. That's why we come here. We don't come here by our choice. Birth givers give us birth, so we are here. So when we are born, babies, they smile, they're beautiful, they're pure, and all this thing. And then as they grow older, so how did we, change ourselves? What is it that makes us to change?
Can I respond to that?
Yes, absolutely. Anyone.
Well, my theory is the same as Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. She was actually blacklisted off of television after appearing on the Phil Donahue show a number of times. But she, according to her, and it's something that I agree with, is that what they're afraid of is white genetic annihilation. So when the Spaniards and Europeans first came over here and they were having sex with the Indian woman, they were noticing that all the babies were brown. None of the babies were the same color as them. So they knew that if they had sex with the woman of these different races, the babies that came out were not European looking. They looked like the woman. So white is recessive. So I think the biggest fear is something that is called the fear of white genetic annihilation. If we have too much black people intermingling in with the rest of the white Caucasian society, eventually they'll start to marry each other, and eventually it'll become less homogenized. It'll be less segregated. The white section and the black section, everybody will just become brown. Me and Douglas were kind of touching on this last week when we were talking about Virginia Beach, and then the woman, the Israelis, the black Israelis from the black Jews from Ethiopia and different places in Africa that were getting sterilized as they were coming into Israel. And we're trying to figure out, well, why would they do that to the black Jews? Aren't those their brothers? Yeah, but they're their black brothers. And if they don't do that, within 100 years, everybody in Israel will be brown instead of, Caucasian looking. And so that's what they're trying to get rid of. And that's what they're afraid of, is the white genetic annihilation. That's
why
opinion.
brown such a hateful thing? What is it that they're saying, like, black annihilation of black race? But what is the issue here with the browning, darker skin children?
Well, right. There's that one issue, which is one of perception of what one's identity is. But I think that what Selena's original question was actually hatred on a far more generic level, something far more general, like hatred of any kind of hatred, almost equally on an interpersonal level of anyone hating someone else. Though, of course, I believe there is a healthy hatred, and there is a healthy level of hatred. In other words, some hatred is healthy, and then it depends on how much of it. As always, there is too much of a good thing. But that's different, of course, from what Derek is speaking of, which is a sense of identity perception. And so we're going to let Brendan take it from here.
Oh, I was just thinking like the like hatred comes from like general hatred, just like of the human race, comes from like not connecting to nature and not being connected with like source, various things like that. Not having like an understanding, just like much
like the fear of not knowing or don't want to know because
exactly
you're so fearful.
It's a combination of like ignorance and as the Buddha says, like the more like aware you become, the more compassion you have. And that's true, because like if you understand a situation from more than one perspective, then you can be more empathetic. And even if you have no empathy, you can at least understand like, okay, this person's doing this because of this. But if you just have like a one-sided view, like most people have, that one-seasoned world, that kind of, they just walk around, they want everything to be pleasurable, and they don't, any problems that get in their way, they just hate that problem, or they hate those people. It's because they only have that one viewpoint. If they had more, hate to say it, more consciousness, and they were more, aware of what was going on, and like they're more, I don't like using the word enlightened, but if they were more, awake, they would have less and less hatred as time goes on. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And what was that, Selena?
No, but I'm saying they're aware of their surroundings. Like
yes, I was about to say, as opposed to enlightened, there would be, awake, I'd also use conscious. They're more conscious.
Conscious,
Yeah, and so in terms of what we are segueing into, is we're going to talk about what it is that makes Brendan Zoget hate his job so much.
That's a good segue, but also I would say it segues into what I was going to talk about with the new Mercedes that came out.
Oh,
that was
cool.
A new car, and
yes.
It has to do with self-driving and connecting.
And Derek can chime in there too, as well as Selena. So both go on. Yes, please.
But
tell us about this new Mercedes. What is it? What's up with it?
So, of course, only the Germans could make this car, and I'm not saying that to be like demeaning to any other peoples, but the Germans have the capability and the engineers and et cetera, and the money, and so they created this car. It's called the Mercedes A-Vision AVTR, it's just called the Vision ATVR, and it's this new concept car. And I wanted to shout out to, it was, I think, Miguel Andujar sent it to me, and someone else reposted it. Let me see. I think it was, I can't find it right now, but there was a couple people that had reposted it online. And I saw this film of this chick looking at it, and she went all the way to Germany, and they showed it to her. But basically, It's like a futuristic looking car, and it's something you have to see to get the full feel of it. But basically, it has like light up wheels, and the wheels are made out of this composite that you never need to buy tires. I mean, it has like a state of the art like back screen where the brake lights come out. It has like a bunch of foils, like you know, like rear spoilers that come out independently, and they all move. Very futuristic looking with lights on the inside. And but basically what this car, the important part about this car is when you get in it, it actually responds to the individual driving it. And you get in it and it matches, it basically you know, adjusts to your breathing, like however you breathe as a person, like it adjusts to that, and the seats adjust to you. You know, it's very this is what cars are going to be like in the future. They're going to be AI based. They're going to be more ergonomic, and to the point of being intelligent. Let's see here. It connects with the driver.
Brandon, can I interrupt? Yeah. Can I?
Go ahead.
Okay. Do you happen to know where are these test sites to get drive those cars to? Where do they experiment? What are the location in where? Like in Germany?
It's in Stuttgart,
okay.
Deutschland. The headquarters of Mercedes-Benz. Yeah.
So they don't have this car in America yet. It just
it's basically what is called. It's like beyond a concept. It's like a prototype. So it's like a one-off. They only made one of them, but it's like a physical car. Like it actually drives, and I'll forward you the video in a second. You can see it because it's interesting.
And the term that should be applied here is it's symbiotic. It's symbiotic because it's sympathetic to the biology or the biometrics of the driver, or the passenger. So basically, the passenger, since the passenger is basically a rider more than a driver, the car is doing all the driving, right. And we need the Germans.
Well, you can physically drive it too.
Yes, of course, that's an option. But go on. Yeah.
Right, and it has this center console that you click. You basically touch it, and the center console like pops out, and you just put your hand on it, and you basically control it through like slight movements, and each wheel can be controlled independently. But the lady that was in that video, she was saying that she was like, I don't know how it could be controlled independently on all four wheels, but I'll tell you how. It's because at some point it will be neurolinked, so you can control each wheel independently just by your thoughts. And they were saying that this was the Germans based it off of the film Avatar. And I'm going to say right now that that's bullshit. They actually based it off of some Vedic technology.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Go on.
Yes.
Well, Avatar itself was just a ripoff of Vedic concepts. But
the Vedic cosmology and everything. Yeah, fucking James Cameron.
Yeah, all the way down to blue people, okay? So, yes. So please.
And so to sell it to the Western world, they had to say, oh, it's based off the Avatar, technology. But what they didn't say was the Germans based it on Vedic technology. And Vedic technology, you could control it with your mind. It had no pollution. It had everything that this car has. It's like all electric. So the Germans are actually, as you know, Douglas, like they know about like the Unterland and all that, and that's how the future is going to be. It's going to be mind control, or what's the word? Telepathically controlled cars.
Attuned. Telepathically
if you could even control it.
Yes.
Fully,
And as you said, neural linked, which would mean neural linked would be a bit more appropriate because telepathic might be taking it just a bit too far into the sensitive zone. Yeah, there
could be a helmet, like there could be some kind of technology like a helmet.
Yes, but definitely what Brendan is saying is that the future already exists in Unterland, which was simply a rediscovery or a reapplication of the ancient Vedic technologies that were lost.
They understood. They know that they had to encounter Nagas when they went down there. They know they had to encounter these beings, and that's why they actually they took with them all of like the flying crafts that they had because they had knowledge of what was down there. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you so
Oh,
much.
they did have
It
Vimana,
wasn't just
right?
because, like-
Remember? Douglas, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was mentioning about Vimana.
Yes, yes.
Is that from the Vedic period time?
That is it. That's what I'm speaking of, yeah.
Vimana, that's what it's called, the aircraft, Vimana.
Right, and the Germans, in the 1930s, they discovered Vimana in Afghanistan. And they brought it back and they...
Oh, you mean they physically found Vimanas
Physically
in
found
Afghanistan?
Yes, and the term would be recovered. They recovered the craft, not discovered it, but recovered it. It was...
Indeed.
Yeah, thank you. So go on.
And so, yeah, the Germans have knowledge of this, and they're actually... And they do have this technology now, and that's... I'm glad you said that, because this is going to segue me to my point. When I was, like, meditating on this, when I saw this film, and I kind of was just thinking about the future, and I realized, like, okay, they have this technology now, but they're not giving it to us. Why? And this is going to sound kind of harsh, but it's because people aren't conscious enough to actually use the technology. So even if we are given this stuff, people would just drag race with it and flip it over and crawl up buildings with it, and they wouldn't use it properly. Let alone they wouldn't even, some people wouldn't even have the consciousness to actually control it, if you know what I'm saying.
Thank you. That's the point.
Which is really messed up to say, but some people are that on that zombie
Some
board
people?
level.
Some people? The fucking
Most
majority.
people, most people.
Yeah, the mass man would be... This is what the car would do that would make it unwelcome. And probably its biggest challenge in social acceptance would be the fact that a drunk driver, based on his breathing and his temperature and his heart rate, the car would shut him down, buckle him in, and take over. And
Yes.
yeah, and the driver...
That's the only logical way to deploy it
Thank you.
in the current situation.
Thank you. And the Americans would call that a violation of their right to drive drunk and risk other people's lives. That will be the problem.
Bill of Rights.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And this is the insanity of where we are at. But this is why the police have been given the power to invade a person's body literally by taking their blood. Police can strap you down in certain states and take your blood to test your alcohol levels in your bloodstream. So this is like the ultimate violation, but laws like that have been put on the books because your average mass man, your average individual is incapable of rational thought. So the cars are here from Germany to do the thinking for us because most Americans are totally incapable of thought, and this is what the Americans will not accept. So that will be the hardest sell.
And that's what I was thinking. I was like, people are getting the best cars in the world from Germany, and I see them on the road all the time. They can't take care of them. They're dirty. They're fucked up. It's like you're getting the best engineering in the world, and that's how you take care of it. No wonder they're not going to let you have.
Oh, you should should see what they do to their bodies. But go on.
Yeah, exactly. That's where it all starts. But I'm saying, yeah, exactly. I'm saying they can't even appreciate the high technology, quote unquote, that we have now. So this one we were just talking about, the Vision AVTR. It goes 700 kilometers on a single charge. It charges in less than 15 minutes, fully charged. It has 470 approximate horsepower, and all wheels can be driven at a 30-degree angle sideways. It can get through almost any terrain. As we said before, connects driver through the breathing, and it literally becomes your avatar. So those things on the back that have like each one can move on its own, and it's like its own little spoiler. They can actually basically they can emote the way you're thinking, or they can show certain emotions through lights, through colors and movement. So if you can even imagine that, that's the stuff that the Germans are designing. And where I wanted to take this is like that in the future, it's like Douglas was saying, it's going to be self-driving. It's really going to be self-driving, and that's the next industrial revolution. Like, and a lot of investors are finally realizing this. It's like they're getting into this. I heard an ad for it the other day, and they were saying that is the next thing. That is the next thing that's going to change the world, and like people will have to accept it because once the first couple 100,000 people, when it starts coming out, people will realize that there's less crashes instantly within days. There'll be less crashes, less traffic, less congestion, less headaches. You don't even have to drive. And then that's when the mass consciousness will kind of be like, all right, now this makes sense. right now they don't trust it. But
Yes.
eventually it'll get to the point where this makes sense. This is how a city should be.
Yes.
And that's like the wave of the future. And in fact, some people are saying to invest now because it's going to be bigger than even the autos, you know, because every single company is investing in self-driving for a reason.
Yes, and in terms of what Germany's doing, the reason it will be successful, whereas something like what Tesla has been doing has not been, is because Tesla's automobiles, they're operating on a principle where the car is not self-aware, and the car is simply responding to certain stimuli only in the most mechanical sense, that it doesn't
Right.
allow it to compensate.
And the sad part about that is I trust that thing, the auto drive on the Tesla, and it's more than a drunk rich guy driving a Tesla. And I've seen it in person where this dude has a Tesla, it has that option, and he's like swerving and like texting. It's like, dude, you could just use your fucking computer.
Thank you. At the same time, we've had these stupid accidents based on the company's high-level deputy CEOs getting in these cars, and they get behind an 18-wheeler, and the 18-wheeler just like has this trailer that's swinging, and the car does not compensate for that, and the guy gets totaled. You know, this sort of thing happens because the cars are not yet prepared for this level of nuance. Also, the legal ramifications where they've had some of these automatic cars that are delivering, and there has been a few incidents where the automatic cars have killed people because a person will jump onto the sidewalk. And it's at that point, who is legally responsible? Is it the adult who was jumping in front of the car, which has no ability to compensate for that level of spontaneity? And you know, it's one of these things where this is why what the Germans are doing is above and beyond that. You're never going to succeed with what the Americans are doing. The Germans are creating a car that is going to respond to organic stimuli. So please take it from there, Brendan.
Thank you, Douglas. Exactly. And that's what they don't tell you in that kind of like PR stunt that they sent that blonde chick to do, is like the reason why it connects to your body is because that's the human can respond quicker to, for example, there's someone in front of the car, then you get an adrenaline spike, your breathing changes, and the car already knows. Think about that, you know? In a sense, it supports the AI driving, right?
Yes, thank you. This is truly why it has the term, pardon me, I have something in my mouth. I was actually chewing whenever I go mute. This is why you use the term symbiotic. It is symbiotic, in meaning that it's sympathetic to your biometrics. So please take it from there.
Yeah, exactly. And just to go back to the self-driving thing, is I was doing research on this like back a few years ago, and there was this guy from Ford, and he was saying they have a system that they already designed. It's just that they haven't, put it in place. But it would require like most cars to have it, or it would be a system where it's ubiquitous in every car. But he was saying that just that system alone, by their testing, it would eliminate rush hour traffic, basically 99%, and it would eliminate all congestion in every city, because the AI, it would basically know where every car is located, and it would be able to space cars perfectly. So imagine like no traffic, even like with millions of people, like no traffic, you still get to where you need to go. You don't have to stop ever. And the only way it can be done is with AI, because humans are unpredictable in a sense. So, but they've basically proven that it would.
Yeah, humans are untrustworthy. Excuse me, I'm slurring there, but go on. I'm so sorry. I had to get that in there. You're saying that you're being too kind. You're just being too kind to people. So please go on.
Well, yeah, drivers are just so terrible. I mean, like, yeah, it's like so basically the Ford people were saying they have a system that if they implemented it now, it would have no car, or no one would ever have to deal with traffic again. So why are people even against this kind of system? Like, why are there people?
Because people want this fucking delusion of control, and one of the greatest feelings of control that an American has is over driving. Yeah. So
crazy.
Yes, thank you. And this is why there's no place else in the world you get this. A good example of this is like so take all of this into account, and I want Brendan to run away with it. But basically, here's the factors. If you were like in Japan, and if you go to Japan, you're going to see cars all over the place, that are just completely done in paint jobs you would never see cars painted in the United States. Right. They've got girls on them. You know, they've got hot chicks that are like what you would find on basically body pillows in Japan, are painted on on cars all over Japan. If somebody were driving a car like that in the United States and parked it, automatically, very likely, depending on your neighborhood, but it's highly likely it would be vandalized. Simply because people would say, what the fuck is that? And they'd do something to it thinking, what a faggot. You know, let's ruin this car or key, something stupid. Or they'd, draw some graffiti on the girl like pubic hair or something. You have this kind of response to anything that's aesthetic to violate it in America in particular more than any other place, because Americans are depraved. They're just sick, and it's a sick society. and so I'm quite serious. It was a question right now.
It is,
yeah. On either Netflix or Hulu, one of those streaming channels. They've got Brave New World is playing, and it's a whole new remake that finally looks decent. It looks decent. I don't know if it is, but it looks great. I don't know about the plot, but it looks good. And the whole point is, nobody's done that before because they didn't have the CGI. But in terms of the new Brave New World, the whole point of the original Brave New World that Aldous Huxley was making was that how can you declare yourself a healthy human being if you're adjusted to a sick society? And since America, and he felt the entire West, but particularly America, is a sick society, then everybody, by definition, by extension, is also a product that's dysfunctional, a sick product.
That's what Freud said when Freud came to America. He left and he said, "I'm never coming back. All these people are fucked."
Yes, and
that's like, you could read that in his book. Like,
thank you, and bear in mind, Freud was someone who was subject to a Gestapo interrogation before he came here.
Literally.
Yes, and he still said that. And
he still left in horror, and he was like, "Fuck, I'm never going back there again." I don't think he ever came back in his entire life. Seriously.
Yes, and it
died in England or something.
Yeah, and in terms of the beyond that, when you get beyond just that simple fact, which is more of what I would say is venting, I'm just catharting with that. But when you get beyond that to the whole concept of the American need to feel control, the horror here that you don't see anywhere else is that to the Americans, the automobile is an extension of their body. They're like a turtle, and that's their shell. So when you scrape against it,
most people, Douglas, are like you. They would never touch a car unless they had to. Like,
thank you.
Like all around the world, like you ask people, like, do you like driving? And they say, like, no, I just take the train. Like, fuck that. Like,
thank you.
Who wants to sit in traffic and like deal with like people cutting you off? Like,
Yes, thank you. And but with most Americans and people,
but for America, it's like culture where you're like, oh yeah, I have a nice car and I'm speeding, and it's just the whole thing,
Yes, and that has to die out. We're seeing it die out. But it depends on. But it's people who come here. It extends to them, they get acculturated, and then they pick up that cultural trait pathologically. Now, a great example of this would be, there was a example of Latin American gang members, and these people are obviously from a different culture, a Latin American culture, but they were Americanized through that transition kind of barrio culture, but they're still very violent, very jacked up, and some white boy brushed against one of their cars by accident because they're in a crowded parking lot, and that was the equivalent to one of the gang members of his having copped a feel on his body. And so he said, "Oh, you faggot."
It's like touching a Hell's Angels bike or something.
Yes, thank you. And so he killed him. And this is, Americans are like this as well. That Latin American gang member simply stood out because of his ethnicity. But Americans are the same way. We call it road rage. And so the Americans feel that if you're getting too close to them, it's like violating their space. And so these people on the highway start ramming each other, doing all this shit, and ultimately shooting at each other and everything else. But this is based on the fact that, take a look at their bodies, and you'll see, my God, these Americans treat their bodies the way they should treat their car, and they treat their car the way they should treat their body. All of them, it's just the opposite.
Exactly.
Yeah, so go on.
Like the other day, I saw this guy with a nice ass Charger. Exactly what you're saying. Like he spent extra time just polishing it while he was sitting in the parking lot. Like going way over the top with it.
Yeah.
and he was like super unhealthy, like super fat, like terrible lifestyle.
Awful. It's so sad.
And, like,
so
and it was like, that
sad.
just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, like, if you're gonna take care of one thing, why not take care of everything? You know, it's like.
Yes, yeah. and it used to be their houses were like that. They take care of the facade of the house, the lawn,
right,
the same way, and their bodies.
And meanwhile, they're eating like Doritos and Cheetos and shit. Yeah.
Oh, it's awful. So when people hear Brendan and he's going on with his vegan trip, that's why I tolerate it.
I mean, even people that are like close to me, they're like, "You're so bougie with your food. Like, what's wrong with you?" It's like I don't want to pay for poison. I'm not going to pay to get poison. Like, sorry.
Well, beyond that, let them know that this is an investment, and they won't be asking that question 10 years from now when they're under the fucking knife, right?
Thank you. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's an investment in your body, which is what gets you around. I mean, either that, you know, the Americans.
It's the original vehicle. It's the vehicle.
Thank you. But Americans think, you know, Americans think, well, we got those automatic shopping carts that I can sit on, right? I mean,
disgusting.
It's just awful.
Now, from what I've seen, only like 2% of people actually need those. So,
I'm
not just being hard.
That's right. And yet, how many? Like 20% are riding on them, right?
When I worked at Sam's Club, like people would just take them, and like old ladies couldn't even use them because some fat person needed it. And I was like, "Are you guys serious? Like, you can walk just fine." Like, this old lady is like, she can't even walk because she's like old. You know, it's like different. It's like she needs it.
Oh shit! Oh my god! I'd have to admit, I'd be tempted.
And I want to vent on something real quick too. Like, what's the fascination with people like parking really close to like the front door of a store?
Yes.
It's like people fight over parking spots and they almost hit people just to get like the closest quote unquote parking spot. It's like it's not even that far. Like,
thank you.
No store is ever far enough for it to be a problem, like parking in the back. Like,
thank you. Well, they need
scratch
the
their
exercise.
cars.
Not only that, they need the fucking exercise anyway, right? But
yeah, that wouldn't harm them. And like instead, they're like fighting over fucking shady spots and shit. Like, what is wrong with these people?
Brandon, Douglas, I wanted to share my experience about parking and
please.
Last year sometime right before Christmas, so you know, it was late night, so I was hungry. I had no food, so I go to Whole Foods.
By the way, honey, before you go on with Whole Food, Derek Talley's been noticeably silent because he's the kind of guy who fights over those parking spaces
come on,
near the
Derek,
door.
come share something. Absolutely.
I don't think Derek's like
share
that.
this later. It's not okay, go ahead, Derek.
Oh man. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna say any more, but just Derek knows it. He's right now. He's just saying, "How can Doug let the cat out of the bag?" Yeah, that's I'm exposing
Come on,
him.
Derek, share.
No, go on, honey, with the Whole Foods. You don't want that. You don't want Derek to start sharing. He's gonna talk about how, I almost killed that son of a bitch who took that parking space. Yeah, I went out there and
I could have been.
No, the only time, there's only one time. Well, not one time, but there's only one type of incident that makes me mad when it comes to parking spaces, and that's when you're in Chicago and you dig out your parking space and with the snow, it's snowing outside. You got about 5 feet of snow. The snow plow comes and it just it plows right down the middle. So there's no parking spaces unless you dig your parking space out. And once you dig your parking space out, people put chairs, people put couches out there to try to reserve their space. You know, they put chairs, couches, all kinds of stuff. And then other people who don't do any kind of shoveling whatsoever say, oh, wow, every place is snowed up, but here's one convenient parking space, and all I got to do is move these chairs, and then I can park in this space.
See, I'm thinking from California.
It's like I don't even have to shovel. All I got to do is move these 3 or 4 chairs, and I can park right here. You know, and people get shot like that. You know?
Exactly. In California, we got it good.
That's why Derek's got to keep silent. It's about the time he shot somebody. Yes. Okay.
Dude, hey, if it was that situation, I wouldn't mess around either. Like, sorry, guys. Can't take my spot like that.
So, Selena, get back to telling us about Whole Foods. I think it was Whole Foods. Yes.
So this is not the Whole Foods. It's out at the parking lot. So it was a little bit snowing, very cold. So I go in, So these are the parking lots that you can parking space that you can enter from both sides. So I go in, and parking lot is pretty much filled. So there was this another car came from the opposite side. I did not see them. So it was they were under the impression that they're gonna get the parking, and I came from the opposite side. So I'm like, oh my god, I just go in. So I park my car, and the lady comes out, and her husband. It's a white woman with I would say Filipino man. Both are very overweight. I'm just like they were very angry. They came and she started screaming at me. I am supposed to take the parking. You have to leave. You can't park. Just babbling, screaming, and she came up to a point like I didn't even understand what was happening. So I'm like, what's wrong? What did I do? And she goes like, blankety, 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 all saying names and all these things. So I was like, oh my God, are they going to kill me? And the husband and my husband is like saying, don't say anything, just stop, and she just almost like punched her husband and all this. So I called 911, and then so police comes. So when police came, police usually they will listen to both parties. So I go in, I say, officer, here's what happened. I could not finish everything. The woman comes and started screaming at the police officer what I did, all of this thing. I said, officer, I have nothing to say. I just parked my car. That's all I know. And she started acting so violent. I thought she's gonna kill me. So. And she's still talking while I was talking to the police officer. So anyways, police officer took my side. He said, don't worry about it. Get back to your car, and then I will escort you. If you want to stay here, I'll wait for you, finish shopping. And then...
She was that crazy. Yeah.
Oh, my God. These people are crazy. And turned out that it was my fault because when everybody... like police was just sitting and listening to them, and then this lady next to my car said, I saw them, they were coming. I said, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you stop me? So it was like a bizarre situation. Nobody did anything. So yeah, like parking is really like, I don't know, people are in New York, big cities, it's a fight. Like we used to back in the days, we'll go fight over clubbing at late night. Always fight, fist fight, police will come. It's just the sickness that people have in New York City, just insane.
Yes,
Exactly.
and New York City it's changed, however, because Stephen Myers, I wish Stephen Myers, and now Stephen Myers, if you're listening, make certain that you contact me if you're ever willing to come on. We need to bring Stephen Myers on at some point to talk about the real heart of New York City, because he lives in the thick of it. Jameson Reese, of course, I'm going to try and seduce him into coming on at some point, but mostly, certainly, he's more than welcome to come on to break myself if Derek is not available at some point in the near future, and I'll talk to him about that. But he lives in New York as well, as, of course, obviously does Selena Khan. Peter Moon technically lives in New York, but both Peter Moon and Selena Khan are on Long Island, which is somewhat different and its own world. But in the heart of New York City itself, when I was young and taking sociology courses in school, one of the documentaries that they showed us on a sociological experiment, and this was why I was bringing up experiments with Mr. Burns, who really obviously didn't like experiments when when he was going to school any more than he liked math, and didn't really want to address that. So he pretty much said there were no sociological experiments. That was more psychology. By the way, that's not the case. There are many sociological experiments, but the difficulty is in discerning them or differentiating or disambiguating them from experiments in mass psychology, which is essentially what sociology is. Sociology is basically mass psychology. So what you have is one thing that I saw. Now, this was an old documentary film, and this was like before Rudy Giuliani and all the gentrification. This was like back in the days of Death Wish and Charles Bronson, back when New York really was a shithole. And so they just left a car unlocked. The experiment was to leave a car unlocked, and they left it unlocked on the street, and then people went by and just, I guess automatically, this is something that reminds me of, I couldn't believe this, when I was at my gang brother Beaver's home, and at one point, it was near Christmas, and this was decades ago, I dropped an ornament off his Christmas tree. I knocked an ornament off his Christmas tree, and it shattered. And I picked it up and I put it in the trash, and he says, "Oh, my cheap ass dad will, talk about that, and I said, "Fuck, how's he gonna notice?" I said, "He won't notice that. I put it in the trash." And he says, "Yeah, you watch. He comes home, he'll check the trash can. Bigger than shit." While I was sitting there, his dad came home a little later, looked into the trash can. "Oh, you broke an ornament." I was like, holy shit, who the fuck does that? But I guess all New Yorkers are like that because they went by this car and somehow found out it was unlocked. I mean, like, who the fuck? I mean, do they like go by every car and check the latch? Oh, if this one's open, I'll get it. What the fuck? But
They could just tell.
Yeah, they could just, like, it was radar or something. But, they began to, like, smash it. Just everybody went by. I mean, this is like parents walking by with their kids would, do something to damage the car. As if this person didn't lock their car, they deserve this. And so they, just everybody walking by did something to damage the car, picked up a brick, smashed the windshield, picked up a key, keyed it, whatever the fuck. And like I said, this included families walking by, and it was like, at that point, I drew the conclusion, man, everybody in New York is stark raving fucking mad. And it's, so when you see something like that, that there goes the sociological experiment. I'm not quite sure. See, experiments like this, they don't succeed or fail. Experiments don't ever fail, really. That's kind of a misnomer. An experiment comes up with some kind of reaction or non-reaction or result or non-result, but the result here was pretty definitive. And so,
and a non-reaction is data,
Yes,
or a non-success is data,
Yes, thank you. And so when it came to that, I don't exactly recall what my point was, but it was something to do with, where were we talking about earlier before I brought that up and got lost enough in the, I'm so traumatized by watching that documentary decades ago that when I think back on that, I'm just so revolted that I lose all track of the greater part of the narrative. What was I trying to contextualize that in? Do you remember? We were talking about parking spaces. We were talking about, what's Selena, what Selena experienced, and we were talking about
people just being crazy.
People just being crazy. Yes. Well, I'll remember soon enough when we get back on.
Something to do with the mentality of like Freud, how like he realized everyone had.
No, people. I would disagree. People are not crazy. That's just the way they are. That's their normal being crazy. So, like, they're lost. They don't know. You talk to people. I mean, I face people every day. I'm working with this client, I'm just so excited. I put together this deal with them. Now they're going to get divorced. And so here goes my deal died down.
Sorry to hear that.
So the reason, I'm not concerned about if I'm making money or not. That's not the reason. I noticed that people, how they live, what they believe, what is their habits. Because my business is basically, being, connect with people and, just build a relationship, rapport with people. So that's what I do. And everybody share their personal life. Everybody. I can write a book, what they do, what they say. Just insane, people's mindset and what they talk about. Just, they're not in this world. They're somewhere else. They don't know anything. Not in a negative sense. There's so much into this life's drama, the hate, the jealousy, the everything. It just insane. I just remain silent. I cannot participate with them. So like, that's the world we live in, and they don't know that. I'm being polite. I'm being accused of I'm being polite and nice. So that's how much people's negativity goes. Like, why she's so nice? She should be like like that. So that is also, if you're not nice,
problem. You're not good. You're not a good agent or something. If you're nice, they become suspicious. Something is not right with this agent or something. You're too nice. Or you're trying to do something on us, force us to buy properties. So I don't sell. I give them choices. I'm not like car salesperson. I'm always like giving them options and choices, and I tell them, you make your decision. So yeah, I mean, people are just so.
When it comes to like sales and marketing, I think choices are like the key, you know, because people need to feel like they're getting a choice, and then that way they are more willing to buy it, or you know, you already know, you've probably seen it. If you give them a choice, they're more willing to go with, you know.
No, I mean, I try to make them understand what they're doing rather than, you know, like, why are you
Yes.
planning to purchase a home? Like, what is it that, you know, these are pricey homes? So I'm just trying to, you know, make them understand that what they're doing, not to show off to people. That's exactly what they do. There's this
Right.
entrepreneur. I was in an event like a few years ago. He was mentioning that, you know, we worked so hard to make money and to buy stuff or anything you know, that we don't need in our life, and just to show off to people that we hate. That's
Exactly.
what people do, most of the people.
And then those just get jealous or they talk shit.
Brothers and brothers,
So what,
all right?
why
Two
not buy
brothers
something you enjoy? You know.
come behind another brother and come and tell me, listen, don't sell this house to my brother. My sister-in-law is a bitch. So I mean,
I'm sure you've seen it.
really, what that has to do with I'm selling a property to my client?
Wow.
It's just so bad. And good also. They're good people.
Right.
They listen. They understand. So yeah, it's just you know, it's a business culture. It's a business environment. That's what I face. All people.
Right.
Thank you. And so before we go, I'm sorry. Go on, Derek. Take it from there.
Oh no, go ahead, Douglas. It
No.
was just a quote from Kurt Vonnegut Jr. Something about like a sane person to an insane society must appear insane. But
Yes.
it's kind of like the opposite of that.
Yes. There we are. Yes. That a good point. Yes. And were you going to say anything, Derek?
No, I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. There we are. And so back to Selena then. I wanted to say before Brendan got back on, I was hoping you could explain to us some of the differences between a real estate agent, a real estate. They have these different terms, and you kind of cover all of them. I noticed that you're a real estate agent, a real estate kind of dealer, or a broker or something, and then there's so apparently you've covered a number of licenses. So you're quite accomplished in this industry, and so I was wondering if you can explain to us all some of the differences between the different types of real estate dealers, brokers, agents, representatives, etc. Just briefly, so that we can get a better understanding of that.
Sure. Well, you know, I know so much about the business. So when I got my license, I haven't done anything, just studied. I just wanted to master the business, that how this thing works. You know, if you don't know something, that how it works, you're going to be doing all kinds of wrong thing, and you will end up in a bad situation. So like, you know, no one saw an airplane, you know, and first time they saw it, this is my analogy, so I'm using this as in, like, you know, so no one haven't seen any airplane in their lifetime, so suddenly they found something, you know, looks like strange, you know, or something. So what they're gonna do, they will just break something, poke something, take out something, and then try to work on it. So it's pretty simple. If you don't know, if you know, you fly the plane. If you don't know, you're gonna do all kinds of wrong things. So my philosophy, I look at everything as in, like, not mastering, just understanding the way it works. So some of the things, this business, that you have to know how this business works. If you don't know, it doesn't matter how much of you know, well articulated person you are, how much you do, how many times, you know, hours you work. So that's what I did. So when I did that, everybody from my office, like, you know, criticized me. She doesn't know how to do anything. She just comes and attend meetings and all these things. So, my secret, I don't have to tell anyone. So every time, kind of like sarcastic. Oh, Selena, you said, did you get any listing and all these things? And no, not yet. We'll see what happens. So, anyway, so when I learned, I started getting listing. That's what I want. That's called residential, real estate. So I'm in residential real estate, but there is another type of real estate is that you only sell commercial real estate, like multifamily, big apartment buildings, commercial, retail, business spaces, and all these are commercial. So those are like it depends who likes what, but so I started with residential. So I became good at it because I spend time with people. I talk to people. I listen to people rather than telling them what to do. I give them the choices. So when I noticed that these are all experiment, I applied all these things. So this is the best way everything works. So that was that, and so these are the two kinds. You are a residential real estate agent or commercial. So, and the other thing is that so now so yesterday there's this buyer came. So I give out a lot of. I study so much. So I sent out email all the buyers that information that they need to know so they can deal with the real estate agent. They don't know, like they will come, buyers will come, and Selena, help me out. We're looking for homes or wherever. So I get home. It's all research. You find the home, what they like, how much they're willing to pay, what area, all of these things that it takes time. It's all research. So I gather all this information. I talk to them. I show them the house. Few days later, they're gone. There's this guy, a Jewish family, nice. They have a business in New York. They're quite wealthy. They want to purchase something, 1.2 million or something. So I did all the work. They come, first. They came first. I met them in my open house, my listing. So I offered them help, and they said, "You help us out." So when I first met them, this very young couple, second time they came with the child, I thought their girlfriend and boyfriend. So, and then third time they came with 3 children. I said, "Oh my God, you guys are so young. What do you? How? I mean, I'm not gonna ask your age. Like they're like teenagers looking." So turns out they have 5 children. They want to have 6-bedroom homes. So fairly young couple. What do? They own a business. They have money and then all these things. So they just vanish literally. So then I follow up, try to follow up. They say, "Oh, we already signed up." So really? So where was I? I started working with you. So this is an example that they don't know. It's not that they're bad. They don't know that this is a business. It's like this is not a job that you go in the morning, go to your office, make phone calls, write notes, and do some work, and leave home, leave office, and come back home, and end of the week you get paid. In this business, real estate agent and all this, you're unemployed every day.
Right.
Unless you make money. So it's so much that work that needs your undivided attention.
Oh my
and
God.
and it can expand your business. So I was telling Brandon, and I'm telling you, Douglas, you guys can help me out. Probably one day we'll discuss. It's gonna take a long time by doing nothing. I'll just tell you to gather this information for me and go just do this once or twice a week. Once you do that, you're gonna get a check from me. I mean, not you. Anyone can do that. So when I talk to people, so I go to LinkedIn, I try to connect with people only in a business sense. Most of the time, most men will just oh, you're so beautiful, blah blah blah. So I don't respond to those. But I'm all business. I'm here to make money, and that's all I want to do, so I can buy luxury, like staying home doing nothing for 2 months, and enjoy nature, or go somewhere, enjoy nature. That's what I want. So it costs money. So that's why I work most of the time. I don't have any other life. So what happens is that like I said, I found this man in California, where in Sacramento, I think. So he does real estate and all these things. So, hey, I'm a real estate agent and all this. I said, what do you do? Like, what kind? How is the business and all these things? He said, can I share something with you? I'm like, okay. So he started asking money from me. He's like, I have to share this with you. I'm suffering. I have no money. I started to, open up my own business, and it didn't work. All I need $3,000.
Oh God! Oh
I
my
have no
God!
idea.
Sounds like someone from Sacramento.
Yeah, yeah, you should be a politician.
It's not
But I mean,
Brandon,
holy
though.
shit!
$2,000.
No, I'm just joking.
I thought he was
Brandon,
going to
I'm
ask
just
back
joking.
for $5 to get a sandwich or something.
Yeah. Oh my God, 3,000. I've got to move up. I've got to start asking. Yeah,
So-
that's
Really?
go on.
These people, I mean, there are all kinds of people everywhere. So it turns out that then I said, listen, if you're not a real estate agent, I'm going to complain to LinkedIn, because what you're doing is not right. And I didn't want to make him feel bad. I don't have to argue, but I told him that don't do this. You cannot, I don't care if you can ask money, anybody, anyone, none of my business, but don't ask money from me, and don't contact me anymore. I'm all about, I'm a real estate agent, and I'm contacting, different real estate agent, different, states, all over. So, I have business ideas and all this thing. So, so here's the thing, the beauty of this real estate business, that you can run your business from anywhere. Like I'm outside, I'm on one of my listing on the parking lot. So, I did some paperwork while you were, they were talking. So now there's another thing. I don't know. I should share this here now, because I was just asking one of my friend. Everybody knows here who's a friend. I don't want anybody to mention name. So I said, listen, why don't you come over? Bring your whole family and stay 2 nights in New York. Make it like a vacation. And you don't have to, they can, and I can do that. Ask the homeowner that my friends coming, they're just gonna stay here. If they can stay, then they can stay in my house too. It's not a problem. So my point being here is that if anyone knows that Airbnb, that is also kind of like it's called the hotel that it's just I don't know how should I explain. Airbnb. Anyone knows what I'm talking about?
Yeah. We all.
Okay,
can
so that's
assume
what I'm
generally.
talking about. So
Yeah,
what
yeah.
people started doing lately, it's for like 5-6 years. This business just started. It's a new business concept and all these things. You don't have to own a hotel to run a hotel hospitality business. So you basically, if you have a home, you get permission from your county, and then you run Airbnb. Depends what kind of overnight charge will be and all this. So it's just like a full-fledged business. So people started doing it, but it's not very popular in New York. It has a lot of issues also, safety, mostly. Like safety is the most important thing. So, you only allow couple with, families with children and all this. So that can be done also. And there's so many other things that, because I attended so many events just to know the business. So I have so much knowledge that I can share with people. Anybody can do this thing, that what I know. It's so easy. You don't have to invest any money. You don't have to do anything. You just do what it takes to, get it done and get paid. So it's very interesting. So maybe I will talk about it one day if anyone interested, but not tonight. I'm a little tired, so I'll listen now rather than what time
Well, I
is it?
definitely appreciated what you did share. Thank you so much. That was very educational and I think very informative. And oh my God, so inspirational to hear some bum ask for $3,000. I'm going to start up in my game.
I will send you the screenshot.
Yeah.
He sent me this
Oh my.
emojis, like crying emojis.
Holy
I
shit!
was just having
Holy fucking shit! That's like, that takes fucking balls. That's gonna, this is where Brendan and I are gonna come in.
He's brilliant. Look at the idea. He's gonna try whatever he can get that's his deal. He's getting it for free. So I'm sure he'll approach many people. But these are the bad people. Don't fall for this. I'm not looking for a boyfriend or man, so no one can impress me here anywhere. So.
Right.
Oh my God! So this is where Brendan and I are going to come in. I don't know how far we'll go with this, but we're just going to do it organically. We didn't plan for this, but what happened was that and I'm going to take a break myself after Brendan and I kind of hash this out on bandwidth. But when I take my break, then of course Derek and Brendan and Selena, as much as she has the energy to do, will take over again for a few minutes till I return. But I won't take that break for a little while yet. Brendan and I will hash this out first, and maybe Derek can join in, but I don't think he knows enough about the situation. But basically, what had happened was we had that horrible attack on the Sunday of by now the time that we were knocked off, Derek, when we were knocked off bandwidth, Derek was talking about this young man who was going through his neighborhood who was asking for money. And by the way, Derek, because no one really got a chance to ever hear you say that story because we got knocked off bandwidth, you may as well finish it, and then I'll take it from there. So you may as well tell people about, there was a young man who was so upstanding and kind of carried himself well enough where you were impressed, where you actually gave him some money, which is why you don't have any money now. So kind of put that into context.
No, he was from the boys club, and he was telling me he wanted to go to school to be a veterinarian and something else. And I told him, I said, I didn't have any money right now, but is there a website that I could go to that once I get myself straight, I could send him something. And he told me his name, and he told me the website at the time. It was has to do with one of the boys club out here. So I went on there just so I don't forget him. I sent him $10 so that when I get back straight, I'll probably send him like 25 or something. But I went on there and I'd sent him $10. So he did his rundown for me on how he wanted to go to college and everything. So yeah, that's all that was. That was during the small talk hour.
Right, and that was literally it's not small talk hour. It was like the small talk few minutes we have to get to the top of the hour. I mean, we literally spend a few minutes just trying to speak about things that are as irrelevant to the general agenda as possible, and or the itinerary. They're just not part of the itinerary. And so when he was relating that, we got knocked off bandwidth, and we got knocked off violently to the point where we had a notification come up telling people we had violated community standards.
They said we were cooking babies.
Yeah, that's what it turned out that came from. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you know this, Brendan. My 3D graphics modeler, how familiar are you with what happened when we got knocked off during the Lilith Aquino night, as it's come to be known? You probably don't know any of the story, or you know some of it?
You explain the whole thing to me.
Okay, so you do remember it, and it turned out it was, of course, the Lily Q witch, which we call them Lily Q to disambiguate these kinds of black dark witches from true Lilithian tradition, or the true Lilith of the mythopoeic significance. And right. You've got these people who have perverted the concept of Lilith, and what they're really hearkening back to by their hateful magics is Lamashtu. These are the these horrible,
the Dark Mother, as opposed to like Lilith, the original Lilith being like on the level of Adam.
Yes.
In creativity and power and.
Yes. So I'm sorry. Could you say that again? Because you got kind of knocked off by. We were stepping over each other. So disambiguate Lilith from the Lamashtu demonesses, the demonesses.
I was saying like the Dark Mother, like the Lamashtu, like the more evil ones, versus like Lilith being like on the same level as Adam, as they were created from the same clay, the same earth.
Thank you.
And have the same power level,
Thank you. And
where those other ones are just like demons or like lower beings. Yeah.
Yes. And so Very important to know. And so what happened was the witch who got us knocked off, saying that I was cooking babies on camera, live, and for everyone to see, was none other than Nicole Froelich, the cunt who was running. She did it not from her own channel, not from the Nicole Froelich channel, but from the Enlighten Up channel, was where she filed her report from, which shows you how much she cares about all of her interviews there, because that theoretically could have gotten her channel shut down by filing a false report that was that misleading that it required a supervisor to respond on a Sunday night. So for people to understand this better, when YouTube shut us down, then it literally banned me from YouTube automatically because of what was reported. And when it banned me and shut me down, I was given an opportunity to appeal at that moment, and I filed the appeal. And I expected nothing to happen for a week, because the appeal itself said that due to COVID-19 and the lack of any staffing and everyone working from home, and until a human being could review the case, it would take 5 to 7 days for anything to happen at all. And yet we were reinstated within a matter of less than a few hours. I mean, literally, probably within minutes. But I didn't know any of it because I was transmitting from Derek Talley's channel. And so by the time I was done transmitting, which was only a period of 4 hours, we didn't stay on too long that night because I was so just stressed out by all of the assaults that had taken place.
Because the Skype got knocked out too. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Skype was,
so
of course,
like, people couldn't hear the other guest.
That's right. Yeah, collaterally, there were so many other, damaging. There was so much collateral damage that it took, by the time of the next transmission night to get everything fixed. And it was only a series of miracles that we got it all fixed in time for the next transmission. So these things are not innocuous. There's nothing innocuous about them. These are like just, horrible things to happen. And but when somebody responded that quickly, it was because what they were told that what was happening was life-threatening, and so a supervisor had to respond on Sunday night in order to contact the FBI or the police, or both, depending on whether the story being told was true. So Nicole Froelich was claiming I was cooking babies live on air. These were living babies, etc. So this automatically got us knocked off and got a supervisor responding immediately. This was the level of insanity she engaged in because of her commitment to Lilith Aquino, who she thought, along with Lilith Aquino herself, both of them thought we were going to talk about her when we were going to talk about the mythopoeic archetypal figure of Lilith, this embodiment of female empowerment. And so that was the horror of that night. And then after that, of course, I fell into very deep depression, a very morbid depression, and it just got worse. And so there was another assault that came in on the latest transmission Wednesday night, and it was just after I had recovered from the Sunday assault, and I had recovered by the time of the week later, that Sunday, the next Sunday, because I was with Peter Moon, and the individual we were talking to was Aaron Tice, I believe. And then what happened was on the Wednesday after that, everything went downhill again, because basically there was a tremendous miscommunication between myself and others on the basis of this idiot coming back and trying to pull some shit. And this was basically asking for money. And so there's this guy named Zachary Garrett, and Zachary Garrett I always had a soft spot for, because he had come down to my conference, one of the few who did, down in Arizona. Of course, he lived in lived in the state, but he came down in Arizona and, personally greeted myself. We took a photo together. He was a listener for a long while, and was deeply appreciated. He did his part in research. He did his part in tracking down the company, the building where the ISIS corporation used to be headquartered in, and so he did his bit to extent. And but then he even served as a producer for myself for a very limited period of time. And but what became really annoying about him was that there was just several facts about him or his behavior that became very annoying. But he was the cause of some just horrific grief that took place by the time that the transmission started on Wednesday night. He basically was a factor in responsible for some irreparable damage. And so this individual in the past had already begun to get on the sketchy side, or a side where I was divesting trust in him while he was producing for me. And at that time, there were several things going on. He had the golden voice. For any of you who remember Derek Tal, I mean, not Derek Tal, Zachary Garrett. And I think Zarek, Garrett, Derek, sometimes I, transpose that because of the English as a second language. It begins to signify when I try to rename the, recount the names. But when it came to Zachary Garrett, he was like, he had this radio announcer's voice. He was involved with telemarketing, and he was sending me screenshots of his income so that he could calm my nerves about his being a sponsor, because I've always told people, don't try to sponsor myself for $100 a month unless you can afford to do so. And so he said he wanted to become a sponsor, and so he sent me copies of his pay stubs, which Brendan Zoget saw, where he was making like $3,000 a month or something outrageous like that as a telemarketer. And he says, look, I'm making all this as a telemarketer, my golden voice and all that, and I'd like to sponsor you. And, right after he did that, right after he said that, then he started going into meltdown as to why he couldn't. And, so, we got knocked off once while he was producing for me. He lost a laptop, and this was a laptop he himself admitted cost him, like, effectively nothing. He said he had bought it off the internet used for literally something like a quarter of $100 or something like that, this old laptop. So it was like, so when it got knocked off and totally wiped, it was not like any great loss. And I was asking him, I don't understand, because after that he said he couldn't produce for me anymore. I was like saying, I don't understand, why don't you just buy another laptop? I can't even remember what his excuse was at that time. It was about that time that I brought in Brendan Zoget. And at that time, Brendan Zoget encountered both Pavel Edward and Zachary Garrett. And we had to work with the two of these dysfunctional individuals until Brendan just learned enough where he could take over. And Brendan, of course, knew more
most
than...
of the help, actually, for the record, came from Daniel Arola. He was the most helpful.
Thank you. I appreciate that immensely. And at any rate, and that's saying quite a bit. I love Daniel Arola, but Daniel Arola is not exactly super technician. Daniel Arola was like when I was trying to talk to Daniel Arola about several things about the studio. Daniel Arola was working with whatever programs were available for free. And so I think he's got some programs he's working with now. So Daniel will have to tell me about that the next time I bring him on, whatever he's using. But whatever he's using, I'm presuming is free on the internet, or free and available on the internet. But if it wasn't free and on the internet, he just wasn't going to be working with it for different reasons, of his own. But and when it came to our studio, Daniel Arola was just not familiar with certain aspects of the studio nuances, like what do we call it? There's different levels of, like, where you make somebody like a studio manager, and then one where they're just kind of like given a a certain position. And I was asking Daniel about that, and he really didn't understand what I was talking about. So he wasn't familiar with some of the levels of empowerment that one is given within the YouTube studio, where one has the power over someone else's studio, where they're made as essentially an assistant manager of that. You do know any of these terms you could share with us? Because
channel manager.
Yeah.
Channel manager.
Thank you. And
as opposed to the channel owner.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And so when it came to these other guys that we were working with, ignoring Pavel, of course, because that's a whole different rabbit hole, or rather a shithole. Then when it came to Zachary Garrett, he'd been with us for only, like, literally, had to be, like, maybe 3-4 productions at the absolute most, when his laptop got knocked off and he got into total meltdown. And at that time, he was also saying that he couldn't produce it all, wasn't going to order another laptop because he was also having medical issues. And so he was coming up at that time where he couldn't talk. His jaw was unable to move. He was in terrible pain. And since his job was based on telemarketing, he couldn't do his job. Now, what was bizarre to me was that this just came out of nowhere. It's like literally, I'm going to be your sponsor. I'm getting this much money a month. I'm doing this. And then suddenly within days, it's like, oh my God, I lost this $25 laptop. I can't do this anymore. And then, oh my God, I can't talk and I'm going to lose my job because his jaw was so painful. I mean, that medically it didn't make any sense. It was just something that, so Brendan was trying to help him, and Brendan was going in and talking to him about his pains, and basically we get the impression that this just wasn't, if it were really serious, I don't understand why the man wouldn't hospitalize himself, but he had no insurance. But this, look, the guy's making $3,000 fucking dollars a month. I don't care, what is he blowing it all on coke every night? If it didn't make any sense, you'd have enough money to at least check into a hospital even if you're uninsured. You get my point, right? There's no point in where this guy's coming from.
It's expensive nowadays.
Yeah, it's yeah. So what did you, so we're gonna bring in Brendan to kind of add some dimension to that, where you were talking to him and saying, basically you were confronting him with the fact that, well, if nothing is working for you, that this is probably tetanus, and yet he didn't seem like he was going to check into the hospital with something that can kill you. So tell us about this. What your impression was?
Well, he was saying that, like, yeah, it wasn't going away no matter what he tried, and I was like, well, like, have you been, like, did you get any kind of injury where you could have, like, contracted tetanus? And he basically said, yeah, he got, like, a nail through his foot or something.
Well,
so I was, you need to go get that checked out. Like, you need a doctor, like, just in case. And he agreed. And that was, like, really the extent of it. So, like, I don't know what happened after that.
Well, obviously, he didn't die. And then he started showing up again online.
But if you don't get that stuff treated, you're like, it affects your mental state. So who knows?
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. But then I think it would show physically. Wouldn't it show physically? I mean that stuff.
Some people get like lockjaw, but like that was maybe he passed that phase of symptoms or something.
Oh, into just like going past the third phase of syphilis to the point where your face is falling off or something. Yeah, but that's what I would expect with the tetanus, right? Wouldn't it be like syphilis? Your face would fall off or something at a certain point, or it's like,
I don't know if that's serious, but it definitely like fucks with you.
Yeah,
like,
well, something might have happened, but anyhow, then the guy, he looked normal enough. We saw some images of him on his timeline where he was with a chick, and this chubby chick, and then saying, oh, I found this wonderful person, and and all this stuff. But then I think he started asking for money, and he was asking for money on his timeline. And correct me if I'm wrong on this, because this is where it got really funny. I'm not quite sure how much of it where Brendan was just kind of reflecting what I was saying, because I was really going off on this son of a bitch, and because he wanted to come on to ask for money, and then look, we're all fucking in need, right? I mean, look, there's a plague on. We're all like, there's
COVID fucked everyone.
Yeah, and but it was like, Did you say that he was like, did he like express that he was politically involved with the Freelandia movement, where like everybody wanted everything free? Was he one of those pukes up there in Portland where he was?
He like put up a photo where he was like in like the full like balaclava like beanie setup, like face covered, and it said like he had a shirt that said like "Cops Lie" or something, and it was just like he had his like a photo shoot to where he was like supporting them.
Okay, so there we are. And
I was just making a joke, like all those people in Portland just like they want to ask for money and not do anything for free. Like he's part of like some Freelandia shit.
Okay.
But it's not really called Freelandia. I just made that up. Like Portlandia, but like Freelandia, because they took over part of the city and made like everything free in the shops or something.
Oh, okay. No. I totally fucking get it, because that was what was going on with the Occupy movement. With the Occupy movement, you had a lot of this bullshit where there was all these people who were saying they wanted everything for free, and that's essentially what you got going on in some places in Portland. Was a bunch of these pukes.
Right. They had entire stores where shit was free, but like no one could explain how the shelves kept getting stocked. Like it was. Obviously, someone was paying for it. Like it wasn't really.
Yeah, that in Portland. Now, let me tell you. When I went to Portland down in 2018, I was surprised to see all the homeless people who lived on the side of the interstate.
It's worse in California, but no one ever talks about it.
Yeah.
And these were like in nice neighborhoods. I mean, the roads are like so manicured and pretty, and then they have these big giant, I guess, soundproof fences, and then you can look over the soundproof fences, and you'll see big, beautiful houses. But then right next to the fence, you'll see tents and people like using like Gatorade bottles full of water to like wash under their arms and wash between their legs just on the side of the road. Like, wait a minute, what's happening here? And it's just like tons of them, tons of homeless people living in tents on the side of the interstate.
Yeah. There you go, and that's all over California, and as Brendan said, and so when you have that bizarro bullshit going down, Portland seems to want to universalize that, and you had that with the what I disliked the most about the Occupy movement was this kind of utopian ideology that was not rational. You had a bunch of people saying they wanted everything for free, and that they should be getting basically universal basic income, which I am for. I am for universal basic income, but it didn't sound like they wanted anything beyond that in terms of what they could contribute. As a matter of fact, I never heard anything in the Occupy movement about contribution. All I ever heard was, gimme. That was what I found problematic.
That's the big critique, yeah.
Right. Don't work, you don't eat.
Yeah, thank you.
Right.
Thank you. And so when it came to him in this, looking all, how would I say it, like he's part of this kind of semi-terroristic chic, and on his Facebook timeline and sending me some images about he had taken some filming, got some filming done in Portland. I was open to his coming on as our Portland correspondent since he's on the scene, and then he said, and I'll basically open his message because it's a hoot. I mean, this is balls. I mean, it just, I'll tell people why it pissed me off and why it was so offensive and actually abusive. Was basically, he said, something else I wanted to share with you, Douglas, and I'll also ask your help on, I've been informed by my friends. Oh, by the way, before he got into this, he tried to drag me into a firefight online with his timeline where he said, apparently my actions and words have sparked a bit of a debate on Facebook Fightbook. This is why I typically avoid such things. I wouldn't usually trouble you with anything like this, but would you care to share your thoughts on the matter? And as I've stated, I believe from what I've seen, not myself, but from others out there, the use of federal forces in the manner they have been recently used would/can be considered a violation of posse comitatus, or in fact illegal in some other regard. Thank you, always, Douglas. And I'm like, okay, so when I saw his timeline and I saw this post where he talked about the federal police in Portland, which I had already articulated on at some length, and he was saying, this is against posse comitatus, then one individual very reasonably told him, no, that applies to the military. And so he was stuck on this, but they're federal police.
Not law enforcement.
Yeah, thank you.
Because the executive branch is the enforcement branch. It has the right to do anything enforcement related. I mean,
right.
It's in the Constitution. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And Brendan's
excuse me, Douglas.
Yeah.
Douglas, excuse me. I just have a question.
Sure.
I thought that what was that phrase? Comment.
Posse comitatus.
You just used. Posse comitatus. Yes, I thought that this is only applied to Washington D.C. Is that true, or is there?
No.
Suspended in Washington D.C. Right?
I'm sorry. What was that, Brendan?
She was saying it applies to Washington D.C. Isn't it suspended in Washington D.C.?
Yes.
Thank
you.
Only applies to Washington D.C. Is that true?
No, honey. And Brendan both. Just to clarify. A lot of people are confused about this, so both of you are right, and basically what people get confused by is that certain elements of posse comitatus apply only in Washington, D.C., but in many other respects, posse comitatus does not apply to Washington, D.C. So there are certain elements of posse comitatus in general that apply universally, except for Washington, D.C., and then in Washington, D.C., there's certain elements that are, they're exempt and then apply. So it's not that convoluted a law, but it's one of these laws that if you don't really,
It's like Latin for power of the country.
yeah.
It's a group of mobilized people or conservators of the peace, typically sheriffs, to suppress lawlessness or defend the county.
Thank you. And so
Legal-
right. And where Washington is exempt from posse comitatus in that because it's federal territory,
It's not the county.
yeah, and not a county, then the police have the right to kill you. So this is what people don't get.
They even said that when Trump sent his like Texan kind of said they could do whatever they wanted.
Right.
To the reporters. They were telling the reporters that.
Yes. And so the way that if I had gotten involved in the debate, I would have to have written an entire column explaining to people that Trump is not violating the letter of the law, but he's violating the spirit of the law. And then I would have to have gone into a historical precedent where I would have gone back to the Japan of the Middle Ages and talked about the Tokugawa shogunacy and what Tokugawa Ieyasu, the founder of the shogunal system, the first shogun of all Japan, the first overlord generalissimo of all the islands of Japan, was famous in instituting a legal framework that lasted for 13 generations through 13 of his descendants, because he said the way we can make our rule last is to always uphold the spirit of the law over the letter of the law. That the letter of the law must never be allowed to supersede the spirit of the law. So this is why they had a just system that lasted as long as it did. It would never have lasted. The only thing that broke that system was the invasion of the Americans under Commodore Perry with their black ships in the 1800s. And so that system lasted until then because that was a self-perpetuating system. The perpetual motion machine was obeying the spirit of the law and never allowing the letter of the law to supersede the spirit. So what Trump is doing is he's doing the exact opposite. The system is broken. So he's superseded the spirit of the law by upholding the letter of the law. So what he's doing is legally, how would we say it, unimpeachable. He's not, you can't attack him legally on this, but what he's doing is morally wrong. So he's morally corrupt, and therefore he's applying via the letter of the law federal force, but he's pushing the envelope in every conceivable way by using law enforcement agents that are not representing themselves as law enforcement agents. So this is why I said you could legally shoot them. Yes, you could legally shoot them because you don't know if they're law enforcement agents. And if they're unwilling to express who they are, they could be a foreign invading army. How would you know? So
Right. They have to identify, yeah.
yes, and they do not, and they refuse to. So that means you have the legal right to shoot them because to act as a imposter of the law. In other words, to basically say, to falsely represent yourself as a law enforcement officer, which people do. They dress up in a cop uniform and they stop people, they rape them, they stop people, they kill them. This happens. So you have every right to question the law. If they do not have evidence that they're law enforcement, then you realize that you're possibly in danger and you have a right to kill in self-defense. This is what won the Randy Weaver family the case at Ruby Ridge, was because the FBI did not represent themselves as law enforcement.
Yeah, just came in. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you like Ruby Ridge as the precedent, people in Portland could shoot these people and kill them, and that legal precedent theoretically, legally, would save their ass. So Trump is doing something incredibly stupid, incredibly self-destructive, but he's trying to promote
Is that
violence.
why when they went to Waco, they were like calling it over the helicopter or something?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. And so what Trump is doing is he's trying to provoke violence by this, and it fortunately has not worked, or it's worked, and I'll explain that in what way he's gotten his violence, but in another way, it's what we need to do as a population is to not acknowledge the violence that he's triggered. But if he's triggering any violence, it's on the part of people like Zach Garrett, who are trying to say this is a violation of posse comitatus, and they're concentrating on this bullshit to basically rationalize some kind of violent response on their part that's different from the ground I'm standing on legally. So you can't approach it that way because then you're going to lose the way he's approaching it. So that didn't mean anything in and of itself, but it was something that was aggravating that he would try to drag me into something as long and drawn out as that, because I have no time for that shit. And the fact that he would ask me about that is, why would you bother me about that? I mean, you know, do you think I have nothing but time to do this? But then it really got pissy. This is where it really got damaging. Yeah, something else I wanted to share with you, Douglas, and I also ask for your help, you know, if at all possible. I've been informed by my friends that a fellow friend of ours was murdered down in Tucson several days ago in a robbery/home invasion. Fellow friend of ours. I like the way he starts off with this ambiguity, like, who? And it's like, you know, it's not like, hey, Doug, Jack got murdered. Hey, Doug, Bob got murdered. You know, no, it's like, fellow friend of ours. This real vague bullshit, like, you know. And then this has obviously ruined his family's life and that of his 2 children, which are 2 boys, almost 18 years of age. Almost 18 years of fucking age? Fuck, man, they could just sign up for the Marine Corps then. Fuck, if they're 16. Mom just has to sign a fucking little, you know, permission slip. They can join in any military branch. Well, especially the Marines takes them when they're really young. You know, I've also been told that one of the relatives in charge of handling the funeral money and arrangements has taken the money and disappeared. Oh, isn't that convenient? And it's like, okay, so what happened to the guy's insurance? Like, you know, I don't have any relations. I'm not married. I got no children. And I've got a fucking life insurance policy. How's it this guy doesn't have a life? Oh, and somebody just took it and ran off with it? It's like, really? And then at this time, I don't have anything directly to provide. Oh, that tells me a lot. But going forward, I would be able to provide you with a phone number, or anything to try and help raise money for this man, his family, and his funeral. Like, okay, like, there are people listening right now who are alive who need fucking help. Let alone, you know, being worried about some guy who's being put in the ground. His last rites. In the state of plague, you know, many people get buried in unmarked graves. When I get this information, I will provide it to you, as if I would wait. I know you can reach way more people than I can, and our small group of friends can, and they will be very appreciative for anything that can be done. He did not deserve what happened to him. Oh, none of us do, as few people do. He had a big heart, a huge personality, and was a simple guy who enjoyed his family and his motorcycles. Oh, that pissed me off. In a plural. Like, the guy's got a collection. I mean, I've never been able to afford a single fucking motorcycle or a goddamn car in my entire life. But this guy had more than one? It's like, well, give both of his boys one of each of the motorcycles, tell them to pull an Easy Rider, and when they rob a bank, they'll have more than enough money than they know what to do with. Oh, then he says, oh, by the way, his name was Ricky. I like that. No last name. No last name. Like Ricky Ricardo, the husband of Lucille Ball and shit. It's like, you know, this is what really got to me, and it created this enormous miscommunication between myself and other members of Team Dietrich that just did irreparable damage. And so this was like, because I was saying I'm going to block him, even though I was polite to him and gave him this kind of, well, maybe you can appear on, you know, Wednesday, you know, and whatnot. But, you know, the reality is I wasn't going to bring this guy on, but I definitely gave him, my last communication to him was 2 finger symbols. One was the fuck you finger, and the other one was the sign language for loser, the big L hand. And so this was because of the way he had created such a fucking problem for me. And so without going into all the trouble that was caused by that, this is basically a guy who's a predator. And at that point, he became something worse. It was just remarkably offensive to me that beyond what I told you about how he said he wanted to be a sponsor and then said he you know, changed his mind and totally backed off and had this total meltdown and was scared with his laptop and his jaw and all this other bullshit, and then you know, went into this whole you know, period of time where when I was at the bottom of the barrel and I asked him for money, you know, he basically didn't even respond to my message. Yeah, I sent him a message on Facebook and I didn't get any response. But this is it. In terms of this mythical person who got shot in a home invasion, what I can't understand is why there's no GoFundMe. I mean, there's GoFundMe's all over the fucking internet. If the guys are young guys who are almost 18 years of age, and they're your average American boys, and their father was wealthy enough where he had a couple of motorcycles, they had to be online. And if they're online, there's got to be an ability for these boys to communicate with the outside world. And if both of them are near 18 years of age, there's no real problem here, because our friend Brendan Zoget. And I'm going to say this while he's on bandwidth with me, he would have done far better off if somebody had shot his fucking father when he was at that age. He would have turned out a lot better in his life. Not that he turned out bad, but his life would have been a lot easier. He actually might have gotten some insurance instead of the shit that happened where he had to, well, unfortunately, his father's still alive, so he's basically supporting himself. And it was always that way. Not only that, I think he had to pay off all his father's debts, or at least had to fight off all the criminals who came after him to try and collect on those debts.
Yeah, literally.
Thank you. Yeah, and so yeah, this was just beyond offensive.
I was like paying all the house bills for, like, when I was 18. I was like paying like the SMUD bill for all these tweakers to live in my house and shit. Yeah.
Shit, that fucking sucks. And so a guy like this coming up to me and trying to pull this shit was just beyond offensive. And after all the damage that caused because of the miscommunications that were collateral to it, it's just, there's no forgiving this son of a bitch. That's why I had to kind of clarify this on air. Now, of course, I didn't need to bring this up at all, but I bring it up to make a point that there's, what's offensive about it is that we just had Derek Talley's friend on, just the other night on Wednesday when all of this was hitting me. And that's why I brought up on bandwidth that Derek Talley's friend, Mr. Burns, Chuck Burns, his son had just been shot. And so this guy's son had just been shot, but he wasn't coming on my show saying, "Hey man, I need some money, man. My son just got shot in his black ass. And, now he's having a hard time sitting down. So he can't, hang out and be the greeter at Walmart anymore," or something like that. "So I need to support him for a bit, and we need some money." This guy wasn't having his hand out. We've got ourselves to worry about. We're all having these challenges. And to come up with this mythical bullshit where the guy's coming up with this whole story, it's like, you might as well just, I asked him for money when I needed it. He wasn't there. He basically didn't respond at all. He should have just had the balls to say, "I need some money." But no, not even that. Because then he would have known, probably he surmised I just would have said no. So he had to come up with this shit and try to take advantage of that. Did you say online on his timeline? I blocked him since, so I can't see it. He was also asking for money on his timeline. Was that also the case for himself or for this mythical bullshit?
Well, there was a whole post with that guy and like some kind of photo, but like I didn't really read it. I just kind of like went along with my day. It was like
yeah, because it was
problems. Like he wasn't posting anything else except for that. It was just like an odd kind of thing to post.
Thank you. And you went on with the rest of your day because you got your own problems, right? Because you're just trying to make it.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
And in the time of the plague, it's like so many people are getting fucked over. It's like you can't even keep up.
Yeah, thank you. And it makes you wonder why someone would even try something like that in a time like this. It's 44 million people out of work. The economy is about to crash. We're on the edge of a precipice. And you're coming up with this shit? It's like, money for the funeral? I mean, fucking funeral? Take the body out and burn it, for God's sake. I mean, this is like, we're in a different time. And as a matter of fact, many people are being forced to commit to incineration. What's the proper word for it, Brendan? I forget. Cremation. Thank you. Because of the plague. I mean, many people do not have a choice. They're actually being prescribed, literally prescribed cremation. So this is just awful. So it's beyond offensive, and I did want to share that. That's my catharsis, my venting, and I don't think we really got to this. So I'm going to let Brendan take over. I'm going to go mute. I'll be gone for approximately 10 to 15 minutes. And of course, Selena and Mr. Talley are welcome to participate with Brendan in interjecting what they feel is constructive. But as a matter of fact, before I go, I do want to hear some response to this. Brendan, is there any more you could add to this bullshit, sketchy nonsense just for the sake of narrative? Because, I do want to, you and I derived, I hate to say it, just so people understand this, Brendan and I are not cruel people. This is not something we would normally laugh at, but the way it was presented, this was a joke to us. This was a joke to us, and we had just so much fun with it, talking about this idiot and what he was trying to pull. But is there anything else you want to add to this narrative that I might have forgotten, or something else for context about this?
I mean, no, I think that was pretty good there. It was just like, yeah, like, and if the guy had like a bunch of motorcycles, like, why can't they just sell those? It just doesn't make sense. Like,
thank you. Well, I like my suggestion better. Give one to each of the boys and tell them to pull an Easy Rider.
Yeah, literally. It's like, here's your backpack, and the mom can sell the house and just like live her rest of her life. Like, you guys just get 2 motorcycles. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. And so before I go, Selena, Derek, come on, both of you, give us some impression you might have of this, or what this brings to mind, because.
Now, who is this crazy guy? I never heard of him.
He was this guy who was literally my producer for a short period of time. Brendan would have a better idea. Brendan, was it for like a few weeks or a month? How long was he producing for me? It was
one transmission, and then after that, you guys were like needed help. So I was talking to you about it, and it was like him and Daniel Arola like helped me download OBS and like figure it out.
Right.
And then I still didn't know how to use it, so I kind of just had to wing it.
Oh,
and
God.
then they were basically, that was the last time I talked with both of them. But I talked to Daniel still, but like, yeah.
Right. Oh my fucking God. And that was, but you went a step beyond that. You were trying to help Zach out at that time. So he was producing for literally one episode, literally one episode. And
I'm pretty sure it was something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That was pretty much it. He got knocked off the next episode. That's when his bandwidth. That's when his laptop went into burnout and shit. And
yeah.
Yeah.
It stopped working completely. Like, it didn't even turn on or something.
That's right. And he got all freaked out. And I'm like saying, well, you said you got all this money coming in every month. Why don't you just buy a new one? And it was like, that's when he started saying, oh, my jaw, I can't talk, I can't. But something was going on because he stopped working after that. I remember that distinctly. And that's when he was talking to you. And that's when you realized there's something wrong with this guy. And he was probably losing his job due to drug abuse or something, right? I mean, it was like, that's what made the most sense.
Basically, I was like, while the only people I know that randomly moved to Portland are like people that do meth. And I'm not saying he does that, but I'm saying if you randomly move to Washington, like, you're probably sketch.
Thank you.
That's just my experience. I'm not like making any judgment on people that like, it's probably a nice state, but people from California that come from there are usually rough around the edges and definitely do meth.
You know what? Brendan Zogan is too much of a gentleman. The problem with this guy is he's just too nice. This is why he gets fucked over. Don't be like Brendan Zogan. Don't grow up to be like Brendan Zogan. You've got to learn to really.
Yeah, it's like a bit of like a stupidity or something. What is it called?
Thank you. It's like my dad. You're like my dad. It's
like there's some kind of short circuit. Where
yes,
it's like.
That's right. Yes, my dad was like that. Just too nice a guy. And guys like my dad, the man who raised and guided me, not Adolf Hitler, he was a bit different, but Brendan Zogan and my dad, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, they're like, honestly, they're like peas in a pod. They're just too nice, and people run all over them. And give me a break. I mean, we were at the point once where Brendan Zogan had this awful overweight girlfriend who just basically tried to turn him into her twin or something. And, she tied him up in a bed like the movie Misery and just kept stuffing his mouth. I'm serious. This is like what she did to the boy.
Yeah, literally. Like, it was almost like that, yeah.
Yeah, it was awful. They made a movie about it, but nobody wanted to watch it. It was the horror film called Walrus. In terms of this dude here, let me put it this way: the guy's a fucking crackhead. He's some fucking meth demon, and he went up to Portland so he could be with all the Freelandio people.
Like, we were joking too. Is like, if you're making $3,000 a month and your life still isn't together, like, something's wrong.
Thank you.
Like, for most people, like, they could live off that, just be fine. Like,
thank you.
They wouldn't be rich, but they would just be chilling,
Dude, on $3,000 a month, I would feel like I was on top of the fucking world. Jesus fucking Christ.
Right, yeah.
Oh, by the way, I want to make a joke to everybody with that while I remember it. Aaron Tice was on with us the other night on Sunday with Peter Moon, and Peter Moon was pretty silent the whole night. You can listen to that episode, and Peter Moon was silent, I tell everybody, because he was all sad that Regis Philbin had died.
Right, was he okay? I was wondering.
I don't know. I think he's all right.
Hey, Regis had a good life. He was like 80, not almost 90. Like,
fuck. Regis. I hope Regis died alone, afraid, and in terrible pain. This was a man who victimized and preyed on the elderly, okay? Went around saying, you can win the lotto, or what was the fuck they had? That stupid, what was the shit they used to do?
Is that Publishers Clearinghouse?
Yeah, that's it. Wasn't that him? Wasn't that him? And
I don't know. I just remember him growing up because he was like the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire guy.
Oh God, yeah. And did I just enter those thumbs anyhow? I'm watching the private messages and some thumbs came up, and I'm trying to figure out whether I did that. And, oh God, and oh God. So anyhow, there we are, and I thank Maria Michaela Grigorich, who brought up the fact that there was an attempt at communications by Zachary Garrett, and I'm so glad that Jameson Reese took care of it, because honestly, I don't care what Zach is saying. It was totally offensive, and it was especially since I've asked him for money in the past when he said he wanted to be a sponsor, and after that, when I was at the bottom of the barrel, I said, hey, you said you wanted to be a sponsor once, brother. Here's a handout on my part. Got anything to spare? And there was just no answer. I mean, like, fuck you, okay? If it had been different, then yeah, but anyhow, so there we have that. My kudos to Jameson Reese for handling that, and Maria Michaela Gregorich. Thank you, honey, as always. So aside from that, I'm going to take a break for now, and I want our man Brendan Zogit, this is like an assignment, to take over and start telling us. We were talking about hate earlier, and how Brendan and I both agreed there is a healthy kind of hate. This will bring us back to the business where Brendan works. I want Brendan to tell us all about why he hates where he's working. And anybody can say, oh, why don't you get a different job? Look, fuck you.
Well, it's more nuanced. I'd say it's more nuanced than just hating it.
Oh, of course. There's reasons why. But you hate, of course, what's happening, and, of course, contextualize it within the greater capitalist economy or whatever. But definitely I want you to give us all the details, because there is a lot going on. And I think a good place to start is how they're risking the health and conceivably, not irrationally, their lives. They're risking people's lives via COVID-19 exposure. So
and their own, just to make money, and it's all about the money, and it's just... But you need people to make money, and you need people to, actually be functional to actually have an economy. So it's like, what is the point of all this? Like,
Thank you. So I'll let you take over with that, and Selena and Derek, participate where you feel it's constructive. But I'll be back in about realistically 15 minutes. So until then, it's going to be Brendan Zogit raving. He's going to be lambasting. He's going to be cathartic and venting on probably one of the more lurid manifestations of capitalism that he's run into, and compare it to the other places. Compare it to the Koreans and what the Koreans were doing at the place where you were working at, and what they were doing to the homeless people.
That was almost like admirable in a sense.
Comparatively speaking, because there was at least a Confucianist doctrine behind it, however boiled down to its most basic elements of greed. Yes, thank you. So I'll let you take over. I'll be back.
Right, and then definitely thank everyone in the chat room that's moderating. They're doing great. Michaela, Truth Bombs, Jameson, Karen, everyone's been it looks like pretty cool, supportive. And but yeah, so at my job, it's I found out yesterday, people kept calling out, people are disappearing. They keep calling me in 6-7 days a week, and I'm like I've gotten to the point where I don't even answer their calls anymore, because I'm already working full time, and it's I don't want to be I don't want to put my body at risk as far as overworking, and I am poor, so I don't mind working, but it's there's a certain point when you actually have to have a rest day. But basically
I found out yesterday, like, multiple people are getting taken off the schedule. So I asked one of the team leads, I was like, what is going on? Like, why are people not showing up? And he was like, well, and then I asked him, like, is the situation critical? And he was like, you know, in my opinion, like, the situation is critical, you know? And I was like, well, basically I deduced from that that the people that were taken off the schedule basically tested positive for COVID. And he was saying they're going to tell us, he's saying, oh, they'll pull you into the office and tell you each one by one what's going on. And I was like, well, are they going to tell us tonight? And he's like, no, they're not going to tell us tonight. And I was like thinking, like, okay, what the fuck? And you know, like, if that's what he's trying to say, then they're basically being reckless and not telling the employees, you know, like, this is what's going on, you know, various things like that. And so he was like, yeah, I don't agree with the way they're doing it, but, like, you know, we don't have a choice. You know, I'm not, like, the main manager. Like, it's coming from corporate down. They're basically going to wait to tell us that these people have COVID, and we were working with these people. And the whole reason they're doing that is to prevent, like, the store closure, because we've had other outbreaks in the same company. It's called, like, Save Mart. It's a grocery store, and it's based out of Modesto, California. And basically, like, and I don't mind calling them out because this is just the reality. This is just the truth of what's going on. It's nothing. It's not like I'm a disgruntled employee. Like, I like my job. Like, I don't mind working the deli. You know, basically, they were exposing us, like, having us work with these people, and they're not going to tell us right away. That's pretty messed up, in my opinion, in anyone's opinion, really. I mean, it's just wrong. And so, they also, I mean, there's customers that come in without masks, and they basically told us not to say anything, which is fine. But it's like they have no protections in place to protect the people. We're working in there like 10, sometimes 12 hours at a time, you know, getting exposed to all these germy-ass people. And, you know.
Yeah, the other day I went to Kroger's and I didn't have my mask on.
Right.
I forgot it in the car.
Right.
I just came from the doctor's office and I had my mask on. I put it in my little console, and then I usually grab it when I go into a store, but I forgot. And when I got to the door, they said they had a sign that said mask mandatory. And I'm like, damn, do I really want to walk all the way back to my car? So I walked into the store. I was the only person in the whole entire store with no mask. I felt naked.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But most, yeah, see, like, you're more conscientious and, like, you get it, you know? But other people, it's like these people are just oblivious. Like, there was one dude in there that was just drinking a coffee, like, with no mask, like, walking, like, strolling. And, like, I just, like, put out that, like, that vibration, like, I'm not going to help you out, dude. And he, like, walked away from me. Because, like, he knew that I wasn't going to help him. I was like, dude, like, because our county directive is, like, you can't eat food in the store anymore. Like, you can't have an open food and just eat it wherever. Which is, like, I mean, that makes sense. It's, like, a health. That's
well, you shouldn't be able to do that anyway. People who do that make me nervous. When I lived in Puerto Rico, I had a girlfriend that did that. And I would take her to the store. And it would be like a small store, you know, like one of them small Korean stores. And she would just, like, open up pork skin, just start eating it, just open up. I'm like, wait a minute.
Oh my
I
God.
have to pay for this shit. See,
Right.
I'm more subconscious. And she was black too. So she known better, you know. Like, you know, whenever I go somewhere, I'm always feeling that someone's, you know, watching me. You know what I'm saying? I'm on my best behavior, and I go up to the front counter. I pay for everything first, because, you know, what if I get up there and my card doesn't work, or I don't have enough money? What if I don't have my wallet or something? Now you'd already ate some pork skins and drunk a soda. We got to sit here and wait for the police. You know. Oh, don't do that. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, there's no point in doing it. And yeah, exactly. It's just like that's just how it is. And, like, people do it all the time. I see them do it even in COVID world. Like, and then they get pissed off at me because they can't get free samples anymore. And it's like I don't think, like, these people understand what's going on. Like, they don't get it. Yeah, it's just, like, so stupid. It's like, come on, guys. But I've never really. And then, like, yeah, it's just people have been getting crazier too. Like, last night I had some lady, she thought I skipped her when I was, like, the only, because people are calling out and getting sick, I was the only one working, like, the bakery and the deli. So I had to go back and forth. And she, according to her, I skipped her twice, which I didn't, you know, it was just part of like who walked up first, you know, first come, first serve. And so she started like calling her husband. She's like, I'm going to have my husband like come talk to you and beat your ass and shit. And so I just went off on her. I was like, fuck customer service. Like, I'm not going to deal with this mob. Like, you're going to pull some mob shit and get me whacked. And so like I called the manager and was just like, this lady's just being crazy. Like, you know, it's annoying. And she's like, you don't have to call the manager on me. And I was just like, you know, I wasn't going to take it. I wasn't having it. I was just like, you know what? Like, I could serve you. We could have just had this done. You know, I could have given you what you wanted, but instead you're going to, like, cause an issue. And then after I said that whole bit about, like, you're going to have me, like, you know, whacked by the mob by, like, calling in a hit on me, she, like, disappeared. So I was like, so I told my managers, I was like, dude, like, you know, I'm all for customer service, but, like, when people start threatening me, like, I'm done. Like, I'm not going to deal with that. Like, this job isn't worth getting whacked for, you know?
Exactly. Just like
Just
one time I was at Arby's, of all places, when I had first got out of the Marines. My very first job when I got out of the Marines was Target, but I had a second job working at Arby's in the fast food area. And so this drunk person had came in, and he you know, I said, you know, just all cheery and hi, welcome to Arby's. Can I help you? He said, yeah, give me a light. I said, a light? He goes, a light? Yeah, I need a light. And
like he's going to light a cigarette.
Right. So I said, does anybody back here have a light? And nobody said nothing. And I said, sorry, sir. Nobody, I don't have a light. Nobody here has a light. And then he looked at me and he said, bullshit. Go back there and ask again. I said, fuck you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So then he got loud with me, and I punched him from behind the counter.
Nice.
And when I punched him from behind the counter, he like went all the way back towards the glass. So then I came from behind the counter, and I kicked him out of the store. And he called the police, and the police came, and then there were some other people in the restaurant, and they told the police what happened. And the police said, well, you know, nothing's going to happen to you because we got witnesses that told us what happened. Right. So, but I had one day off of work from that. You know, my supervisor called me and first told me good job, and then told me we're gonna have to suspend you for a day. I said, oh well, that's fine.
It's almost worth it, you know. Shit, fuck them. Like those kind of people are just like so annoying. Like, and it's bad. Like here in America, sometimes you get those people, or I guess everywhere really. But yeah, and Daniel was commenting, he was saying, I bet that lady got mad, even more angry because I was ahead of her with calling the manager. And, like, he's so spot on. Like, he's so spot on because she was like, why did you have to call the manager on me? Da-da-da. Like, I wasn't even causing a problem. But, like, that's what she was telling the manager. But, like, I explained to him, like, she was on the phone and, like, was yelling at me. So, obviously, she was, like, causing more problems, you know. So Daniel's funny, and what's interesting, Daniel, is that the straw that like broke the camel's back with her is I served the Mexican lady before her, so this bitch was some like racist white lady, and like, you know, like at least in my opinion, you know, like why else would you get that angry for getting skipped? Like it's no big deal, really. I mean, it's like, you know, it takes like 2 more minutes, but because I served the Mexican lady first, she felt like, I don't know, entitled or whatever happened. I don't know. It was just so annoying, you know, like, come on. And she was like telling us like, oh, I spend $200 a week at this store and like you guys like can't treat me like this, like, you know, whatever. And it's just like, come on, like at this point, everyone's spending $200 a week because they're all eating at home. Like like even me with my fucking food stamps, I spend like $200 a week at the store, you know, like fuck you. But I obviously couldn't say that to her. You know. But it's like, yeah, like, I like your story, Derek, because, like, you just, like, handled it. Like, sometimes those people just need to get hit. Like, it's like...
Yeah, plus he was kind of...
like that, like, you know?
And his buddy started changing his mind because he was with a real big Mexican dude. And after I punched him and he went all the way back to the door, the Mexican dude just stood back and started looking. It was quiet. Didn't say nothing until the police got there.
Right, yeah. Because, like, what can you say? Like, you brought in the drunk asshole. Like, You came with him, you know. It's like, but it's just
Well,
like,
you know, the only time I ever used to drink at work was when I worked at the Chicago Tribune. I worked in the Chicago Tribune in the mechanic garage, which is right next to the Freedom Center. So if you're in Chicago and you're ever on the corner of Halstead and Chicago, and also Halstead and Elk Street is the other side of it. But you'll see a big giant garage with a whole bunch of trucks, and they're all Chicago Tribune trucks. It's almost like an advertising center for Chicago Tribune. And then right next to it is a skyscraper called the Freedom Center. And then right next to that is the old Montgomery Ward building. So if you ever knew where Montgomery Ward was downtown, I pretty much worked right next door to that. But
it's like a department store or something?
Huh?
It's like a department store?
Montgomery Ward, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Yes, but then you remember Montgomery Ward, don't you?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Way back.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they had a big. They used to have. They were real big. They were just as big as Sears because they had a big catalog, and then they had a big skyscraper downtown Chicago. And one thing about night and time and working in downtown Chicago, the whole downtown smells like chocolate. Because man, I forget the name of the place. I think it's Garrett's Chocolate, but there was a chocolate place that made chocolate downtown Chicago, and they made one of the things that they made was like turtles. You know, they always make them little peanut clusters with the caramel. You know, the turtles, but they made a big giant turtle. They made like one as big as my head, like with the caramel in the middle, and then the pecans, and then the chocolate.
Right.
They made one like as big as a flying saucer. I'm talking about. I'm talking about probably 40, 50 pounds. Yeah, that was a big treat right there. But I used to love working downtown Chicago, but I kind of hated that job. You know what I'm saying? Because I had to work with some assholes. But on the weekends when the foreman was gone, we had a liquor store that we went to because we used to always go pick up pizza and different stuff and that have at night, and pretty much working at nights on the weekends was just was just gravy. You know what I'm saying? We just kind of sat around and told stories and shit, and and fixed trucks as they came in, as they needed to get fixed. Well, one time I came back with a 40 ounce of Old English, and everybody's like, "Give me some good." So I poured some in the cup, and then it just kind of became a habit. After that, I would just come up with a 40 ounce of Old English, and we would all chip in for a pizza. We'd all eat pizza and beer, and then I would get my my little creeper. I would slide up under the truck, and I would go to sleep. Somebody needs something fixed or something work done, just kind of wake me up.
That sounds super chill.
Give you a little kick and say, hey, when you get finished under there, somebody needs a light replaced or whatnot. But
that sounds so chill. Like, fuck, I need a job like that. Did you ever get like super busy at times, like, or is it just
because they had a rush. Like whenever the paper went out, like Sunday morning, all the drivers would come in at the same time, and they would get their trucks. So they had people who went and got the trucks and drove the trucks back and forth from the garage over to the Freedom Center, and then went back and parked them in the garage, so that when the drivers come in, most of the time their trucks would be loaded with the papers already, or their truck was empty. They would have to drive over to the Freedom Centers and get all their papers, and and it would be rushed. We'd have to fuel their trucks, and then we would they would just be piled up whatever's wrong, like brakes. Brakes were something that they could ride up, and then we would fix it when we have time. Because if you needed a brake job, you were going to be down a couple of hours because there was something else to take off them wheels and do the brakes and everything. I think I got to the point to where I could do a brake job on one of them trucks in about 30 minutes, and those were big tires. Yeah, so
That's like smoking. Like that's like fast.
Yeah. So
Is it like one of those big delivery trucks, like almost like a box truck?
yeah, so we got two kinds we work on. They got the box trucks, like kind of like the bread trucks, like where they deliver the newspaper in, and then they also had the tractor trailers.
Right.
Yeah, and we had a tow truck. So we had a tow truck with a Detroit diesel 2-stroke engine in it. I mean, it sounded like a hot rod. So whenever somebody broke down, we'd have to go, we'd go pick them up and pull them back to the yard. So we had our own tow truck service. So even though we were mechanics, we were all required to have our CDLs because we had to drive trucks from the garage to the Freedom Center, which is right next door. But if you didn't have your CDL, you couldn't do it. So it was one of them places where you have to have your CDL. Just like I was thinking about those guys who work at the Vancouver, Washington branch of the job that I work at right now. Those guys are making over $100,000 a year, but they won't hire you if you can't get into Canada. So you have to be able to get your passport for one, and for two, you have to be able to get into Canada, because even if you have your passport, if you have certain things on your record like domestic violence, they won't let you into Canada with domestic violence.
Good. But I get it.
Yes, thank you. Brendan said what I thought. Yeah, thank you, Brendan.
Sorry, yeah.
Go on.
But that makes plenty of sense.
By the way, I'm hoping that Derek didn't find that out the hard way. But
Oh no, I'm good. All I got to do is renew my passport, because I told them next time I go back that way that I was going to renew my passport, so in case they wanted to send me up to Canada or whatnot. So
okay,
nice. I see.
That'd be a nice little run. Matter of fact, the hydrogen team that we got running Canada up there one of them is a Marine. The Flying Hawaiian is his name, or what they call him, but he's a Hawaiian dude, and he's a Marine Corps veteran, and he pretty much runs all the runs of hydrogen from Vancouver, Washington, up there to Canada, at least that part of Canada, the western part.
Okay. Right. Yeah. I thank you for sharing that. But by the way, I want to thank Jameson Reese, who said he's talking here about Zachary Garrett, and he says he got into the chat room. He says he almost got me, managed to convince me for a second he was you by how he spoke, but he was blocked from the channel. So thank you, very good job. You did quite well, Jameson, as he always does. He's a very good security-minded individual and a most treasured member of Team Dietrich. He says, not only did Z Garrett make another account, he made an additional one in attempts to mimic yourself. He says, I saw through it when he stated he's not on drugs, which is something that I could never claim. So, is this fucker and Richard K. Cole the same person? And that tard who claims he's Aquino's son, that would be this individual named Dorian, who, as far as I'm concerned, does not exist. There is what these days they would call a crisis actor, so to speak, who is basically an actor who was basically employed in the role of playing Aquino's son. And Aquino never had a son. He never had any children. Lilith and Michael Aquino. Just while I remember it, so that it's gonna dribble out of my ears later, and I'll totally forget it. And people become magnified in our minds, and when they're celebrity status, which is what Michael Aquino and Lilith Aquino are in their own way, they are celebrity status. It's a dark kind of infamy. And they basically were very short, like many
celebrities. All those
celebrities.
Satan nerds know exactly who they are. You
Yeah,
know?
thank you. Yeah, and also many other people who are into just dark shit, dark web kind of crap. And so when it comes to these people, we magnify them in our minds and we make them giant. We think of Clint Eastwood and as somebody who's very tall, and comparatively speaking to other actors he is, but someone like Tom Cruise and many other celebrities, when you meet them in person, the first thing that strikes you is how incredibly short they are. And the thing about Michael and Lilith Aquino, who I've met both personally, is just how short they both are. These are incredibly short people. And, well, of course, Aquino's now dead. And, when they buried him, the casket they put him in would probably be about the same size as that they would have for someone like Tom Cruise, which is literally the kind you would bury children in, or the Japanese aeronauts who died at Roswell, or something like that, because, you shrink with age. So Aquino had to be shorter by the time he died than at the time that I was working with him, which was, he was shorter than I am. And I'm, basically at this point in my life, 5'9", which surprised me because for many years after the taxi cab accident I was in, where I threw myself over my mother's body to protect her, and the stupid driver from Soviet Central Asia drove straight into an 18-wheeler truck, which if the driver of the truck hadn't swerved violently, would have killed myself and my mother, but as it was, thankfully, only killed the cab driver, which is really an act of God, because if he hadn't died that way, I would have killed him myself. But, he had no familiarity with roads in San Francisco, was driving like he was back in Kazakhstan, and where they don't have roads and lights and shit. And
they drive fast. They drive hella fast.
Yes, thank you. And he literally...
Like scary.
Yeah.
Scary fast.
Thank you. And not combine that with the fact that he turned into the wrong road, made a wrong turn into an oncoming truck. At any rate, because of that, my spine was compressed and I shrank by about 2.5 inches for a good many years. And you're not supposed
shit.
Yeah.
All right, that's not funny.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Oh, no. It's kind of funny. I mean, they told me I'd be paralyzed for life, but I came through that, whether that's the nanoplasma, my vampiroid, my dampfire genetics or what. But, I rebounded from that almost overnight. And, but, I was shorter, and they said, spinal compression, and that's what they thought would paralyze me. But in terms of the, my ability to walk and everything, I went around for years, and I knew I was much shorter. I thought I was 5'7". I know I was at one point, but the latest measurements they took at the hospital, they said, you're 5'9". And I told them about the accident and everything, and they said, well, that's physically impossible. And I said, but, unfortunately, the records were at UCSF, and now I'm going to Kaiser. And believe it or not, after a certain period of time, they do throw medical records away. So there's no medical records of this, which is really frustrating. But nevertheless, it happened, and that's where we're at. But the reason I brought that up is that while I remembered, I want everyone to understand this. Don't be overly impressed by, imagining Aquino or Lilith, Michael or Lilith Aquino as towering figures. This is, again, probably why they preyed on children, because to children, they were towering figures physically. And now those are the only kind of people that they could physically intimidate. So I hope that makes some kind of sense when you're trying to understand criminal psychology. So someone like Derek, of course, he impresses people by his size because he's, both big and wide. And our man Brendan Zogit was once wide, and he literally walked it off, when he had to walk to work for, 2.5 miles a day to home and to work and back? What was that, 6 miles a day?
It was like a round trip, like 10 miles or something. It was like 3 hour, like a 3 hour one way kind of trip.
Oh, wow.
Shit.
Yeah, it sucked.
Oh.
And hey, remember I just said that I didn't know who you guys were talking about?
Yeah.
He just sent me a message?
Who? Oh my
Zach Garrett.
Oh, God. Well, if he's making...
Poor guy.
Oh, Jesus. Well, you don't need...
He started by saying, hey, dude, I know you don't know me. If you want to block me, that's fine. I'm a real person. I don't do drugs. I don't want anything from anybody. Here's my conversation with Douglas asking for help and prayers and good wishes for my dead friend. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know, I shouldn't laugh at that. This is one of the reasons why I had miscommunications with a loved one that were just so damaging. You know, by the time we did the Wednesday transmission, and why I was sounding so wiped and tired and ready to cry was, you know, people just don't understand where I'm coming from. Look, I've been shot, okay? And if it weren't for the fact that I've got whatever I've got, whether it's the nanoplasma or the dampfire genetics or a combination of both, more than likely, I've been shot and I would have been dead, and I would have wound up in a mass fucking grave if I hadn't literally reanimated, because I was clinically dead. So, you know, the idea of someone coming to me and trying to come up with this story of the need for a funeral and everything, it just doesn't, it doesn't sway me. It doesn't sway me, because I was so poor and impoverished that I went out and literally died on the battlefield on mercenary contract to earn money to help my family come out of poverty. So, you know, I'm not swayed by this kind of bullshit. When these people come up with, oh, the guy was in his home and he got shot in a home invasion, then that makes it even worse, because I never owned a home. I rent. I've never owned a home in my fucking life. The fact that somebody owns a home where somebody could invade tells me they've had a pretty fucking privileged life, and he had it good while he was alive, okay? So, none of this sways me. And for people to come up, and the whole thing about I don't do drugs. Okay, where does that come from when I'm here all the time talking about all the drugs I abuse? I don't encourage people to follow my role model. I'm no role model. I don't encourage people to follow my lead. But
Right, like if someone said that about me, I just straight up tell them, like, I've done, like, basically every drug. Like, I'm not really hiding that. It's like,
Thank you.
But I don't, like, abuse them, you know, like, it's not gotten to that point again, you know.
Well, I do. so for people to come along and start off with that shit, that is, like, offensive in and of itself. It's like, who fucking cares? And so, by the way, I want to, oh, by the way, our man, Jameson Reese, says, maybe Zach Garrett should do drugs. He says, it might make him sane. Yes, thank you, and definitely appreciate that. That's something that I agree with. I think we should put that on the record. Yeah, Zach, take some fucking drugs, okay? You're one of the few cases I would say do it. Sammy Romero says,
right, smoke some weed, relax, you know.
Thank you. Yeah.
Don't take it to heart. It's just part of life.
Thank you. So Selena Khan says, did you ever try LSD?
She's asking me?
Yeah, she's asking
Of course
me.
I've done LSD.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, that's right. He never.
It was interesting, like, recently, like, my friend randomly got some from, like, some college professor, and, like, we tested it, and it was, like, genuine, like we tested it as in, like, if you put it under a black light, you could tell if it's real LSD or not, which is why you have all those hippies with, like, blacklight posters and shit. That's the real secret. Yeah. But yeah, like, it was real. It was the realest shit I've had, and it was good. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know it's real when you get the effect where you are afraid to walk outside because the sunlight will be so refractive.
Yes, everything what I call fractifies. It, like, turns into a fractal. It's like everything becomes like golden ratio spirals, and yeah, that's how you know it's real. Like,
yeah, that's right. And so so Selena Khan says, me too, I tried LSD once. Cool. Good for you.
Oh,
honey.
nice.
Yeah, and obviously it was a
that gives her some street cred points in my book. Nicely.
Thank you. And Jameson Reese says, this Zach guy needs the dissociatives, the triple C's, DXM. Shit resets the brain. Yeah, that's right. You know what he needs, Jameson? He needs to be turned upside down, stood on his head, and have that cough syrup poured down his anus, where it just absorbs right through the mucous membrane of his intestinal colon and goes through him systemically. Then he'll get the high he fucking needs. That combined with being on his head, it's all going to rush to his head. Then he's going to get that effect that you only get when you do that. You know,
Jameson probably knows about Plateau 4, Fourth Plateau, DXM.
Yeah. Oh, don't get him started.
Bullshit. That's
like, don't get him started. Don't get him started.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. Yeah.
But in terms of, by the way, people are going to ask how I know about that upside down shit. By the way, that we did that in interrogations. You wouldn't believe some of the shit that is done in interrogations. He says, "Fuck yeah, I'm permatripping." Yeah, there we are. Selena's coming in with some more stuff too. Oh my God, we've started it. Everybody's on a roll now.
Right.
But
that's why I don't ever bring up drugs. It's one of those, like, it's like a bar conversation. Everyone has their story.
That's true, except for losers like Zach Garrett who are in denial. We know he's done drugs, right? Yeah, you know he's done drugs because of the way he's denying it. You know, I mean, oh my God. It's so Selena Khan says now she gets high with nutmeg, and you know that's
yeah, that works.
Yeah, by the way, are you serious?
Oh, it's real. Yeah, that's real. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Tell us about that.
In high school, we used to go to the Starbucks and just open the nutmeg thing and just pour it in our coffees, and they would get hella pissed off.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
So she says, such great feelings. Cool. I'm impressed. And she's going to go into some more of that stuff. And so this is going to turn into something like tech sex in a minute. And so James is saying,
I have a few more points to go into too, like just to close off because I'm running out of time.
You are? Why? You have to go to work tomorrow? I'm so sorry. I hate to.
Yeah, I have work in the AM, like in the early AM.
Oh shit, that sucks. Anyhow, so our man Jameson says that Zach Garrett does that meth shit. Nutmeg is a deliriant. See spiders and duffel bags become tigers and shit. And so we know he's tried, so that's cool. I mean, that sounds wild. So I've got to get into that nutmeg shit. And so I guess you need nearly toxic amounts before you start seeing this shit, or what?
Well, there's like levels to it. I mean, you could take like I'm sure Selena doesn't go like that far, but like if you take a lot, like it's dangerous actually. Like yeah.
Cool. Wow. Fuck. Sounds like my kind of territory. So anyhow, so tell us what she says. Oh, I do a lot. Oh,
right? Yeah.
Oh, I'm impressed.
That's why she's so chill.
Yes, she is. And so since you've only got a limited amount of time for us, I want you to dominate the time that you have. So please, by all means, take over the show for now and kind of take us to the point where you have to check out. All right, and which would be to the bottom of the hour, I presume, at least, or something.
Yeah, for sure. I have like a few things open here.
Please, yeah, and I want you to, take us there. By the way, our man, Mr. Jameson Reese says, yeah, you start losing short-term memory, sweating, seeing shadow people, and the sound is incredible, but urinary retention is a bitch. Okay, incredible. Fuck. I'm impressed that yes, see, there's people out there who can relate to Brendan Zogit and I, and yes, that's how Brendan and I met. We were online exchanging various recipes. I was actually trying to exchange explosives recipes for improvised devices, but Brendan started telling me how those very chemicals could get me high as well, and that's what took me down the road to corruption. Anyhow,
what a perfect mix. You know?
Yes, there's nothing more perfect than it's like the anarchist cookbook. This is why the anarchist cookbook is so dangerous. It's like who the fuck produces and publishes a recipe for explosives and drugs simultaneously. It's like
in the same, like literally they switch off in the book.
Yes. So Sammy Romero says, hi Doug, Wednesday transmission was one for the books. The subject of reparations is one long overdue. As far as the election, your insight is second to none. Thank you for being our Vulcan intervention. God bless you, Sammy Romero, and my best to all your own. And deeply appreciate. He also signs off with the peacock and the prayer symbol of the clasped hands, the traditional Buddhist salutation from Thailand in particular. And maybe you could tell us a bit of the significance of the clasped hands as a kind of greeting and salutation, but go whatever direction you want. Take us to
it's simple. It's simple. It's all about centering. I mean, it's just you bring your intention, you bring your consciousness to the center, and you acknowledge that other person has a center. It's really that simple, but people kind of give it esoteric meanings, but really it just means
you're centering and bowing and acknowledging that other person as like a spirit, you know. So.
Cool. Thank you. And Selena says she's going to send me some nutmeg soon. And she says she's such a bad influence. And cool, honey. I'll be waiting. She's my dealer now. Holy shit. Hopefully that stuff doesn't get confiscated in the mail. This is how I knew at a comparatively young age that my mail was being monitored, was because I had ordered some porn catalogs from right across the bay from Alpha Blue Archives in Oakland, where they specialized in video cassettes and just the old blue movies, that what they used to call roughies and shit, and stuff they'd never made after a while when people really started mainlining and streamlining the industry, and yet at the same time back when they were producing them like they were real fucking films with sets and shit and plots and scripts and actual directors. And but what happened was, when the catalog arrived in the plain brown manila envelope, which was universal for porn in those days, it had been opened and resealed. And I knew that wasn't anybody had. I know that nobody had gotten that mistakenly delivered to their home and that they resent it to myself, because, come on, be real. Any woman who got that, she would say, oh, this guy's a real perv, and just thrown it in the garbage. Any guy who would have received that would have said, wow, this is the best jack-off material I've had in years, and kept it for himself. You know, no one is going to say, damn, this poor Douglas Dietrich guy, this poor son of a bitch really needs this porn catalog. I better get this to him and reseal it and, you know, mail it on its way. I mean, obviously, my mail was being monitored.
Like, what was the thought process to, like, the people looking through the mail? They're like, this could either be, like, a dossier from a foreign power, or, you know, like, what did they think it was? Like,
probably
it was obviously porn.
Probably they were hoping that it was some level of porn that they could prosecute for. That's yeah.
That makes
yeah. So it goes to show how conventional I am in certain regards. So sadly enough, but there you have that. And you know, by the way, that can go pretty far before it becomes prosecutorial or prosecutive
like
material.
People are so like crazy, or I call it crazy, but like nowadays it's like so nutty that like if you're vanilla, you're like trash. They're like, oh, you just like vanilla shit? Like, you're trash. Like, where's all the whips and shit?
Well, now you brought it out of me. Yeah, Alpha Blue Archives did specialize in, like I said, what it called roughies, which was a lot of bondage and rape was was pretty much involved. Gang rape, etc. I mean, these are like motorcycle gang rape movies and shit that were among their itinerary. So, you know, FBI took a look at,
but I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah. FBI took a look at that and said, "Oh, this ain't shit." Yeah, you know, that's stuff they do every day, right? You know, they just do it under the cover of a badge. But there you have that. And so
yeah, I've always wondered about that. Like, who gets paid to look through all those crazy porn sites? Like, fuck. Like,
oh God,
that's either like a really horrible job or a really good job, depending on how sick you are.
Oh God, you know, with most of here's the part that most people don't realize. With most of these law enforcement agents, no one needs to pay them. That's all they cruise anyway. That's what your tax dollars pay for. They're doing it on your time, you know, and they just say that, you know, oh, we're doing this to save the kids and shit, you know. It's like, fuck you, you know. If you knew these guys firsthand, you know, you'd be protecting your kids from them. So, you know, all that being said, okay, moving right along. Before we get knocked off bandwidth again. Yes, do by all means take over and take us to the bottom of the hour and beyond as far as you feel comfortable.
Right, and like there's all kinds of stuff like happening. I'm just looking through it. Yeah. But what we were talking about earlier with people doing the COVID parties, well, it's happening in Berlin as well. They're having illegal, what are called in like the rave world, it's called a UG, an underground rave, meaning it's illicit, or I don't know what would be the word be, like it doesn't have a permit, basically. Like, it's called an underground rave, where you just tell people to show up and then you give them $5 and you can get in. But apparently it's happening big in Berlin. They're having to deal with these people that are against COVID, and like people were protesting and basically saying COVID's not real. So like even the Germans are having to deal with this stuff, and like, you know, it's pretty annoying. I mean,
That's awful.
Like, what is it? Like, I don't understand why people are against, like, even if it is quote unquote a hoax or whatever they're saying. It's like, what kind of harm would it do just to like wear the mask or like, you know, to play along? Like, there's not really, like, it's not really that bad. Like, it would have probably helped if anything, you know.
Thank you.
Like, they would have opened shit sooner, you know, if people were on board. Like,
it's true. It's so fucking true. I mean, you know, it's like,
it makes sense, obviously.
yeah, but this is why Japan's doing so well, because the government said maybe you should do this. It was just a suggestion, it wasn't even an order, and everybody did it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And they all did it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and
they're open. They're completely open. Like, let me go back to the HK.
Anyhow, tell us about the story about when you were at work and how at the end of the day the cunt came in and ordered all of this fucking salmon, and aside from that, you had some other bitch who was trying to call out her husband to beat you up and shit. And
I already explained that one.
Oh, okay.
And I deconstructed it with Daniel Arola a little bit. Like, she basically, that lady got pissed because it was like I helped the Mexican lady before her, and it was like that was the end of the world for that bitch.
Oh shit! Holy. Yeah, this is
so like it had nothing else because I didn't skip her. It was like it had nothing to do with that. You know, it was just something off. There was something weird about it. Like that's the only explanation.
Yeah. That's just how would I say it? It's I can't conceive of how to deal with people like this. This is what Derek Talley was talking about when he was talking about this fear of you know, the disappearance of the white gene or something like that. Some redundant survival mechanism gone wrong.
Yes.
Yeah. So anyhow. Go on, and anything else you want to speak of, because after that I'm going to try and bring Selena and Derek back on for another half hour at least, while I'm still trying to look around online, just to kind of finalize you know, what to critique and analyze you know, when I'm monologuing. So other than that, you've been wonderful, and I want you to know how much you've been missed. And right. Everybody.
I'd rather be doing this than working.
Thank you. And you know what, Selena and Derek, while we have Brendan with us, do come on and tell Brendan how much he was missed and why he was missed. Which elements of him were missed the most, whether it was his herbs or what.
I mean, I don't need the boost, but it would be interesting to see.
Yes. Please, Derek, you can.
Oh yeah, well, it was always good. Coming on and having Brendan to bounce stuff off of, because me and Brendan kind of have a bond, you know what I'm saying? There's certain things that we talk. Brendan, did you ever get a chance to check out any of those episodes of Lipu and Pitbull?
No, but you sent it and I have it, and it looks cool. Like, I'm trying to check it out. Just even the cover car they had was sick. So I have to get like caught up on that.
Yeah, they only have like 8 episodes, but that is like one of the coolest. That is the coolest car show that's out there, and I was waiting for them when I
what they did with the 70 Camaro. It looks nuts. Like, it looks like a futuristic kind of car or something.
Right, and that's what he does. That's what Lipu does. He doesn't measure or anything. He eyeballs stuff, and then he just starts cutting. And he brings his tools that he brought with him over there from Bangladesh, and he just uses those tools, and he just starts. He gets a vision, he gets a motivation, and then he just starts cutting, and he makes them cars look nice.
Yeah, that thing looks so slick. Like, shit, I'd buy a car if I had like millions that look like that.
Well, that's just it. The reason they started the show was because they wanted to show that you didn't have to have Chip Foose type money in order to have, you didn't have to be Shaquille O'Neal in order to have a car. Because I told my son about Shaquille O'Neal getting his car overhauled on Overhauling by Chip Foose. And my son said, well, when Pimp My Ride was out, Shaquille O'Neal was on that, and he had his car pimped by Exhibit. So he said Shaquille O'Neal is just like pimping all the car overhauling places. All the car overhauling TV shows. And like any TV show that has they take your car and strip it down and get off all the rust and make it brand new.
With like the Pimp My Ride and all those, there was all kinds on the TV at that time.
Right. So with Lipu and Pitbull, you'll bring them a car, just a regular car, and You tell them, I want it customized, I want it done up just like, I want it faster. And they'll say, how much would you working with? You know, something like this, you know, you give us 30,000. Well, I only got 12. Well, they'll do it for 12. They'll do what they can do for 12. You know, the people are coming to them.
Like, doing good. Like,
right. So
almost better looking than like the infinite money chip food shit. Like, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
By the way, Selena Khan, could you come on for a few minutes and tell us a bit about what you would like us to address? Because Brendan might be able to address this while he's still with us a little better than I can after he leaves. And so what Selena is talking about is she's saying, Douglas, when you start your monologue, she's asking me if I could address a few things like, she said, could you please touch upon the real estate market in mortgage and a little about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency if you could. So Selena, first come on and tell us what you miss about Brendan and what you miss about his being gone, whether it's the herbs or other aspects of what he talks about. And
yeah.
And then he'll touch a little bit about what he can on those topics before he leaves as well. And so
yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So basically, probably it's not going to be possible tonight for you to go over this because you may have to do a little research. Basically, what I was asking, yeah, definitely we miss you. Come on. The thing is that you are the nutrition
the resident nutritionist,
yes,
nutritionist
or nutrition department in DD Enterprise here. So we miss that definitely because I'm into herbs, you know, that everybody knows. So it's endless, you know. But you know, I found some herbs and I'll send it to you. Then you can do a little study and go over that. Those are for spiritual practices, like, you know, healing, basically, you know. So I'm always interested in those. So I'll send you some links. You can do a little study because I have no time. Like every time I come here, I prepare my note early in the morning, and, you know, before I get off the bed. So, and I forget the note, and then I come on and I get stuck, like babbling, like, you know, going on a tangent, like I'm all over the place. So I can put together anything. So yeah, I miss you every single time. So come on over whenever you can. Talk about nutrition and herbal and so many things that you cover. It's amazing. And the other thing is that I mentioned that the Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, because oh my God, I don't want to think about that. I was so crazy, foolish, and all this. I lost a lot of money, and the bad part is that I borrowed money from my sister. So we don't talk anymore because I lost all her money. So whenever, so it's so funny that one time, it was like 5-6 months ago. So she's like, we have to talk. I said, sure. So yeah, you know, I'm a little tired today and all these things. I said, look, I'm on my pajamas. So I sent her a picture. I ended up sending the picture to Douglas. So I was like, oh my God. So that was kind of embarrassing. And I do this kind of thing when I'm like a little nervous or a little like something I did wrong. So I can't, you know, pay attention. So I end up sending wrong messages to, you know, agents, friends, everybody. So anyway, so my point is here that if you could, next time when you come, definitely I'm hoping you come back on Wednesday. Probably you will have a little time to do some, you know, study. I'll give you a lot of reference, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Yeah. So yeah.
I'm sorry.
Because I also invested money recently. This is so bad. I'm shameless. So
oh my God.
what I did, I put very little money. So I sent these links and information to. I was just, you know, listening to Douglas, like beginning of his you know, show. So I said, Peter, you should invest money on cryptocurrency. You're gonna make money and all these things. So I already did. I made some money. I made like $200. So I was very happy and jumpy. And then I said, you should do that. And whoever I know, I suggest them. So thereafter, immediately after that, I lost $300 instead of, you know, winning 200. Then I lost 300. So I was like thinking like, Peter, I changed my mind. Do not ever invest. So I didn't send that message to him yet. But it's just, interesting because I enjoy this thing. Is I used to do day trading, like, one of those like
Oh my God.
5-6 years ago, and all this. Like I bought like Facebook for $42, and then I made good money on that. But then again, something that I do and I lose it again. So that's what happened to me. So, but it's just fun. But anyways, about Bitcoin that I wanted to recover. Right now they're like 12,000, little under 12. So I don't know. So if you could help me out with that, so I could recover the money or something.
Okay, I really
Okay.
appreciate your asking that. Thank you, honey. And you're right, I won't be going too much into that tonight, but one thing I can say is that I've spoken on it in the past, and what I do recommend to everybody is don't do it.
Right.
I
I
don't-
heard that
yeah.
from you.
Yes, and but Brendan, have you had any personal experiences with either real estate or cryptocurrency that you'd like to share or feel is worth sharing?
What I learned about real estate, Selena explained to me, so I appreciate that. But for Bitcoin, from what I've noticed, the only people it benefits are the super wealthy, because then they can use it as like a tax haven. They can use it to sell drugs. I mean, for the average person, it's not going to help you. That's how I see it.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's actually
Wow,
just
thank you
cheap
so
to help the
much.
rich people.
So what you're saying is that people, I came to know a lot of people in my, circle of people that I know. They also invested. A lot of people made a lot of money because they have a lot of money to invest. So for me, it's
Exactly.
like, I'm so small. So for me, just being stupid and, lost money. But what is the future? Because their market cap in billions. They have this XRP. There's this. It's a payment system that Ripple that use all the banks for transferring money. Like I'm sending
They're gonna
someone
come
money
out
to
with
another
another-
country. So what is the future of this? Is it going to be something like all fraud and all this, or how come they have so much market cap in billions?
It's mostly, I mean, it's just rich people, because what they do is they buy warehouses. This is what I know of it. I don't know very much, but they buy warehouses with all the servers, and they maintain the servers, and what they're doing is it builds value over time. So the more money they throw at it and the bigger warehouse they have, then they can basically funnel all their extra cash into that, and that way they don't have to keep paying taxes on it if it's just in a bank account.
Right, basically hiding the money and
Right.
not paying tax.
That's how I see it. And then when they want to use it, they, whatever, they liquidate it, or it becomes cash somehow. They have some kind of way to do that. So I don't see how that works. Like, how can they make it a liquid asset? That's what I don't get. So there's obviously
Yeah, so that's my
It's in their computer. If they lose their computer, well, then they lose their money.
There you go. Exactly.
Yes, that's quite true. You'd have to like go through a landfill to try and find your hard drive if because it's all in there. It's not in any cloud. So
Right.
it's meant for criminals to launder money. As a person involved with the underworld myself, that's what my gang brother and his affiliates use it for. So that's unless you're involved at that level of criminality, there's no
How
reason.
can I get
no.
involved in that
I
level?
just want to make money
Yes.
wherever I go, whatever I encounter. I just want to make money. That's all.
Understood.
I mean, I don't disagree that, like, trying it, I mean, it was worth a try. I think,
No,
Oh,
it's
wow.
not worth the try. No, don't even say that. And I'm sorry, Derek. What were you going to say before I kind of stepped over you with the vocalization?
Oh, I was saying, how can I get into this criminal enterprise of laundering money?
Well, you'll be in and out of jail. You'll have a lot of money, and you'll lose everything in life and gain. But you'll be miserable. You might commit suicide even. So before you,
but you'll have
your
money
mind.
and drugs.
Yes.
So those are for different type of people. That's why you don't do those things. You're not in that type of lifestyle or mentality. It's not for everybody. It's for criminals, those who has nothing in them. They're robot. All they do act like machine. they hate everything, everyone. They cheat, lie, and steal. So you can do those things. So it's not for everyone. It's just a lot of stories that I came to know what people do. It's just what is this man, the founder of the software? He lives in the island, someplace.
Oh, you're talking
Douglas,
about
you know him?
that idiot with the Japanese name, that fake
No,
Japanese.
no.
Okay.
He's the founder of this. Oh my God, everybody knows this. He lives in the island. He lives with hookers, prostitutes, and all this. He was,
Sounds like something I would do.
Who cares? That's not the point. But he's the
Oh,
one.
Epstein.
Probably.
You're talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Everybody
Epstein.
knows. You just don't remember. What is it?
Jeffrey Epstein. Is that who
No,
you're talking about?
no.
No.
Brandon, help me out.
Wait, what was I missed the first part of it. What was that?
Yeah, say it again. It's some guy who lives on an island with all these hookers and prostitutes. She said, "What the
He's
fuck?" Brendan wouldn't know anything.
Founder of the software program years ago, and he was behind this Bitcoin thing. He used to give out encourage people on YouTube, like you should invest, you should go for Bitcoin is the future of currency and all these things. Because ignorant people like me, I would say that I don't know anything. I'll just listen to something. Oh, really? You can make so much money. So, let's give it a try. And, they lose money just like I did. John McAfee.
Wow.
McAfee. Yeah.
So
yeah,
he's
the guy that founded the antivirus software. He was
right, antivirus software, yeah.
Well, I didn't know he was into all that.
Well, yeah. Well, there you go.
Basically like a computer money extortionist.
He was convicted. I don't remember convicted, but he was a suspect for murdering his neighbors. Also, similar. That's what they do. They kill each other.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
Right.
There you go. I mean, oh my God. At any rate, so when you were bringing him up, what was the connection? What was your
Bitcoin? He is the one used to create so many YouTube videos about Bitcoin. That's how I got inspired. Like, oh God, like people like them. I was just being ignorant. So that's what you fall for, greed, or I don't know, not greed quite. Like if I could make money, little investment, why not? So I used to listen to his Bitcoin YouTube footage of like every day what he's gonna say. I thought he's very smart. He knows, but anyways, people don't know, what behind all these lies and cheating people.
Right.
But I mean, like, I think having the mentality that you have is still good, though. Wanting to invest and supposedly, if you're willing to take risks, like investing could be like more profitable. But
the investing that I would say the best would be like real estate. But you can invest. Anyone can invest, but without investing any money. There are ways to do it. It's so easy. Just like I just mentioned earlier in the evening that anyone can do this, but you have to be very, very brave in terms of where I can talk about a specific subject. I can articulate what I know. What I don't know, I'll be like speaking gibberish. So you have to know this business that you can talk to people. It's a win-win for everyone. It's not something that you are doing. It's some kinds of trick. That's not the case. It's a good business, but people won't do it because work is so simple that you will not have the courage to, go in front of people and say what you have to say. So that someone has to master. So So those are the people that I noticed, everybody I noticed that, they have wealth, they bought something, investment, income producing property. So I'm like, how do you do that? And if people share, there are so many events, so many, that I attend. I used to because of COVID-19, this year was just so horrible. We couldn't do anywhere. So I'm more into information, real information, make money, help, help people. I know so many people that I have in my list that I want to help them.
I had some reasons. That is something very personal. So that's the reason that I've been, planning. So I'm setting aside some money for, this is for this family, this is for this person. So that's how I am going by. So that is my, inspiration. I'm not going after money. I'm going to work for money, and it's rewarding job that I do. It's very, very rewarding. You need a lot of patience. You have to know the business. So that's how you get. That's my point of view. I don't want anybody to think that I'm greedy and I'm going after money. No, that's not the case. I
I
enjoy
think that's
working
the
what I do. So that's my philosophy. It's not
I
for the
think that's
money.
the real essence of like the market economy. I mean, it should be to like create more wealth for more people.
Yes,
That would make the
absolutely.
country more stronger instead of having a set amount of people hoard all the wealth, and it actually makes your country weaker. So
Exactly.
you're
So
actually
that's
using
my
the real
point.
method of
Yeah, I want
capitalism.
everyone to have everything. And
Yeah,
this is a country. I understand a lot of things here. This race issue, that's a whole separate debate. But when it comes down to making money and willing to be, willingness to success, that financial success, and then everything fall into places. We need money to survive. We also can earn money in this country, like the other day, Charles Barnes was like, he was really upset, mentioning about, oh, immigrants are coming over here to take away the job and all these things. He has very narrow-minded mentality. It's not the case. That people come here. This is a country. The government, invite people to come here to do all kinds of things. New
yeah,
York City, 50,000 restaurants. Who do you think all that do all the dirty work, cleaning dishes, cleaning floors? All immigrants. And these are the people, and they're doctors, they're other professions, software engineers. All of these things all come from all over the world. This country runs on immigrants. So that's just a fact. Who cleans your toilet? Rich people. Your housekeepers. These are all people that come from other countries. So
right.
the poor countries. So nothing wrong with it. If they come, work, earn, make a living, become successful. What's wrong with that? Why do we have to I have to look at other people like, oh, these black people shouldn't belong here, or Mexicans shouldn't be here. That's just a very wrong mentality. We live in a planet.
And
Happens
all
to
those
be,
people who think
in
that,
a
like,
geographical location we call USA, or whatever the country,
exactly.
Canada, Europe, whatever.
If
So
they had to do those same jobs, it would be like they couldn't do it.
and it's so funny. Here's the
They'd
thing.
start
There's
crying.
yeah, listen to this.
Yeah.
Listen to this funny story. Yesterday, Manuel, there's this guy. He's from some South American country. I was just amazed and surprised. He came in. If anybody, people look at people as in like what kind of clothes they wear, what kind of shoes, or women like kind of dress, shoes, all of these things. That's how people value, like people who live in a material world. So this guy came in literally like he just came off, like I thought he's a contractor and all this. So I said, Manuel, so what are you gonna do? He saw the house. He wants to make an offer. He has no freaking idea. He never been into Nassau County. He never been into like first thing he said, can we make like it's a home house is so big, so he wanted to make it like rent it to 10 people and make like income, and rent out to like and then get income, and so that's his plan. So I said, you are in an area that this is not how it works over here. You get a house, it could be one person or it could be 3 people, 4 people live in this area, even though they don't need it, but that's where. So you cannot do any of these things. So what's wrong with that? I have the money. Turns out he has $500,000 cash. He owns a business, but he doesn't know how to invest, what to do with it. So I'm like, okay, you came to the right person. So we're gonna meet. We'll have a business meeting. He's gonna come, and then I'll give him ideas, and then basically consult so he can invest his money and he will make money. And I will just show him the way.
So the ideas that I give out to people, whoever is, understand, they would be able to make so much money just by, you don't have to do anything. Just stay home and your money will be coming in. It's just that, money will make money. But it needs tremendous patience and a lot of understanding, reading, studying. So whoever can do this thing can be. So like this guy. So how did he make all his money? I was just shocked what he shared with me. So it's amazing stories that I come to know from people. And then another, there's so many stories. So this is one of the stories that, I just wanted to share, that there are people, they have money, they make money, earn money, a lot of money, but they don't know what to do with it thereafter.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting.
That's the majority. I see people like they have so much, they have nice everything and they don't know how to use it. Or they don't know anything about it. It's just, shouldn't be like that.
And the other aspects of wealthy class, like those who are in an area, let's say Great Neck. Great Neck is an extremely conservative area. It's all kinds of Jews, like Ashkenazis, Persian, and then Israeli, all Jews. I'm like, I'm the only nigger in that town. I would say.
But it's true. That's how it's thought of. Go on.
Yes.
Yeah. Go on.
So that's what they do. Like when I first joined the office, 99.9% in the office, they're unproductive Persian Jews, because they do business with only their relatives once or twice a deal. These are like they think they're big shots. And when I joined, they didn't like me, but they didn't show it because you can't. So that much senses they had. Yes. So then thereafter, in a few months, I'm like everybody's sweetheart. So they treat me, cookies and soup next door. So it's like I'm part of their community. So I mean, I didn't do anything. I just mind my own business. I'm not into gossip. I'm not into anything. But these agents will come, like, treat me like, some will treat me like their daughter and, like sister and all this thing. But so anyways, so my point is that this wealthy class, I just want to know what they do, how they make money, and, how, like, they just sit on money mattress. They have money tree. Yes. It's just amazing. They have everything, and they're the most sickest people physically, like
yes, physically,
cancer,
medically,
just so strange. I don't know which way to go. Go after money, not go after money, not make money, just live in a mud house.
I was studying like winning the lottery. It was like everyone that, like, statistically, everyone that wins the lottery either gets killed or kills someone.
Definitely.
And the only guy that I found that was successful after winning the lottery, he smokes like 15 joints a day. Like, that was his quote.
Holy shit.
So, like, only the stoner guy made it out, like, basically.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because they don't know.
No one knows what to do.
They never earned the money through real hard work, so they don't know that's how it came. They have no value to this money. They have no knowledge. They don't know what to do. They're intimidated. They're scared to death. So, so little by little, they go for expensive vacation and all these, buy vintage furniture, clothes, whatever, and that's how they become broke. And then the relatives, the best friends, they will go after them and borrow money.
And then the relatives took those other people out too. Exactly.
Wife will kill the husband will kill the wife. It's like so bizarre.
Yeah. When there was like enough money to go around anyways, it's like.
Yeah, so if you don't earn anything, that's anything. Like if you love someone, love each other. That's the only way you'll know that, what love is. I mean, you can go on and on, like, I love you and all this, but if it is true, real love, people feel it. So it's just like that. If you earn something, something that you wanted so bad, or you wanted to buy a home, if you like with a single mindset, if you go for it, that you want it, you desire that, we live in a physical world, but if someone become greedy, cheat others. I mean, I can cheat so many people that people, they're naive people. I look at them, they're just so innocent.
But many agents that cheated them. Like this homeowner that I'm dealing with, that I'm selling their home. These two agents literally, like, what they did to them, just insane. I'm not going to talk about it, but so, I just show them, like, motherly love, not as in mother, like, sincere love that, they will use that be benefited. It's just a mutual thing. You give love. You don't have to worry about that, whether or not it comes back to you. It will come. It's just the way it works. So that's just the nature's secret that we don't know. If you sincere loving about something, you will achieve it if you want. That's all it is.
Right. That's what the multiverse wants. It wants someone to be
right. So
so
that's what I enjoy. I had been through some bad experience in my life. So, then I started, like, I changed so much, and I started like experiencing unusual phenomena. So, like, and then I realized why, because I was basically, I changed myself, and then I'm much stable, much better. I was very, very depressed, but I have conquered everything by myself, that I will not be like, I researched, I found out why, what, so many things makes you sad, but what is the reason? Why do we become depressed? What caused all these things? So when you go deep into all these things, then I realized that, all I can give my love to people in many ways, however way possible. Like, every summer I would go to Central Park, and I'll treat those homeless people. I'll buy food from there. It's a very fun place to be around. So that's my thing. I'll take my blankie and pillows and, eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and then come home. It's like a trip, and it's beautiful. You get to meet so many people. There are people from Africa, different African countries. That this group of people, they're there. They will come and sell you tourist bus that that get around people, those double deckers. They sell those tickets. So when I they do this to everyone, so they think that everyone is tourist here. So I'm like, okay, how much it costs and all these things. So I can't afford it. Like, some of them were like, oh, you're so nice, you're so beautiful, you can have one for free. But anyway, so I'm saying, like, the friendliness of people there, you just enjoy that, so much going on. So that's what I enjoy. I like to observe, learn, and, be, and share. That's the greatest thing that someone can have. You can share anything that you enjoy. So I enjoy sharing. So that's my philosophy.
Yes. Yeah, and that's wonderful. I really appreciate your sharing that, as we appreciate everything that you share with us. So,
thank you. I'm happy and honored to be here joining you. Well,
oh, honey. Yes, well, definitely the honor is ours. And as I said, you grace us with your presence. By the way, I want to catch people up on what's going on in the message box between Jameson Reese and myself. He said basically that the dude tried again by the name XX John McFay. So he said, is there any chance this is an art elect? And I said, no, he's too stupid. And then he said, the names cropping up of the trolls are relevant to what we were discussing in chat. And so he concluded it's a stalker. And he says, damn, the dude needs some ketamine. And so there we have that. And he also knocked out information creation at this point, because he was bantering on about the cryptocurrency subject, which seemed suspect because when Jameson asked him the drug of his choice, he said none. So he had to restrict his access. By the way, that's not as ridiculous as it sounds. I mean, obviously, what most people don't understand, there's very few people in modern civilization who are not using some kind of drug, like alcohol or something. There's something that the overwhelming...
But they wouldn't consider caffeine a drug. I've had that argument with people.
Yeah, and that's also ridiculous.
But it is.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And but he feels that the info creation moniker was created during the electronic attack we suffered on air. So he suspects that that might be the central hub of the rest of the trolls, conceivably. So he's just making certain. So I understand his caution.
That one page, the information one, had like, for one, I couldn't look it up, and for two, it was like just talking about like different Bitcoin schemes that it was doing. So I don't know.
Interesting. Weird. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That does sound suspect. Yeah. With that, honestly, it's 9 p.m. now, Pacific Daylight Time. How are you feeling? Do you have a few more minutes with us, or do you have to go now?
I have like one more bit left on my notes.
Oh, please, by all means, go for it. Thank you.
But then after that, yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep because I have to work early. Right. But yeah. So yeah, I was like going back to like the food subject. I know we were covering like a bunch of subjects, but this is like more practical because I want to end on like the higher and divine, like practicality, like living on Earth type of note. I was eating. I bought some red bananas. They're not ripe yet, so I have to get back to that. But the other day when I was exposed to like the COVID at work, which is like obviously what happened, like I felt like possibly I was getting sick or something. I went to the store and bought this like organic turmeric, and it was from Jamaica, and I just have been eating like raw turmeric.
Right.
And,
but by the way, I want Selena Khan to know that I've been putting turmeric into my green tea every day. So please go on. Yeah. So. Thank you.
Dude, turmeric green tea is like really good.
Okay.
I like that comp. Yeah.
Thank you. So go on. Yeah, please.
But it's like the Jamaican turmeric, like it was very like cleansing and astringent, like it cleansed my lungs. And then today I went and bought this packet of like ultra hot peppers, like, and it turns out they're grown in like the Netherlands, so it's like some super like high level spicy peppers. And I just had earlier when we were on air when I was cooking, it was like a scorpion pepper, potatoes, and like I basically put like the world's hottest pepper in my potatoes, and it was pretty good actually.
Cool.
So I was eating like ghost pepper. It has like ghost pepper, scorpion pepper, Scotch bonnet, one called Boot Jolokia, Carolina Reaper. Like they all sound scary, but like it's because it's the spiciest peppers like you could buy basically. So that was like the highlight of my day today. But it definitely helped clear out any viral, like it detoxes you actually. And this is why countries like Vietnam and Thailand had almost no deaths from COVID, even though they did have like cases. It's because they eat tons of ginger, that's just part of their lifestyle, and like they know certain herbs that help when you're sick, because like when you live in a tropical environment or like it's more tropical, then there's more diseases that you can get, and that's why they eat heavily spiced foods, or like that's according to like the anthropologist
perspective.
Excuse me,
Brandon, I just wanted to ask you real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
What about garlic? Like I've been eating garlic, like 5-6 cloves raw garlic a day for the last 10 years. Is that any good?
That's extremely good. I mean, garlic, normally you want to keep it low, but it's like if you're in this kind of environment that we're in, especially like you live in a city or like close to the city, it's like it's almost necessary to keep the pollution at bay. So like garlic is very good. Like garlic will stop a lot of the pollution from damaging your body. Turmeric as well. So like no, that's like really good. And it has like they use it scientifically in the medical system to lower blood pressure. So like I guarantee that you probably don't have any blood pressure issues, Right?
No, but the pharmaceutical version of it is synthesized version of garlic.
Exactly.
So it has a side effect. So
exactly.
So that's the thing that I don't like about pharmaceutical medicine. No matter how good they are, but it is synthesized version. Plus, it has side effect because of preservatives.
It's just like a pill, exactly.
Chemicals, So
and it's like
no benefit to it.
Exactly, and the raw garlic, like it'll cleanse the body. Like that's really good. Like, I eat straight garlic too. It's like I just bought some raw like organic garlic too. Oh, what's happening?
That's Dark Tally.
Also, Brandon. Also, what you call the ginger root.
Yes.
Excuse me. I eat ginger root.
You gotta
as
buy it
a
organic.
Good amount. Yeah, make sure it's organic because
It's so much stronger. It's so much better. It's organic.
and also
In
the
fact, I'm gonna
one
eat now.
yeah. So the other thing is that make sure that this is for everyone, that when you go to supermarket buying fruits and vegetables, make sure this number starts, 4-digit number starts with 4. Don't buy those are the one is the most what is it called, hybrid version. They're not they're almost like artificially made. So if you buy, rather don't eat vegetable at all. There's another story behind it, not to eat vegetable, from another this person from India that I escaped to know. He mentioned about a lot of things about vegetable I didn't know. I was just surprised that he mentioned that lettuce in USA is the a hybrid version. It has nicotine in it. That's how they
There's opium in the lettuce.
yeah.
It's real.
So,
That's not a joke.
and there are people like innovate people. They don't eat any vegetable. How do they live? How do they survive? So it's another debate on like vegetable, vegetarian. I mean, those are religious people. That's different.
I think it's more about like practicality, like like nutrition wise, because like you don't need vegetables necessarily, but it's like if you live in a climate that grows that, like you should be eating like really nice like fresh vegetables, like
that's right.
But so arguments back and forth, like are nightshades dangerous, like eating potatoes and
right. Also garlic too,
eggplants,
like they're Indian, they don't eat garlic.
Tomatoes.
They think that, I don't know why, but I don't understand why they wouldn't eat. This is something.
Some cultures, they see garlic as like a medicine. Like you'll only use it like, rarely. Like when you need, like when you're super sick, then you use it, kind of thing. But like those same cultures see.
It doesn't make sense. Like, why do you have to be sick to?
Well,
I mean,
exactly.
when you get sick, you take it. However, other times, what's wrong with that?
The ancient Egyptians considered garlic as like a money. Like they used it in every food, and like they realized its benefit. And
there is another spice as well. It's cinnamon. Like cinnamon and nutmeg is the natural high that people, it's very like puts you in meditative state. I've been experiencing it because I clarity about things around you, people, society, everything. So it's good. Thank you, Brandon. I'm gonna go now for the night. It's late night, and I just wanted to shout out to a few friends, few people that I know. Sarah Shields, hugs, and Miguel Underher. He sent me a flower. Yeah. Thank you, Miguel, for sharing. He's been sharing a lot of things. I appreciate that. And Maria, Michaela, and then oh God, I'm so bad with it. I forget. End of the day, after 5, I'm just don't know anything. The pretty girl, I would say. What is that? Veronica. All right.
Vera Reino Borrera. Yes, Veronica Reino Borrera.
Hugs to everyone. Be safe, and we'll speak again, share again. And Douglas, thank you so much. Everyone, thank you so much. Derek and Brandon, have a good night.
We love you.
All right, Selena.
We love you, honey.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes. Bye-bye. Good night. And so as soon as our man Brendan leaves, I need you to take over, Derek, for a little bit. I'm going to be here with you every step of the way, but I'll explain that after, our man, Brendan leaves. I keep thinking of him as a very young man, so to me he's almost like, I think of him as like a child, and I shouldn't, of course. He grew up way before his time and was forced to do so. So this young man, Brendan Zogit, go back to what track you were on. And you had a few more points, or were you kind of wrapping up? Come on, do what you need to do.
I think that I was talking about the ghost peppers. That was like the end of my list.
Okay.
And then yes,
Yeah. Well,
And you know what constitutes nightshade vegetables?
it's the Solanaceae family. So it's like I could give you a list.
yeah,
I know
please.
tobacco's in that family, so I was wondering
Yeah.
why tobacco and peppers would be in the same family.
It's like a lot of things that humans eat. Spicy peppers. Basically everything we eat. Potatoes, eggplants. Of course, belladonna and nightshade, the two most deadliest flowers in the world. Like on the top list, you know. It's all kinds of stuff. Goji berries. You know, like it's a very wide family of plants. Like, let's see what else. Yeah, there's so much. But people argue that they have toxic alkaloids, which some of them do. But the ones that humans like basically cultivated, they're less. They have less of these. You know, like even Datura is a species inside of Solanode, which is like a subspecies of it. So like, you know, it's like so many plants part of like the quote unquote nightshade family. So it's interesting.
Okay.
Well, I gave eating some edibles a try again for the last time, and I'm officially announcing that I'm through with edibles. This is like my 4th time giving edibles a try. They do nothing for me.
Nothing happened? Interesting.
Huh.
That's like
No.
that's really rare for like like
I'm sorry. What the fuck are edibles?
cannabis infused foods.
Oh, okay. And so they do nothing. Okay, there you go. Well, you're kind of lucky. Better that than getting a panic attack or getting paranoid. Yeah.
Perhaps, yeah, you're just like, I know people that like don't get high off edibles. It's a different type of THC. It's actually like THC Delta 11, which people don't realize. It's actually slightly different. So like some people, I guess it just doesn't react with them, like comparatively, you know.
Right. Okay. Interesting. At any rate, we love you dearly, Brendan. I love you like a son. I want everyone to understand none of this would be possible without Brendan Zogit, Lena Shea, and so many other people involved with Team Dietrich, including, of course, Derek Talley, who this entire call is rides on his phone. So what was it you did, Derek? You sent us like all these images of basically you clicked the camera on like 3 or 4 times. Did you trip or something, or what happened there? You may
It
not.
just
No,
doesn't.
my volume went out,
Uh-huh.
and so what I did was I kept trying to see if I was reconnect, and then it disconnected me. So then I put myself back on by rejoining the call.
Oh, okay. And then what it registered as was the camera trying to turn on 3 times or something like that. So it was interesting. That's what Brendan was wondering about, because it came up with this like machine gun like blip on the Skype sound.
Yeah, that's just like crazy.
At one point, I said, "Can you guys hear me?" And I don't know if you guys heard me say that,
No,
but I
we
couldn't
didn't.
hear you guys.
Yeah, we didn't hear you.
No.
That would have given us forewarning something was up. Well, Derek, it's you and me now after Brendan leaves. So and Derek sounds pretty awake, so that's cool. And definitely, our man Brendan, we love you dearly. Sweet be thy slumber, and blessed be thy dreams. Okay.
Yes. Pray for me for tomorrow, just in case that lady comes back.
Oh shit! Yes.
Okay.
Yes, everybody.
All
I'm
right.
just joking.
Yeah.
You'll find a different bakery.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
And so with that, we have Derek Talley with us. Derek's going to kind of take over. I'm going to be with you completely. I'm right here. So are you aware that there's 1 Marine dead and 8 missing after an amphibious landing craft or vehicle crash?
Yeah, a training exercise.
So tell us about that, what you know. Thank you. Let's start with that.
Well, they posted it in the Marine group today, and also a Marine that I know had posted it, saying that he had actually worked with some of those Marines, or he had worked with that unit, and so I didn't really get a chance to. You know what, I'm gonna have to actually find the story now that you brought it up. But
Okay.
I did repost it. I didn't get a chance to actually read it though.
Okay. But definitely, what you can do while you're doing that, you can multitask. You can talk at the same time, right? Or do you need me to kind of cover?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, well, I can multitask at the same time, but I did put a couple of stories up on my Facebook page so that I could go back to them when needed. Trump's decision to pull troops from Germany will weaken the U.S. and boost Russia, says some Merkel aides. Some aides.
Okay.
Child porn discovered at the Department of Defense Pentagon computers. So.
But that's like that's let's use the word uncovered instead of discovered. But yeah, that's the norm. So go on. Yes, please. Yeah, by all means, share these stories with us.
Racism among white Christians is higher than among non-religious. That's no coincidence. That's one of the articles. The New York Bronx Zoo apologizing for putting African man in monkey house more than 100 years ago.
That's incredibly important. I want you to go over that with us. Yes, by all means, go over these stories with us. Yeah, please.
Okay, this was from the Atlanta Black Star. New York Bronx Zoo apologizes for putting African man in monkey house more than 100 years ago. The Wildlife Conservation Society, WCS, which runs New York's Bronx Zoo, has apologizing for his racist past. The WCS issued a statement on Wednesday in wake of the zoo's 125th anniversary celebration, apologizing for his treatment of an African man named Oda Binga. Binga, a man of Mobutu people who were once known in the West as pygmies of the modern-day Democratic Republic of Congo, was put on display in a monkey house for multiple days in September back in 1906. First, we apologize for and condemn the treatment of the young Central African from the Mobutu people of the present-day Democratic Republic of Congo. His name was Oda Binga. Bronx Zoo officials, led by Director William Hornday, put Oda Binga on display in the zoo's monkey house for several days during the week of September 8, 1906. The organization said in a statement posted on its official website. It was not until local black ministers joined forces to shut down the display and transfer Binga to an orphanage that the mockery came to an end. Binga's teeth had been filed to sharp points in accordance to the tribe's culture, but the zoo used the feature to represent Binga as the wild man of Africa. Now they're showing a picture of this kid, and he's just a kid. Calls him a man, but he's just a kid. He looks like he's 12 years old. Oda Binga, they showed a photo of him. Visitors at the zoo laughed at Binga all day, chasing and tripping him on the grounds of the display when he was outside the enclosure, laughing and poking him in his rib cage. A sign above the cage read, "The missing link," as to suggest Binga was the evolutionary link between humans and man-ape-like ancestors. The baby chimp was kept inside the cage with Binga. So they put a baby chimp in the cage with the man, and people were able to touch the man. The WCS said that the apology comes from a result of deep reflection and self-examination in the aftermath of the nation's reckoning with systematic racism.
So how about the apology comes instead of in wake of deep reflection? How about in wake of universal condemnation? So go on.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the pedophile saying they're sorry. They're sorry they got caught. Okay, so go on.
Well, yeah, it took them 125 years to apologize, so
yeah,
I guess we never got an apology from the people that actually did it.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, this is where we're at. This is the state of racial affairs in America. So please, by all means, go on. You know what is so offensive about this? We'll go on after you finish, but just so people understand the true hypocrisy of this, there was a wretched film. I can't remember who it starred, but I think it's that idiot who I hate, who's in that movie called Greyhound now. Who's that son of a bitch? always affiliate with the Band of Brothers. That guy Tom Hanks. Yeah, I think he was in the movie The Remarkable Story of Benjamin Button. That was that Tom Hanks puke, wasn't it? Anyhow, in Benjamin Button, that film, supposed to be this fantasy about this guy who reverse ages, just gets younger and younger till he becomes a fucking squalling brat and then a baby and shit. They have Ota Benga portrayed in that film as begging for this treatment. As, I love being in the cage. I love the people feeling me up and groping me and tickling my ribs and shit. This is what you've got going for you in terms of rationalization. So
really? So they made a movie about this?
No, they had him in a movie that was not about him at all. It's about this fantasy about Tom Hanks portraying this freak who ages backwards and supposed to have been born an adult, which shows you we're already starting pretty stupid, and then ages backwards to become an infant. And that this is a total fantasy about a condition that people found online and believed in. They believe in that shit, but they deny Alexandria's genesis, the fact that my dad had purple eyes and that I inherited them, and they appear such under certain ambient light conditions, but my dad's were purple all the time. But, they deny that, but they believe in this shit. But in that film where they're portraying that, they had Ota Benga as a cameo. They had a cameo of someone portraying Ota Benga that, I love being in the cage where the animal and the white people, they're so kind to me and they throw me peanuts I love to eat and shit. So there you go with that. So please.
You know what? Selena just sent me something. Yeah. And what she just sent me was an article that says, it was a photo of the article, so I can't click on it, but it says Deep Racism, the Forgotten History of Human Zoo. A black African girl in a human zoo in Belgium in 1958. The whites are feeding her bananas like monkey. So unlike the Bronx Zoo, which put the little black boy in the cage with the monkey, in Belgium, they actually have a human zoo, yes, to where the humans themselves are the display. So they have white people feeding this little black girl bananas.
Disgusting. I have this. She sent me the same thing. I'm looking at it now. This is unbelievable. Derek, do me a favor and post that on your timeline and tag it to mine. Okay. Later, when you get a chance. Yes. I mean, disgusting. There's no words for this. I mean, this is there's no rationalization for this. So, but by all means, do go on, Derek. And within a few minutes or so, I'll take a bathroom break, and I'll be right back. And can barely get it out. I'm going to have to, of course, try to get some refreshment so I can speak and monologue without tripping over my tongue. Basically what happened was I've chewed my tongue into hamburger during my sleep because of the stress that I suffered from with all of what was going on lately after all of the miscommunications that were triggered by that Zachary Garrett son of a bitch between myself and other people on Team Dietrich. So Maria Mikhaila Grigorich says she's going to send us both the links, or at least myself, about the zoo in Belgium. So God bless you, dear lady. Love you dearly. Mwah! And honestly, this people need to know of this. And I'm it's beyond words. So beyond that, you get back to it, Derek. Thank you.
Okay. Some other things that I had in the news was we were talking about Willie Wilson last week, or the last transmission. I had brought him up. But he's that black preacher that was running for mayor of Chicago and would have won if Mayor Lightfoot didn't come out of nowhere and swoop it up. I swear I don't know where this lady came from. You know what I'm saying? Right. But by the way,
but before you go on with that, he reminds me of Herman Cain, who I will also cover, who was like a black fucking bigot who just died. Deservedly, and a true house nigger, only worse. But our man Jameson Reese, and I have to bring this up now because it's on subject. He said, "I wonder if you can cover the Venus of Africa, who the whites made an exhibition of and treated horribly." And what he's speaking of is, of course, this Hottentot lady, and she was a wonderful human being, very intelligent, was roundly abused, and she wound up even in her remains being displayed in museums, and her name was Sarah Bartman, or rather that was her anglicized name. And do you know of this individual, Derek, or have you ever heard of her before? That was not her
Not
name.
that I can think of. It sounds familiar. Her case sounds familiar, but I can't think of who it is right now.
Okay, so let me take a little tangent here on the significance of Sarah Bartman. And this is, she basically died on the 29th of December in 1815, but her exhibition continued after her passing, after her transition from her mortal coil, because her brain, her skeleton, and yes, her sexual organs remained on display in a Paris museum until 1974 under the title Grotesquerie, meaning the grotesque. And her remains were not repatriated and given the proper dignity of a human burial until the year 2002 in her native South Africa. So she was brought to Europe on false pretenses by a British doctor and stage named the Hottentot Venus. And she was paraded around freak shows in London and Paris, with crowds invited to look at her comparatively large buttocks, which were, of course, much different in shape from that of a Caucasian. And it's hard for me to even describe this. She is the epitome of colonial exploitation and racism, and of the ridicule and commodification of black people. Now, in no way, shape, or form disrespecting her or making fun of her, but just with the kind of humor with which I cope with the endless sea of horrors that I'm confronted with as a historian. My gang brother Beaver and I were talking about this, and Beaver is, of course, Chinese, only he's Cantonese speaking Chinese, and the difference between Cantonese and someone who's of the northern Chinese extraction like myself, which my mother descended from, the vampire in me comes from my mother's Chinese side of the family. And so we were very much like the kind of traditional porcelain dolls that you would see manufactured, which would be used to commodify Chinese. Beaver would be the kind of Chinese that nobody wanted to see, except as, well, there's 3 roles for a male Chinese person in Hollywood: geeks, gooks, and gangsters. And Beaver could only really portray the gangster. And he was born with the archetypal buck teeth, hence got the name Beaver. That's how pronounced his buck teeth were. Very ethnic looking. I would often be extraordinarily cruel to him. Most people are unaware of the fact that in Japan, in particular, the Japanese nobility was instantly recognizable by one outstanding feature that they were born with. They had a nose, which was very much missing in so many other Asians. Many Asians have what's called a pug nose, so I would often be cruel to Beaver when I'd be sensitive to smells, and he couldn't smell anything during situations where I would smell something burning or something like that, or a decaying cadaver, something I could sense in a room before he did. And it was like, I would point out to him, "Do you smell that?" "No, I don't smell nothing." And I'd say, "Well, yeah, that's because, Daniel, I was born with a nose." And that's part of my elitism, but it's what separated the nobility from the commonality, or the lower classes in Japan and in China as well. So when Beaver was told by myself that Beyonce wanted to write and star in a film about Sarah Bartman, then he said, "She can't do it. She's too light-skinned." And I told him at that point, "Well, if you use that as a criteria, they're never going to allow you to play Harambe." I don't know if many of you get that joke, but Derek obviously did. So there we go with that. But that's how we cope with this level of horror. We're dealing with a level of horror here that is literally beyond description. And so it takes a real entendre, black sense of humor, to even absorb this and then live with it. Now, Jean Bourget, a chief from the Khoi Khoi group that Sarah Baartman sourced from, argued that Beyonce lacked, quote-unquote, the basic human dignity to be worthy of writing Sarah's story, let alone playing the part. But Jack Devnarine, the chairman of the South African Guild of Actors, said that filmmakers had the right to tell the stories of people you find fascinating, and that's what we all must be careful not to object to. Now, even in denying any link to the film at that time that this was under discussion, Beyonce's legal representative went on record to state that this is an important story that should be told, no matter whether Beyonce be involved or not. Regardless, I would have loved it to have happened, and I am disgusted that Beyonce was threatened to the point where she desisted. Baartman's life was one of indescribable hardship. From what we can barely piece together, she was born in South Africa's Eastern Cape in 1789. Her mother died when she was but 12 years of age, and her father, a cattle driver, died when she was but an adolescent, and she therefore was basically indentured into domestic service in Cape Town after a Dutch colonist murdered her male partner, with whom she had had a baby who died. And in October of 1810, although illiterate, Sarah Baartman was forced into signing a contract, nothing but an X, in her own blood, with an English ship surgeon, a ship's doctor, the bottom of the line of all doctors in the world, when you couldn't do anything as an MD because you were so doped up and fucking drunk on all the drugs you prescribed all the time. The last job available to you at the bottom of the barrel after insane asylums was being a ship's doctor, where people were trapped and had no other choice than yourself for service. And a ship's surgeon named William Dunlop and a mixed race entrepreneur named Hendrik Caesars, in whose household she had the misfortune of working, tricked her into signing this X in her own blood, saying she would travel to England to take part in shows and become a star. Now, the reason was that Baartman, who was known as Sarah, or in the Dutch Afrikaans language, Sartje, had what was called steatophagia. And steatophagia results in an extremely protuberant buttocks due to a buildup of cellulite, or fat. This made her a cause of fascination when she was exhibited at a venue in London's Piccadilly Circus after her arrival. Now, Rachel Holmes, the authoress of the book about her, entitled The Hottentot Venus, which is subtitled The Life and Death of Saartjie Baartman, which I have read, I quote her as saying, "You have to remember that, at the time, it was highly fashionable and desirable for all women to have large bottoms, which is why European women wore what they called, what did they call them again? Busks or buttresses or something. There was a bustle. There was something they wore to give themselves the illusion of a bigger ass. And so lots of people envied what this woman had naturally, without having to accentuate her feature. And so on stage, she wore skin-tight, flesh-colored clothing, as well as beads and feathers, and smoked a pipe. And wealthy customers could pay for private demonstrations in their homes with their guests allowed to fuck her. So her arrival in England coincided with speculation over whether Lord Grenville and his coalition of Whigs, known as the Broadbottoms because of Grenville's own large behind, would try to seize government, using her as their battering ram. That was a running joke, and it was a gift for political cartoonists. And so one political cartoon that was circulating at the time was entitled "A Pair of Broad Bottoms," that showed both Grenville and Bartman standing back to back with another figure measuring their respective posterior sizes and concluding that, well, the white guy was the biggest asshole he'd ever seen, but the white woman had the biggest ass. Now, Bartman's promoters nicknamed her the Hottentot Venus. Now, Hottentot is now seen as a derogatory term, but was once a legitimate tribal name for the Khoikhoi. And it was used, of course, by the Dutch to describe the Khoikhoi and San tribes, who together make up the peoples known as the Khoisan. Now, the British Empire had abolished the slave trade in 1807, but not slavery itself. And even so, campaigners were appalled at Bartman's treatment in London. Her employers were prosecuted for holding Bartman against her will, but they were never convicted. Because Bartman herself, not understanding the proceedings, was again manipulated and also physically threatened into testifying in their favor. So, campaigners, abolitionists, humanitarian rights advocates concluded she was not acting of her own free will. She was coerced and was too intimidated to tell the truth in court. The case, of course, is complex alongside everything I've already articulated, with the relationship between Bartman and her handlers most certainly not being equally weighted, even if she had some element of choice or felt she could gain something material or otherwise from her performances, which were basically prostitution contracts contracted by her pimps between her and the elite of the British Empire. So, Bartman's show also, of course, included dancing and playing several musical instruments. And this so-called sophisticated audience in London, a city in which ethnic minorities were not even rare at that time, they would not simply have stopped and looked at her for long on account of her race alone. Rather, it was because of her skill and her charm. Now, after the court case, Bartman's show gradually lost its novelty despite her talents, and her popularity among audiences in the capital was always assured because of the people who wanted to have sex with her. And so she went on tour around Britain and Ireland. And in 1814, she moved to Paris with Caesars. And she became a celebrity once more, drinking at the Café de Paris and attending society parties. Caesars returned to South Africa, and Bartman came under the influence of an animal exhibitor with the stage name Reaux, R-E-A-U-X, if I remember. She began to drink and smoke heavily then, and was prostituted by him to entire crowds who would stand in line, and these lines would stretch around the city block. People who wanted to bury their face between her butt cheeks. Bartman, at the bottom of it all, agreed to be studied and painted by scientists and artists, but she always, till her dying day, refused to appear fully naked before them, arguing that it was beneath her dignity as a human being, which she always insisted that she was. And this was the period that was the beginning of the study of what became known as racial science. Now, to finalize the absolute tragedy of this woman's existence, she died at the age of 26. The cause was described as inflammatory and eruptive disease, which was simply an oblique acknowledgement of the fact that all of her sex with so many strangers, all of it unprotected, had resulted in syphilis, exacerbated by alcoholism, and in the end, the contraction of pneumonia. The naturalist, Georges Cuvier, who had danced with Bartman at one of Rieux's parties, made a plaster cast of her body before he dissected it, as he described it, as if it were a dead elephant, rhinoceros, or any of the lower animals. He preserved her skeleton and pickled both her brain and her genitals, placing them in jars displayed at Paris's Museum of Man, where they remained on public display until 1974. So, there is a Natasha Gordon Schippenberg, who I spoke with once. She was the editoress of a book entitled Representation and Black Womanhood, subtitled The Legacy of Sarah Baartman, who confirmed that the domination of Africans was explained with the aid of science, thereby establishing the Khoisan, then known as the Hottentots, as the most ignoble group in the progression of mankind, purported to mate with the orangutans, who were not even in Africa, orangutans being, of course, Asian primates. The Hottentots, of course, because of their extreme physical build, were considered to be impossible to consider as humans at all. Now, after his election in 1994 as the President of South Africa, Nelson Mandela personally requested the repatriation of Sarah Baartman's remains and Cuvier's plaster cast. The French government eventually, to their credit, agreed, and this happened in March of 2002. And in August of that year, her remains were buried in Hankey, in Eastern Cape Province, a full 192 years, nigh 2 centuries, after Sarah Baartman had left her home for Europe against her will. Now, several books, aside from those I've cited, have been published about her treatment and cultural significance. So she's become the landscape upon which multiple narratives of exploitation and suffering within black womanhood have been enacted. Yet the woman herself, I would argue, remains completely invisible. The 2010 film, entitled Black Venus, and the 1998 documentary entitled The Life and Times of Sarah Baartman have covered her story to a degree. Even for those outside South Africa who be unaware of Baartman, there have been subtle cultural references they employ that they know not the source of. In 2014, the cover of Paper magazine showed reality television star Kim Kardashian balancing a champagne glass on her protruding bottom, and some critics complained that that image was reminiscent of contemporary drawings of Sarah Baartman, and the Kardashian photo referenced a 1976 image by the same photographer, Jean-Paul Goude, who, well, that photograph from 1976 that he had taken captured the black model Carolina Beaumont naked and in a similar pose. So this was just another white guy with a fetish for black women and the dehumanization thereof by commodifying them as basically ambulatory tabletops. Now, I'm trying to remember consciously which year it was, 2015, that a plaque at her burial site in Hankey was actually splashed with white paint, if you can believe this, by white supremacist assholes who said, even though she's dead, we can splash her with our white cum in their graffiti. Now, this atrocity happened, this insult to her memory, this violation of her even in death, happened but a couple of weeks after the removal from Cape Town University of the statue of the white supremacist conqueror of Africa, Cecil Rhodes, whom the white-dominated nation of Rhodesia was named after, later renamed Zimbabwe after the fall of the white government. He was the 19th century businessman and politician who declared the British to be the master race of all the world. So people are obviously still working out how they want to deal with these issues over time. And all too often, these issues have been covered up to the point where they fester and infect the mass psyche. And it's now time to reevaluate them, open the scab, and lance the infection. The important thing is to do so in a way that avoids so much carnage of the psyche yet again, and look seriously at these aspects of our past that poison our future. Now, that's all I can really say about this for now. If I go on any further, I'm just going to start breaking down in tears. I'm going to turn this over to Derek for several minutes. You hold it. I'll be back in about... I'll be back at the top of the hour. It's 9:47 Pacific Daylight Time. I'll be back by 10 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. So Derek will be with us until midnight your time, I believe, right? If he's with us at all. Hopefully he hasn't fallen asleep. He may be on mute.
Nope, I was on mute. Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. So Derek, yes. It's about 15 minutes to midnight where you're at, yes?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Hold the fort until then. I'll go mute and do catch people up on the various stories we've been dealing with. You were on to something else before I interrupted, so I'm sorry about that. Go back to, if you can...
Well, I really like that. That's something... that was very educational. But go ahead and go. I got it from here. We can talk about it from back. Good. Yeah, but well, another thing I was going to bring up was Willie Wilson, a man that Douglas and I had spoke about last week, that was running for mayor before Mayor Lightfoot had popped up out of nowhere. I still don't understand how she came up out of nowhere, but Willie Wilson, who was running for mayor of Chicago, he plans announced to give out 20 million masks. So apparently he has 20 million masks, and if you live in Chicago, find out where Willie Wilson is if you need a mask, and he's giving out 20 million of them. So another article that I posted, as rent moratorium expires, landlord-tenant battle begins. So let it begin. Let the battle begin. The battle between the landlord and the tenants. And there was a song I used to listen to back in the 80s, and I cannot find this song for the life of me. If you guys know this song, email me or hit me up in the inbox on Facebook or something. But it only had one lyrics. The lyrics, it was a dance song, and throughout the whole song, the way the song went was, give me my money, give me my money. Not gonna pay ya, not gonna pay ya. Give me my money, give me my money. Not gonna pay ya, not gonna pay ya. And then it would go into this jam that sounded kind of like Planet Rock. And then, the instruments would bang a little bit, and it had it was just music, dance music for the chorus. And then it would go, boom, 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 boom. Give me my money, give me my money. Not gonna pay her, not gonna pay her. Man, that was a bad song. I recorded it from off the radio. And so when I look up that song, or whenever I put those lyrics in the search engine, I come up with nothing. I can't find that song. It sounded like them songs that was being produced out of Florida at the time. In the late 80s, Florida was pretty big with the dance scene and the hip hop. You had Cutting Records and different record labels that were coming out of Florida that had some real nice sounds. But that's one song that's what this reminds me of, when I see that this landlord moratorium has ended, or the rent moratorium has ended, and now the landlords are saying, okay, you had fun, you stayed here for free all this time, now either pay up or get out. You know, I think of that song that goes, give me my money, not gonna pay her, not gonna pay her. Yep, that was a fun song. Can't find that song anywhere. Okay, New York bar says liquor license suspended over F Como menu. So there's a bar in New York, and they made a satirical menu that said F Como, you know, Governor Como on their menu, and because of that, the state suspended their liquor license. So you can't insult the governor, or else he's coming after you. So this Como guy has just as big of an ego as Trump does. You know, he had us thinking he was better than Trump, but that's the way it is. So I lost my place. So let me see if I can get back to where I was. But yeah, there was a lot of things that are in the news. Here we go. Prisons caught using prison labor to make Blue Lives Matter propaganda merchandise. So, and this one's from the Free Dot Project. And whenever I post something from the Free Dot Project, you know, I kind of vet it first, because I see I understand that they're kind of slanted towards one way. You know, they put out a bunch of feel-good stories, for one side, but then after a while, you got to ask yourself, is this kind of like the flip side of what's that? There was a publication that all the conservatives, the right-wing conservatives, used to Newsweek Daily, or one of them. It was Newsmax. It was something along the lines of Newsmax, but it was WorldNet Daily. I think that was the name of it. They would always post like over the top articles saying, you know, American families went to go rescue their American children and was forced to eat a dinner before they could meet their children. And when they finished the you know, their meal, they said, well, can we see our children now? And then the Arabs said, oh, but you just ate them in the meal. You know, and that was a story that came out of WorldNet Daily. That one was, I think that one was like the one that was like so over the top that people, and nobody else reported that. So it's, you know, sometimes you see things and you say, wow, nobody else is reporting this. This publication must really be on the ball because nobody else is reporting it. Well, sometimes you got to ask yourself, well, is nobody else reporting it because it's not true, or is nobody else reporting it because it didn't even happen, or are they trying to suppress the truth, or is this story so ridiculous that that you can't even trust it? So I'm trying to get to the story here. My computer's getting stuck. Prisons caught using prison labor to make Blue Lives Matter propaganda merchandise. The TFTP has reported the United States prison industrial complex is a predatory and often racist system which ensnares people into which an arbitrary laws for victimless crimes. Once you make it into this system, it is very difficult to escape. The prison industrial complex exists for a number of corrupt and unscrupulous reasons, but one of the main reasons is free to almost free labor known as slave labor. Prisoners across the country make little to no money to do everything from processing poultry to making license plates. One such product that prisoners make, however, has been brought to their attention and is utterly disgusting. The very people who kidnap and cage over victimless crimes like marijuana possession and unpaid traffic citations are reaping the benefits of prison labor from the propaganda. That's right, prisons in Massachusetts are using prisoners to make Blue Lives Matter merchandise. Bill Humphrey, who was a city council member in Newton, Massachusetts, and also a host for a podcast called Arsenal for Democrat, came across the insanity while researching for a recent Process episode on prison labor. He had no problem referring to this practice for what is depravity. When the prison industrial complex ensnares its victim through the enforcement of immoral drug war laws and predatory policing, and to force them to make propaganda for the very system, there is no other words to describe this other than depraved. On the top of the already immoral aspects of using prison labor to make police propaganda, it is corrupt. And I can believe it too, because remember when Kamala Harris was running for president, she took a tour through a woman's prison in California, and they were making American flags. So we always used to talk about an American flag that had a little "Made in China" tag on it. Well, you don't have to worry about your American flags being made in China anymore. The American flags are being made right here in America in our prisons. So, they make all kinds of stuff in these prisons nowadays. And there's no doubt that the police themselves know how to contract the use of these prisoners for their slave labors to get done whatever it is that, they need to get done. So these prisoners, it said free to almost free labor. Well, these prisoners work for like 75 cents a day. And then nowadays they have to pay back for their incarceration. So it is an unjust system. So as you can see, when I was reading this article, the article was very slanted towards letting you know where they come from with, whoever wrote the article. Let it be known, they didn't make it no secret that they, despise this depraved system. And so I don't blame them. I deprive too. But at the same time, I like to read articles that are straight fact and not so heavy on the opinion part. So as to bring credibility to the articles. Okay, now here's what Douglas and I were talking about earlier. 1 Marine dead, 2 injured, 8 missing after amphibious vehicle accident off San Diego coast. So we're going to read about this. The incident occurred during a 15th MEU and Macon Island amphibious ready group routine training exercises near San Clemente Island. And this is coming out of Camp Pendleton, California. That's where I was stationed. At least 1 Camp Pendleton-based Marine is dead after an accident off the San Diego coast. 15 Marines and 1 sailor were inside the amphibious assault vehicle when the accident happened Thursday night. In addition to 1 Marine dying, 2 were injured, and 7 Marines and 1 sailor were missing. Oh, so that's tragic. So we got people missing. Amphibious assault vehicles, which weigh 26 tons, move on the tank-like tracks and can operate on land and swim in water, are used to transport Marines from ship to shore. They've been in use by the Marines since the early 1970s and are currently set to be replaced by the amphibious combat vehicles now in deployment. 2 Marines were transported to Scripps Memorial Hospital, where both were described as stable by Marine officials during Friday's press conference. The name of the deceased will be withheld until 24 hours after the next of kin have been notified. So this happened on Thursday, so they haven't got a hold of all the family members, the next of kin yet. The incident occurred during the 15th MEU Macon Island at Amphibious Ready Group online training exercises, routine training exercises near San Clemente Island. According to Lieutenant General Joseph Osterman, commanding general of 1 MEF, the group that had completed the training were on the way from the island back to the ship. They were more than 1,000 meters off of San Clemente Beach at approximately 5:45 p.m. Pacific Standard Time when they signaled to the rest of the unit that they were taking on water. Immediate response was provided by 2 additional AAV and safety boat that is always accompanying ships on the water operations. According to officials, the AAV had completed the training on the island and was headed back to the ship. They were more than 1,000 meters off San Clemente Beach before they reported they were in distress. Search and rescue efforts are ongoing to recover the remaining 8 service members. Officials believe that the vehicle completely sank and is several hundred feet of water as the ocean floor drops off quickly. Oh, wow. Marines official, Commandant of the Marine Corps, General David H. Berger, and Lieutenant General Joseph L. Osterman, Commanding General of 1 MEF, held a press conference on Friday afternoon. Watch the entire update below on YouTube. Okay, so they have an update that we can check this out. And this is on my Facebook page. So if you guys go to my Facebook page and scroll down to where you see the article that says 1 Marine dead, 2 injured, 8 missing after amphibious vehicle accident off San Diego coast. And again, this happened on Thursday. So I'm sure those 8 Marines that were in the amphibious vehicle that dropped off and sunk down to the bottom several hundred feet below the water, I'm sure they're down. At this point, it's a recovery mission. So it's a sad day in the Marines. Assisting the search efforts are USS John Finn, 3 U.S. Navy MH-60 helicopters, and multiple small boats from the USS Macon Island, USS Somerset, and USS San Diego, as well as the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Forest Render and Coast Guard MH-60 Jayhawk helicopter from Coast Guard sector. The 15th Marine Exemplary Unit is 1 in 7 Marine Exemplary units in the Marine Corps. The Marine Exemplary Unit is a Marine Air Ground Task Force with a strength of about 2,200 personnel based out of Camp Pendleton, California. 15th MEU Command Officer Colonel Christopher Bronzeye said, "We are deeply saddened by this tragic incident. I ask that you keep our Marines and sailors and their families in your prayers, and we continue our search." This wasn't the first accident involving the amphibious assault vehicle, the AAV. In September of 2017, an amphibious assault vehicle struck a gas line and caught on fire on Camp Pendleton, sending 14 Marines and a sailor to the hospital with serious burns. And when you see something that says like 14 Marines and 1 sailor, that 1 sailor, he's part of that Marine unit, but most likely as a corpsman, because Marines, we don't have our own medical personnel. We do have our own medical personnel because we're part of the Department of the Navy. The Department of the Navy gives us one, but in giving us one, he's actually in the Navy, not in the Marines. But he wears the Marine uniform. He just has his Navy insignias on his Navy uniform or in his Marine uniform. He can wear the Marine khakis. He'll wear the same dresses. But he'll when it comes to the dress blues, he has to wear his Navy dress blues. But when it comes to out there in the field, the Navy corpsman will wear the exact same uniform as the Marines, and the only way you'll know him as a corpsman is from his Navy insignias. But yeah, this is a very sad article to read. You know, I got a hold of this article a little bit earlier today, and I was just too depressed to read it. You know, I just didn't want to, you know, I just said, I'll put it down. I'll put it on my page so it's there so I can find it so that I can read it. But, you know, when I read stories like this, it's too depressing. And then, you know, I think about, I put myself in the place of a parent. Even though my son made the choice not to go into the military, you know, if he was, and he's still young enough to now, so if he was to just ever decide, Dad, I'm going in the military, and then all of a sudden you read a story like this, and then you don't hear from him, and then you're constant. Then I can see as a parent, you know, especially nowadays where you have cell phones and instant contact, you know, constantly trying to call, you know, well, you know, my son is stationed here and I haven't heard from him. You know, it'll be such a total panic as a parent to have to deal with this. Former Marine Nate Ekman recalled what it was like being inside an amphibious assault vehicle doing tactical drills. It's extremely claustrophobic and just unpleasant. Ekman told CBS News, I remember us saying we would rather have hiked the distance we had rather than to be carried by AAV. And so one MEF, they show its Twitter account. It says 1 Marine has died, 8 service members remain missing, and 2 were injured after an AAV mishap July 30th off the coast of Southern California, and are assigned to the 15th MEU. Search and rescue efforts are still underway with the support from the Navy and the Coast Guard. So, well, all I can say is keep them in your prayers and keep their families in your prayers. And they said that they're not going to release the names until 24 hours after they notify the next of kin of each one of the person who's missing, because the ones that are missing are basically dead. At this point, being having sunk straight to the bottom, hundreds of feet below the surface of the earth, you know, at this point, it's a recovery mission. So once they notify all the next of kin, they're going to wait an additional 24 hours before they release the names. So I never heard of that policy before, but I'm glad that it sounds reasonable. Okay, here's another story that I have posted. High-level cop arrested for using city network and Google to run child porn ring while on duty. So, yep, it's another article from the Free Dot Project, and it looks like this is in Dallas, Texas. The taxpayers of Dallas, Texas may want to request a refund this week after finding out they have been paying for a pedophile to distribute powerful child porn and other disgusting pedophiles online. This high-level cop's entire operation was conducted on duty and official government computers, also on Google. According to the federal court documents, Senior Corporal Daniel Lee Collins allegedly uploaded sexual photos of underage girls to various Google accounts using the City of Dallas Internet Network, according to the Department of Justice. According to the federal complainant, Collins, 35-year-old senior corporal assigned to Dallas Police Department's auto theft, was charged via criminal complaint with transportation of child pornography. Law enforcement officers take an oath to protect and serve, said the U.S. Attorney General Aaron Neely Cox. This defendant allegedly undermined that vow, preying upon our most vulnerable. The Department of Justice will not tolerate the exploitation of children, especially by our public service. And speaking of that, I heard about the human trafficking ring that was happening, that was being run by the cops in Minnesota, and all of a sudden that story just disappeared. I can't find anything on it, or it's not visible. I'm sure if I look hard enough, I could find someone who reposted any stories about it. But it's something that I wanted to look into more, and it just became out of mind because it was out of sight. But on top of being in trouble from Derek Chauvin and everything that happened with George Floyd incidents, they were before that incident, they were already under investigation for human trafficking. So they've got something going on down there in Minnesota that's not quite right. And something that I had brought up earlier, and it was the mass food poisoning. But I'm going to look into this because from someone who watches the Food Channel a lot, this disappointed me because I know what a shawarma is. It was a shawarma restaurant. That's where they stack all the meat on top over there. But it says mass food poisonings, a child dies. 800 hospitalized after eating shawarma at a shawarma restaurant. A 5-year-old has died, and some 826 people have been hospitalized after allegedly eating rotten shawarma from a restaurant near Jordan's capital. Health officials paid the establishment just outside of Amman a visit on Monday. They found the meat had not been refrigerated during the heat wave temperatures. Amman had been experiencing temperatures above 100 degrees Fahrenheit in recent days. Adan Ashak, a spokesperson from Jordan's health ministry, said that the lab tests had shown poor hygiene and bacteria in the poultry and meat from the restaurant. A 5-year-old boy died of massive poisoning. The health ministry reported in a statement. The young boy who died suffered heart failure. Mohammed Habib, the director of Prince Hussein's Hospital, told Agence France Press. Hundreds of medical staffs were moved to the various hospitals to deal with the mass food poisoning crisis and care for large numbers of patients affected. All those affected said they had eaten meals from the same restaurant, said Abid. A shawarma dish in Jordan usually costs around $1.50, but a half-price discount had drawn 4 more customers than normal to the restaurant at the Bakwa district. Oh, so that's what Brendan was talking about. They said they had this bad meat that they had to get rid of, so everything was half price. On Wednesday, 4 people were in intensive care, and 321 people were in stable condition being treated in the hospital. As of today, the people in the intensive care has been discharged. Other patients were stable. Some had their stomachs pumped and received fluids. New cases of food poisoning related to the same restaurant have been reported. So far there's 826 as the date of this article being written. But to this day, I guess, I think food poisoning sometimes takes 48 hours or can take up to 48 hours to show symptoms. So who knows? I'm sure it's probably up to 1,000 by now, especially after you put a half price, like, hey, this is half price. It's not bad. And then they put so many spices and everything on there. So flesh is already rotten. I mean, flesh is, you're eating dead flesh, but there's so many, cumin, paprika, then you got
all the good shit, yes.
Yeah, you put all that stuff on there, on that dead rotten flesh, and all of a sudden it don't taste so rotten no more.
Oh my God! Now I am as carnivorous as they come, and I have fantasies about doing part-time work in a butcher shop, really. But to tell you the truth, of course, you are eating flesh that is starting to decay the moment after death, no matter whether you're a human being in a coffin or an animal on display on the rack. And so in the old days, of course, this is what makes it a bit of a paradox. Human beings have been eating not just meat, but rotten meat forever. And oftentimes it doesn't affect us. It doesn't bother us because our systems are such that the acids in our stomach tend to kill the majority of the germs. And you don't want to risk it, so don't do that. But in the old days, especially in the days of sail and sailing ships, you had a situation in which meat was kept as best as it could be kept, which was to salt it to death. And but aside from that, you had a situation where the meat would they would say it's alive, which would mean that the meat would become crawling with maggots. So the meat would move on its own because it was full of maggots. But really, eating maggots just adds to the protein. So the old sailors would eat the maggots. And it's not really harmful to the system either. So it's...
What depends on what temperature. And,
Thank you.
because one thing I notice about meat is you have like Omaha steaks, which are dry aged for like 28 days before they send it to your house if you order any Omaha steaks. But then you have like corned beef, which is kept in a brine for sometimes up to a month or more. And with vinegar, like you said, they salt it to death. They put whole peppercorns in there and some herbs and an array of spices, some pickle juice, and then they just put it in the refrigerator and just let it sit there and age for a month.
Soak and absorb all of that into the very tissue, the very fiber of the meat, and that's what adds to the taste. And so in the old days, the reason we have so many of these condiments, these ketchup, mustard, the spices from the Orient, these were also important because this was all in the era, the age, which was eternal until pre-refrigeration. This was all pre-refrigeration, which was eternal in the sense that we've had refrigeration for what? Only about 100 years? Less than that, maybe? Honestly, we haven't had refrigeration very long at all. So most of the time, most of the meat we would eat would be quite rotten. And you see this in the movie Shogun. If you've ever seen the miniseries Shogun, which was a big deal when it was released because this was really the first exposure that Western people really had to Japanese culture in any sense that was outside of ninja movies. Shogun was the first cinematographic representation of the novel by James Clavell. James Clavell being a quite knowledgeable Westerner who understood Asian culture better than the overwhelming majority of white Westerners, and he wrote many books on Asia, but Shogun was outstanding in that they took that, made it into a miniseries that made him a household name. And his other book that was made into a miniseries was TAIPEI, I believe, and no, that was a movie, and then there was Noble House, might have been made into a miniseries, I believe. So he was set for life after that. But the in the series itself, which is quite historically accurate, except for, of course, the fictitious character of the Anjin-san, and the warlord they're representing as Shogun was Tokugawa Ieyasu. They may have given him a different name in the novel and in the series, but everyone knows it's Tokugawa Ieyasu who's the being portrayed, the first shogun of all Japan, in that miniseries. And Anjin-san, which simply means Mr. Pilot in Japanese, because nobody could pronounce his name, Blackthorn. The Japanese tongue cannot articulate the R sound. So it comes out as Blackaton, trying to pronounce his name, so they just called him Mr. Pilot. Nobody could say his name. And so he was the pilot of the ship, meaning he was the ship's kind of steersman cum navigator kind of function, a very specialized function for a ship of sail. And in those days, of course, the Europeans couldn't conceive of the taste of meat unless it was rotten. So he was hanging up, had a goose or some massive bird, a very large bird, strung up so it could rot to the point where his European taste could accept it as meat, as edible. And so while it was hanging up there and rotting, the stench was so bad the Japanese had to take it down and bury it. And so this resulted in a horrible collateral damage he had never expected, which was the death of a Japanese man who volunteered to die to take it down, an old villager who volunteered to die because he, as a foreigner, was honored by the shogun, and the shogun said, follow this man's orders no matter what. If anyone disobeys his orders, they will die. And because the stench was so unbearable to the Japanese, who were vegetarians and never ate any meat or poultry, only fish, until World War II, they basically found the stench so offensive that an old man volunteered that he would die to take the bird down and bury it. And so Anjin-san comes back to the village and was outraged. Why was this man killed? Why would you kill a man over this? And that was the nature of Japanese culture. He couldn't understand. It was just another aspect of its alienness that is portrayed to the West through this masterpiece in cultural study. And so when it comes to the meat, the reason all those spices from the Orient were so important was they helped to make condiments like mustard in particular, and many other spices to cover up the taste of the rotten meat. That is what Derek Talley is referring to when he talks about this sort of thing. So with that and your studies of culinary science at this point in your life, tell us more about what you've done. You've held the show very well, but I'm going to take over within a matter of minutes in monologue, but I want you to kind of finish up with your thoughts on that, with what I brought up and what that reminds you of in terms of that horrible, bout of illness that took place in Jordan, which is so sad. But at the same time, it's like Derek said, it's kind of funny because, nobody could taste just how rancid the fucking meat was because it's so covered in all this good shit. And that actually makes it tasty, while it's bad enough where it actually does make you sick. Take it from there.
Yeah, because some of the better restaurants, they'll use just salt and pepper, but they'll want you to taste their burger. They take part in what cut of meat is in their burgers. They'll use part of the chuck or the part of the ribeye, and they're proud of their choice of ground beef. They ground their own beef, and they'll use salt and pepper. But you got some places you watch them and they'll have the secret spices, and sometimes they don't even want to tell you what the spices are because it's like family secrets. Family, sometimes you hear them say, "There's only." We got 28 people who work here, but only 2 people know this recipe. Me and my son.
But by the way, the term is proprietary.
And you got all these, 28 different spices to go on the skin of the meat. That's of a big giant piece of meat that once it gets cut, you're not even going to taste the skin. The skin only makes up less than 1%. Because you're getting most of the inside of the meat. So.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's strange. It's dead flesh. You're eating dead flesh, and you're trying to cover it up with all the herbs and the spices and all that stuff. So if you're gonna do all that, you might as well get some jackfruit. Instead of cutting over a big old cow, you might as well cut you over a big old piece of jackfruit and spice that up and put it in your tacos.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. And again, the term that Derek Talley is referencing is proprietary. It's proprietary secrets in terms of the spices that, as Derek is saying, is really covering up the taste of dead flesh, which, of course, you're not really getting the flesh. You're getting the meat because there's so little flesh that's on it. Though that kind of is different when they're with the fried chicken, because that was the old boast. That was the boast with Kentucky Fried Chicken was what? What was it? It was, I think, 11 herbs and spices or 28 herbs and spices?
11 herbs and spices.
Yeah. That's oh my God. Okay, so we're 5 minutes to the bottom of the hour. I will take over then. We've got a few minutes left for Derek Talley to say goodnight. You covered, I believe, the majority of the stories that you had saved up, which is admirable. I'm really glad that you had an opportunity to do that. So I do want you to say goodnight to everybody and kind of wrap up whatever you feel is the most pertinent kind of.
All right. Oh, I did cover the story about the training accident. The one Marine dead, 2 injured, 8 missing. And those 8 missing, they're most likely dead because their amphibious assault vehicle immediately sank 100 meters off of the coast in Southern California. And it was 1,000 meters. Not good with that system. I'm used to people telling me about miles or feet or something.
Right.
But it's 1,000 meters off of the coast. It sunk, and it says it's hundreds of feet. It's an immediate drop, hundreds of feet below the Earth's surface. So they've got a number of USS Navy ships and Coast Guards and even small civilian ships out there looking to see if they could find it, but it hasn't even been found yet. So at this point, those 8 Marines that are inside that amphibious assault vehicle are gone.
Mm-hmm. Yes, very sad. And, well, I mean, it's one of those things where, of course, I'm very ambivalent, but obviously that's one of those cases where for anyone to die like that is obviously a tragedy. That's not something that anyone wants to happen to their children. So obviously, I appreciate your relaying that and following up on that. And as well, we can all relate that that could have been us at any given time during training. So it's something that that's training has to have a certain level of risk, or it won't have any benefits. But there you have that, and it was, of course, off the coast of my own state of California. And what I'll do now is ask Derek Talley to take his time with it. A few more sentences. No need to reiterate any stories on my account, but do tell everyone good night and tell them what your plans are for the week. And in a few minutes, I'll take over after that.
All right. No major plans for the week. I plan on getting back out to the pool here pretty soon and start some exercising and just being in the pool itself. Sometimes just being in the pool is relaxing. Sometimes I don't even have to do anything. So a lot of pretty girls have been coming by anyway, so it's nice to be in the area. But yeah, I'll just other than that, I'll just be studying, listening to music, and just kind of psyching myself out to get back to work, because October 1st is the day. So on Thursday and Friday, I'll pretty much be doing some ride-alongs, which means that once I get back, they're not going to just put me back in the truck the same day. They're going to have me ride along with a driver trainer for 2 days, since October 1st is on a Thursday. And then that following Monday, then I'll be back on my own. And they'll probably be sending me to Cherokee, Alabama. So I'll be that's where they've needed me. That's where they've been needing me. So Cherokee, Alabama, down there, that's where we haul the CO2, and we actually get the CO2 off of a chemical plant that makes fertilizer. So,
wow. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And of course, this is why you have a kind of a high security clearance level, because this is the stuff of terrorism, potentially, if it were to fall into the wrong hands. Yes.
Right. Not just the CO2, but to even get into the plant, because it's connected to the fertilizer plant. But then, I used to haul the liquid hydrogen, but I haul liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen and liquid argon. So there's various things that terrorists could do with any one of those chemicals, depending on what they wanted to do. So not to mention that they're extremely expensive chemicals. So I'm carrying like $1 million on my back there.
That's amazing. That's incredible. Well, very impressive, and we love you dearly, and do stay awake as long as possible. If you do feel you're going to fall asleep, then go ahead and make certain that you set an alarm so that you can awake within a few hours and check on the phone to make certain it's still functioning. Obviously, the show rides on the telephone call of Mr. Talley, who, of course, maintains everything on the recharger, so that the phone doesn't die on us and thereby knock the show off, as it effectively does. If that happens, if we get knocked, if his phone goes off. And so with that, I'm glad we have the number that we do still remaining in audience. We have spoken, believe it or not, for close to 6 hours by now, and we will be going on for perhaps another 6, close to 12 hours, conceivably. And I will start now. And so, Derek, blessed be thy night. And, I hope that your morning brings you some donations from the people who are listening, and we'll take it from there. And do consider bringing your father on so we can embarrass him into providing some financial succor to yourself.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Douglas. And if you need me, just holler. I'll be listening.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, dear Derek. All right. Of course, well, tonight wasn't much of a struggle, comparatively speaking. It was very much a pleasure. I do want to remind people that most of the time it is indeed a struggle. And Thursday marks the 75th anniversary of the United States atomic bombing of the Japanese city of Hiroshima. Recently, a Japanese court recognized dozens of victims of radioactive black rain that fell in the aftermath of the attack, as well as official survivors of the bombing. And this will clear the way for them to receive the same medical benefits as other victims. Now, what is outstanding about this, and I want people to remind me to bring this up on Wednesday, is the fact that you have that many survivors. Again, people don't understand how long-lived the Japanese are, and that there are people who are the survivors of both atomic bombings that are still alive today. And this is something that Americans are not even aware of as a phenomenon. They live under the fantasy that everything disintegrated under the mushroom cloud. Nothing could be further from the truth, and exposes the propaganda about the bomb and the tremendous ignorance thereof in popular culture, no matter how many documentaries people review on quack channels like the History Channel. This is my struggle, and that's a struggle which is profoundly difficult. And in some cases, the cases of reactionaries and the and basically the closed-minded, the struggle is impossible. My struggle is to find, with your help, those whose eyes can be opened, and that is where we will succeed in the future, and it most particularly in general with the young. And my struggle is to reach them, and to do that, of course, it's up to you. It's your war. You have to fight it. If you care about the future for our children's children, you have to make it known that I exist. And that's my struggle, is to have you follow up on that fact, and have you fight that war, and inform as many people as possible that I'm here now, the son of Adolf Hitler. And Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal holdings on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone moral and or fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team TRÄCK's, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmaggotmillions, spelled tinyurl.com/MAGGOTMILLIONS. And if he gets enough donations there, he'll change the name with a roll of the eyes you cannot see to Maggot Billions. He is, of course, the bridge between the Akashic Records and cyberspace here in the Malkuthian plane of existence that has maintained my persona online, because he took it upon himself to download many of my past, or the majority of my past published episodes in particular, into his own hard drive, so that we could reconstitute my legacy, my electronic persona, in the data matrix each time that it was scrubbed completely from the internet, which was three times in a row over the years. And so as a result of my being reestablished to interact with yourself in this data matrix, we have John Warrington to thank for that. And in that sense, He is my creator, and now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, either of my legacy from the data matrix of cyberspace or the species of humanity from the surface of the earth. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there. A footnote on my bio, sire, on the homepage of showsdd.com, which giveth the meaning of my biological father's name. Let it be known far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at douglasdietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma of Massa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Sujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath. San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 Isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform for rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours between 2 to 3 days for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit on facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or DAMAG, a Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team TRÄNCK, Dietrichs or Dragons, heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD managing mixologist, his channel, of course, being subscribed to by connecting to youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. The managing mixologist I'm speaking of is the bartender by profession, George Edward Knight, who is now serving as a house husband at home while his wife struggles on the front lines to help us all survive as a nurse. In this case, in England, and of course, the husband who helps now to further the future by raising this wonderful lady's beautiful daughters is George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. He being mine own personal hero who hast substantially delivered towards mine own salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Failed Reich, both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions, as well as being joined now in his collection, as published upon his channel, of another video expanding the collection that is entitled The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Failed Reichs, Flügelrad, and Hanabu Technology. And I believe that this is on YouTube, unless this is something he created specifically for his Facebook timeline. So I'll try and find a link thereunto, but if you go to his channel, you'll find it, and it's highly recommended that you look for it. And he put a lot of work into everything he does, and it's all worth the effort. Do follow him and follow up on this. Now, the last Dietrich, which means son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's. Expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, TÁÍPBÉÍH-JIÀNGÀN, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russell sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency. It bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions and have never once been remunerated for my services, rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits, and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Sunday and Wednesday night, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. But finally, most importantly and above all else, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Remember in particular to hit DouglasDietrich.com and glow, well, you can glow too with your interest in the subject, but make it certain to look at what's pinned to the top of the website, particularly the image where you're going to see 3 Arrow dreadnoughts of super battle dirigibles, which the Americans would reference as flying hamburgers. Click on that image to see the other images that it links to, and click on each one of those to enlarge them and thereby review them in detail. These are images we cannot put in the book. We can only place 2 colorized images on the front and back covers of the book Peter Moon is working on with myself, and in turn we might have a few black and white pictures in the middle of the book, but or maybe throughout, but honestly, the majority of images are not going to be seen by the American public unless they go on to DouglasDietrich.com and access them in the manner I described. Now, in terms of shout-outs, a shout-out to Jameson Reese, who donated $250 United States dollars, $25. Deeply appreciate it from a dear man I regard as another son of mine, and our wonderful brother in battle, God bless him, Salman Sheikh. As a matter of fact, he donated as well $250 United States dollars, along with the message I'll now relay, which reads, Dear Brother Douglas, may Allah always bless you and your loved ones with happiness, success, peace, and protection. Now, Salman Sheikh is from Pakistan and is a practicing Muslim as well as a Freemason. And he says, my prayers are with you always, and I will always support, however, whenever I can. Have a great month of August. As-salam alaikum, or peace be upon you and all thine own. Respectfully, Salman Sheikh. By the way, the Freemasonic attraction to a Muslim would be the fact that the Freemasons, of course, basically appropriated any number of Muslim cultural artifacts and symbols for their organization, their rituals, their ideology, as it were. And therefore, a practicing Muslim does not feel out of sort in a Freemasonic environment. And it is something that, of course, is controversial, and I've discussed with him, and he does his best and comes to as moral a balance as he can in terms of his involvement with both Islam and Freemasonry, which would not normally necessarily be at odds with each other, but are in the sense that Freemasonry, of course, has quite the history of involvement in many politics that most people suspect, but really never know about. So our dear brother Salman Sheikh, whatever the case may be, is in and of himself a good person, and I would say, beyond that, a far better man than most. So in return, dear brother Salman Sheikh, Allah be praised, peace be upon the Prophet Muhammad, and may you yourself find blessings throughout all your life. Peace with the Creator and the Messiah of thy faith. Now, in terms of the weekend that was, Southern California officials in my own Golden Bear Republic have ordered nearly 8,000 people to evacuate as a fast-moving wildfire rages. And the Middle East, of course, the greater Middle East, of which Southwest Asia's Pakistan be a part of, is sweltering with heat waves up to 51 Celsius, which would be 123 degrees Fahrenheit. This, whilst Florida is feeling the first rain and winds from Tropical Storm Isaias as it inches closer to the state. The CDC, or the United States Center for Disease Control, has now projected 20,000 coronavirus deaths in 3 weeks, and it has highlighted 5 states that will be the hardest hit. President Trump has, meanwhile, threatened to ban TikTok sending users of the wildly popular social media app into a frenzy. In terms of the week ahead, by time of my transmission on Wednesday night, midweek next, the Minneapolis City Council is planning to meet during the day, anti-transmission or prior my digital broadcast, that midweek on Wednesday to make its final decisions on a much talked about plan to dismantle the city's police department. Now, council members have announced this plan after George Floyd's death whilst in the custody of the Minneapolis police officers in May. Now, the president himself dispatched federal agents into Portland with the all too obvious aim of inciting confrontation. And Trump's efforts to provoke violence is working. An outside agitator is stirring up violent protest in the streets of Portland, Oregon. His hand is at work in Seattle, Oakland, California, across the bay from my own Golden Gate at San Francisco, and Los Angeles, too. This agent provocateur set out to inflame protests simmering in these cities by making sure that armed hordes were in their midst, and it has worked. Many more protesters are out in the streets, throwing bricks at law enforcement officers and engaging in vandalism. Blocks of these cities have been engulfed in tear gas, and mayors are pleading for calm. When there's upheaval like this, it's sometimes hard to track down the culprit. But in this case, it's not hard to identify or even find him. The outside agitator's name is Donald Trump, and he lives at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C., for as long as we'll tolerate his orange ass in that seat behind the desk in the Oval Office. The president's aim in deploying as unto a military force, paramilitarized federal agents to Portland and elsewhere was barely concealed from the start. Send federal forces into liberal cities where they be completely unwelcome, wait for trouble to start, and then exploit it as both retroactive justification and political leverage for the president's extraordinarily troubled, I would say foredoomed, re-election campaign. And it's been a roaring success. The provocation has been so effective that the Trump administration is now preparing to send more federal agents to Portland to tramp down the violence that has been inflamed by sending federal agents to Portland. Now, Trump did not cause protests over police violence. They erupted in response to the deaths, most recently, of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and oh so many others, though those are only recent, prominent cases in centuries of violence against black Americans by police. After initially expressing outrage at George Floyd's murder, Donald Trump quickly turned against the protesters, emphasizing sporadic incidents of violence, which his paramilitaries did incite. He threatened to send active duty soldiers into several cities, though he was dissuaded by advisors. By early June, violence largely stopped, though protests continued in some places. Then, starting roughly a fortnight ago, or 14 nights ago, 12 weeks in the past, Trump decided to cause some trouble. Noting that protests continued in Portland, the president began dispatching a federal law enforcement force of agents under the auspices of the Department of Homeland Security to that city. In particular, Trump referred to the situation in Portland as anarchy, even though protests outside the Mark O. Hatfield courthouse were contained and largely nonviolent, despite vandalism to the courthouse, which was to be expected at the least. There was never any question of whether protesters in Portland would react warmly to an influx of federal law enforcement officers. This is the bind that I myself so noted in the month of May. When protesters are already upset about excessive use of force by police, deploying large numbers of heavily armed and armored police can only escalate the situation. This means the onus is on law enforcement to de-escalate these situations. If the very presence of the federal agents was designed to incite, their methodology was even more provocative. Ostensibly, they were there to protect the courthouse, which is federal property after all, from damage. In practice, they've been interpreting their mandate quite broadly, moving away from the building itself. And so, as the Department of Homeland Security itself so noted in an internal memo obtained by the New York Times, the teams sent to Portland are not even trained in policing city streets or riot control. They have roamed downtown in unmarked cars, refused to identify themselves or their agencies, and arrested protesters, seemingly sans any apparent reason, then released them sans any charges, an action advocates have reasonably likened to kidnapping. The result has been an escalating sequence of tit-for-tat violence. 12 weeks, or a fortnight after acting Secretary of Homeland Security, Chad Wolf, warned darkly of mobs of violent protesters, he delivered them to his boss. The occupying force of militarized police galvanized ordinary Portland residents who were appalled at the presence of a nascent national police force. It also attracted more violent protesters who were keyed up for a confrontation. You know, like Zachary Garrett or Balaclava Dow. There be no denying that officers are being injured in these protests, and no excuse for the violence, whether Zach's participating or not. Agents are likely genuinely scared, both because they are not trained for the situations they're in, and because even if they are, they're facing furious masses of people. One United States Marshal at the courthouse told the Associated Press, "I can't walk outside without being in fear of my life. I am worried for my life every time I walk outside of the building." While one weeps. Of course, he's getting paid enough, and he's got the life insurance and everything else, so fuck, he said. And as far as I'm concerned, blow him away. Yet if the administration hadn't decided to inflame the situation in Portland, these law enforcement officers would not be facing nearly so dangerous a situation. So yeah, blame your employer. Meanwhile, the anger is spreading elsewhere. Activists in other cities have returned to the streets in large numbers, precipitating new clashes with law enforcement, especially in big West Coast cities. like mine own. Simultaneously, the Trump administration is promising to deploy thousands of federal agents, as many as 75,000, our president so claims, to other cities. In doing so, he be grouping together cities where anti-police protests persist, cities with long-standing gun violence problems, and cities where police appear to have pulled back following protests, causing a spike in crime. Trump wants the nation to believest that this be part of a enormous surge in violence, a nationwide crime wave. But he is misrepresenting reality on crime, as he has done since the 2016 campaign, when he was hacked into office. While the uptick in violence in some cities is troubling, America remains far safer than it was 2 decades agone. Meanwhile, Wolf of the Department of Homeland Security has been bragging about agents proactively arresting protesters, which is another good way to drive up numbers. If you've got all these arrests, even though they're innocents being swept off the streets, many of whom were nowhere near any protests, let alone riots, you give people the impression you're sweeping the streets clean of crime. In short, the surge of federal agents would be a failure if the goal were crime fighting, but it never was. Since the Trump-incited turmoil in Portland began, the president, his allies, and his campaign have consistently drawn attention to it. The dust-ups provide a distraction from the president's disastrous handling of the coronavirus, give us Trump a chance to show the dominance he desires, and ideally scare some of the white suburban voters who have been drifting away from Trump and toward Joe Biden. That possibility has upset some Democratic politicians who are trying to persuade their constituents not to takest what they see as bait. Mayor Libby Schaaf of Oakland, the overwhelmingly majority historically black city across the bay from my Golden Gated San Francisco, so black that the eternal joke in the greater Bay Area has always been, what's the longest bridge in the world? Well, the Oakland Bay Bridge. It leads from Africa to Fairyland. So the mayoress, Libby Schaaf of Oakland, has warned that protesters getting into or seeking out confrontations with police are only helping the Putinista puppet president and not democracy. So she has told the New York Times, to quote as she, "I'm furious that Oakland may have played right into Donald Trump's twisted campaign strategy." That's what this is, a campaign strategy of invading American cities. Schaaf is, of course, completely right, but Trump's approach is quite risky. Inciting violence in Portland is a tactical win insofar as it's what the administration set out to do, but it may not be a strategic win. Kind of like the propaganda pushed on you throughout history, well, American misrepresentation thereof, that Pearl Harbor was a tactical victory for the Japanese, but a strategic failure in terms of its inciting a war the Japanese could not win, per the American propaganda track. The president may be experiencing his own Pearl Harbor in the sense that he's launched a surprise attack that really will result in a conflict that he cannot win. You see, the president has already tried something like this once, on a smaller scale. In June, Trump sent police and National Guard to clear peaceful protesters from Lafayette Square, which my lovely manageress, webmistress, she likes to be referenced as, Lena Shea, has set myself an article on. Lafayette Square, of course, being across from the White House, directly across. And 'twas then that Trump erected a fortress round the White House itself. It was a political catastrophe. Let me reference a little bit from the article Lena Shea sent myself. And this article is sourcing from Salon magazine. And it's entitled 7 Disturbing New Revelations from a National Guard Officer About Trump's Lafayette Square Disaster. I'm not going to read this article, mind you. And that's something I'll have to train Derek Talley to kind of refrain from doing. In other words, I'm hoping Derek can learn to scan and vocalize simultaneously. It'd be a good skill to learn. It's something that you see talking heads do on camera who are professionals for syndicated news programs. Now, of course, Derek Talley is what he is, which is a wonderfully enthusiastic human being, but he's not a professional newsreader, as you may have gathered. But what we have in this Salon article, which originally appeared on Alternet, is an officer of the D.C. National Guard delivering a damning account of the events surrounding the federal crackdown on protesters in Lafayette Square in testimony released by the House of Representatives on Monday opening this work week. And that's a Mr. Adam DeMarco, a senior officer tapped to serve as a liaison between the National Guard and the Park Police, who was on scene during the June 1st assault on protesters, as his opening statement for a planned hearing on Tuesday explained. And while the president gave a speech to reporters at the White House, federal officers, including the Park Police, violently cleared demonstrators, the media, and others from the nearby area. Shortly thereafter, the president himself walking across the street that had been cleared for a photo op at St. John's Church. Now, my lovely webmistress, Lena Shea, told myself to pay particular attention to points 6 and 7 of this report. So when I go down to the 7 key details emerging from this statement, the first is that DeMarco had no indication that protesters would be moved prior to 7 p.m., which was when the city's curfew would be in place. That, of course, was we would call it, what would we call that? The norm, the procedure. It's the procedure, the standard, the SOP, the standard operational procedure, which was not followed. Secondly, federal officials didn't even set up a new barrier until much later. Tertiarily, number 3, the warnings given to the protesters were entirely insufficient. Quatrarily, meaning point number 4, as others were on the scene have said, the protesters were quite peaceful. And quintarily, number 5, DeMarco provided direct evidence that CS tear gas was deployed by officials on the scene despite repeated denials thereof from the Trump administration. This is important because CS tear gas is a gas that's outlawed for deployment on the battlefield in times of war. They don't even use it in combat. It's that dangerous. Now, here's the sectary point. Point number 6. DeMarco described extreme and excessive violence being used against civilians. To quote his verbatim, "From my vantage point, I saw demonstrators scattering and fleeing as the civil disturbance unit charged towards them. I observed people fall to the ground as some civil disturbance unit members deployed their shields offensively as weapons. Captain America with his mighty shield." He didn't say that. inflected that in there. As I walked, back to his narrative, as I walked behind the civil disturbance units pushing westward on H Street, I also observed unidentified law enforcement personnel behind our National Guardsmen deploying paintball-like weapons to discharge what I later learned to be pepper balls into the crowd as demonstrators continued to retreat. Pepper balls would be this, like, horrible, quote-unquote non-lethal weapon that would have pepper spray gas that semi-solidified or gel-like consistency that would be in like this softball-like affair that would ultimately burst open on impact to release all that pepper gas, which would absorb into your skin. And, of course, if you get a high enough dose of that, depending on your health, say if you were too young or too old, a senior citizen or a very young person, or someone with health conditions, asthma in particular comes to mind, you would die. Now, point number 7. Even DeMarco himself was completely unaware of all the federal agencies involved. One emerging crisis from the Trump administration is the continued and chronic deployment of unnamed, unidentified federal officers with unclear and unspecified jurisdiction or rules of operation. It's beyond disturbing that in an operation in which DeMarco himself was involved as a senior National Guard officer, even he was completely unaware of the full range of federal agents present. So per his testimony, which I will read verbatim, only a few sentences here. In fact, it's a single sentence. At approximately 6:30 p.m., the Park Police began the clearing operation, led by civil disturbance units and horse-mounted officers. The Secret Service and other law enforcement agencies I was completely unable to identify also participated in the push. No National Guard personnel participated in the push or engaged in any other use of force against the demonstrators. Good job covering your ass. That's what we call CYA. Cover your ass. Well, we know why he conducted his testimony. He is, of course, to be applauded in that regard. And, of course, a shout-out to Maggie Tian, if indeed she's a real person, which I'll go for the benefit of the doubt here and accept her as such for now. Other than that, let me take a quick look inside of the live dashboard before I return to work. By that I mean return to the arc of narrative. And, okay. Oh, yeah, we have a lot of Jameson Reese talking about meat. And he's talking about, of course, the profession of Mr. Derek Talley and the chemicals that he transports. So he says, yeah, that's the explosion of these gases. They're so explosive they could take out several city blocks, at least. And that's like, he likens it, or parallels it to the explosion that occurred in China in 2015, saying that stuff is no joke. You have my respect, Derek. Yes, very much so. All right then. So let me return back to what I was saying about the White House and the Trump misadministration in terms of this continued and chronic deployment to trigger violence in major American cities, with Portland being essentially the test study thereof, and what he will develop as the working model. So, with that, the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff have both had to distance themselves from the president directly because of the political catastrophe of Trump's bunkering down, erecting a fortress around the White House, and violently deploying all of these federal forces, as yet unidentified, along the National Guard and Washington police to clear Lafayette Square in the most violent way imaginable to open up a photo op for himself. For this, Trump's own first defense secretary, James Mattis, has blasted him. More importantly, the move has backfired with the general public. Polls have showed widespread disapproval of Trump's handling of race and protests, and polls of the presidential race have showed Biden widening his lead. As I myself noted then, Trump ran for office promising to be a law and order president, but his term has seen a surge in chaos, including white supremacist marches in Virginia, mass shootings, and the incident in Lafayette Square, for which he be personally responsible. Apparently powerless to stop the chaos he himself has generated, Trump has now decided to embrace it, hoping that if he was unable to deliver the security he promised, perhaps heightened fear would motivate voters nearly as well. Officials in states and cities around the nation have spent the last week pleading with Donald Trump to pull back his agents, saying he's only making matters worse. What they may not grasp is that for Donald Trump, that's just proof of concept. So, federal officers are purportedly preparing to leave Portland, Oregon, a relief to at least one staffer at the city's Multnomah County Courthouse, which lies just across the street from the protest encampment and from the federal courthouse that has become the focus of protesters' fury. Now, said staffer, who requested anonymity because they are not authorized to speak publicly, told his interviewers what it's like to work in what the Trump administration has portrayed as a war zone. Now, the people who interviewed him were the Los Angeles Times. And since we cannot have a man like Zachary Garrett acting as our on-site correspondent from Portland, I found a far better deal in a Los Angeles Times quick interview with this state employee. Well, a federal employee in state in Portland. And he was asked, what's it like to work with the protesters on your office's front door? To which he responded, there's a bunch of regular people down here. I see grandmas and grandpas down here protesting right now. It feels safe during the day. I think a lot of people in downtown Portland, and especially people who are part of our legal system, like myself, support people's First Amendment rights to assemble and to free speech. Portlanders, for the most part, support the protests, but people are becoming concerned with the property damage that's being aimed at small businesses that are already struggling to survive in the pandemic. So when he was asked, are you tired of the protests? He said, I am tired of it, honestly. Like, I'm tired of walking into the court, like our courthouse, and seeing that protesters sprayed paint messages like KKK Courthouse. I know how much all of the judges on our court really respect the rule of law and sign up to maintain absolute neutrality. I know that we're part of the broken justice system, but on an individual level, I think judges are some of the people that are trying the hardest to fix the system. So it's sad, but I understand the aggression that's been directed at courthouses and the federal government. Originally, the federal courthouse was not the center of the protest. It was the Justice Center one block over, actually. But the federal agents, deployed to protect the courthouse, attracted attention to it. And I think the building itself attracted attention. The federal courthouse has left their graffiti up since day one, night after night. They let the building just look horrific. They're not washing off the graffiti. We clean our courthouse every single morning. They spray the paint off of the side of the court to make it nice and to try to keep it looking like we're using this building. And it actually Doesn't take that much to clean it. You spray paint thinner. I've seen them do it on our building every morning, and you wash it off. I'm sure it costs less than sending troops. And someone asked, have you joined any of the protests since all of the Black Lives Matter stuff started? His response is, I'm personally afraid of joining the protests against police violence. My dad was shot by the police when he was a teenager in this, late 1960s. You know, the decade Douglas Dietrich entered this vale of tears. He didn't say that, but I'm wedging that in there. Now, back to quoting I'm reading from his interview because it's short. He's referencing his dad, and he says he's really having PTSD. He's having such a hard time seeing all this police violence. He was a student at the University of California at Berkeley. UC Berkeley is what he's referencing. And he was walking by some protests for what was called the People's Park. And I guess the tear gas machines broke down and everyone started clapping. One of the police officers unloaded his gun into the crowd, and my dad was hit. He was in and out of the hospital for the next 2 years. So now he's definitely dealing with the trauma as an older person. Can you imagine that shit? So, when he was asked, the staffer being interviewed anonymously, or rather under conditions of anonymity, he was asked, will federal agents leaving solve things? And he responded, I think it's going to help. I think it's going to help with some of the more widespread property destruction. See, they come there to ostensibly protect the property. And that causes everyone to attack the property. To go on with his narrative. Because I think it's going to make the crowd smaller again, which will allow the Portland police to actually single out people who are doing the destruction. Because I don't think it's everyone. And if they can grab people who are doing destruction, maybe that'll stop it and allow people who are peacefully assembling and peacefully protesting to continue to do so. Without the violence, like throwing things at the officers and property destruction for the small businesses. I think that's what probably needs to stop if they want to maintain local community support. I'd love if you would show people a map of where the protests are. In 15 minutes, I just showed you all of the protest area. The protests are not anywhere else. And Portland is really big. With no traffic, it takes me 20 minutes to drive home. And the protests are only in 3 blocks. So, Portland is not burning down. That was his unequivocal conclusion. Portland is not burning down. Now, in light of this, I will be back in a second. I'm actually going to call on Derek Talley a little bit earlier for just hold on, or just to have him hold on for a minute, hold the narrative for a minute, while I actually get something I left in another room, and we'll be right back. So, Derek, are you there, my main man? Thank God, I hope he is. We'll pray for that. If not, I'm going to actually ask James and Reese to come on. And we'll hear his voice for the first time in untold ages. We might be the first people to hear his voice publicly in history. So let's see if Derek Talley responds. Let me ask him in Messenger if he is there. Here we are. He's way down here. Oh, be there, brother. Oops. And that, of course, was our report from Portland, in place of the man we otherwise would have had, Zach Garrett, because of all the trouble that he caused that pissed me off beyond any reconciliation. How do I do this? Oh, actually, I don't know if we can unless you have Skype. Do you have Skype, Mr. Our dear Mr. Reese in Staten Island? If he doesn't have Skype, no worries. We don't need to do it. So we'll just find. Oh, you have Skype. Oh, good. What's your Skype ID, sir? If you could enter it here into the messenger, then I'll look you up and send you a contact request. Then you respond to that. And then I call you and bring you on. And so he's going to give me his Skype ID here. And I myself am Douglas Dietrich 1. I am Douglas Dietrich 1, for all of those who want to know. Oh, good. So, oh my God, he's got, he can send me a friend request now, and I will, well, they're called contact requests on Skype. And I'm going to prevent myself from reading his name out loud. Wouldn't want to have people Skyping him for no good reason. And let's see if I can establish Skype contact with Mr. Jameson Reese. Here we are. Let's see how this turns out. Okay, I'm going to assume he misspelled his name. There we are. Okay, so I see a live JMO Reese 72. Looks like him. There we are, Staten Island, New York. There we are. Say hi. And let's see if waiting for Jameson to accept the invitation. And there we are. So I have sent him a Skype invitation. And let's see if he responds. This is the fun of live radio. By the way, I want everyone to know that I'm giving my tongue a break, for those of you who didn't hear it earlier, because in my sleep, I stress chew my tongue. I chewed it into hamburger because of all the stress I was going through with a number of repercussions of people that I love dearly in terms of our miscommunications caused by this piece of shit named Zachary Garrett. Okay, so what he's doing is he's calling myself right now. I cannot accept that because that will knock me off my call. So it's not a question of you're calling me, Jameson. What I'm going to do is call you. So what I'm going to do is call Jameson Reese and bring him on. But we know now he's accepted the invitation. So what I was going to do is hit the Skype button and go for the ad and get Jameson Reese up here. Jameson Reese. Okay. Reese. Now let me see. Invite to Skype. Has he accepted my let's see how this works here. He is, if I remember correctly, Jameson Reese. We chatted a few seconds ago. Now he had a, oh yes, live. Let's see if we can get this here. He should be on the, he may not be on the thing yet. Live. Call declined. Couldn't accept his call. Great, you can now start chatting. Let me see now. His view profile. This should help. Okay. Send message, start call. Skype name. There we are. Live. Starts off with live. Live. Okay. Let me get this. Okay. Let me spell this out. This must be profoundly entertaining to all our listeners. Okay. And what is not his birth year? Okay. And my friends, not seeing your friends here. Okay. I can't seem to add this. Why is that not the case? That's odd. Okay. I may not be able to add him onto tonight's call. This may be something that doesn't actually appear or manifest for until later. Until we actually start a new call, which would be unfortunate. So in that case, I can only say that we did our best, and we will simply continue on with the narrative. So we've at least got this set up for our next call, and we can also just count on Derek when he awakens later, seeing the message. And when he says yes, then I can take a short break. So what we're going to do is we will just continue on with the narrative. I thank Jameson Reese for trying. Hugs. myself. He says, I have an imposter of you in a lowercase name. Interesting. Okay. That's interesting. And so we'll see what happens with that. Not quite sure what we can do about that, but other than that, thank you for trying. So we'll go on with the narrative for now. Let's go on by what I'm angry about. And this is the fact that they did what they did in terms of letting everything just fester until there was no hope. I have no words for this, only anger, because they actually went and did it, which was to do absolutely, totally fucking nothing. Just one single day. Within 24 hours after the government confirmed that the economy had shrunk by an unbelievable 32.9% annual rate last quarter, Republican nihilists in the Senate allowed expanded unemployment benefits to expire. They had months to take its action. Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, and House Democrats had sent them a bill in May. Mitch McConnell simply decided not to act. I myself have no words for this callousness and gross incompetence. Only anger. Republicans only take action when they think there'll be a price to pay for inaction. So then, very well, let's make them fucking pay. Republicans hold only a slim 53 to 47 majority in the Senate. 23 of those Republicans are in seats up for election this fall. We need to net at least 3 seats to take us majority, and we can identify the races most likely to flip the majority from red to blue. Just keep track and investigate the politics on your own, and with that, we can do what we did in 2018. Now this is interesting. Okay, got a screenshot here of someone who's an imposter of myself with a lowercase name. Probably, actually, you know, it is creepy, but you'd be surprised, Jameson. There are hundreds of Douglas Dietrichs, but this Douglas Dietrich, who's you know, if he's trying to friend you, he's obviously, that is, of course it's creepy. What do you expect? It's definitely creepy because, you know, there's all kinds of creeps who are trying to stalk anyone who's affiliated with myself in any way. So what Jameson Reese has is some other white dude, who is claiming he's Douglas Dietrich. Oh, he tried to friend you right away. Okay, yes, I get it. So, yeah, just block him. So you're given the option when you click on with your cursor onto his name. You should be given the option to block him. Make certain that you do. He's obviously, yeah. I like what he says. Yes, there's a curse jar for this fucker. Yes, good. Yes. I mean, that is almost certainly Richard K. Cole. Yes, yeah, Richard K. Cole tries to friend all kinds of people in my name, and then what he wants to do is just pump them full of child porn, which he has an endless supply of, being the preeminent collector who gets paid by the Department of Defense to collect such, you know, along with so many others. This is the kind of animal that we've got that's running the show called the United States of America, the horror show right now, your pedopathophilocracy. The same people, of course, who claim that it's all Hillary Rodham Clinton. Now, Hillary Clinton is a murderess, and she's no angel, but she ain't no fucking child predator. That is the Republican Party in spades. So, returning back to the economy that the Republicans have collapsed, we've got this record crash. We're going to have a crash. What we've got right now is a record collapse of our economy and a failed deflection. Now, the economy shrank 9.5% in the second quarter of this year, a rate that would translate into a 39.5% decline if the slump continued over the entire year. That's a record collapse in gross domestic product, which points to the depth of the economic challenge facing our country. The American empire may not survive it. And at the same time, new figures from the Labor Department betrayed first-time unemployment claims rising to 1.43 million. The second week of increase after about 3 months of steady decline. Together, the economic indicators in turn betray how much damage the resurgence of the coronavirus has wreaked upon the American economy in recent weeks. That bad news has increased pressure on lawmakers to come up with a new economic relief package. But negotiations on Capitol Hill have remained stalled, in large part because of divisions among Senate Republicans. About half the Republican Party caucus opposes any new legislation. Lawmakers hope they may be able to reach a deal in the coming week, but tensions are rising among Republican senators and between the Senate and the White House, not to mention the huge gap between all of them and Democrats, or rather, democracy itself. Trump has done nothing to advance the negotiations other than undercut Mitch McConnell by labeling the bill he introduced on Monday opening this work week as quote-unquote irrelevant. I didn't even know that vocabulary, well, that word, was in Trump's rather constricted vocabulary. Now, in analysis, what Trump has done instead, shortly after the bad economic news came out, is fire off a tweet suggesting the delay of the November election. That's going to dominate the analysis for tonight, because that proposal quickly drew rebukes from the leaders of the Democratic Party and anyone who has any sense of civic responsibility. The majority of Republicans, of course, condoning it by their very weak protestations, which have amounted to enablement. Yet, even that, in and of itself, be indication of how Trump's drop in polls has been mirrored by declining influence among lawmakers. So the government confirmed that the economy shrunk by nearly 1/3 last quarter, Donald Trump postponing the November election, and Trump promoting a video pushing lies about masks and social distancing from a doctor who claims to make medicine from alien DNA, whilst blaming some medical issues on quote-unquote demon sperm. That's where we're at now in terms of the Republican war on science. Now, all of that is something that I should take a little detour into exploring. And it's something that you might take an entire transmission to do justice to. I'm not sure if I can really cover it tonight. But when it comes to such there's a book written on the subject, and that probably is where you should start. Unfortunately, the war on science is over, and the Republicans have won. The Trump administration has made Texas Congressman Lamar Smith's dreams come true in terms of the new dark age of anti-science. The so-called war on science isn't quite as broad as that phrase implies. It's really a war on one particular scientific fact, that fossil fuels are a threat to public health. But it's expanded since that point onto the front of everything else, including COVID-19. So I want to go into more detail about that in the very near future, and I want everyone, of course, to remind myself on that in the near future so that we can basically I can educate you on that particular subject. Otherwise, it might be more important tonight instead to, well, I'm getting a message here that people think that this is very important. So, all right, let me cover this then. It's something that I think it bears a kind of necessary detour, and it will contextualize the war on reality itself. And this has to do with the fact that countless Republicans have been waging this war over the last decade. But it's a battle strategy that was the brainchild of one single individual, a man named Lamar Smith. And like many of his peers in the Republican Party, the Texas congressman has long distrusted the scientific evidence that humans are causing climate change. And it's ever since he became chairman of the House Science Committee in 2013 that he's exploited his position to undermine that science, as well as the science behind air pollution, namely by pushing two bills that would radically change how the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, is allowed to use science, or rather abuse it, and receive scientific advice to craft its regulations, or rather filter it. And though routinely passed by the Republican-controlled House at that time, in recent years, these bills have proven too extreme for passage in the Senate until last year or so. Because Smith has retired, or is retiring, he may be retired by now, this year, after his 31 years of perpetual damage in Congress. As a matter of fact, I know he's retired by now. And he retired knowing that his goals have been achieved, regardless. Even if the bills themselves have never become law. Because those objectives of his were not merely to undermine climate and air pollution science in the public eye, but to ensure that science cannot influence public policy at all. So barely more than a year into the Trump administration after it started, Lamar Smith and the Republicans won the war on science. And the most consequential sign of Smith's victory came, I would say, around March of the year before yesteryear, in 2018, when the EPA administrator, Scott Pruitt, sat down with a reporter for the conservative Daily Caller News Foundation to announce significant changes in the way the agency was abusing science. Because no longer, from that point forward, would the EPA use scientific research that included confidential data to develop rules intended to protect human health and the environment. With Pruitt being quoted at that time as saying, "We need to make sure their data and methodology are published as part of the record. Otherwise, it's not transparent, it's not objectively measured, and that's important." Well, that new policy was a near carbon copy of Lamar Smith's honest and open new EPA Science Treatment Act, which was acronymous as all uppercase letters HONEST, honest. Honest Act. As in H for honest, O for open, N for new, E for EPA, S for science, and T for treatment. HONEST in the uppercase, honest and new EPA Science Treatment Act, in which it seemed reasonable on its face, because who doesn't want more government transparency, right? That's the way of your greatest enemy, who all too many of you worship as a hero, Julian Assange. Total transparency for everyone but the motherfucking Russians. Because this policy, with its total transparency, has been opposed by all scientists and nonprofit scientific societies in the fact that it forces the EPA to ignore the overwhelming majority of the research proving air pollution can cause premature deaths, or rather does cause premature deaths, inclusive of a landmark MIT or Massachusetts Institute of Technology study conducted circa 2013 that proved air pollution causes at least 200,000 early deaths each and every year. That's because the bulk of the peer-reviewed literature on efforts of fine particulate matter and other pollutants is based on confidential data, human medical records, which are protected by federal law. Though hundreds of scientists have approved these studies through extensive peer review, Pruitt claimed the results were not reliable because the information, or at least some of it, as I've articulated, for obvious reasons, is not publicly verifiable. So when Pruitt implemented this policy, he disqualified the main body of science that the EPA, or the Environmental Protection Agency, has historically used to rationalize and justify limiting air pollutants. The managing attorney for Earth Justice, a nonprofit environmental law organization that I sourced this from, under the management of a Mr. David Barron, that body of science that David Barron educated myself on, for instance, supports the mercury and air toxics standard, which restricts the amount of mercury and other heavy metals that coal plants can emit. It also supports the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, which control emissions of soot, ozone, nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and lead. And the Clean Power Plan, Barack Obama's signature regulation to curb greenhouse gas emissions, is backed by science about the health impacts of particulate matter. So the Clean Air Act requires the EPA to regulate all the pollutants these rules cover, but only to the exposure level that scientific literature says is safe for human beings. Once that literature was effectively erased from the agency of the EPA because it was based on confidential data, representatives for polluting industries could thereafter, and have more confidently, challenged the rules in federal court. But it also gave Pruitt of the EPA the necessary legal cover to weaken those rules himself, which he openly stated he had every intention to do. Now, The eventual impact of this cannot be overstated. It made it impossible for the EPA to do its job of protecting people from dangerous air pollutants. Pruitt of the EPA under Trump's appointee to head the EPA, wasn't just trying to disqualify inconvenient scientific literature, but scientists themselves. And so, in October of the year before yesteryear, in 2018, around the time of my own solar return, and that of my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, which be October 23rd, Pruitt banned scientists who have received EPA money from ever advising himself on environmental policy. So the scientists themselves were banned from the process of your being able to breathe safely. And this was another brainchild of that fucking retarded Texan, Lamar Smith. How do I express this? It's, I'm trying to recall the exact details that I can summarize most conveniently, and something that can be comprehended in average language. So, it was Lamar Smith's SAB, or Science Advisory Board Reform Act, that was based on the presumption that environmental scientists who have received money from the EPA for research, as many of them have to, were biased in favor of regulation. And Pruitt of the EPA, as appointed to head that department under Trump, agreed, and so he conspired to himself appoint industry representatives and red state government officials to his science advisory board, packing his advisors with non-scientists from industry and red Republican Party politics, even though industry representatives be completely biased against regulation and state governments receive money from the EPA. In fact, all of Pruitt's new scientific advisors, quote unquote, didn't and still don't accept climate or air pollution science. Joe Arvai, a University of Michigan professor who served as an EPA science advisor until his 6-year term expired in late September of the year before yesteryear, confirmed that this restructuring had chilling effects then that are inconceivable now. During his tenure, he testified that career EPA employees in the Office of Water and Office of Air would routinely ask the EPA administrator for advice from his science advisory board. Those career staffers aren't doing that anymore because they're fearful of what kind of hatchet job the SAB might do. Now, despite Pruitt's aggressive rollback of regulations, he didn't appear to be asking much of his science advisors, as the SAB hasn't issued any reports the last time I checked in 2018. Not a single report was produced. There were 10 SAB reports issued the year before, circa 2017, but they're all just carryovers of requests made before Pruitt was installed by President Trump, under orders of Vladimir Putin. You see, under the President Obama administration, the SAB averaged about 11 reports a year. Though Lamar Smith knew these policies were essential to preventing science from influencing public policy, he also knew the power of public opinion. Now, the Los Angeles Times, which I consulted for that interview of that staffer who conducted such an anonymity, deemed Lamar Smith the most obnoxious climate denier in Congress. He worked for years to promote bogus scandals against climate scientists to discredit the entire field. And the Trump misadministration continued to influence public opinion by deleting climate change itself as a term, as a concept, from government documents and replacing it with phrases like weather extremes. And an investigation conducted on, it must have been around the first week of April in the year 2018, that, if I remember correctly, it was around, I'm trying to remember now, it was long enough ago, and I've done a lot of drugs. First week of April in 2015, Reveal magazine conducted an investigation that it published that proved just how far the Trump administration was willing to go to deny climate change. The Interior Department delayed the release of an 87-page report on flooding risks in United States national parks for 10 months for the sole purpose of deleting every mention of the phrase climate change. Doing so prevented park managers from having access to the best data in situations such as reacting to hurricane forecasts, safeguarding artifacts from floodwaters, or deciding where to locate new buildings. And according to the article, all critics decried this delay as an unprecedented political interference in government science. Now, such interference has proven common for the Trump administration, and by all evidence, influenced scientists and members of the voting public ever since. Late in the year 2017, if I remember correctly, was when the NPR, National Public Radio, released data proving that many researchers are now completely avoiding the phrase climate change in grant proposals to the National Science Foundation, the independent government agency that funds the bulk of American research. And in the month of March of 2018, a Gallup poll found that the percentage of independent voters who believe global warming is caused by human activities fell to 62% that year. And that's an 8-point drop from the year before. Only 35% of Republicans believe this likewise, compared to 40% in 2017. While on the left, of course, the opposite has been happening. In the Trump era, Democrats are increasingly accepting the scientific consensus that humans are causing climate change. The issue is also rising on the priority list for Democrats. A recent Harvard University poll proved climate change ranked alongside healthcare and the revanchist, revisionist, expansionist Russian Empire as the top issues motivating Democratic voters in the year of 2018, the last time I checked that particular poll. That suggested even 2 years ago, the Democratic Party could mobilize its supporters by developing and championing an aggressive climate and air pollution policy platform, which has failed to do so far as I am concerned. And yet, even with the Democratic wave we experienced in 2018, which reversed much of the damage done by the Trump misadministration, it's still proven impossible for as long as he's president. That's why environmentalists have been putting their hopes in the legal system itself, but also fearing the worst. If the Supreme Court of these United States upholds the EPA's rationale for repealing and replacing pollution regulations, it will be devastating. The impacts of even a few years of weakened air pollution regulations fall disproportionately on low-income and minority communities, leading to premature deaths. According to all the scientific literature, that Pruitt of the EPA engineered for the EPA itself to ignore. This is what weakened all of the minority immunosystems in low-income regional areas so that they could fall victim on a much larger scale and in much larger numbers to COVID-19. This is conspiracy. And what is clear is that the war on science has been won, and its opponents must now wage a war of their own. We need our own anti-Lamar Smith, a counter Smith, an anti-Lamar that can carry us to victory, because this war on science led to the weakening of the very body politic that can vote the Republicans out. This is the news you will never get from anyone else outside myself. I am the only person who has ever exposed such evil. So, just on relation of that, I feel the need to check back into the live dashboard. Check how things are going. Jameson Reese is saying it's all the more reason to buy an industrial 3M mask right now. And that the EPA is more or less useless now then. Yes, quite so, I'm afraid to say. Now, so, it's been a hell of a week. Well, it's been a hell of a last several years. And it's only going to get worse from here. Because Trump is losing. He knows it. And he isn't going down without a fight. He has only but a few tools at his disposal. 3 that I can think of most immediately. Hate, fear, and what the Russians call desinformatia. Disinformation. And he's going to turn each of them up to 11 between now and Election Day. That's what brings us to the infodemic, the epidemic of misinformation. The correct name for it would be misfodemic. Trump's dangerously distorted view of how to keep America safe in the minds of red Russophiliacs, people who are Russia lovers, kind of like motherfuckers, is based entirely on Russian claims that foreign inquiries are pouring in about its fast-track COVID-19 vaccine, even though questions abound about its safety and efficacy that even Vladimir Putin concedes to. So, does Russia even have a COVID-19 vaccine? This is the dysfodemic, in which the headlines have read, West loses race to develop COVID-19 vaccine. The Russian vaccine against COVID-19 is ready. Those have been the headlines in multiple languages. In summary, the headliner is that the West has lost the race to develop a coronavirus vaccine. Russia's vaccine against COVID-19 is ready. The results of clinical trials showing the development of an immunoresponse in all the volunteers involved, though the research center at Shechenov, or Sekhanov University, clarified that a next phase of trials is still ahead to test the efficiency. The West fears that Russia has once again managed to make it what was considered impossible, to join the group of countries leading in the development of a vaccine against coronavirus. Well, the reality, of course, is that Russia's Shechenov University has not completed COVID vaccine clinical trials, and the media has completely misreported, based on Russian propaganda that they swallowed like the Russian turds that so many Russo collaborationists swallow on a daily basis, because the Russians are saying something people desperately want to believe, of all political stripes and inclinations. Around July 12th, just before the Ides of Yestermenses, or last month, before mid-month, several media outlets from all over the fucking world misreported, that Russia's Shechenov University had completed clinical trials of COVID-19 vaccine. These same reports also suggested that this was the first vaccine in the entire world to complete human trials. And a list of media outlets that published such reports, well, they'd be too many to list. The Twitter account of the Russian embassy shared one such report. There were so many, I'll name but a few. In terms of the several international media outlets and organizations that also claimed that Shechenov University completed clinical trials of COVID-19 vaccine, among them were the Washington Times, Forbes magazine, Newsweek magazine, and PM News in Nigeria, one that I saw, along with news outlets in English-speaking Asian India. It being noteworthy that all sources credited their reports to fucking Sputnik out of Moscow itself. By the way, I've mentioned the news in Nigeria because Nigeria is home to 1 billion fucking people, okay? They're on a par in their population of blacks with Asian Indians in the subcontinent of South Asia and Chinese on the mainland. So you've got 1 billion Chinese, 1 billion Asian Indian Aryans, or Aryan culture that has many different ethnic groups within its cultural matrix. And, of course, Nigeria, which has 1 billion people of many different black ethnicities, tribal affiliations, and cultures and languages and religions. A superpower by African standards. Now, when you've got 3 billion fucking people, black, white, well, black, yellow, and Asian Indian, which are considered in the British sense, which is more nuanced than Americans, as Oriental, as opposed to Asians, which would be the Chinese or Asian. The Asian Indians are Oriental, and the black Africans would, of course, be, well, Negro, using the old standard definition. All these stripes, as well as Western sources, are sourcing fucking Russian Sputnik? Give me a break. The claim, again, being that first, Shechenov University has completed clinical trials of COVID-19 vaccine. The secondary claim being that Russia is the first country to complete COVID-19 vaccine human trials. Let's do a fact check. Shechenov University has completed the first phase of clinical trials of COVID-19 vaccine. Bullshit. As per the World Health Organization, clinical trials are a type of research that study new tests and treatments and evaluate their effects on human health outcomes. There be 4 phases of biomedical clinical trials. Phase 1 studies usually test new drugs for the first time in a small group of people to evaluate a safe dosage range and identify side effects. Phase 2 studies test treatments that have been found to be safe in Phase 1, but now need a larger group of human subjects to monitor for any adverse effects. Phase 3 studies are conducted on larger populations and in different regions and countries, and are oftentimes the step right before a new treatment is even approved. Phase 4 studies take its place after country approval, meaning approval at the national fucking level of state government, nation-state government, and there be a need for further testing in a wide population over a longer time frame beyond even that. So when on July 12th, the TASS, the infamous telegraph agency of the Soviet Union, which still uses that fucking name today, reported, quote-unquote, the first stage of research on the vaccine at Sechenov University kicked off on June 18th when a group of 18 volunteers were vaccinated. The second group of 20 volunteers were vaccinated on June 23rd. Well, it's pertinent to note that the first sentence of this report could have contributed to widespread misinformation by saying clinical trials of vaccine against the novel coronavirus were completed on volunteers at Sechenov University. According to First Post, which I've cross-referenced with, the vaccine is being developed and produced by the Gamaleya Scientific Research Institute of Epidemiology and Microbiology, along with the Russian Defense Ministry, the fucking military. The trials are being conducted in the Sechenov University. Now, the COVID-19 vaccine tracker, created by the World Health Organization, states that the vaccine is in the phase 1/2 of clinical trials. So, First Post reports that in the Russian vaccine trials, the first stage of research on the vaccine began on June 18th when a group of 18 volunteers were vaccinated. The second stage had 20 volunteers, and they were vaccinated on June 23rd. The website clinicaltrials.gov, which is a United States registry of all the ongoing clinical studies, states that phase 1 trials of the vaccine have been split into 2 stages. And First Post further states that the trials are split into 2 halves as the 2 groups are being given different doses of the vaccine, a control group and a main group. Thus, Sechenov University has completed the first phase of clinical trials of COVID-19 vaccine. The second aspect of this bullshit being that Russia is not the first country to conduct human trials. On March 16th, Associated Press had reported that the first human trials were conducted at the Washington Health Research Institute in Seattle of these United States. You know, in America. According to the World Health Organizational COVID-19 vaccine tracker, the institute has progressed to phase 2 of the clinical trials, so we're actually well ahead of the fucking Russians. Thus, the claim that Russia is the first country in the world to complete human trials is also completely fallacious. You know, false. That means it's a lie. The facts being that media outlets across the world carried misreports that Russia's Sechenov University has completed clinical trials of COVID-19 vaccine. The trials are in phase fucking 1, people of the world. Furthermore, it is also completely false that Russia is the first country in the world to conduct human trials. Washington Health Research Institute in Seattle, here in these United States, on the North American continent, had conducted the first human trials in March. The only conclusion to be logically drawn being that the claims advance recurring pro-Kremlin narratives. You know, fake Russian news concerning the coronavirus pandemic and Russian superiority. There being no evidence about any existing vaccine which would have passed large-scale efficacy trials, at the least. So the World Health Organization is coordinating efforts to develop vaccines and medicines to prevent and treat COVID-19, and at the moment, more than 140 teams of researchers across the surface of the world are racing to develop a safe and effective coronavirus vaccine. The actual WHO, or World Health Organizational list of the COVID-19 candidate vaccines is available on their website. And most recently, scientists at the University of Oxford in England claimed their experimental COVID-19 vaccine was able to produce a dual immunoresponse in people aged 18 to 55. The global coronavirus response pledging campaign raised 9.8 billion euros by the end of May. In June, the European Commission presented a European strategy to accelerate the development, manufacturing, and deployment of vaccines against COVID-19. Everyone is racing ahead, and everyone's far ahead of the motherfucking Russians, who got you thinking they're coming to save the day. While I might be able to cure you of that notion, our problem is that Putin's president, Donald Trump, is operating on the notion that a miracle coronavirus cure from Russia will yield an economic revival that will boost his chances for re-election, which puts his own constituents, that's you and I, at great risk. Is there any sense in Donald Trump promoting, in the same week, the idea that there is so little to fear from the coronavirus that masks aren't really necessary, and also that there might be so much to fear that the November election must, per circumstances, be postponed? Reopening schools willy-nilly, in his view, is no big deal, even though the logistics be daunting and the challenges entirely unprecedented. I mean, really? Fucking, really? That is something that gets me pissed off. Now, I want more people participating in the chat room. And, of course, interacting with our man, J. Maurice. I think it's very important that that be taking place. It gives me reassurance that we have a situation which people are understanding what I'm saying as I say it. And I can't overemphasize how important that is. So I'm going to take a look inside of the chat room in but a moment. But I definitely want to emphasize the fact that the school situation needs to be addressed. I'm wondering if that's more important at this phase of the narrative or later. Let's put it this way. I'll start on it now. It's important to emphasize that this push to open schools is guaranteed to fucking fail. And I'm not saying this to trigger any panic whatsoever. It's simply something that must be confronted as a fact. We cannot afford to allow this to fucking happen. And so I want everyone to psychologically prepare themselves for the fact that your kids are going to fucking stay home. And you're going to be doing what you're doing now for a long time yet. So when it comes to what we're dealing with in terms of this unprecedented situation and Trump rendering it, exacerbating it, which means rendering it much worse, inflaming the situation in such a manner that more damage will be done. Let me try and lay out the facts for you so as an information consumer, you can confront the fact that it's time to stop pretending. Our children are staying home. In March, we were all living on we were living in 15-day increments. Everything was a fortnight, 14 nights and a day, 12 weeks and a day worth of time. In other words, half month, like the reception of various types of support checks. That's what Derek Talley was talking about. He's not getting used to was a monthly check as opposed to one arriving every 2 weeks. Working from home and distance learning, for those who had the terrible luxury of such things, would be weeks-long affairs, surreal but temporary. 15 days to flatten the curve. 15 days to slow the spread. Everything in half-monthly graduated incrementalization. Scientists warning us even then that a return to normalcy would take longer, but the telescoped timeline had obvious appeal. You can put up with almost anything for just 15 fucking days. And acting on the chance to get it right was essential. But we now know it was not temporary. We've seen the failures in testing, in containment, in federal and state leadership, compound in catastrophic ways. And as our pandemic summer has stretched on, many of us we've let go, one by one, of experiences from the world we used to inhabit. We bid goodbye to sleepaway camp, to live music, to distant travel, to boisterous weddings, and to spontaneity in general. And so today, a new realization is dawning. And as the debate over school reopening rages, we must acknowledge it plainly. For the sake and safety of our children, we aren't going back to how it was. And we shouldn't. Peter Hotez, a pediatrician and molecular virologist, and the dean for the National School of Tropical Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine, has gone on record to say this push to open schools is guaranteed to fail. Now, on and off, because of my background in medical journalism and my training thereof, I have an ability to connect with this level of professionalism, and I've been corresponding erratically with Hotez and with several epidemiologists over the course of this pandemic. And I have noticed a starkness in their views in recent weeks. Hotez going on record to say that the social distancing expectations and mask requirements for the lower grades are unrealistic. In communities with high transmission, it be inevitable that COVID-19 will enter the schools. Within 12 weeks of opening schools in communities with high virus transmission, teachers will become ill. Within 2 weeks of opening, the overwhelming majority of the school staff in education will fall ill. All it will take is for a single teacher to become hospitalized with COVID, and everything will shut down. Now, Hotez has good reason to be pessimistic. There were 68,605 new cases in the United States but yesterday, according to data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The 7-day average has stayed above 60,000 new cases per day since the 13th of July. Reaching 100,000 cases per day once was seen as apocalyptic. A worst-case scenario warning from Anthony Fauci. And it's no longer not only easy to imagine, it's inevitable. Indeed, what communications I've had with epidemiologists in recent days have all been strikingly dark. They all concur, meaning they all agree, schools must not risk reopening, probably not even for the youngest children in the coming weeks. With Gary Simon, the director of the Infectious Diseases Division at George Washington University, going so far as to say, we cannot pretend like everything's fine. If I had a school-age kid, I would not send him to school, even if the feds knocked on my door. Well, the evidence is all around us. There is the summer camp in Georgia, where hundreds of kids and counselors, nearly half the fucking camp, got infected after only a few days together. Then there's the school in Indiana, where just hours after reopening last week, a student tested positive for the coronavirus. The superintendent telling the New York Times, "We knew it was a when, not if." But officials saying, "Very shocked, it was on day one." Well, there you fucking go. There's also the JAMA, J-A-M-A, the Journal of American Medical Association Pediatric Study, that suggests that babies and young children can carry extremely high viral loads of SARS-CoV mutation 2. The study's authors finding at least as much viral material in the throats and airways of young children as in infected adults. Indeed, more often than not, 100 times as much as in adults. They're little bags of fucking germs. We've long known that kids older than age 10 can efficiently transmit the virus, but this new research proves that younger children at the infantile level pose a risk of transmission to the people around them just as older children do. The more we learn, the more certain it becomes that children are the most highly effective vectors for transmission. The springtime school closures took place before the virus seized the nation and engulfed us all. A return to the classroom now, even with thoughtful precautions, would only create excellent conditions to test just how quickly COVID-19 can saturate a community. School was deemed unsafe for children, teachers, and all staffers back in March. The pandemic is worse in these United States now than it was even then, with multiple epicenters now burning across the country. So why would schools reopen now? Now, Hotez has gone so far as to say the problem is the fucking White House. And the goddamn task force could never organize themselves to lead any federal response and bring virus transmissions down to containment levels. Hotez himself has argued for the necessity of a federal containment plan that, if it were ever executed effectively, might allow the American empire to reopen comprehensively as soon as October. And so, with this at stake, he has gone so far as to officially assert himself and testify that instead they took a lazy and careless route, claiming schools are important, as we all know, and the teachers and principals need to figure it out. What they did was deliberately set up the teachers, staff, and parents to fail. In his own words, it's one of the most careless, incompetent, and heartless actions I've ever seen promoted by the executive branch of the federal government. And here he's mincing his words too carefully. He needs to personalize it and say Donald Trump is responsible for this, is trying to kill more people by having us reopen schools. He's trying to kill children. So, in that respect, confronting that, there be yet another cause for concern. This one about what the virus might do to children themselves. Although the rate of morbidity, meaning the death rate in young children, is relatively low, young children are also among the least tested cohort in the American empire. Fauci has stressed repeatedly in recent weeks that we know relatively nothing about the virus in terms of its impact on children. Exempli gratiae. We still don't know how frequently children get infected, or what percentage of children are even symptomatic, or how underlying conditions may exacerbate or even alleviate the severity of the infection. The results of one 6-month National Institutes of Health study, which enrolled thousands of families from 11 American cities, are not expected to be out until December. But Dr. Hotez insists that we don't need additional information to make decisions. Right now, he says, there be at least 40 states in which schools simply must not open. He's so saying, remember, schools are not hermetically sealed. We need to reach containment first. It's that simple. Now, one of the strangest things about living through a pandemic be the lag in understanding of how bad things are. An awful mirror of the lag in deaths that comest like clockwork after a surge in coronavirus cases. All along, this disaster has been simultaneously wholly shared and wholly individualized. A weird dissonance in a collective tragedy that each person, each family, has to navigate with intricate specificity to their circumstances. The despair that has seemed to crest in recent days represents another kind of lag, a lag of realization, and the inevitable end of hopefulness about what life might be like in September. Now, a wonderful woman named Joan Didion, her surname spelled Didion, is the authoress of a work entitled In the Year of Magical Thinking, the title of which says it all, required reading, In the Year of Magical Thinking, in which Joan Didion wrote of the deepest and most personal kind of bereavement, the loss of her husband. But I find myself thinking of her words often in the context of the pandemic. As to quote a she, we are imperfect mortal beings, aware of that mortality, even as we push it away, failed by our very complication, so wired that when we mourn our losses, we also mourn, for better or for worse, ourselves, as we were, as we are no longer, as we will one day not be at all. These losses will feel only more acute as the season turns. We be accustomed to marking the passage of time in sweet and mundane rituals. The photographs taken for the first day back to school, the new sneakers, the clean stack of fresh composition books. Instead, we are all marking our time in numbers. No longer 15-day increments, but 154 full days since we were all together. So far, 152,870 dead from the virus in America. We cannot wish away the pandemic, as much as we may try. It will persist until we muster the resolve and the resources to contain it. Knowest this, and face it without fear. This is our normal. Not forever, but for a very long now. Now I'm going to again take a look in the chat room. I'm hoping that people have become more active in terms of their interaction with Jameson Reese, who's doing a fantastic job in monitoring, and that's something that, of course, we want him to do, because without him, we're going to be swamped by the trolls, who tried their best to do what they do this night, and thanks to he and Maria Michaela Grigorich, have failed. Now, Jameson Reese is stating quite correctly that the neurological damage to children will be irreparable. This is a fact. That will be the case with many of them. And he agrees it's a horrific time to be a parent. And if victory goes to the prepared, no one in America is prepared, save for a few. Well, I can prepare you for a vaccine reality check. Temper your expectations round a coronavirus vaccine. And be wary of hygiene theater or risk reduction practices that do little to reduce risk. Now, in terms of the development of a coronavirus vaccine, even were one to emerge, it will not end this pandemic overnight. Instead, it would merely mark the beginning of the end of the pandemic, not humanity. So, there are at least 3 things to expect. First being, a vaccine won't make life go back to normal instantly. A vaccine, when, or even if, should it ever become available, would mark only the beginning of a long, slow ramp down. And how long that ramp down takest will dependest on the efficacy of the vaccine itself, the success in delivering hundreds of millions of doses, which would be needed for even a baseline effect towards eventual normalization, and the willingness of people to get it at all, which the Republicans don't want that willingness to even be present. They don't want you willing to take a vaccine. And therefore, because of that, millions will die. Secondly, the rollout of a treatment in and of itself will likely be complex to say the least. Logistically, manufacturers will have to makeist hundreds of millions of doses, whilst relying, perhaps, on technologies never before deployed or used in vaccines, and competing whilst trying to employ those very technologies for basic supplies such as glass vials, without which production cannot even go as forward. Then the federal government will have to allocate doses, perhaps through a patchwork of state and local health departments with no existing infrastructure for vaccinating adults at scale. And that's what brings us to the third factor that will make all of this happen or not. The political factor, the most important factor of them all. If the pandemic so far be any indication, a vaccination program is likely to take its place against a backdrop of partisanship and Sino-Slavic or Russo-Chinese disinformatia, a misinformation campaign to lead people astray. Now, while you wait in vaccine purgatory, there be something practical to think about. Deep cleans, as they call them, which might be more about pageantry than prevention. This is hygiene theater, or when businesses and families obsess over risk reduction rituals that make us feel safer, but don't actually do much to reduce risk, even as more dangerous activities are still allowed. Now, of course, many of you might be wondering, well, what the fuck is Douglas Dietrich even talking about? So, on the practical level, hygiene theater is a huge waste of time. People are power scrubbing their way to a false sense of security. As COVID-19 summer's surge sweeps the country, deep cleans are all the rage. National restaurants such as Applebee's are deputizing sanitation czars to oversee the constant scrubbing of window ledges, menus, and high chairs. The gym chain Planet Fitness is boasting in ads that there's no surface we won't sanitize, no machine that we won't scrub. New York City is shutting down its subway system every fucking night for the first time in its 116-year history to blast the seats, walls, and poles with a variety of antiseptic weaponry, including electrostatic disinfectant sprays. And in Wauchula, Florida, the local government gave one resident permission to spray the town with hydrogen peroxide as he saw fit. He's so saying, I think every city in the damn United States needs to be doing it. He's like, he's like Michael Myers with a hydrogen peroxide dispenser. Now, to some American companies and Florida men, COVID-19 is apparently a war that will be won through antimicrobial blasting to ensure that pathogens be banished from every square inch of America's surface area. But what if all this is just a huge waste of time? In May, the CDC, the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, updated its guidelines to clarify that while COVID-19 spreads easily among speakers and sneezers in close encounters, touching a surface isn't thought to be the main way the virus spreads. Other scientists have reached an even more forceful conclusion. Emmanuel Goldman, a microbiology professor at Reuters New Jersey Medical School, told myself that surface transmission of COVID-19 is not justified at all by the science. He's also emphasized the primacy of airborne person-to-person transmission. Watch who is breathing around you, not the surfaces which you lay your hand upon. There be historical echo here. After 9/11, physical security became a national obsession, especially in airports, where the infamous TSA, the Transportation Security Administration, was patting down the crotches of innumerable grandmothers and granddaughters, along with the breasts of every female of age where their bosom would start to bust out, for possible explosives. I mean, those are some dynamite titties, bitch. And what I myself, as a security enforcement professional, would classify all that as, aside from sexual assault, is a wasteful bonanza of security theater. COVID-19 has reawakened America's spirit of misdirected anxiety, inspiring businesses and families to obsess over risk reduction rituals that make us feel safer, but don't actually do much to reduce risk, even as more dangerous activities are still allowed. This is hygiene theater. Scientists still do not have any perfect grip on COVID-19. They don't know where exactly it came from, how exactly to treat it, or even how long immunity even lasts. But in the past few months, scientists have converged on a theory of how this disease travels via air. It is aeroborne, it is aerosolized, it is breathable, and transmutable via the breath. The disease typically spreads among people through large droplets expelled in sneezes and in coughs, or through even smaller aerosolized droplets as from conversation, during which saliva spray can linger in the air. So surface transmission, from touching doorknobs, mail, food delivery packages, and subways poles, seems quite rare. Now, quite rare is not the same as impossible. The scientists I have spracketh with constantly repeated the phrase, people must still wash their goddamn hands, all right? Not so obsessively that you erase the outer layer of your epidermis or your skin and reveal your hand muscles, mind you, but, you know, wash them effectively and regularly. Regularly and effectively, rather. The difference may be a simple matter of time. In the hours that can elapse between, say, person 1 coughing on her hand and using it to push open a door, and person 2 touching the same door and rubbing his eye, the virus particles from the initial cough may have sufficiently deteriorated. The fact that surface areas, or fomites in the medical jargon, I'm trying to impress you here with my equivalent of the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism. Surface areas, fomites, impress your friends in turn, are less likely to convey the virus. That might seem counterintuitive to people who have internalized certain notions of grimy germs or I've read too many news articles in March about the danger of COVID-19 contaminated food. Backing up those scary stories were several American studies that found that COVID-19 particles could survive on surfaces for not just many hours, but even days. But in a July article in the medical journal The Lancet, Dr. Goldman excoriated those conclusions. All those studies that made COVID-19 seem likely to live for days on metal and paper bags were based on unrealistically strong concentrations of this virus. And as he went great lengths to explain in his medical article, which I could understand based on my credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism, as many as 100 people would need to sneeze on the same area of a table to mimic those experimental conditions that were cited. So Goldman proved that those studies stacked the deck to get a result that bears no fucking resemblance to the real world. So as 1,000 internet commenters know us by heart, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. But with hundreds, indeed thousands, of scientists around the world tracing COVID-19's chains of transmission, the extreme infrequency of evidence indeed be evidence of extreme infrequency. That we can take to the bank. A good case study of how the coronavirus spreads, or does not spread, is the famous March outbreak in a mixed-use skyscraper in Seoul, the capital of South Korea. On one side of the 11th floor of the building, about half the members of a chatty call center got sick. But less than 1% of the remainder of the building contracted COVID-19, even though more than 1,000 workers and residents shared elevators and were surely touching the same buttons, within but minutes of one another at the least. Donald Schaffner, a food microbiology professor who studies disease contamination at Reuters University, observed that the call center case is a great example. You had clear airborne transmission with many, many opportunities for mass fomite transmission in the same place, but we just didn't see it. In the entire peer-reviewed COVID-19 literature, he found maybe one truly plausible report in Singapore of fomite transmission, and even there, it was not a slam dunk case. So, of all the scientists I've communicated with, they have emphasized that people should still wash their goddamn hands and avoid touching their fucking face when they've recently been in public areas, and even use gloves in certain high-contact jobs. But they've also said deep cleans were perfectly justified in hospitals, of all places, and pretty much there alone, pointing out that the excesses of hygiene theater anywhere else outside of a hospital, for obvious reasons, can have negative consequences. Well, rather, the hospitals need deep cleaning for obvious reasons, but for less obvious reasons to the layman, not educated to the point of bearing, as I do in my mind, the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism, which is technically a medical degree in and of itself. What people don't understand is that outside of a hospital, all of that scrubbing really helps to spread the virus, really spread it around everywhere you scrub. So, for one thing, aside from what I've just articulated, an obsession with contaminated surfaces distracts from the more effective ways to combat COVID-19. People have prevention fatigue. They're exhausted by all the information that's being thrown at them, which is why I don't really throw out that much information about the plague and stick a lot to politics. We have to communicate priorities clearly. Otherwise, the information consumer becomes overloaded. There is such a thing as too much information. But what I can tell you is that hygiene theater can take limited resources away from more important goals. Now, there is a teacher in New Jersey who was asked to remain anonymous, but was cited by Dr. Goldman in his article, or rather, she sent him an email after his article in The Lancet was published, that he related to myself anecdotally, in which she said her local schools had considered shutting one day each week for deep cleaning, at a time when returning to school will require Herculean efforts from teachers and extraordinary ingenuity from administrators to keep kids safely distanced. Setting aside entire days to clean surfaces would be naught but a pitiful waste of time and scarce local tax revenue. New York City's decision to spend lavishly on power scrubbing its subways shows how absurd hygiene theater can be in practice. As the city's transit authority considers reduced service and layoffs to offset declines in ticket revenue, it is on pace to spend well over 100 million United States dollars this year alone on new cleaning practices and disinfectants. Money that could be spent on distributing masks, or on PSA campaigns about distancing, or actual fucking subway service. Imagine that! Is being poured into antiseptic experiments that be completely unnecessary. Worst of all, these cleaning sessions shut down trains for hours in the early morning, hurting countless late-night workers and early morning commuters. As long as people wear masks and don't lick one another, come on, get your tongue out of your lover's ass. New York subway germ panic can be seen as completely irrational. In the Japanese Empire, ridership has returned to total normality, and outbreaks traced to the famously crowded public transit systems have been so scarce that the Japanese virologist Hitoshi Oshitani has concluded that transmission on the train is simply not common. Like airline travelers forced to wait forever in line so that septuagenarians can get a pat down for underwear bombs, or little girls can have a thumb shoved up their ass just so the TSA agent can hear that little giggle. We're in a situation where New Yorkers are being inconvenienced, to say the least, in the interest of eliminating a vanishingly small risk. Finally, and most importantly, hygiene theater builds a false sense of security, which can ironically lead to more infections. Many bars, indoor restaurants, and gyms where patrons are huffing and puffing one another's stale air shouldn't be open at all. They should be shut down and bailed out by the government until the pandemic is under control. No amount of soap and bleach changes this calculation. Instead, many of these establishments are boasting about their cleaning practices while inviting strangers into unventilated indoor spaces to share one another's microbial exhalations, not only from their mouths, but the farts from out of their buttholes. This logic is fucking warped. You might as well be tonguing and ripping, just rimming these people's anuses, these total strangers in your midst. It completely misrepresents the nature of an airborne threat. It's as if an oceanside town, stalked by a frenzy of ravenous sharks, urged people to return to the beach by saying, "We care about your health and safety, so we've reinforced the boardwalk with concrete. Those nasty sharks aren't going to be flopping up there, baby." Lovely. Now people can sturdily walk into the ocean and be separated from their limbs. Of course, men got that other limb hanging between their legs. You know, some poor bastards in the beach. "Help! Help!" till his dick's bitten off and his balls, and you hear that voice go up several octaves till he's an soprano. "Help! Help!" And people dive in. "I've got a little girl to save," and get disappointed by rescuing a muscle man with no dick. I'm sorry, maybe it's getting late. By funneling our anxieties into these empty cleaning rituals, we lose focus on the more common modes of COVID-19 transmission and the most crucial policies to stop this plague. My point being not to relax, but rather to focus on what matters and what works. Masks, social distancing, and moving all activities outdoors. That's it. That's how we protect ourselves. That's how we beat this thing. So, when it comes to what else I've been pointing out about our vaccine reality check, well, that's going to take us on another tangent, but maybe it's one that's necessary. Again, you know, I got all that education in medical journalism. I really feel gratified whenever I can put it to use. And nearly 5 months into this pandemic, all hopes of extinguishing COVID-19 are riding on a still hypothetical vaccine. And so a refrain has caught on. We might have to stay home until we have a vaccine. Close schools until we have a vaccine. Wear masks, but only until we have a vaccine. During these months of misery, this mantra has offered a small glimmer of hope. Normal life is on the other side, and we just have to wait until we have a vaccine. Feeding these hopes are the Trump misadministration's exceedingly rosy projections of a vaccine as early as October. You know, in time for my birthday. As well as the media's blow-by-blow coverage of vaccine trials. Each and every single week brings news of early success, promising initial results, and stocks rising because of vaccine optimism. That's what I call this syndrome. It's a psychological syndrome of a mass psychological phenomenon, a mass pathology. Because as COVID-19 sweeps the world in its second wave, a vaccine is unlikely to meet all of these high expectations. The vaccine probably won't even make the disease disappear. It certainly will not immediately return life to normal. Biologically, a vaccine against the COVID-19 virus is unlikely to offer complete protection. Logistically, manufacturers will have to make hundreds of millions of doses, whilst relying on technologies never before dispensed in vaccines, all whilst competing for basic supplies such as glass vials. And then the federal government will have to allocate doses, perhaps through a patchwork of state and local departments with no existing infrastructure for vaccinating adults at scale. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which has led vaccine distribution efforts in the past, has been strikingly absent in discussions thus far. A worrying sign that the leadership failures that have characterized the American pandemic will also hamper this process. To complicate it all even further than it already is, 20% of Americans already says they will refuse to get a COVID-19 vaccine, and with another 31% registering as unsure, reaching herd immunity will now be impossible. Vladimir Putin, through Donald Trump, has ensured that even when a vaccine is developed, so few people will take it, effectively, you may as well not take it. Now, with that in mind, the good news, because it is worth saying, is that experts think there will be a COVID-19 vaccine. That they believe that at all is amazing to me. But they do so because the virus that causes COVID-19 does not seem to be an outlier, well, at least as much of an outlier as HIV, the human immunodeficiency syndrome virus. Scientists have thus gone from discovery of the virus to more than 165 candidate vaccines in record time, with 27 vaccines already in human trials, outside of Russia. Human trials consist of at least 3 phases that matter. I've given you 4, but 3 in a disastrous catastrophe like we're experiencing now, where you can't afford the 4th phase. Phase 1 for safety, Phase 2 for efficacy and dosing, and Phase 3 for efficacy in a huge group of tens of thousands of people. At least 6, that's half a dozen, COVID-19 vaccines are in or about to enter Phase 3 trials. I'm allowed to tell you that, which in and of themselves will take us several more months at the least. So we are almost 5 months into this pandemic, and probably another 5 from a safe and effective vaccine, assuming the clinical trials work out perfectly. So Jesse Goodman, the former chief scientist at the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, has gone out on a limb to attest that even when a vaccine is introduced, to quote his T, I thinkest we will have several months of significant infection, or at least risk of infection, to look forward to. All of this meaning that we may have to endure more months under the threat of the coronavirus than we already have survived. Sans the measures that have beat back the virus in much of Europe and Asia, there will continue to be more outbreaks, more school closings, more loneliness, and many, many more deaths ahead. A vaccine, when it becometh available, will mark only the beginning of a long, slow ramp down. And how long that ramp down taketh will dependest on the efficacy of a vaccine, the success in delivering hundreds of millions of doses, and above and beyond all that, the willingness of Russian propagandized people to get it at all. It is awful to contemplate the suffering still ahead. It is much easier to think about the promise of a vaccine as an escape. And so, Kenta Subararo, the director of the World Health Organization's Flu Collaborating Center in Melbourne, Australia, who has also worked on other coronavirus vaccines, such as for SARS and MERS, has testified that there's a lot of hope riding on these vaccines. Nobody wants to hear it's not just right around the corner. And so nobody's allowed to say it's not. Vaccines are, in essence, a way to activate the immunosystem, sans disease. They can be made with weakened viruses, inactivated viruses, the proteins from a virus, a viral protein grafted onto an innocuous virus, or even just the mRNA. If I remember the term correctly, the RNA, of course, being the ribonucleic acid. The mRNA is that's the Moderna kind of acronym that I've seen applied to the single strand of DNA in terms of messenger RNA. That's the single-stranded RNA molecule that is complementary to one of the DNA strands of a gene. The mRNA is an RNA version of the gene that leaves the cell nucleus and moves to the cytoplasm where proteins are made. So the mRNA produces instructions to make us proteins that may treat or prevent disease. And that may be the most important thing to remember about that. Genes encode patterns, and the instructions for making proteins are decoded in 2 steps. The first being that a messenger RNA or an mRNA molecule is produced. And so when it comes to Moderna's mRNA vaccine reaching its final phase, the surface of the SARS-CoV-2 vaccine, or virus, I mean to say, is covered in protein spikes. And the Moderna's messenger RNA or mRNA vaccine would teach the human immunosystem to respond in such a way that those spikes may no longer be able to cling to the surfaces that would enable them to infect you as they otherwise would. And the mRNA is synthesized in the nucleus using the nucleotide sequence of DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid, the 2-stranded DNA, as a template. So working with that, without getting more technical than I already have, well, that brings us back to the fact that the mRNA encodes a viral protein. So getting exposed to a vaccine is a bit like having survived the disease once, sans any of the drawbacks. Or without most of them. A lot remains unknown about the long-term immunoresponse to COVID-19, but there be good reasons to believe getting COVID-19 will protect against future infections in some way. Vaccine-induced immunity, however, tends to be weaker than immunity that arises after actual infection. Vaccines are typically given as a shot straight into a muscle. Once your body recognizes the foreign invader, it mounts an immunoresponse by, for example, producing long-lasting antibodies that circulate in the blood. But respiratory viruses don't normally fling themselves into muscle. They infect respiratory systems, after all, and they usually sneak in through the mucous membranes of the nose and throat. Although vaccine shots induce antibodies in the blood, they don't induce many in the mucous membranes, meaning they're unlikely to prevent the virus from entering the body in the first. But they could still protect tissues deeper in the body, such as the lungs, thus keeping an infection from getting worse. The primary benefit of vaccination will be to prevent severe disease. A COVID-19 vaccine is unlikely to achieve what scientists call sterilizing immunity, which prevents disease altogether. So, in that sense, as I've said, the vaccine will not be what you expect. But it will be enough, if only you'll fucking take it. One way to boost the effectiveness of a respiratory vaccine, well, a respiratory virus vaccine, is to mimic a natural infection by spraying live but weakened virus into the nose. Not by having somebody infected, sneeze up your nostrils, but a pharmaceutically manufactured industrial scale product like flu mist, for example, contains weakened flu viruses. And a handful of research groups are looking into the strategy for COVID-19. But live virus vaccines are riskier because, well, the virus is live. And, inescapably, recipients, well, there's going to be a number of them that are going to die. That's life. That sounds paradoxical. But the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Don't fuck around by saying, oh, what if it was your child or your loved one? These things happen. What about all the children and loved ones that will survive because of this, that will otherwise fucking die? Your child and your loved one does not deserve to live so that scores of others at the least will die. And most likely, he's not going to die, and he'll live along with the rest if you'll but fucking suck up the goddamn vaccine. Through inhalation or a shot in the arm. But as Kathleen Nuizil, the director of the University of Maryland Center for Vaccine Development and Global Health, has so stated, we don't want to be spraying coronavirus up people's noses until we are absolutely certain that it's actually a virus that cannot spread from person to person and that it cannot make somebody sick. It will just take time. With this first generation of vaccines, however, speed is of the essence. An initial vaccine might limit COVID-19's severity, sans entirely stopping its spread. Think flu shot rather than polio vaccine. The FDA's guidelines for a COVID-19 vaccine recognize it may be far from 100% effective to win approval, at least the agency says. A vaccine should prevent or reduce severe disease in at least 50% of the people who get it. Now, as Walter Orenstein, a vaccine researcher at Emory University who previously worked as the director of the National Immunization Program, has attested, that's obviously not ideal. But it is better than 0%. And so in recent weeks, multiple vaccine groups have released promising data that show their candidates can induce antibodies that neutralize the coronavirus in lab tests. Their next challenges are about scale. Testing the vaccine in a phase 3 trial with tens of thousands of people to prove it prevents infection in the real world. And then, if it works, manufacturing hundreds of millions, no, actually fucking billions of doses. This is why even a vaccine that has already been tested in small numbers of people is still many months away. Phase 3 trials are the largest and longest of the 3 phases. Normally, they would take us years. But they're being compressed into months because of the pandemic. Still, vaccine makers need to enroll tens of thousands of people to confirm efficacy and to look for rare and long-term side effects. It will take time to recruit participants, time to wait for them to be naturally exposed to COVID-19, time for any long-term effects to show up, and time to simply analyze all of the data. Perversely, the high and rising rates of COVID-19 in these United States do make it easier to test vaccine candidates here. Any given participant is more likely to get exposed to the virus at some point in the United States than anywhere else on fucking Earth, thanks to the Trump misadministration setting us all up as bowling pins. And so Ruth Karen, the director of the Center for Immunization Research at Johns Hopkins University, who also served on the Data and Safety Monitoring Board for Moderna's Phase 2 vaccine trial, has gone on record to say it's not good news for our country in any way, shape, or form, but it makes it possible to accumulate cases at a record easy rate. Moderna, an American company, mind you, is conducting its Phase 3 trial, Phase 3, mind you, in the U.S., in these United States, for that very reason. It's open season here, and everybody's fair game. A group based at the University of Oxford in England, which is collaborating with the United Kingdom headquartered biotech company AstraZeneca, is running trials in Britain, Brazil, and South Africa. Because, like America, under Boris Johnson or Bojo the Clown, Great Britain, and Brazil under Jair Bolsonaro, the Trump of the tropics, and South Africa because, it's fucking South Africa. All of these countries have been specifically chosen because of their incredibly high numbers of COVID-19 based on their politics. In other words, they're run by fucking macho maniacs who have rendered it open season on their constituencies. In these United States, the Trump administration's Operation Warp Speed is helping several vaccine makers invest in manufacturing facilities while these trials be ongoing. This could reduce the lag time between the approval and the availability of a vaccine, since companies might otherwise wait for FDA approval before scaling up manufacturing. But making hundreds of millions of doses is still a considerable challenge, especially for a novel vaccine. The leading COVID-19 vaccine candidates rely on technologies that, as I've said, have never been used before in approved vaccines. Moderna's vaccine, for example, is a piece of RNA that encodes a coronavirus protein. Oxford and AstraZeneca's vaccine attaches a coronavirus protein to a chimpanzee adenovirus. Neither has ever been manufactured before on the scale necessary for what we're dealing with now. Consider what happened in 2009, the most recent time the world has ever mobilized to produce vaccines to stop a pandemic. The disease was H1N1, hemagglutinin 1, neuraminidase 1, more commonly known as the avian swine flu. The disease that killed 200 million people and ended World War I. And vaccine makers had the much simpler task of subbing the H1N1 strain into the seasonal flu vaccine they make us every year. And despite many, many years of experience in manufacturing flu vaccines, the manufacturers hit an unexpected snag. Most flu vaccines are made from viruses grown in chicken eggs. And for some reason, the H1N1 strain did not grow very well in the eggs at first. So, Dr. Goodman, who led the FDA's pandemic response in 2009, testified that the amounts produced from a given amount of eggs were much lower than normal. So that really delayed things. Then, once millions of doses were in the works, there were not enough facilities that could package the bulk vaccine into individual vials. The Department of Health and Human Services then created a network of fill and finish facilities to address this problem in the future. Right now, Operation Warp Speed is also awarding contracts to make us the millions of syringes and glass vials needed to package a COVID-19 vaccine. Sans careful planning on these fronts, the American empire could run into a demoralizing scenario where vaccines be available, but there be no way to physically get them to people at all. And under this current misadministration, we can almost be guaranteed that's what's going to happen. And even if all this goes well, the earliest candidates are effective, the trials conclude quickly, the technology works, another huge task lies ahead. When vaccines be approved, 300 million doses will not be available all at once, and a system is needed to distribute limited supplies to the public. This is exactly the sort of challenge that the United States government has proved unprepared for in this pandemic. Completely unprepared. In the H1N1 pandemic, the United States government purchased the vaccines and allocated doses to state and local health departments, which in turn vaccinated people through mass clinics as well as employers, schools, hospitals, pharmacies, and doctors' offices. Nationwide, the program eventually vaccinated about a quarter, 25% of all Americans. Demand falling because the pandemic itself peaked, not too long after the vaccine became available. The 2009 vaccination program was built on the infrastructure of the Vaccines for Children program, in which the CDC buys and distributes vaccines to states for children who usually are uninsured on Medicaid. Well, uninsured or on Medicaid, one or the other. Immunization managers who work in these programs be well versed in the intricacies of vaccine storage and distribution, such as maintaining a cold chain for vaccines that could become ineffective at room temperature. But because they work with children's vaccines, they deal mostly with pediatricians' offices. Kelly Moore, who was the directoress of the Tennessee Immunization Program in 2001, went on record to testify that we did not have relationships with hospitals and internists and people who vaccinated adults. In August that year, 12 months before they got their first shipment of the vaccine, Kelly Moore's team created a sign-up on the State Immunization Registry and sent out a newsletter every Friday with updates and training modules for handling vaccines. And she attested that unfortunately that network has not been maintained because we haven't had other vaccines to send them in 11 fucking years. Contact information is completely out of date. Rebuilding this network for adults will be even more important with COVID-19. Although the H1N1 vaccine was recommended for all ages, the focus was on kids, for whom the flu was particularly dangerous. The opposite is true of COVID-19, which is more of a threat to older adults. Some of the leading COVID-19 vaccine candidates could also pose new logistical challenges if they require storage at temperatures as low as below 80 degrees Celsius or multiple doses to be effective at all. In fact, a COVID-19 vaccine is quite likely to require 2 doses. The first primes the immune system, allowing the second to induce a stronger immunoresponse. Officials would have to balance giving 1 dose to as many people as possible with giving a second dose to those who already had one. That was a complication they didn't even face in 2009, and for which they were so grateful back then. Although the CDC took the lead in distributing H1N1 vaccines in 2009, Claire Hanan, the executive directress, or rather executrix directress, of the Association of Immunization Managers, went on record to say that the agency has been oddly silent about any plans for a COVID-19 vaccine since April. She's so saying that initially we were having planning calls with the CDC right away, and then nothing. And she herself has unsuccessfully tried to get in touch with Operation Warp Speed, which has suggested the Department of Defense may also get involved in vaccine distribution. She's saying that we continue to ask CDC these many, many questions, and they don't know. They just don't fucking know. The CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices is also normally responsible for recommendations on how to prioritize vaccines. That committee, which is composed of outside experts, last met in late June when they discussed prioritizing vaccines for healthcare workers, the elderly, and those with underlying conditions. They also considered prioritizing vaccination by race, given the racial disparities in COVID-19 cases. But now the National Academy of Medicine is convening a panel on the same topic, which is again causing confusion about who is responsible for even making these decisions. Back in 2009, Moore's job was to put the CDC Advisory Committee's recommendations into practice. 2 or 3 times a week, she would get an email from the CDC's vaccine distributor letting her know the number of doses available for her entire state. In practice, though, an initial shipment of vaccines might not even be enough to cover everyone in even the highest priority groups, such as healthcare workers. It was up to people like Moore to decide which hospital got how many doses, with the promise of more on the way next week. Then individual hospitals administered the actual vaccines to their employees based on priority status. This system is meant to be flexible and responsive to local conditions, but it also means the availability of a vaccine might seem to vary from place to place. Exempli Gratiae. Emily Brunson, an anthropologist at Texas State University who studies vaccines, says that in 2009, there were cases in which one district interpreted recommendations strictly, giving the vaccine only to high priority groups, and a neighboring district offered it to anyone who wanted it, until it ran out. The decision to distribute the vaccine through employee health centers in New York, which happened to include several Wall Street firms, also caused a big backlash, as well it should have. There are many ways that things can be misinterpreted, and during an initial shortage, these decisions can be or at least feel unfair, especially given tensions seeded earlier in the pandemic when the rich and the famous were getting COVID-19 tests while ordinary people were being turned away at clinics in droves. If the pandemic so far be any indication, the vaccination program is likely to take its place against a backdrop of partisanship and foreign disinformatia, or misinformation. Already, conspiracy theories are spreading about a COVID-19 vaccine, all of them downright outlandish. But the emphasis on speed, as in Operation Warp Speed, has also created real worries about vaccines being rushed to market unsafely. At a congressional hearing with 5 vaccine manufacturers on Tuesday of this work week, company officials had to repeatedly push back against the idea that the industry might cut corners for a COVID-19 vaccine. With them saying, well, Michael Stoto, a public health researcher at Georgetown University, saying, we're going to be in a situation where some people will be desperate to get the vaccine and some people will be completely afraid to get the vaccine. And there will be probably a lot of people in between who are a little bit of both or are not sure. A vaccine, especially a novel one that doesn't offer complete protection against COVID-19, will require careful communication about the risk. The fact that we can't get ourselves straight about wearing masks will make that harder. Given the number of Americans who are currently unsure of or even opposed to getting a COVID-19 vaccine, Anthony Fauci, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, has warned that even a vaccine might not get the country to herd immunity at all if too many people refuse it. So for the Americans, pinning their hopes on a vaccine, a botched rollout could feel like yet another example of complete and total failure in the time of COVID-19, in the time of plague. That could, in turn, have catastrophic consequences that last well beyond the pandemic itself. Such a scenario could undermine trust in public health expertise and in all vaccines forever. Both of these disasters would be incalculable in their damage and the repercussions of that damage collaterally into the future. In addition to the COVID-19 itself, the COVID plague being a catastrophe of historic proportions, it could mean, for example, further resurgences of vaccine-preventable diseases such as measles, and an even larger challenge when battling future pandemics. For all the uncertainties that remain ahead for a COVID-19 vaccine, several experts I consulted were willing to make one prediction. Karen, the vaccine expert at Johns Hopkins, so stated, I think the question that is easy to answer is this virus going to go away? And the answer to that is definitively no. The virus is already too widespread. A vaccine could still mitigate severe cases. It could make COVID-19 easier to live with. But the virus itself is now because of the Trump misadministration's refusal to act, likely here to stay. But eventually, the pandemic will end. Now, that gives us the facts about the plague you need to take into account when it goes to the society in which this plague is taking place. Then we're talking about something else completely. At the same time, we're talking about the same thing, a virus of the mind. It's a virus which has resulted in the refusal to contend with reality. And now we are in a situation in which democracy itself may not survive because of the refusal to acknowledge our society's ability to function at all. In other words, a denial of the practicality of democracy. Now, this brings us to the extraordinarily painful reality of the damage that Trump has done to any faith in our political system. And therefore any faith in the ability of that political system to work at all. With what he has said about voter fraud, the damage of Trump's voter fraud allegations cannot now be undone. In fact, a new study proves that even fact-checking the president's false claims will never restore confidence in elections. Now, it's too early to say who will win the 2020 presidential election, but there be a good chance that one loser will be faith in the electoral system itself before that election even transpires. President Donald Trump is alleging, as he did 4 years ago, though sooner in the cycle this time and with greater vehemence, but no more evidence, that the voting system is subject to widespread fraud. Should he win, it will give him another 4 years to undermine the system from within and assail voting rights protections. Should he lose, his defeat is certain to reinforce the completely spurious claims of fraud he is spreading now. And according to all new research, unfounded claims of fraud from Donald Trump and his allies significantly undermine all faith in the American electoral system, especially among any voters who support himself. Far worse yet, the damage has proven itself completely resistant to repair by fact-checking. Brendan Nyhan, a political science professor at Dartmouth and one of the authors of this comparatively new paper, has gone on record to testify that it may be that confidence in the election system is the soft target for the Russian Empire. It's complicated, hard to observe, unintuitive, and relies completely on trust. Trust in institutions be easier to destroy than to build. So Trump's baseless warning of a rigged election was a hallmark of the closing weeks of the 2016 campaign, as all polls pointed to a Hillary Clinton victory. The Republican candidate would not commit to accepting the results when Clinton won, which she did by a landslide, and only hacking stole the Electoral College. This time around, Trump has taken up the cry sooner in the campaign. Once again, polls show him trailing. And this time he's furious over pandemic-driven efforts to expand access to voting by mail in states where Democrats are in control, or where he seems to believe higher turnout would hurt him in November. Trump shows conspicuously less worry about vote by mail in red-friendly Republican states that act as beachheads for the Russian Empire. Trump has made some of his most incendiary claims on Twitter, and the social media site drew his fury for appending to his tweets extremely mild language offering readers a fact check. But that approach, as proven by the new research, may not be much help here. To test the effect of statements such as Trump's, an interdisciplinary team of researchers showed research subjects statements from Trump and other Republican politicians and commentators alleging fraud in elections, either in small or great amounts. The results were distressing, if not altogether surprising. Republicans, as well as independents, saw their faith in the election system decrease. Views among Democrats did not meaningfully change. The effect was especially pronounced when subjects were split between approving or disapproving of the person of Trump himself. Then the researchers showed some subjects a different set of tweets that fact-checked the politician's claims. They showed tweets, not articles, hoping to replicate the condition in which a voter might encounter claims in both directions on social media. As fact-checking has expanded in the past few years, some research has shown that it can be effective in correcting voters' misapprehensions. But in this case, the fact checks didn't create any measurable reduction in the damage to voter confidence. It's not entirely clear why not, though Nyan, one of the researchers involved, speculates that fact checks, while effective at shifting voters' beliefs about specific points, may be less effective at changing attitudes, such as confidence in elections in and of themselves. At least 12 previous studies have examined the question of Republican faith in elections in the Trump era. A 2018 study found that, despite Trump's rhetoric, Republican confidence did not decrease before the 2016 election. And Democratic faith actually increased in comparison with 2012, perhaps because Hillary Clinton and other prominent Democrats counteracted Trump's sowing of doubt. Another study found that after his victory, Republican partisans felt better about election integrity. Many Trump voters concluded that illegal voting was not only less consequential, Trump won after all, but also less prevalent than they had been led to thought, or led to think. Well, they don't really fucking think, rather in what they had been led into believing. This is an established concept in political science. the winner effect. After a candidate wins, voters in his or her party tend to see an increase in confidence in elections, while those who support the loser may see a drop. But the current moment in American politics makes the stakes higher than the normal seesaw pattern of partisan confidence has ever been. Following the hotly contested and completely flawed 2000 presidential election in Florida, Democratic confidence was lower than Republican. After George W. Bush won re-election in 2004, Republican voters, well, according to Michael Sances and Charles Stewart, they were already about 85% likely to be very confident in the accuracy of the election and thus did not have a lot of room to increase. This was found on research conducted in the after effect, in hindsight, circa 2014. We're talking like 14 fucking years after the catastrophe of the George W. Bush selection as opposed to election in the year 2000, the first year of the third Christian millennium on our calendar. But since then, a dramatic shift has taken place. Across the decade, aggregate confidence in the country's vote declined about 30 percentage points. However, this overall decline is due almost entirely to a 40-point decline among Republicans during this period. The biggest change occurred between 2004 and 2008, which saw a shift from Republicans being more confident in the nationwide vote count to Democrats expressing more confidence. In part, this stretch saw a string of Democratic victories: 2006, 2008, and 2012, interrupted by off-year Republican wins in 2010 and 2014. But it also saw a concerted effort by reactionary activists to sow doubt about the integrity of electoral systems. Figures such as Chris Kobach, Hans von Spakovsky of Russia, and J. Christian Adams have alleged widespread fraud in different forms: out-of-state voters, double voters, non-citizen voters. They have repeatedly failed to produce any shred of evidence to back up their completely spurious claims. Trump seized hold of this idea, elevating it to the very center of Republican discourse, above God. First, he cast doubt on the results before the election, when he was widely expected to lose. Then, even after winning, he claimed that there had been as many as 3 million illegal votes cast, and appointed Kobach to run a commission on election fraud, the group quietly disbanding after turning up absolutely nothing. If this is how Trump spracketh in victory, one can only imagine, nay, one cannot imagine at all how he might react if he loses in November, or more so when he does. This study I have sourced suggests that many Americans will takest what he says to heart then, and not accept electoral results. And so, one of the study's authors, the Mr. Nyan, has concluded that in modern American political history, we've never had a major party presidential nominee allege that the election was stolen from them, let alone an incumbent who has to leave office. The conversation has focused too much on the "will Trump step down" question. Per Nyan, to quote his T, "I'm much more worried about the damage to institutional legitimacy that he can do on the way out, if indeed he ever leaves, with emphasis on the word ever. Perhaps the most alarming finding of the study is how little effect fact-checking has on the claims themselves. If people believist spurious allegations from Trump and others, and the damage cannot be mitigated by fact checks, it's difficult to see how confidence in elections, and by extension democracy itself, can ever be rebuilt. The best hope might be to counteract the claims before they take its root, with Nyan suggesting that one of the most effective approaches to countering voter fraud allegations is to discourage people from making them at all. If media coverage is negative enough or the political costs be high enough, we know as politicians will often avoid making controversial claims. Now, not every claim of problems in elections be baseless, of course. The June 9th primary in Georgia, for example, had extensive issues. There were hours-long lines in some precincts. Polling places were delayed in opening for hours malevolently, and other problems were reported, too many to even count. Election officials sayest thousands of votes sent in by mail may never have been counted, thanks to issues with tabulation machines. These problems are real and documentable, even if capturing the precise scale be impossible. Voters in places such as Fulton County, Georgia, have real reason to wonder whether their votes were ever counted, if they were able to cast them at all. But claims such as the ones Trump is making don't have any single shred of evidence to back them up and never did. Now, this past few months, some Trump supporters in Michigan burned absentee ballot applications they received as voters in the state. The state attorney general had decided to mail the applications to every voter as a response to the coronavirus pandemic, and Trump had criticized the maneuver as an invitation to fraud. Meanwhile, local Republican Party officials from across the country told Politico magazine that despite growing evidence that the president's re-election campaign is in trouble, they expect a victory or even a landslide in November, just as he is promising. Gestures and sentiments like this may seem merely absurd or self-defeating now. But when Trump, not if, but when Trump loses in November, they will drive a dangerous erosion of faith in American democracy forever. This is the challenge we're dealing with. This is why the electoral process and the progress of the plague itself be inextricably linked. This is what will destroy America. Now, in what time we have left, which isn't that much considering, I want to remind you that one among the creepiest true crime tours, see if you can say that 3 times fast, true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book and scenes from cinematic documentaries which he's been working to produce. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire. as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. Spell it Tucson, Tucson, and put the word "the" in front of it. Aside thetucsonmurders.com, telephone the Baron Ben Astenius himself personally to privately lead your tour, as a single individual or as a group, by calling him at, well, via his direct line at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Now, to get back on track, oh my God. We've got a situation in the midst of this pandemic in which your average American is losing all faith in the electoral system itself, in which Donald fucking Trump, on behalf of the Russian Empire, is, after all, according to the purported experts, in a video Trump himself is pushing and promoting, there be the proposition, completely false, that there be an easy cure for COVID-19. Hence, his desire to reopen schools. There is not any fucking cure for COVID-19, and there never will be. This will be with us forever, subsidiary, collateral, parallel to the fucking flu. Something for which we're going to be getting shots for every year, forever, from this point forward. And yet, expanding voting by mail, something that has been a tried practice in a majority of states for years, would be an outrage resulting, per Donald Trump, to quote his T via his tweets, the most inaccurate and fraudulent, all uppercase in those two words, election in American history. And so, delay the election until people can properly, securely, and safely vote! With 3 question marks. The 3 question marks were on his tweet. The 3 question marks at the end of that tweet suggest other queries. How is this man president? How long can he go? And how far would he go? In fact, only Congress can ever legally delay the fucking vote. Only Congress can delay the election, which would require changes to an 1845 law, mind you. And there be no practical scenario in which that will happen. So even though Congress is the only body which can do this, they are not going to do it because it's simply impractical to the point of impossible. Now, along with Trump's recent deployment of federal officers to Portland, Oregon, his tweet is a measure of how detached Trump is from reality itself. He is certifiably delusional about what his powers are. They do not include simply declaring that there be a cure for COVID-19, or even that schools must reopen but the powers of the presidency be substantial, and Trump is determined, more than determined, to do a great deal of harm. All the harm he can while he goes down. Yet another revealing question is what Trump means by the phrase, safely vote. To most people, it would mean voting without having to stand in overcrowded polling places in the midst of a pandemic outbreak. If the recent primary in Georgia be any indication, Republicans in some states don't seem to mind magnifying people's fears that voting in person might be unsafe. For example, by reducing the number of polling places, leading to hours-long lines that people simply walk away from, if it will keep the voters they don't like from turning out to vote them out. At the same time, even in states like Florida, where coronavirus-related deaths are reaching levels of more than 250 a fucking day, Republican governors are still refusing to truly back down on reopening many businesses or even to begin mandating masks. In that sense, the inconsistency is not Trump's alone. Now, midweek on Wednesday anti-transmission, meaning last week, Wednesday, before I came online to start burning bandwidth, there were more than 1,400 deaths reported nationwide before I even commenced transmission. The next morning, as my transmission came to a close, came the news that Herman Cain, the black African-American pizza entrepreneur, one-time Republican presidential candidate, and the co-chair of Black Voices for Trump, you know, all 10 of them, had died of COVID-19. Cain had attended Trump's mask-defying rally in Tulsa in June, wherein he contracted that very virus he denied existed. That brings us to the first of three major news events that happened that single Thursday of Yesterseptimania last week, right after midweek transmission, right after I wrapped up burning bandwidth into the weekend. Herman Cain, virus denier, died of COVID-19. Now that black entrepreneur turned politician embodied some of America's so-called best traits. The black entrepreneurial spirit, which itself be significant in the sense that, of course, as we all know, not enough blacks are entrepreneurial in spirit. And Herman Cain, as well, in embodying that exceptional trait, personified America's worst pathologies. Indeed, this be self-evident in the fact, historically, that the black African-American individual named Herman Cain paved the way for Donald Trump. Now, Herman Cain was an anomaly 9 years ago. A black Republican with a loose grip on policy and an unorthodox campaign style, to say the least, plus a fondness for referring to himself in the third person, which of course basketball players and professional sportsmen do, and an occasionally shocking portfolio of positions. He proposed a 20-foot barbed wire electric fence on the border between the United States and Mexico. He'd said that he wouldn't appoint a Muslim to his cabinet ever. He'd falsely claimed President Barack Obama was raised in Kenya, which he was not, he was born there, whilst implying that Obama wasn't even a real black man, you know, being half white, as Barack was. Not a real nigger like Herman Cain. None of this seemed to hurt Cain's chances as he rushed out to an early, if ephemeral, lead for the presidential nomination. And so Cain will be remembered historically as the man who paved the way for Donald Trump. The irony of a black African American house nigger paving the way for the great orange pumpkin to arise from the patchwork be beyond expression. Hundreds of people have confirmed that Mr. Cain's presidential campaign laid the groundwork for Orange Trump. They always used to say, "Let Cain be Cain." The Trump campaign did the same thing and still does. That leads us to the tragedy of Herman Cain himself, and the tragedy he's wrought upon us all. Because most Americans never took Herman Cain very seriously. He made that easy. He quoted Pokemon, the movie 2000. I mean, that was its actual title, Pokemon, the movie. And I think it was subtitled 2000, Pokemon, subtitled the movie 2000. You know, because of its release that year, as if there were going to be more that anyone would ever fucking want. So you've got this house nigger, a traitor to his race, quoting Pokemon, the movie 2000, in his campaign speeches. He said goofy things like, "Oh, shucky ducky," like, "fucky sucky," before it was modern day presidential, as per Donald Trump. His signature policy idea, the 999 plan, you know, Michael Aquino's 666 turned upside down, sounded more like a takeout special than a tax overhaul. By the time he died on Thursday at 74 years of age from COVID-19, he was remembered, if at all, by that last phrase, 999. Yet although Cain's 2012 presidential platform did not deserve any serious consideration, his very life traced a tragic arc in object lesson for us all. In his ascent, Cain embodied what bepropagandized some of the greatest things about American society. In his later years, and in his death, he exemplified all of America's bleaker aspects. Cain worked his way up from a threadbare childhood to great wealth, becoming a successful restaurant executive. He served his country, first as a civilian Navy mathematician, and later as chairman of the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City. He was also, it was later proven, sexually harassing women throughout his rise, all along the way. Like Trump, like Bill Cosby, a combination of the twain, a regular Nyarlathotep, or a black pharaonic figure. Then he embarked on a presidential campaign and punditry career meaning as a talking head on radio, that catered to all of the basest, know-nothing instincts in politics, and eventually, ultimately, and deservedly cost him his life. He was raised poor, in his own words, a son of the segregated South, in Memphis, Tennessee, and Atlanta. His father sometimes working 3 jobs, though he was able to improve his finances while serving as chauffeur to the chief executive officer of Coca-Cola Company, whom he persuaded to pay him in Coke stock. Herman was a gifted student and attended Morehouse College on scholarship, only to lose the funding when his grades slipped. He worked jobs on the side to pay his tuition, graduated with a degree in mathematics, and went to work as a ballistics analyst for the United States Navy, then later worked in the food business. In 1982, nearing 40 years of age, he was vice president, or one of the many vice presidents, at Pillsbury, but felt stuck. So he joined the management training program at Burger King, a Pillsbury subsidiary, mind you, which began with a stint flipping patties. A marked contrast with President Donald Trump, who enjoys fast food but would never be caught dead producing it. That was a short-time gig, of course. Cain shot up through the ranks at Burger King, and in 1986 was dispatched to lead Godfather's Pizza, a failing Omaha, Nebraska-based subsidiary of Pillsbury. When the turnaround was slower than the parent company wanted, Cain cobbled together an ownership group to buy Godfather's Pizza. So Cain was obviously an energetic leader, and not one who took himself too seriously at that. An indelible clip shows Cain clad in a white choir robe and in fine singing fiddle, belting a parody of John Lennon's Imagine at an Omaha banquet. Imagine there's no pizza. I couldn't if I tried. Cain also served on the boards of the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City and its Omaha branch, winning praise, mind you. His politics emerging slowly all this time. He became a Republican, he later said, after overhearing a black man say, "Black Republicans? Ain't no such thing." Basically proving himself reactionary in the most pathological sense, taking up an ideology based on contrarian reflex. And so, based on that psychopathy, Cain promptly registered with the Republican Party. And the attraction was mutual, because, they needed a house nigger. With his bootstrap backstory and his insistence on colorblindness despite his own black heritage, he being quoted as saying, "It's not about color, it's going to be about the content of your ideas." Like he fucking had any, right? Cain appealed to a Republican Party focused on individualism and opposed to affirmative action and other race-based policies. And Cain won even more reactionary fans in 1994, when he tore into President Bill Clinton and his health care proposal at a nationally televised town hall, saying he'd have to lay off workers if it passed. The law sank, and so Cain's political fortunes rose. In 1996, he left Godfathers to lead the National Restaurant Association, ironically acronymous as the NRA, a powerful and traditionally conservative lobbying organization in Washington. Throughout the aughts, the first decade of the 2000s, Cain dabbled in politics, both as an activist and sometimes candidate, but his break came with the Tea Party in the early years of Barack Obama's presidency. Racial resentment was at the center of all of the Tea Party reactionary movement, and Cain, a successful, wealthy reactionary who just happened to be jet black and rejecting all claims of racism from his compatriots, became both a popular leader and, more importantly, a useful fig leaf. In 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus was assassinated, Cain decided to run for president, fulfilling a dream he'd floated as early as 1996. And early in November of that tragic year, Herman Cain, who had been the CEO of Godfather's Pizza and a reactionary radio host, was tied in the polls with the former Massachusetts Governor Mitt Romney for the Republican nomination for president. The Republican field was large and fractious, and although Mitt Romney was the early favorite, a series of alternative candidates rose in the polls. First, Michelle Bachmann, then Rick Perry. Later came Newt Gingrich and Rick Santorum, whom they actually named a medical term thereafter. The secretions of effluvia, combinative of blood and sperm, that occurs in anal sex, is medically termed Santorum. Named after Rick Santorum, I shit you not, to use a pun. You can research the etymology yourself. And squarely in the middle of the radicalized reactionary right, Cain rose in the polls, cresting atop the race with more than a quarter of the vote in Real Clear Politics average come November of the 2011 year in our Lord. Now, Cain's campaign had no fucking business doing as well as it did. A number of parts of the campaign presaged the Trump campaign circa 2012. The staff was small and composed of eager but inexperienced young aides and random grizzled hangers-on. The campaign seemed to have no real theory on the race itself, sending the candidate to unimportant states, wasting time and money better spent on crucial ones. Policy was treated mostly as messaging, and the candidate didn't even bother to learn most of it, though unlike Trump, he had the capacity to do so if he'd ever even bothered to try. But very much like Trump, Cain was also a transfixing presence on the campaign stump. Unpredictable, wild, jokey, completely atypical for a presidential contender. And by late November of 2011, the bigotry of Herman Cain became painfully manifest. I personally cannot really recall a candidate in recent memory until the time of Donald Trump that was as bigoted as Herman Cain. This bigotry sourcing from the person of a black man was just appalling. He had a deep concern at one point during a chemotherapy process when he discovered that one of the surgeon's names was Dr. Abdallah. To quote ST, I said to his physician assistant, I said, "That sounds foreign." Not that I had anything against foreign doctors, but it sounded too foreign. This is what Cain was telling his audience. She said, "He's from Lebanon." Oh, Lebanon! My mind immediately started thinking, wait a minute, maybe his religious persuasion is different from mine. She could see the look on my face and she said, don't worry, Mr. Kane, he's a Christian from Lebanon. So Kane said, hallelujah! Thank God! Now, per Conor Friedersdorf of the Atlantic magazine, to read a paragraph he reported from his journal, the other group Mr. Kane has targeted, the other group it's safe to target in any Republican primary, are illegal immigrants. After saying he'd build an electrified fence on the border with Mexico that would kill anyone who tried to cross, Kane later explained that he was joking. Are dead immigrants his idea of a punchline? He's never explained what he found funny about electrified fences, given the flack that Rick Perry got over that epithet on the rock that sat on a property where he hunted. The relative pass Kane has gotten for telling multiple ethnic jokes during his campaign be quite notable, and I don't think a white candidate could have ever gotten away with it. Now, I don't know as about that last part in wake of Donald Trump, but I do think Kane's base definitely got a kick out of a black guy. Basically, in his case, a fucking nigger being bigoted. But I don't know as that a white candidate couldn't get away with what Kane was doing then, because since then, Trump has gotten away with all that and more. But rising to the top in politics required Herman Cain to sacrifice some of the things that had made him admirable and successful by more conventional standards. For one, it damaged his reputation. The public would never have known about the sexual harassment, all of it, if he had not run for president. His commitment to colorblindness turned into a willingness to overlook the overt racism always directed at his black president, Barack Obama. He made horrifyingly bigoted remarks about Muslims and immigrants on the trail that would forever stain the path and pave the way for Donald Trump. And his famous 999 tax plan, which proposed a flat 9% tax each on income, businesses, and sales, was a perfect example of someone who ought to have known better, pursuing a politically advantageous but completely asinine, I would say, J-June idea. The phrase was catchy. Just turn 666 upside down. It's the anti-Antichrist. But the plan would have gutted the federal treasury, while jacking up taxes on the poorest Americans, in effect making it impossible for someone like himself to ever complete the same Horatio Algernon journey ever again. Meaning no other poor nigga could ever arise to be an up-and-coming black man of material wealth and success, which is exactly what he wanted. He wanted to be not just the house nigger, but the only nigger. The HNIC, the head nigger in charge. So the 999 proposal was formulated not by an economist, but an accountant in Cleveland. Former colleagues of Herman Cain's at the Kansas City Fed puzzled over how the thoughtful, careful leader they had known, who had helped to run America's banking system, as a member of the fucking Fed, mind you, had become the cheerleader for a joke of a proposal meant to forever monopolize fiscal power in the hands of the few and deny it in even the format of a dream to the needy. And just like Donald Trump, Herman Cain's campaign would be struck by a devastating accusation, well, rather, countless allegations of sexual misconduct, Though unlike Donald Trump, where it became a boost, Kane's campaign did not survive it. After Kane left the race, quoting the Pokemon flick, he returned to a presence in reactionary media, so-called conservative talk radio, in which position Kane would later speakest at the Defending the American Dream Summit, of all misnomered conferences, which was put on by the Koch brothers and featured many, Koch brothers, as in Heckler and Koch, but these guys had nothing to do with the German machine gun company. These are a couple of Jewish bastards, not bastards because they're Jewish, mind you, but bastards who happen to be Jewish, and their surname be spelled Koch, the kingmakers of the radicalized reactionary right. Sponsoring the Defending American Dream Summit, the very American dream Herman Cain himself had conspired to destroy, wherein Cain had particularly strong support from the Tea Party wing of the Republican Party, the Taliban branch of the grand old party system, himself receiving a roaring ovation, saying that the defending of the American dream is the denial thereof to those beneath one's dignity to even acknowledge. Herman Cain suspended his presidential campaign within a relatively short period of time when it was exposed he was a black serial rapist. And many of his supporters thereafter drifted toward Newt Gingrich, the white serial rapist. And yet, there were journalists who had attended Cain's valedictory rally, which took place at his campaign headquarters just off Interstate 85, next to a patio furniture store, where, upon Cain quoted a song from Pokemon, the movie 2000, entitled Life Can Be a Challenge. That's what sticks with me. Wherein he told a crowd of completely white supporters, a Cracker Barrel, an oyster bed of fish belly white trash, one of whom had brought along a dog in a Courageous for Cain sweater. It all seems like 1,000 years agone when I was cursed with those images that I can never unsee. Before Donald Trump's campaign, before fake news became a shibboleth, and before COVID-19, which took Cain's life 5 weeks after Cain attended a rally for Donald Trump himself in Tulsa, sans the protection of any mask. He was 74. Now, 4 years after his presidential run ruination, as Trump rose using some of the same tricks that Herman Cain had pioneered, Cain became a reliably sycophantic supporter. Trump considered him for a seat on the Federal Reserve Board in 2019. But yesteryear, drawing puzzlement from those who knew only Cain's political career and not his previous service, but backed down when the sexual harassment evidence resurfaced. In June, Trump decided to hold a rally in Tulsa, Oklahoma, over the strenuous objections of common sense and practically every public health expert in the country, who warned that the event would spread the coronavirus. Some prominent Republicans attended out of a sense of defiance, including Herman Cain as a good house nigger, with his nose so far up Trump's ass at this point that it's a wonder he didn't suffocate every time Trump broke wind, and who was photographed, like most attendees, well, all of them in fact, without a mask. 9 days later, that same little house nigger was hospitalized with COVID-19. And even after that good little nigger received his COVID-19 diagnosis, he remained stalwart in his Trump-like opposition to ever wearing masks. And so this last Thursday, he deservedly died at a hospital in the Atlanta area, with no one to mourn his passing other than on Twitter, where Donald Trump described Cain as a very special man, an American patriot, and great friend. The risk Cain took in attending that rally, which in turn took his life, exemplifies in and of itself the change in Cain after his entry into politics. Herman Cain was obviously not a stupid man, nor even one ignorant of science. He was a trained mathematician, after all. But by this 2020th year in our Lord, Herman Cain, a black man who joined the Republican Party out of a sense of contrarianism, was ready to risk his very life to demonstrate his lockstep conformity with party dogma that COVID-19 simply was a Democratic hoax. At one time, Herman Cain seemed like a model of how an individual can live the American dream. Today, in hindsight of his pathetically misspent life, he serves a cautionary tale about how an individual can be destroyed by American politics. As Jameson Reese says in the chat, he clearly miscalculated. Now again, I want to see more people active in the chat, interacting with our man Mr. Reese in the few hours we have left. And let me attempt to use those few hours left to their full potential. When Trump says safely voting in his tweet about might not it be wise to delay the election until it be safe to vote, with a triple question mark, it makes much more sense, of course, to say as that by safely voting, Trump means safely voting for himself. More than that, it seems to mean feeling that Trump has victory safely in hand. And he most obviously does not. As it stands, Trump is by all evidence far behind Joe Biden in all the polls. He knowest he's in trouble. Trump clearly believes that his re-election depends on an economic revival. His thinking on the subject, however, is so shallow that he is not seeking out any ways to restore broad confidence. He is looking instead for gimmicks, and it appears that he thought he found one in a press conference held in front of the United States Supreme Court building on Monday, opening this very work week, by a group calling itself America's Frontline Doctors, the AFD. The doctors had on white lab coats, which seemed to have been their main connection to the actual front lines in the COVID-19 fight, and a woman identified as Dr. Stellar Emanuel of Texas, she announced, "Nobody needs to die." She herself knew to a certainty that a cocktail of hydroxychloroquine, zinc, and zithromax would do the trick. Everyone should take a stip prophylactically, she said. Studies have shown that this is not by any stretch the case, and indeed that hydroxychloroquine carries risks for some people. Emmanuel herself launching into a diatribe against Dr. Sanjay Gupta, CNN's chief medical correspondent, for having informed his viewers of such studies. She also claiming herself that she had been, of course, conspiratorially silenced. She'd be quoted as saying, "Hello, you don't need a mask. There is a cure. I know they don't want to open schools. No, you don't need people to be locked down." She compared doctors who didn't hear her to the good Germans standing by as Nazis murdered Jews. Breitbart shared a video of the event, of course, on behalf of Mother Russia, with various versions having reportedly been viewed more than 20 million times each. Donald Trump Jr. tweeted just one such video declaring, "This is a must-watch! So different from the narrative that everyone is running with." His father, meanwhile, retweeting footage of Emmanuel making her completely false claims, which incidentally conflict with the advice of his own fucking task force. Twitter having since deleted the original posts, in line with its policy on tweets about fake COVID-19 treatments and cures. Donald Trump Jr.'s account having had limits placed upon it for several hours since. Nor was the president abashed when more information about Emmanuel emerged. She is a doctor, educated in Nigeria, and practicing in Texas. She is also, as the Daily Beast reported, a promoter of the idea that many maladies be related to sexual intercourse with demons, which take its place on a dream plane, in the astral. She's also saying that's also where alien DNA manifests as a problem in your body, along with the reptilians among us. I mean, she's got it all figured out. The snake people are fucking you in your sleep, man. And they've got sperm inside of you that makes you half a demon, which is why you're sick all the time. I mean, fuck, you follow this bitch and you'll be hale and hearty in a heartbeat. And when asked on Wednesday, midweek last, if Trump regretted his retweet in light of all these expositions on his championess, Trump said, "I was very impressed with her and other doctors that stood with her. I think she made sense, but I know nothing about her. I just saw her on, making a statement with very respected doctors. She was not alone." Perhaps Trump was impressed by Emmanuel's certainty, or by her attacks on CNN, or her long digression on an NIH study of hiccuping, of all things, or her proud claim that patients drove hours to her clinic because she gave them treatments that other doctors, out of fear of what Texas's medical licensing boards would think, would not. But most likely, she just said what Trump wanted to hear. That the pandemic could be made to simply go away. His promotion of Emmanuel's ideas, in that sense, crystallizes the risk faced by anybody who works with or within his misadministration. When Trump was elected, there was in some quarters a view that, since he be naught but an empty man of no discerning principles, his presidency could actually be less of a catastrophe than it might seem. Experts would lead him to a place of less harm. The key thing was to be the last person in the room with him. Much of what Republicans hope to persuade him to do, from appointing judges who would limit reproductive rights to fighting gun safety measures, gutting social programs, and restricting immigration, was just as toxic as anything that Trump could or would ever come up with on his own. Republican politicians and officials have stood by that bargain even as it has become more and more debased, indeed, beneath satanic and beyond redemption. But even Republicans should have long ago abandoned any sense that Trump would be impressed by things like academic or scientific credentials and long legislative or military records. Trump hears what he wants to hear. If Dr. Anthony Fauci tells Trump what he sees as bad news, Trump mocks him. If serious people won't give Trump the quackery he wants, he will keep looking until he finds someone like Emmanuel. He's the sort of huckster who needs a constant supply of hucksterism to retail. Trump was right about one thing. Emmanuel was not alone. Other doctors at the press conference made similar claims about the supposed miracle of hydroxychloroquine, asserting that it was ridiculous to let fears of the pandemic stop reopening. In part, they were drawing on a deep vein of American conspiratorialism that doesn't always follow party lines, there being overlap between coronavirus truthers and anti-vaxxers. And there'd be doctors in any country with odd ideas. What was striking was that these doctors were introduced at the press conference by a sitting member of Congress, Representative Ralph Norman of South Carolina. The event itself was under the auspices of an outfit called the Tea Party Patriots Foundation, which has, over the years, been a conduit of financial support for Republican candidates. Until this week, when Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi instituted a mask mandate, many Republicans were wandering around the Capitol complex completely maskless. One of them was Representative Louis Gohmert of Texas, who on Wednesday announced that he had tested positive for the coronavirus. Gohmert has treated his office as a vehicle for promoting conspiracy theories. Keeping in character, he said that he suspected wearing a mask was to blame for his infection. Too many Republicans have treated masks, which studies prove really do curb the virus's spread, as political props. The reality of this virus and of this presidency seems entirely lost on them. Even the first reactions to Trump's election-delaying tweet among Republicans like Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz were placid, assurances that there would be elections, shrugging it all off as part of the Trump package. But if Trump's statements this week don't put Republicans in another state of mind, they will have sacrificed more than their party or their electoral prospects. They will have failed to protect their constituents from a disease that can be controlled, if everyone is willing to do the work. And they will have failed to protect the Constitution from a president who can and should be voted out of office on Tuesday, November 3rd. They will have made the country less safe. Now, only now, I'm going to address Yester Septimania after midweek transmission. You knew this was coming. Trump's election tweet betrays a frightened narcissist afraid of losing. In a tweet heard round the world, United States President Donald Trump has floated the idea of delaying November's election. It was the inevitable conclusion of his incessant lies that mail-in voting, an attractive option amid a pandemic, perhaps the only one, is prone to massive fraud. But World War II and the Civil War did not stop voting. And the coronavirus crisis likely won't either. Trump has no power to set the dates for elections. The Constitution says that's up to Congress. And the swift rejection of the idea of a delayed election did more to express the president's diminished power than to suggest an imminent authoritarian takeover. But that doesn't mean Trump's tweet is not pernicious. The vote is sacred, but it is becoming a prop in Trump's preparations for a face-saving exit when voters send him packing. An increasingly inevitable scenario, according to all national polls. His false claims that mail-in voting is unfair or open to fraud might offer the building blocks to a court challenge in the event the election is close, and an election viewed as illegitimate by his supporters could ruin a new president's hopes of restoring national unity and any successful administration. America was already facing the prospect of an acrimonious and prolonged election night. The high volume of postal and absentee ballots means it could be days before some state races are even called, and such delays would offer Trump plenty of time for legal sabotage. As always, when Trump tweets something outrageous, some Beltway pundits counseled calm, warning that he was only mounting a distraction. In this case, from the worst quarterly growth figures in all human history, a 32.9% annualized contraction into an economic recession. The problem is that Trump's distractions themselves amount to mugging the spirit of democracy, whether offering a clemency to a political crony, firing watchdog officials, or working to discredit the ballot box itself. He still has time to regain a lead in polls or destroy the candidacy of Democratic presumptive nominee Joe Biden. But his tweet on the election should stand warning. If the president goes down, he intends to take American democracy and the rule of law with him. The best way to check Donald Trump is to vote him out of office. On Thursday, with President Trump floating the very possibility of delaying the election when he tweeted, as I will read verbatim, "With universal mail-in voting, not absentee voting, which is good, 2020 will be the most inaccurate and fraudulent election in history. It will be a great embarrassment to the USA. Delay the election until people can properly, securely, and safely vote." Oh, all in the upper tone there because of three. Count them. 3 fucking question marks. Oh God, Mr. Runick is back with us in the chat room. Not the most welcome individual. Now the president's... Well, let me try and put this into perspective. Critics have been warning for months that a desperate Trump will attempt to exploit the pandemic to delay the election, or delegitimize the results and refuse to concede if he loses, rather when he does. And in classic Trumpian fashion, the president said the quiet part out loud and openly threatened our democracy. To be clear, again, to reiterate, to reemphasize, the United States has never delayed an election before. Even in the middle of the American Civil War between the states, or the 1918 influenza pandemic as bioengineered by the U.S. military-industrial complex, in conjunction with the academic complex through Rockefeller Institute, the creation of the so-called Spanish influenza, which killed 20 million Americans, even as it wiped out 10 times that number worldwide. The president's tweet was met with predictable outrage. Even the arch-conservative Stephen Calabrese, co-founder of the Federalist Society, an organization that formed in the 1980s to nurture a network of reactionary judges, was moved to publish an op-ed in the New York Times in which he wrote, "Until recently, I had taken as political hyperbole the Democrats' assertion that President Trump is fascist." Stupid-ass misapplication of the term, but we'll accept the spirit of his message. So going on to say, "But this latest tweet is fascistic, and is itself grounds for the president's immediate impeachment again by the House of Representatives and his removal from office by the Senate." Others try to offer legal comfort, arguing that the president does not have the constitutional authority to delay election. Article 2 of the Constitution gives Congress the power to decide when elections take its place, and federal law stipulates that it must be held on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. Other experts pointed out that under the 20th Amendment, the president's term would expire on January 20th, the year after any general election. In other words, don't worry, the system will hold. President Trump cannot go us there. How many times have we heard this since January of 27 fucking teen? How many people have continued to put their faith in our government's ability to keep a lunatic president in check? Over the course of his misspent presidency, we've seen Trump repeatedly abuse and misuse his power sans any consequence whatsoever. Just look at his Twitter feed, which he used to bully his enemies, share conspiracy theories, attack the media, and spew thinly veiled racist comments. While Trump's blistering rhetoric goes well beyond what we would ever expect from a president, most Americans have come to accept this as the new normal. But this problem goes beyond a few tweets. Trump has perpetually spread Russian disinformation, and his war on science during the pandemic has proven to be particularly dangerous, as I've articulated earlier this very transmission. He has abused his White House press briefings to make false claims about how COVID-19 will simply disappear, and mocked the use of face masks despite the guidance issued by his own public health experts. Instead of using the powers of his office to provide his personal protective gear for doctors across the country, Trump issued calls to liberate several states in lockdown, which only pushed the country deeper into this public health crisis. The administration failed in its response to the pandemic, and there'd be a massive resurgence of the virus throughout the South and Midwest. More than 150,000 people have died, and the American empire faces a looming economic crisis, and school reopenings hang in the balance. By the way, I'm getting a message from Derek Talley that he be with us. That be fine. No need for thyself necessarily at the moment, sir, but very glad that you're with us, and glad that you're there now, because I might need you. And, I've got many things to speak as on, and all too many of them, of course, involve what you hear me talking about now. This is essentially how we're going to wrap up tonight over the course of the next few hours we have remaining. By the way, our man Jameson Reese says Rune Dude was probably the same mofo, removed him. So thank you, good sir. I mean, he comes on every night, and I really have gotten tired of him. He has nothing to say, and I've been warned about him from Germany. We have our sources in Germany, Mr. Christoph Riemel in particular, who actually did a reading on him using the Qigong. Excuse me, forgive me. The oh God, I'm forgetting now what it's called, but it was sourced constantly, of course, in The Man in the High Castle. That is what is that Chinese fortune telling? The divination. You know, I used to know this stuff implicitly. And I Ching, thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Jesus. Haven't said that word in so long. Thank you. And I Ching reading was done by Christoph Riemel on Mr. Rune Dude, and that just, you know, we were warned about him, you know, implicitly, specifically, that the fucker's just not to be taken, not to be tolerated. So definitely glad to have men on my team like Jameson Reese, and of course men like Derek Talley. So I do want Derek Talley to stick with us. I may yet be in need of his services. Right now, I'm going to kind of continue with the the theme that I'm on now. But in the meantime, I'm going to do another quick check on the chat room, some other areas around the web in which we are given which I might actually find something else that I might need to add into tonight's arc of narrative as I head towards closing it tonight. But so far, what I'm seeing is nothing that looks like it serves that purpose. Final glance around, and yeah, definitely not really seeing anything in particular that sticks with me as relevant, which in and of itself is somewhat odd. Oh, okay. Now I see some other things coming up. Oh, there we are. Okay, and let me try and switch around here. And yeah, nothing particularly new in that direction. All right, check into the live chat room dashboard again. Jameson Reese is with us. Jameson Reese told Rune Dude, "Get a fucking life," as I know you are reading this. Yes, good man. Thank you, Jameson. Jameson says what I think. All right, back on track with tonight's arc of narrative, and glad to see we're not only holding, we're gaining listeners as people begin to arise. Now, then there are Trump's policies. His family separation policies created indescribably deplorable conditions for young children. He turned to emergency powers to fund a border wall that Congress did not even support. Most recently, he's dispatched federal agents to Portland to forcibly put down citizen protests and threatened to do the same in other cities. And let's not forget, the nation sat through an impeachment that revealed the president was willing to accept the help of foreign powers to obtain dirt on his political opponent, and it all ended with Senate acquittal. To be fair, there has been some pushback when the president issued an executive order imposing a travel ban on predominantly Muslim countries. The federal courts stepped in to block it, although it was retooled and eventually upheld by the Supreme Court. When Trump's Ukraine scheme became public, House Democrats moved forward with impeachment despite the political risks, and Senator Mitt Romney took a stand as the sole and only moral Republican to vote to convict Trump of abuse of power. But overall, however, the president has never been checked, not once. His caustic rhetoric is the new norm. And in most cases, the Republican Party has maintained its support of this president, preventing any sort of bipartisan response to Trump's most egregious behavior. There is also the reality that executive power has been allowed to become so grandiose in recent decades that there be little Congress or the courts can do to stop someone like Donald Trump. The upcoming election is our single opportunity to check a runaway president. But Trump is now going after a core pillar of our democracy. The danger goeth beyond the tweet. Trump has already opposed universal mail-in voting that would promote turnout and ensure Americans can cast their ballots safely during pandemic. He has continued to support voting restrictions and spread unsubstantiated claims of voter fraud, actions and rhetoric that will chip away at the very legitimacy of the result, whatever it may be. While the Department of Homeland Security has released a strategic plan to protect the 2020 elections, Republican political consultant Stuart Stevens floated a hypothetical scenario on Friday into this last weekend and tweeted, "Trump can't cancel election? Ponder this. Trump orders DHS to impound ballots in Dade County on November 1st after reports of irregularities. Who stops them? Court's order return, but ballots now declared invalid. Chaos. Florida revote? What would Barr do? Republicans?" Trump's tweet about delaying the election must be treated, confronted as a serious threat. Will anyone do anything about it before it be too late? I mean, Trump's obviously losing. So when are Republican candidates going to abandon him? Well, a spoiler alert, they aren't. Most Republicans are not abandoning Trump, partly because he be an unusually vengeful politician who will go after those, such as Jeff Sessions, who he thinks cross him. Afternoon, the Ides o' Yestermenses. The middle of last month, the mid-monthly batch of polls in the presidential campaign were released, and they showed an increasingly grim picture for Donald Trump. The NBC Wall Street Journal survey had Joe Biden up by 11 points. 50% of those surveyed said that there was no chance they would ever support Donald Trump. The Quinnipiac University poll showed an even wider national lead for Joe Biden of 15 points. Trump's job approval rating had sunk to 36%, and a daunting 60% of Americans disapproved of his performance in office. Tim Malloy, the Quinnipiac polling analyst who oversaw the study, said, "There be no upside, no silver lining, no encouraging trend hidden somewhere in this survey for the president." A few hours later, Trump ousted his campaign manager, Brad Parscale, or rather, had his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, do so. His new campaign manager is Bill Stepien, a New Jersey operative and former Trump White House political director, best known for his role in former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie's Bridgegate scandal. With the president himself tweeting shortly before 9 p.m., "I look forward to having a big and very important second win together." The reaction was swift and withering. A senior White House official told CNN, well, lambasting Trump whilst doing so, "Brad's not the one going off message. Brad's not the one refusing to wear a mask. He's not focused. Everyone has told him that. Nothing has changed." The political analyst Amy Walter said, "The campaign manager isn't the problem. The problem is the candidate." Of course, she'd be right. Trump's summer slump is real, and it is his own goddamn fault. Pascal did not tell Trump to downplay the threat of the coronavirus or to deny its deadliness. He did not force Trump to undercut America's scientists and public health officials. He did not demand that America open back up for business in the midst of an untreatable plague. He was merely an extremely well-compensated cheerleader for the president's recklessly retarded actions. Now, with cases rising in 41 states in union, the country has come to a new awareness that there will be no return to normalcy this fall. Many of America's largest school districts announced this week that they will not welcome students back to classrooms in September. Trump's own head of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Dr. Robert Redfield, said this week that this fall may be one of the most difficult times that this country has ever confronted. With little more than 100 days left until the election, no amount of Trumpian rage, denial, bluster, or attacks has been able to obliterate this unpleasant reality, or rather this inconvenient truth, of the president's making. One of the enduring mysteries of this most unusual of campaign seasons is why Trump's precarious re-election bid has not affected his standing with the Republican politicians who will be on the ballot alongside him. In the past, a historically unpopular president plummeting in the polls would have caused a slew of panicking Pauls or politicos to distance themselves. In July of 1980, when Jimmy Carter's popularity sank into the low 20s and he hovered just under 40% in the polls in his race against Ronald Reagan, Carter even gave a speech in which he volunteered to stay away from Democratic members' districts if they thought that his campaigning for them would hurt their chances. It didn't work, of course, and when Carter was defeated by Reagan, his party lost 29 seats in the House and control of the Senate. But the vast majority of Republicans this time are not abandoning Donald Trump. Some are even choosing to double down on their embrace of the president, a political choice that speaketh loudly to the current moment. Part of it is that Trump is an unusually, dangerously vengeful politician, one who be obsessed with personal loyalty and who does not hesitate to goest after members of his party who cross him. On Tuesday night, Trump and his inner circle crowed when his former Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, was soundly defeated in a Republican primary in Alabama, a humiliating end to his bid to win back the Senate seat that he gave up to serve in Trump's cabinet. Sessions, who committed the unpardonable sin to Trump of recusing himself from the Russia investigation, had been the very first senator to ever endorse Donald Trump back in 2016. It meant nothing when Trump decided him an enemy. Even after being fired by the president, Sessions continued to publicly suck up to Donald Trump during his comeback bid. A few weeks ago, a month or so by now, when Trump's mid-pandemic return to the campaign trail in Tulsa, Oklahoma bombed, Jeff Sessions blithely praised the president for his masterful performance and winning message. But that was not enough for Donald Trump, that tickle of the tongue up his anus. This man, Trump himself, was feeling it, yet it still didn't register. This man instead endorsed Jeff Sessions' opponent and badmouthed his former Attorney General as a disaster who let us all down. And after the vote, Trump exulted in Sessions' defeat. So did Trump's close advisor, Stephen Miller, the young immigration hawk who owes his very career to Jeff Sessions. Asked on Wednesday about Jeff Sessions' loss in that week in which he fell as he strolled across the White House driveway, that same Stephen Miller called it a great victory for the country, a great victory for the president. Fear alone, however, does not explain what's going on with the Republicans. Not every state is Alabama, where Trump will win in November no matter what. Trump has been sagging even in reliably red states, such as Georgia and Texas. A Democratic presidential candidate has not won the latter state since Jimmy Carter circa 1976, where surveys now show us Biden more or less even with Donald Trump, if not beyond. The Dallas Morning News wrote, weeks ago on that Trump represents a bigger threat to fellow Republicans than any Republican nominee in 44 years. As coronavirus cases spike in Texas, the crucial suburban voters in Dallas and Houston, who have long been the Republican Party's bedrock in the state, appear to be souring on the president. Yet Senator John Cornyn, a mild-mannered Republican establishment type never previously seen as a Trump cultist, has chosen to respond to his increasingly uphill re-election challenge in Texas by becoming one of the president's more ardent public defenders. He's tweeting more. He's trolling. He told Texans to go out and drink some Corona beer and not to panic about the disease. Democrats are now calling him Mini Don. There be plenty of other Republican office holders like him. The best, or at least most vivid, explanation for this phenomenon that I've seen is a recent piece in Rolling Stone magazine written by the Republican strategist Tim Miller, an advisor to Jeb Bush's doomed 2016 presidential campaign, who became a fervent never-Trumper. Miller asked 9 Republican Party consultant friends who are still welcome in the party why the dumpster fire that is the Trump 2020 campaign has not caused the Republican candidates to abandon the president. One told Miller, there be 12 options. You can be on this hell ship, or you can be in the water drowning and devoured by the sharks. Miller's report from the USS Hellship suggests that the trapped sailors are well aware of how badly Trump is faring, but be unable to bail out, especially in competitive elections where the party can ill afford to lose any Republican votes. In rural Texas, one of Miller's informants pointed out that Trump gets like Saddam Hussein level numbers here. Cornyn desperately needs those Trump superfans in order to win statewide. Loyalty to Trump among such cultists now outweighs any policy position, which means that catering to them requires Cornyn to strike a hard pro-Trump line, even if it further alienates the suburban moderates now wavering on the president. A consultant in another state told Miller no dissent is tolerated. And besides, another strategist told him, the election is all about Trump. There's no use pretending otherwise. Their observations be strikingly similar to a conversation that I myself had yestermenses last month, or maybe the months before, I can't really recall at this point, or at this hour of the day, with a veteran Republican pollster whose clients are running in competitive states. I asked him whether, given the bad and worsening poll numbers, we might soon see his candidates running away from the president. And he replied, citing the Trump Twitter curse, I don't think so. He stirs up his base all the time, so you can't take his position to reach out to the independents who have trouble with his persona, because the Republican Trump cult will turn on you in a second. And so the USS Hellship sails on. There be many other factors, of course, ranging from the fight that has already begun for control over the post-Trump Republican Party to the default partisanship that makest Republicans believe that sticking with Trump, no matter how catastrophic his decisions may be or how distasteful they may find his fulminations, is better than the Democratic alternative. Another factor to consider is the specter of 2016. There be many politicians who remain as convinced that with Trump having pulled off a historic upset once before with Russian hacking help, he will makest the improbable, indeed the impossible, happen yet again. Polls be damned with Putin's persuasion. The power of the cyber pollster hacking that will turn defeat into victory with Russian sponsorship. The president himself is clearly in this camp, waiting for the Russian cavalry to comest on the field. But so are a number of Democrats scarred by the false confidence of 4 years agone. Debbie Dingell, a representative from the swing state of Michigan, told an online Democratic event recently, after yet another set of polls came out showing Biden well ahead in her must-win state, that I don't believe these numbers. She simply said, I don't believe these numbers. This same Dingell, who has taken to calling herself Debbie Downer, comest by her skepticism legitimately, having warned the Hillary Clinton campaign unsuccessfully that it was in trouble in Michigan in 2016, despite all polls proving Clinton comfortably ahead. A new Monmouth University survey suggests that in Pennsylvania there be many people who agree with Dingell. Although the poll proves Biden leading Trump by 13 points in state, which, like Michigan, is another Democratic electoral must-win, 57% of voters said that they believed there was a hidden pro-Trump vote that was not turning up in the surveys. The survey's director, Patrick Murray, concluded, "The specter of a secret Trump vote looms large in 2020. We call it the Putin vote." So perhaps it be fitting that the fate of President Trump, a presidential liar for the ages, should come us down to the question of whether large numbers of Americans are lying to pollsters about their support for him. Either way, there be a lesson here. Imagine if Russophiliac collaborationist Republicans lose this fall because they would not, or simply could not, believest that their fellow citizens might actually be telling the fucking truth. Now with a quick look at the time remaining and maintaining myself. Jameson Reese agrees. Their confidence and willingness not to backstab Trump is concerning on even deeper levels, as though in their minds victory is assured despite Trump's slump in polls, and this is precisely what unnerves me. They know the Russians are on their side, and they feel there's nothing we can do to stop them. Replacing a campaign manager, however, will not rescue Donald Trump from the coronavirus debacle. The political damage was done months ago, when the president effectively abdicated all responsibility for the gravest national emergency in American history. Far graver than World War II or even the American Civil War. The only thing comparable being the so-called Spanish flu. So to the surprise of virtually no one, Donald Trump has demoted his campaign manager, Brad Parscale. That midweek night of Wednesday, on the Ides of this July, Trump announced that the job would be filled by Bill Stepien, who served as an aide to Chris Christie, the former governoress of New Jersey, and who is perhaps best known for his involvement in the 2014 Bridgegate scandal, which prompted Christie to fire Stepien. Parscale's departure had been widely expected since yestermensis, last month when Trump turned up at what was supposed to be a huge rally in Tulsa, Oklahoma, only to find thousands of empty seats. Pascal, who rose to prominence as the head of Trump's digital operation in 2016, had never before run a actual political campaign outside of computer modeling, whereas Stepien managed both of Christie's successful gubernatorial campaigns and served as his deputy chief of staff. His appointment may provide his nervous Republican partygoers with some short-term reassurance. It won't do anything to resolve the Trump campaign's larger problems, which are almost all about the candidate himself and the moment as it stands. During a press conference in the White House Rose Garden on Tuesday evening this last week, before my midweek transmission, in which I was almost crying on air, Trump spent almost an hour attacking Joe Biden before he took his first question. The Times called Trump's appearance a meandering monologue. Hopefully no one ever says that about myself. But I try my best to, act the competition. The Washington Post called it a lengthy diatribe. Some might say that about me too, but in Trump's case, it was both. More importantly, it was an implicit acknowledgement from Trump himself that the coronavirus pandemic has upended all his re-election plans, and that this is now a campaign like no other. During his soliloquy in the Rose Garden, Trump's only mentions of the virus came when he blamed Red China for exporting it, and when he claimed that the United States is almost at the point that it was prior to the plague. Purposeful disregard for reality has always been an important element of the MAGA brand, but it isn't working for Trump now. For more than a month, the 538 national poll average has shown Trump trailing Biden by more than 8 points. Last weekend, researchers from Quinnipiac University asked voters which candidate would do a better job of handling the coronavirus. 35% chose Trump, 59% chose Biden. Until recently, Trump seemed to be hoping that a rapid reopening of the economy after the coronavirus shutdowns would enable him to adopt the campaign platform he has always planned on: white nationalism for his core supporters and promises of a strong economy for wavering Republicans and independents. This strategy hinged on minimizing the political salience of the virus itself, but the resurgence in cases, together with a second wave of business closures in mine own baby blue California and other states as well, has put the kibosh on it. Plan B is to shift the focus to Biden and portray him as a doddering tool of the Democratic left. Given that Trump himself recently had trouble walking down a ramp, and that many leftists spent an entire year portraying Biden as a neoliberal, pro-incarceration tool of credit card issuers, this fallback strategy presents some challenges of its own. But at least it's something. Or it could conceivably amount to something if the Trump campaign could focus attention on it among suburbanites and seniors. But the rapid spread of the virus is also frustrating this effort. It's dominating the news cycle, drawing all attention away from Biden, and preventing Trump from holding the kinds of rallies that were the fulcrum of his 2016 campaign. In Tulsa, the president delivered the line that Biden is a puppet for the radical left, but the empty spaces in the stands grabbed the headlines. Last weekend, the Trump campaign canceled a rally in New Hampshire, blaming an approaching tropical storm. 3 sources told Politico magazine that the real reason was concerns about attendance. In the wake of reports that the Tulsa rally may have contributed to a surge in COVID-19 cases in Oklahoma, Trump supporters in New England might have balked at the opportunity to gather close together in an airport hangar. Trump's appearance in the Rose Garden was an effort to regain the initiative and take the fight to Biden. Robbed of his preferred audience, he had to make his do with the White House press corps. But sans the clamorous feedback from thousands of adoring cultists, he seemed out of sorts. His provocations and applause lines all fell flat. When he said, "There's never been a time when 12 candidates were so different," he sounded almost forlorn. The Trump campaign hasn't given up on live events. According to Politico, it's still looking for places where local and state officials are both willing to permit large-scale campaign events and unlikely to blame the president if an outbreak of the virus occurs once he's come and gone. Good fucking luck. Despite the fact that some prominent Republicans had already said they intend to stay away, the Republican National Committee seemed determined to push ahead with some version of its convention in Jacksonville, which is scheduled for late August, and perhaps move some events outdoors. In fact, a spokesperson told CNBC on Tuesday, "We're planning for multiple scenarios and various health precautions." Sure enough, on Thursday, the day when the house nigger died, and, all shit was hitting the fan, the Washington Post reported the convention would be scaled back and limited in its first days to party delegates. If the convention does take place at all, it could well end up drawing more attention to the pandemic and the Republican absentees. The Democrats have already announced that most state delegates won't travel to their convention in Milwaukee, which was postponed from this week to the week before the RNC, or Republican National Committee event, and, Republican National Convention event, whichever, and that the votes on the nominee and the party platform will take its place online for the Democrats. Obviously, this isn't ideal, but most people will find it sensible. A new survey from The Economist/YouGov indicates that just 23% of Americans think it would be even safe to hold conventions at all this year. 59% think it would be unsafe. So Stephen's appointment doesn't change any of this. Perhaps he will persuade his Trump to wear a mask more often, which would be welcome from a public health perspective, but the political damage was done months ago when the president effectively abdicated any and all responsibility for the gravest national emergency in American history. But mid-month, yestermencies in July, the Washington Post reported that even after more than 135,000 Americans have died, there is still no cohesive national strategy apart from unenforced federal health guidelines. Instead, the misadministration is offering a patchwork of solutions, oftentimes in reaction to outbreaks after they occur, when it be too late to contain them. This is the context in which the 2020 campaign is playing out. As this pandemic enters its 6th month, the case numbers are rising in 40 states and union. Plus, according to a Times tally, and figures from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention itself show us that over the past week, the number of new infections reported daily has averaged nigh 62,000. This is now the coronavirus election, and Trump cannot escape it by swapping campaign managers. So, that Thursday, on calendar as dated the 30th, the next to last day in July, was replete with big political stories. I'm going to try and wrap up in what time we have remaining together to show you in this last hour of wrap-up how to think about them. The day in political news, as dated the 30th of July, was not only the one in which Trump's favorite little house nigger, with his nose buried so far up Trump's orange ass that he finally suffocated when Trump laid a big enough fart, he passed that day. Good riddance. Our only regret being that he didn't die in childbirth. That was the same day President Trump suggested postponing the November election balloting, a move he lacks the political authority to even carry out. But the real implication of Trump's election tweet, the maneuver itself not being what it looks like on the surface at all, it's more a means of preemptively contesting the outcome of an election he knows he will lose than trying to actually move it. You see, Trump cannot postpone the election, so he's striving to destroy its legitimacy, engineering its illegitimacy in the minds of those that matter to him, the men with the guns, who will take it upon themselves to kill on his behalf to maintain his place in office. And so, in his latest assault on the American electoral system, President Donald Trump, on Thursday into last weekend, proposed postponing the November election with that tweet I can't stop reading, which be no treat at all, with universal mail-in voting, not absentee voting, which is good. 2020 will be the most inaccurate and fraudulent election in history. This is what Trump tweeted, offering no evidence whatsoever for a debunked, totally deconstructed assertion, a fallacious allegation on its face, following up with a second sentence, "It will be a great embarrassment to the USA. Delay the election until people can properly, securely, and safely vote?" Those three infamous question marks. As Trump himself may or may not know, the date of the election is set by law and would require an act of Congress to be overturned, which in itself would require overturning a law so old it would require a constitutional fucking convention, like repealing the First or Second Amendment, or both, which just isn't going to happen sans revolution. Trump probably, I say probably, there's no certainty in this world. Trump probably cannot postpone the election, the bedrock of American democracy, but the greater danger be that he be destroying its legitimacy by the very suggestion. The very idea of a delay has been floated previously, though usually vaguely and in response to questions. Jared Kushner refused to rule it out, and the presumptive Democratic nominee, Joe Biden, has warned that Trump would try to postpone the election, though the president himself has previously affirmed November 3rd as Election Day. This time is different, because Trump is raising the idea of his own volition. Whilst Trump has shown little regard for rule of law, and his aides have oftentimes broken the law with the confidence they would never be punished, this proposal is still likely dead letter. The major dates of the election and presidential term of office be set by law and by the Constitution itself. According to law, Election Day is held the Tuesday after the first Monday in November. Changing that would require Congress to change the law itself, which in and of itself be quite unlikely, to put things mildly. So, Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the Democratic House, as we know it, would never agree to any such delay. Trump has repeatedly and quite falsely alleged that the election will be tainted by widespread fraud due to increased use of mail-in voting stemming from the coronavirus pandemic, which he himself rendered inevitable. He has also repeatedly and falsely claimed major fraud in the 2016 election, which he, quote-unquote, won. While voting by mail, like all methods, is susceptible to fraud, no evidence suggests widespread fraud that could affect the result of the election. Beyond that, Trump and many of his aides have, for years, voted by mail, though the president continues to make it a meaningless distinction between absentee voting and voting by mail. However, there be legitimate worries about the ability of many Americans to properly and safely vote, and many reasons to fear that the November election will be a train wreck. Like Snowpiercer level train wreck, where the train runs off the fucking rails, the train of state itself. COVID-19 related complications, including an enormous increase in demand for voting by mail and a shortage of polling places and poll workers, threaten to swamp already struggling local election systems. Electoral experts worry that final election results will not be available for weeks after Election Day, as votes are slowly counted. Any delay in the day of the election itself would only exacerbate this problem by making it even harder to meet other deadlines. Also under statute, the Electoral College must meet on the first Monday after the second Wednesday in December. According to the Constitution itself, the new presidential term starts at noon on the 20th day in January of the following year. Beyond the many legal hurdles I'm trying to say, there be a practical one. There be no reason to believest that the conditions for a safe and secure election will ever improve as long as Donald Trump is allowed to remain in office. The president could, on the one hand, make it a serious effort to fight the pandemic, which he has to this point completely failed to do. Some experts, including his appointed head of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, have said that a serious 4 to 6 week push could smother the virus inside even these United States, achieving the same result that other countries have obtained. But Trump has been entirely unwilling to do that, and continues to claim that the virus is fading, and to demand that the economy and schools reopen. One reason the president's election delay proposal is absurd is because he demands that the country reopen fully. At the same time, he argues that something as fundamental as an election cannot be held. On the other hand, Trump could take his steps to help secure the election system and ensure safe elections in a coronavirus-stricken empire. He could help fund efforts by states to open new polling places or better prepare for an influx of mail-in ballots. He could assist the United States Postal Service in preparing for a busy election. Instead, he has demagogued the mail-in system by falsely claiming fraud. And he has appointed a leader to the Postal Service who is seeking to slow down delivery and gut the very service. It est to hijack the Postal Service so that it doesn't deliver. In short, Trump has a large degree of control over whether the election can be held safely. And he's doing everything to ensure that it cannot be done. So as long as he's in office, there be no prospect that any of this will improve, rendering delay itself self-defeating. The American people knoweth this too, which be why Trump's approval rating has slid, and poll after poll proves that if the election were held today, the president would lose to Joseph Biden and be beaten by Biden very badly. Trump's unpopularity is one of the peculiarities of his proposal to delay the election. There are not any historical precedents for such a maneuver, but when they exist, they have been undertaken by politicians who be extremely well liked. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani, now an attorney and advisor to Donald Trump, sought to postpone the 2001 election to replace him following the September 11th attacks at a time when New Yorkers strongly approved of his performance, 79% to 16%. Nonetheless, a plurality said he should step down as scheduled, which is in fact what happened, and embittered him to the point where he became so warped he descended into degenerating into Trump's clown. Such leaders could argue that their constituents needed and wanted continuity. Trump, by contrast, is a widely reviled politician. Most of the country feels that things are on the wrong track, and he knows it. This is, in fact, the likely motivation behind his proposal. It's more a means of preemptively contesting the outcome of an election he knows he will lose than trying to actually move it. After the election of 1864, Abraham Lincoln responded to critics who had suggested that it be postponed. He wrote, "It has long been a grave question whether any government not too strong for the liberties of its people can be put strong, or can be strong enough to maintain its own existence in great emergencies. But the election was a necessity. We cannot have free government sans elections, and if the rebellion could force us to forgo it or postpone a national election, it might fairly claim to have already conquered and ruined us." So if Trump loses the election, or rather when Trump does so in November, and wants to argue that he was cheated and the voting was not legitimate, he can't start on November 4th. He needs to lay the groundwork ahead of time. For example, by repeatedly warning that the vote will be fraudulent and rigged, and by telling his supporters that that he tried to postpone it, but was denied by them. Now, some observers have focused on the question of whether a defeated Trump would actually even leave office, as required by law, or stage some sort of coup d'etat, a fall of state. That still seems tough to envision, though the president's complete disregard for rule of law makes it impossible to rule anything out. But a concerted effort to undermine the election and to convince 35 to 45% of the electorate that the balloting was never fair would do its own damage. The political scientist Brendan Nyhan, in June, went so far as to say, "The conversation has focused too much on the will Trump step down question. I'm much more worried about the damage to institutional legitimacy that he can do on the way out." In other words, the greatest danger is not that this election will be delayed, but what happens when the next one comes round, or whether there will even be a next one. Now, by proposing that the presidential election in November be delayed, Donald Trump has careened over a cliff. So the real question may be, whom is he going to take us with him? Because Trump himself is the election crisis he be warning about. When a sitting president threatens to delay a sacrosanct American ritual, you'd better fucking listen. And so on that Thursday morning, minutes after the worst United States economic data in 70 years were released, and barely 2 hours before an American hero who risked his very life for the right to vote was laid to rest, the President of these United States proposed delaying this fall's election. Amid the coronavirus pandemic and widespread remote voting, Donald Trump said that it would be the most inaccurate and fraudulent election in history. Why shouldn't the U.S. delay the election until people can properly, securely, and safely vote? It was not the first time that the president has raised this particular canard, and a canard it be, a radical maneuver that is not even within his power to make it happen, but it was by far his most inflammatory, destabilizing, and provocative attempt yet to call into question the very legitimacy of the November electoral process in which he be trailing the Democratic candidate Joe Biden in virtually every poll. Has there ever been a president who has done more to undermine American democracy? Trump himself has become the very crisis of confidence in our political system that he warns of. He is his own self-fulfilling prophecy. Don't be sucked in. Trump's critics immediately warned us. He is trolling us. He is distracting us. Of course they had a point. It was no accident that the tweet came as at 8:46 a.m., 16 minutes after the government reported that the United States economy had contracted by nearly 10% in the second quarter, the biggest drop in quarterly gross domestic product ever in recorded human history. There be so very much for Trump to distract us from. Trump's tweet came as but a single day after a grievous milestone was reached, 150,000 Americans dead from COVID-19. And it was but only a couple of hours before John Lewis, the longtime congressman and civil rights leader, was laid to rest in what amounted to a state funeral minus the decidedly unwelcome head of state. But this was not merely one of Trump's transitory diversions in a week already full of them. Remember the demon sperm doctor controversy I aforecited? The transparently racist appeal to those living the suburban lifestyle dream free of low-income interlopers? In fact, Trump's attack on the very legitimacy of the upcoming election has been intensifying for months as his poll standing has sunk. Trump's Twitter Richter scale, as the Democratic attorney Norm Eisen put it the other day, was already registering off the charts on the subject. Indeed, Bill Frischling, who runs the fact-based website, which tracks Trump's public statements and tweets, to look at how oft times the president had questioned voting or suggested that an election would be rigged, unfair, or otherwise compromised, he came up with 713 references by Trump since 2012, the vast majority occurring in clusters as the elections of 2016, 2018, and 2020 neared. Already, FactBase has recorded 91 instances of such rhetoric from Trump this year, a number which is all but sure to escalate. So sorry, we cannot just ignore it when the president threatens to cancel an election. This is the kind of statement that should haunt your very dreams. It is wannabe dictator talk. It is dangerous even if it is never attached to any actions. And those who thinkest that some actions will not follow have never been paying attention. My alarm stems from having covered Russia when Vladimir Putin himself was dismantling the fragile, flawed democratic institutions that empire, that hostile foreign state had established aftermath the fall of the Soviet Union. It stems from reading history. It stems from having watched the past 4 years in America itself, where day by day the unthinkable has happened and has been justified, rationalized, and explained away. Some of Trump's cultists are already normalizing his attacks on the very foundations of American democracy. He has succeeded in getting us used to the idea, to having a conversation that should never be happening. In April, Biden warned at a fundraiser that Trump would attempt to kick back the election when he was losing. At the time, Steve Guest, the director of Rapid Response for the Republican National Committee, responded, "Joe Biden is off his rocker to make such an irresponsible allegation without any evidence." Well, now we have the fucking evidence. And what did Steve Guest have to say on Thursday? When I emailed him, he did not respond. His Twitter feed was silent. The Trump campaign spokesman, Tim Murtaugh, said about Biden back in April, "Those are the incoherent conspiracy theory ramblings of a lost candidate who is out of touch with reality. President Trump has been clear that the election will happen on November 3rd. So what are we supposed to think now?" Trump's most senior cabinet officials have shown that they too be willing to follow their leader down even this most dubious of paths. Attorney General Little Billy Barr asked during congressional testimony earlier this week, before Trump's tweet, mind ye, about the possibility of a delayed election. Even Attorney General William Barr refused to rule it out, dismissively saying that he had never looked into it. And so on Thursday, shortly after Trump's tweet, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo refused to answer the question as well. Pompeo, a Harvard Law School graduate who is likely quite familiar with the Constitution, merely said, "I'm not going to enter a legal judgment on that on the fly." He nonetheless added, "In the end, the Department of Justice and others will make that legal determination," which is not at all how it will work. Just as problematic were the lukewarm at best defenses of American democracy offered by some of the Republicans who did comment on Thursday. The Senate Majority Whip John Thune of South Dakota said, "We've had elections every November since about 1788, and I expect that will be the case again this year." Senator Lindsey Graham, Trump's golfing buddy and confidant from South Carolina, said, "I don't think it's a particularly good idea." Expect? Particularly? Not exactly a rousing case for voting. Perhaps most astonishing was this comment from Senator Kevin Cramer of North Dakota that comes to mind. "I think that if you guys take the bait, he'll be the happiest guy in town. I read it, I laughed. I thought, my gosh, this is going to consume a lot of people, except real people. And it was clever." The fact that putting off an election is outside of the power of the presidency, that the Constitution clearly prescribes a transition of power on the 20th of January 2021, and that it would takeist an act of Congress itself to doist anything about changing the time, the place, and the manner of the election is certainly most relevant. But there be many ways to cancel elections, and not all of them involve literally falling or failing to hold the ballot, denying access to the polls, questioning the legitimacy of the results, throwing up legal challenges, forcing voters to stand in long lines and thereby eliminating the elderly, the frail, the weak. These have all happened in our lifetimes. In these United States, we don't have to look to foreign tyrannies for examples of how to influence elections. So it was really reassuring when Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell tried to put the matter to rest by calling the November election date set in stone. Or was it? When House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy said, "We should go forward with our election. No way should we ever not hold an election on the day that we have it." Did you feel reassured? No more, I'm certain, than I did when I heard Senate Majority Leader of the Republican cult, Mitch McConnell. Because the president has not backed off his words. He has not deleted his tweet. Instead, he pinned it to the top of his feed for part of the day. After hours of criticism, including from a founder of the Federalist Society who said that it was ground for his impeachment and removal, Trump's unconvincing effort at spin was to suggest that it was all but a brilliant ploy to get the very dishonest lamestream media to finally start talking about the risks to our democracy from dangerous universal mail-in voting. But in fact, the risk to American democracy is the person of Donald Trump himself. Later, at a news conference, Trump yammered and stammered his way through questions about whether he really favored a delay. Saying, "Do I want to see a day changed? No, but I don't want to see a crooked election." He again suggested that the election could be fraudulent, fake, and rigged. It was not a denial. He never disavowed what he had said earlier. On Thursday, Trump careened over a fucking cliff. And the question is, whom is he going to take with him? Aside us all! After Trump's tweet, I spent much of the day listening to the funeral of the late Representative Lewis, who was mourned as an American saint, a hero who staked his life on the premise that voting in elections was the truest expression of our democracy. Trump's three predecessors were in attendance, their presence a visible rebuke to the current president and a reminder of his absence. Trump's name was never spracketh aloud. It did not have to be. The drill is sadly familiar by now. These funerals of public figures in the Trump era have become the mark of our divided and splintered politics, the gathering spaces at which we be forced to take a stock of the widening gap between our current president and the state of his party and what the leaders of both parties once believed. When John McCain, the Trump-resisting Republican senator from Arizona and a Vietnam War veteran, if not a hero, died in 2018, we saw it. And again a few months later, as George H.W. Bush, the Republican avatar of a vanishing East Coast conservative establishment whose last vote for president was against Donald Trump in 2016. Lewis's send-off was always going to be a grand one. He was one of the last of the civil rights greats still with us. He had long ago guaranteed his place in the American pantheon with that March in Selma as a young man And with the decades that followed of irrepressible service and indefatigable activism for social justice and equality under law, during the service, he was hailed as a Martin Luther King Jr.'s disciple, the heir of Gandhi and Mandela, a great-great-grandson of slaves whose moral audacity and sheer bravery transformed him into St. Louis, a would-be preacher who became the sermon himself. But Trump's tweet during the honors for that man's life provided the urgency of the moment, the infuriating and clarifying framing for a funeral that took place when the rights for which St. Louis fought, not the least of which is the right for all eligible voters to cast their ballot this fall, are under threat as never before. Bill Campbell, the former mayor of Atlanta, told the mourners at Atlanta's storied Ebenezer Baptist Church that Lewis had conveyed unto he a final wish when they last met. Campbell saying, "He pulled me closer and he whispered, 'Everyone has to vote in November. It is the most important election ever.' I promised him that with every fiber in my body, if you truly want to honor this American hero, make it certain that ye vote." But Lewis died, as McCain had died before him. Recall that at John McCain's funeral, Barack Obama, a political adversary, delivered eulogy in which Obama himself rebuked the small and mean and petty politics of the moment and the trafficking in bombast, in insult, in phony controversies and manufactured outrage. This was back in the late summer of but the year before yesteryear, 2018, when it still seemed as though Trump's hateful words and tweets were the threat, and when it was still news when the former president obliquely criticized the current one. But Lewis died at a time when Trump, facing re-election he knowest he will lose, has made his threats more explicit, and Obama's response this time was more direct as well. This brings us to the major point of tonight's transmission into mourning. Barack Obama spracketh at the funeral of John Lewis, calling him a founding father of the fuller, fairer, better America, which Trump be determined to destroy. And per our former president's eulogy, it now be up to us to honor the congressman and his fellow activist, C.T. Vivian, by continuing what they started, by sustaining the work of democracy as best we can. This was Trump's breaking silence, alas! In his eulogy for Lewis, the former president brought the church to its feet by denouncing modern-day Bull Connors and George Wallaces, and by making explicit references to the police who killed George Floyd in Minneapolis and to the federal law enforcement agents that Trump has ordered to violently suppress peaceful protests across America. He, Obama, so warning, democracy isn't automatic. It has to be nurtured. It has to be tended to. Most of all, Obama's eulogy was an extended love letter, not just to Lewis, but to the voting rights that he had been willing to sacrifice his life for. Obama demanded action, and he was specific, renewing the Voting Rights Act provisions that had been gutted by the Supreme Court in recent years and blocked by Republicans in Congress, and eliminating the Senate filibuster, which he called a Jim Crow relic. So the filibuster's time is running out. President Trump's remark about potentially delaying the November election got the lion's share of attention on Thursday, but a line later that day from his predecessor will, in the long run, mark my words, likely be remembered as the most consequential utterance of that day, of that week. President Obama saying in his eulogy to the late Representative John Lewis, "You want to honor John? Let's honor him by revitalizing the law that he was willing to die for." Obama then spooled out a voting rights litany, revitalizing the Voting Rights Act, adopting automatic voter registration, expanding the number of polling places, guaranteeing early voting, admitting Washington, District of Columbia with the right to vote, and Puerto Rico as states, both Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico as states, in disambiguations from the territories or federal districts that they be, thereby, and in turn thereafter, restricting partisan gerrymanders. Because that alone of those two bodies in politics, Washington, District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico, would add a colored vote, a colored majority that would overwhelm white America immediately on their recognition. That would kill white America today. And so, per Barack Obama, as our president before this last president we may ever have declared, that day that Trump so treasonously tweeted what he did, with Obama saying, "And if all this takes eliminating the filibuster, another Jim Crow relic, in order to secure the God-given rights of every American, then that's what we should do." 'Twas that moment a long debate suddenly shifted. Obama famously weighs his words. Since leaving office, he has only intervened but the fewest of times in debates over his party's future. His call for eliminating the filibuster marked the most significant public step he's ever taken to influence Democratic policy. Lewis's funeral gavest him the high-profile occasion, but his timing took advantage of a swelling movement within the party's ranks to eliminate the filibuster. Under current Senate rules, no substantive legislation can pass sans 60 votes, the threshold needed to end debate and bring a measure to final vote. The main legislative exception being the complex process known as budget reconciliation, which applies only to bills involving spending and revenue. As recently as a few months ago, during the Democratic primaries, many leading Democrats either opposed changing that 60-vote requirement, Joe Biden himself, for example, or took equivocal stands. Senators Bernie Sanders, Kamala Harris, and Cory Booker come to mind. When asked about the filibuster, Sanders and others cited examples of Democrats using the rules to block what they considered dangerous proposals by Republicans. Circa 2017, 61 senators, including many leading Democrats, signed a bipartisan letter expressing support for keeping the filibuster rule intact. 12 factors this spring and summer have combined to change all that. The protest movement, sparked by the killing of George Floyd, has pushed police reform and voting rights much higher on the Democratic priority list, and the increased likelihood of Democrats winning a Senate majority has forced party leaders to confront questions about how they would achieve those goals in the face of all but certain resistance from Senate Republicans. And so in recent weeks, both Senate Democratic leader Charles E. Schumer of New York and Biden himself have expressed willingness to at least consider changing the filibuster. In mid-July, Biden told reporters he'd consider backing a change if Senate Republicans consistently blocked his agenda. He's so saying, "It's going to depend on how obstreperous they become. I think you're going to just have to take a look at it." A couple of days later, Schumer took a similarly tentative step, saying nothing's off the table now if Democrats regain Senate majority. Both followed Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, the lead Democrat on the 2017 letter defending the filibuster, who in June said that, "I will not stand idly by for 4 years and watch the Biden administration's initiatives blocked at every turn by Republican filibusters." And so Obama's words, openly advocating repeal, go far beyond those tentative remarks. As the most popular figure in the Democratic Party, Obama's endorsement carries significant weight, putting senior Democrats like Senatoress Dianne Feinstein in a much tougher spot if they continue to support the filibuster rule. Moreover, Obama's labeling of the filibuster as a relic of Jim Crow segregation links the current effort to get rid of filibusters back to its historic roots in the struggle for black civil rights. The filibuster developed as a legislative tactic in the early 19th century. In the ensuing 200 years, although it's been used by both parties to block a wide range of legislation, its most famous abuse was by Southern Democrats and their reactionary allies to block civil rights legislation throughout the majority of the 20th century. That tactic wasn't defeated until 1964, when the Senate, for the first time, broke the Southern resistance and passed the Civil Rights Act. Throughout that period, and in the following years, limiting the filibuster was a major goal of, for progressives. Circa 1975, helped by a procedural ruling from then Vice President Nelson Rockefeller, a pro-civil rights Republican, progressives scored a significant victory in the Senate, lowering the threshold to end debate from 2/3 set in 1917 down to 60. At the time, some thought that would be the end of the filibuster. Instead, in recent years, the requirement for a supermajority vote has gone from being rare to routine, with almost everything needing 60 votes to pass. But as the 60-vote requirement became more common, pressure to jettison it has built. And so, by 2013, Democrats, led by Majority Leader Harry Reid of Nevada and faced by Republican efforts to block Obama's nominees, eliminated the filibuster for votes on federal offices other than the Supreme Court. Circa 2017, Republicans, led by Majority Leader Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, took the next step and wiped out the filibuster for Supreme Court picks. Republicans haven't gone further and ended the filibuster for legislation because, by and large, their party doesn't have much legislation it considers critical to pass. With the exception of the 2017 tax cut, which passed under reconciliation rules, the Republican agenda has mostly consisted of approving conservative, rather reactionary, judicial nominations and blocking bills that Democrats want. But if Democrats regain control of the White House and the Senate, they will come into office with a long line of legislative priorities. The voting rights agenda Obama outlined will jockey for place with reforms to health care, measures on climate change, citizenship for unauthorized immigrants, gun control, and efforts to raise taxes on the wealthy. With the exception of a tax hike and perhaps health care reform, none of those measures fit into a budget bill, so all will be at the mercy of a Republican filibuster. Even if they do gain the majority, Democrats probably won't move immediately to change the Senate rules. Getting agreement from enough Democratic senators will likely require proof that Republicans will misuse and abuse the filibuster to block what the party considers critical legislation. But unless Mitch McConnell and his fellow Republican cultists pick a very different path from the one they followed during the Obama years, the crunch will almost certainly come immediately, with Democrats likely to push the renamed John Lewis Voting Rights Act as an early test. If that becomes the occasion for transforming the Senate into a majority vote legislative body, former President Barack Obama's comments this week should be seen as the moment that the tide did turn. Now, in the few minutes we have remaining, but 20 or so that be left, let it be known that very occasionally, in private settings while president, Barack Obama said what he really thought about race and prejudice in America. But in public and on camera, always conscious of the responsibility of being the first black president and the prejudice that stirred, he walked a very fine line. Only on a few occasions, after the killing of black teenager Trayvon Martin and at a memorial service in Charleston for mass shooting victims, did I ever see Barack Obama deliberately lower his guard. But Obama never spracketh in public and on camera with the rawness and the outraged activist power that he brought to his eulogy of John Lewis on Thursday. The former president explicitly compared Donald Trump to the racist bigots of the old Deep South and portrayed his claims of looming fraud in November's election as a threat to American democracy. To quotist Barack Obama, who was clearly comparing Trump to the Alabama's former segregationist governor, who ran several racist campaigns for president himself, George Wallace may be gone, but we can witness our federal government sending agents to use tear gas and batons against peaceful demonstrators. It was an extraordinary moment to see one president speakest in such terms about his successor. His long silence about Trump has frustrated many Democrats, but made his startling condemnation of the president on Thursday ever more powerful. This clash could now boil until November between the nation's first black president and the one who made his political name his own political name with a racist birther campaign against his own President Obama at the time when Obama was such, and who now be running for re-election wrapped in the Confederate flag, defending pro-slavery Civil War generals. So often Donald Trump looks to the worst of the past in making a hash of America's present. He is, bizarrely, even now running as a defender of the Confederacy, the toxic legacy of which Lewis spent his life attempting to undo. Barack Obama, in stark contrast, is the perpetual conjurer of a better American future, and there be few who heard his soaring peroration who could not have been inspired by its vision of a vibrant, free, inclusive democracy. But perhaps the fierce urgency of the day was best summed up by a scene that caught my eye as the funeral was ending. It was a glimpse of Stacey Abrams, the Democrat who camest up short in her run for Georgia governoress 2 years ago. Like all the other mourners, she was wearing a face mask because of the pandemic. But on hers was writ but a single word: vote. I leave you with that in my struggle to educate and support yourselves. And our man Bizarre HD, alias George Edward Knight, says, just came on, Douglas, just finished work. I'll review transmission. Much love unto you and all you've done for me. God bless you, my brother. God bless James and Reese, who's been with us all our time. And with that, I assure all of you, never forget that my struggles, what my biological father referenced as Mein Kampf, they be your own. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com, and in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can follow on Facebook at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He be being the property manager thereof, as well as Team TRÄCK, Dietrich or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For word no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmagotmillions. That would be tinyurl.com/WMAGOTMILLIONS. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about myself, Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological scion of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, whilst there confer a footnote on my biosire, which gives the full meaning of my biological father's name on the homepage of showsdd.com. Let it be known that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, encourage, spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that they must electronically relay their contributions at DouglasDietrich.com. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Abmaza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophyllocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. Ye can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make his donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to DouglasDietrich.com and click that big red donate button. And of course, all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sated matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Sujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, and immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, our Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team TRÄCK, Dietrichs or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7 and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, which be spelled BIZAREHD. He being mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I, and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions, along, of course, a new video so recently published by himself, entitled The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, the Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hanabu Technology. Make certain to see that on his channel and review it in depth, that you may educate yourself to the realities of history that are truly suppressed from your understanding, your comprehension, indeed, your very exposure. Now, the last TRÄNCK, son of Dietrich, or son of a dragons, Anglo corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would simply not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, TÁಈPBÉԻH Meliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services. Rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large, your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and thereafter tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Sunday and Wednesday night midweek. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. But most importantly, finally, above and beyond all else, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. But most of all, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click on that 3D graphic image of the Aero dreadnoughts that the Americans referenced as flying hamburgers in the Second World War. That will take you to a host of other images we cannot integrate into our book on Roswell and the Rising Sun, as authored by Peter Moon and myself. I should say co-authored, since we're working together to extent. And the Grand Maestro, Peter Moon, can only publish 2 of those colored images on the front and back, the front piece and back piece, the front and back covers of our book, with a number of black and white images included in the middle or throughout. The rest cannot be integrated into text, and you can only find them on DouglasDietrich.com. So clicking on the 3 Aero dreadnoughts will take us to the host of other images that will help you understand the enormity of what you've been deprived of in terms of historical reality as reconstructed to the best of our ability with the aid of my 3D graphics modeler, who shall forever remain unnamed for sake of his personal security. All of this rendered possible by the webmistress Lena Shea, whom I owe my life to. With that, Goddess bless Lena Shea. My love undying, my gratitude eternal. The same be unto my brothers in battle, Jameson Reese and George Edward Knight, along the rest of you. or support myself. Jameson Reese says, good morning and later, folks. By the way, you ought to take a look at this guy's icon on Facebook or even on Skype. Jameson Reese is cut and buff and ripped. This fucker could work for fucking Chippendales. I don't understand why he's not doing that. So, with that in mind, well, Daniel Arola can teach him about the dope part. He could stay coked up while he's gyrating. I'll count on Daniel Arola to contact him about that. Alright, all my best unto everyone. Much love. Do join us midweek on Wednesday for whatever happens between now and then. And I hope my message has rung through loud and clear. Vote, whatever you do, outside or from home. With that, we're closing transmission. Blessed be.